Max's eyes fluttered open as the morning sunlight shone through his window. He rubbed his eyes and then ran his fingers through his shaggy, tangled red hair. What time is it? He thought, looking down to his digital alarm clock. It was 8:30 a.m. Max's eyes bulged at the sight of the time. 8:30 a.m. His alarm must not have gone off. He had meant to wake up almost 2 hours ago. Today was his first day as an official tower climber. The introductory meeting started in half an hour. He scrambled out of his bed and rushed to the washroom and brushed his teeth with manic speed. As he brushed, the shower called out to him and he had to make a judgment call. What was worse, being late on your first day or not having showered before your first day? He had showered the night before, and it wasn't like he'd slept in a garbage dump for the last 8 hours, so all things considered, he should be fine. He reached for his deodorant and gave it a good rub in both armpits. This should do. He spat out the gob of toothpaste from his mouth, ran the tap and dipped his head in the sink to gargle and rinse his mouth out. Beep, beep. Max ran back to his room and saw his phone was going off. He got dressed as he checked the message. It was from his friend Casey. "Where are you?" the text read. "Almost everyone is already here," Max quickly replied, saying he was on his way. He buckled his belt and checked his pockets to make sure he had everything. Wallet, check. Phone, check. Keys, check. Magical climber pouch, check. Mysterious letter from his long-lost sister that he carried with him at all times, also check. He was good to go. Max hurried across the apartment and saw a blueberry muffin and a note had been left out for him. "Good luck on your first day. Sakura, your roommate/new boss." Max smiled at the note, grabbed the muffin, and hurried out the door. When Max got to the elevator of the building, he didn't have the patience to wait for it, and ended up sprinting 3 steps at a time down the stairwell to the ground level. From there, he made good time heading across the tower zone towards the Climbers Guild building downtown, munching on his breakfast muffin along the way. With only 15 minutes left until the first meeting of his new job began, Max turned the corner and faced a terrible sight. The main street that led to the Climbers Guild building was packed to the brim with protesters. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of citizens were marching and chanting in the streets. "End the tyranny," the citizens chanted. Zestiris is one city, not two. The signs the protesters carried echoed similar sentiments to what they were chanting. Political dissent and protests had been on the rise ever since the most recent monster attack orchestrated by the villainous Samuel Archer. Civilians had died. Property had been destroyed. The current system of the walled-off city was only accepted because it was the price people were willing to pay for the protection that the climbers gave everyone. But if the climbers couldn't protect them anymore, why were they forced to live walled off from the rest of the world and follow so many rules? Max could understand their frustration, though the reality was more complicated than it initially seemed. Sure, there was a wall that separated the Tower Zone and the Outer Rim, the 2 cities that made up Zestiris. But the wall that separated the Outer Rim from the rest of the world, there was nothing out there, no other world outside of it. Earth had been destroyed by a monster wave 30 years ago. This secret, though, was known only to official climbers. He would hate to see how these protesters would react to the news that they'd been lied to their entire lives. Max knew from experience it wasn't an easy pill to swallow. Max waded through the crowd of protesters. He checked the time. He only had 12 minutes to get to the guild. The fastest route was normally this main street, but with all these people blocking the way, it would take him triple the amount of time to get through. He spotted an alley across the street and waded through the stream of protesters until he was out the other side. The alleyway was empty, and so Max breezed through it towards the parallel street. The other street was nowhere near as busy as the main street, so Max could run without anyone getting in his way. He slowed down as he arrived in front of the Climbers Guild building. He checked the time. He had 5 minutes to spare. He'd made it. Phew. He hurried towards the door. A bald-headed man in a black leather jacket and sunglasses and piercings all over his face was smoking a cigarette near the entrance. He flicked the butt of the cigarette and walked towards Max. "Hey kid, you got a minute?" "Just my luck," thought Max. "How should I tell this guy that I really do not have a minute?" "Sorry," said Max, "but I have a—" "The name's Derek," said the man, smiling. "You're a new graduate, right? How do you consider joining a clan yet?" "No, I haven't looked into." "How does instant riches and power sound to you?" "Sounds good, doesn't it? We at the Hidden Viper clan can provide all of that for you." Max didn't want to be rude to this guy, but at the same time, he didn't have time to discuss all of this. He had only 3.5 minutes until his meeting started. He figured the best way to get out of this would to just be honest. "Listen," said Max. "Your offer sounds great and all, but my mind is elsewhere. See, I got a meeting in there. I'll look into your clan later. Is that all right?" The man smiled down at Max. There was something venomous about his grin, menacing. "Fair enough, my friend," said the man. "But I'll say one last thing. Take our offer seriously and don't spend too much time thinking it over. The clan is sensitive to insults and disrespectful behavior." The man then grabbed Max's wrist, and before Max could pull away, a feeling of helplessness overwhelmed him. What is this man doing to me? Is this his trait? Max tried to pull his arm away but could barely muster a tug. He felt his strength sapping away from him. Was the man simply overpowering him with his own superior mana strength? Max squirmed and tried to channel mana to the portion of his wrist where the man's fingers were gripped. The man snickered. "Nice try," said the man. "That won't work." Max only had 2 more minutes until his meeting started. He looked over his shoulder and saw a group of higher-ranked climbers heading towards the door. "Surely, it can't be good for your clan's reputation if I yell for help that you're assaulting me. Surely if that happened, they wouldn't let you continue to stand out here and harass people." The man scowled and then let go of Max. The man's face quickly shifted from irritation to the fake friendly demeanor he had before. "Harass," said the man. "That was the last thing I was trying to accomplish. I may have gotten a bit extra excited by trying to convince you of all the great favors my clan could do for someone such as yourself, but I won't hold you up any longer, just as I don't expect you to hold us up with answering our invitation." Max shrugged at the man and continued towards the Climbers Guild entrance. His meeting started in 1 minute. He entered the Climbers Guild and scanned the halls looking for a group of young climbers. He spotted a group of 15 people who he recognized from his class. Standing in front of them was the new climber president and his current roommate, Sakura Sato. He hurried over towards them and saw Casey standing near the back. He went and stood beside her. "Just in time," she said. "That was close." Her gerbil Toto poked its head out from her pocket and shook his head at Max as if it was saying, "Tusk, Tusk," to him. Max didn't mind. He was just happy he hadn't been late. Sakura smiled at him from across the group. "Now that you're all here," she said, "let me welcome and congratulate you on making it to your first day as official tower climbers." Everyone's shoulders straightened as Sakura began speaking. "This morning I'm going to go over everything you're expected to do as new tower climbers," she explained. One student immediately raised her hand. Sakura looked slightly irritated by the interruption, but nodded her head, inviting the girl to speak. "Most of us didn't even fight in the final exam though," said the girl. "How did you evaluate us in the end?" The Climber Academy's final exam had been a fighting tournament open to the public. Unfortunately, after the second match, Samuel Archer had unleashed his coup attempt and attacked the city with his own monster wave. There hadn't been a make-up exam since then. Lots of people murmured with frustration at the girl's question, mainly because being a tower climber was a coveted position in the city, and why question their good fortune? "Let's just be happy we all did graduate," muttered Casey under her breath. "Good question," said Sakura. All of you were evaluated based on your performance during the attack on the tower zone. You all performed admirably and were therefore granted a passing grade. Everyone nodded and seemed satisfied with this answer. Moving on, said Sakura. If you thought the academy was tough, you're about to enter an even more cutthroat world. Part of being a member of the Climbers Guild is to help each other and work together for the betterment of all humanity. From here on out, as tower climbers, you'll be asked to complete missions. Some are mandatory and others you're expected to complete in your own independent time. Everyone nodded along. Max felt his heart beat with excitement. It was really happening. He had become a tower climber. He was about to start receiving assigned missions. He was determined to grow in strength and power so that he could help humanity trapped at the bottom of the tower, and more personally, find his long-lost sister, Elle. I'll explain how missions work in a moment, said Sakura, as she materialized a cardboard box from her pouch. As official tower climbers, you guys are all provided with a small equipment upgrade. She handed out sleek black pouches and silver flip phones that looked a lot like old-school cell phones from the early 2000s. Your new pouches can hold up to 100,000 monster cores and just as much weight in equipment and other treasures you might discover in your travels, said Sakura. It's a top-of-the-line pouch. The guild only gives these to the Tower Climber branch, so don't brag about them in front of your defense and city climber friends, got it? What about this phone? Asked another new climber. These phones are on the cutting edge of Mane technology, Sakura explained. Those phones will allow the guild to send climbers messages between the floors. All the kinks haven't been worked out perfectly yet, and it works less effectively the higher up you are in the tower, but it's better than no communication at all. Max looked down at his new equipment with excitement. He swapped his pouches and dematerialized his old pouch inside of his new one, along with his new phone. If you'd follow me, please, said Sakura. The climber president led the group towards a large bulletin board full of paper slips. As tower climbers, prepare to spend a long time looking at this board here, said Sakura. This is the mission board. Outside of mandatory missions, all of your work starts and ends here. Everyone nodded, and Sakura pointed to the slips of paper. Each of these slips is a mission. They are categorized by rank, and you can only take missions for your associated rank. So, as E-rank climbers, don't even think about trying a D-rank mission. It's illegal to do so, and the clerks won't sign off on it. Damn, thought Max. Taking higher-level missions would be a good way to gain strength and rewards in the fastest possible way. But if it's restricted, there's nothing I can do about it. Missions are issued by governments, merchants, guilds, and wealthy individuals. Some come from anonymous sources that many believe are generated by the tower itself. Some believe those missions are a part of the inner workings of the tower, while others believe they are created by the tower gods themselves. If you care to know more, there's a whole section in the library theorizing on this very subject. These mission boards can be found in most guild halls and outposts on the different floors of the tower. All of these boards will follow the same basic rank chart, but different boards might feature different missions. For instance, here in the Zestiris Climbers Guild Hall, you won't see many missions beyond upper D rank, because the issuer of the mission wants only the best candidates for the job, and a C-rank mission would only be suitable for those who have made it up to floor 51. Are you guys all following so far? Everyone nodded, except for Max. He raised his hand and then asked a question. How does the guild receive these mission slips, though? Great question, said Sakura. She pointed to the clerks sitting in a row across a long lobby like a group of bank tellers. Behind the clerks are special Manatech devices that are able to teleport items up and down the tower. Most things that come through those teleporters are mission slips and mission rewards. Obviously, it's not cheap to use this network, so someone issuing a mission request might limit which outposts they issue the mission to. This is another reason why mission boards will differ in other locations. A mission client might not wish to spend too much, so they will only request the mission on certain floors to certain guilds. Everyone nodded. Sakura continued, "Once you have chosen a mission, take it over to the clerk and you'll be assigned that mission in the books." Max could feel the rising energy amongst the group of young tower climbers. Everyone was eager to get started. Max was already wondering what his first mission was going to be. He'd read once a long time ago that sometimes people struggled on their first day at a new job, but so far, he was absolutely pumped up. "Lastly," said Sakura, "as an official tower climber, part of your mission earnings will be taxed, as well as a percentage of the coin and monster core values discovered while in the tower." "There's always a rub," muttered Casey beside Max. "And for those thinking about cheating the system," said Sakura, glancing to Casey. "Those brilliant new pouches I just gave you track your inventory and can be checked and logged upon entering a Zestiris climber outpost, so you won't be able to avoid paying your share." Casey turned to Max. I don't know why she looked at me when she said that. Max quickly recalled numerous times Casey had behaved mischievously, like the time she stole the files for the midterm exams, but he knew better than to answer her question. It would also be seen as interrupting Sakura, and then he'd be dealing with two very fiery women at once, so he kept his mouth shut. "Let me remind you all, as tower climbers you are the front lines for all of Zestiris, no, for all of humanity. It is your work in the tower, even the smallest work of gathering monster cores, that provides the bedrock of resources for all our survival. You are all doing an incredible service, and I thank you." Everyone cheered and began to break up before Sakura called everyone back. "Oh, one last thing I forgot to mention," she said, scratching the back of her head nervously. "Some missions will be challenging enough to warrant forming teams, and I absolutely encourage you to do so. However, I warn you now about signing up with any clans. You might have been approached by some already. They offer resources and equipment that seem out of reach right now, but will ultimately hold you back later. Again, every climber pursues their ascension through the tower differently, so it's your own choice in the matter. I just figured it was worth giving you that small note of caution." "Anyways, good luck." Sakura walked away, heading towards the elevator that would take her to her office. As soon as the climber president was gone, the group of young climbers rushed towards the mission board, checking out what assignments were available to do right then. Max let everyone rush ahead of him. There was something on his mind. He turned to the lobby of clerks and focused his eyes on the special devices behind them that delivered the mission slips. Underneath, a large glass tube purple energy flickered, and a white note appeared with information scrawled on it. A mission slip. One guild clerk retrieved the slip from the glass tube and started walking towards the mission board to place it for public offering. "Fascinating," thought Max. "A piece of paper that appears out of nowhere." His heart started beating rapidly, and he felt a rush of excitement ripple through his whole body. He turned away from the mission board and started heading towards the guild building's exit. "Where are you going, Max?" hollered Casey. "I thought we were going to do some missions together." Max just kept moving forward. He was too excited about his revelation to feel bad. He'd make it up to Casey later. At that moment, he could only think of one thing: his letter from Elle. What if there was more to it than originally met the eye? Max marched out of the Climbers Guild and headed straight for Hawker's Alley. The stalls of rare goods and weaponry were all set up by the time he arrived. Visitors to the market walked up and down the stalls, while the merchants eyed them greedily. While it was true that Hawker's Alley was the main market street for all climber-related goods, many of the merchants' main sources of income came from non-climbers' desire to purchase a small piece of tower magic they could call their own. Such a desire might lead the right customer to even purchase a copper monster core far above its market value. Max, however, knew enough to avoid such deceitful behavior. He headed through the market stalls until eventually he reached the end of the street, where on the corner was a shop he'd always been intrigued by. Harold's Antique and Curiosity Emporium. The storefront was old. The black paint on the exterior was peeling and chipped off. The windows were covered with dust. If it weren't for the soft orange glow from inside, Max would have thought the place had been shut down for months, maybe even years. He pulled the door open and stepped into the shop. The door slammed behind him, and instantly Max felt cramped inside the building. There was stuff everywhere. Stacks of old books, an ancient set of medieval armor, junk piled onto leather ottomans, and a taxidermy bear that looked like it might magically come alive and tear everything apart at any moment. Max peered around the endless pile of antiques, looking for some kind of shop owner, but the only sentient person in the shop seemed to be him, and maybe the giant bear. Max still wasn't entirely convinced it wasn't just a very clever bear pretending to be fake. Then appearing from behind a mountainous pile of old leather-bound books was a gray-haired man with small half-moon spectacles and stubble on his face. He had a pile of books in his hand that he was searching to put down somewhere. Perhaps he's embarking on the impossible task of tidying this place up, thought Max. Regardless of what the man was doing, he didn't even look up to acknowledge Max's presence. "Hello," Max said, trying to be polite. "Lovely store you have here. I was wondering if you might take a look at something I own. I think it might be a rare magical artifact." The old man didn't respond. He now had his back to Max. "Should I take that as a no?" asked Max. "Yes," said the man. "As in, I mean no, not yes. Are we clear?" "I think so," said Max. "But why can't you help me? I'm busy." Max looked around the empty shop and struggled to believe him. "I'm willing to pay," said Max. The man sighed as if Max was the most irritating and tedious customer he'd ever had. Max even wondered how long it had been since anyone else had come in here. "I'll save you the trouble," said the man. "Your item is worthless." At first Max felt a shocking sense of disappointment. Maybe Elle's letter was nothing more than just a note with some scribbled words on it. But his disappointment was quickly followed by a slight twinge of anger. How did this guy know whether the letter was worthless? "I'm sorry to be rude," said Max. "But how do you know the item's worthless without seeing it?" The man continued with whatever strange organization project he was working on, readjusting the untidy piles of junk into different-sized, slightly alternate untidy piles of junk. "I saw you in the tournament last month," said the man. "You're a new climber. Talented as you may be, I highly doubt you've found anything worth looking at." Max was taken aback by the man's recognition of him. Perhaps the old-timer was less senile than he looked. "I didn't find it," said Max. "Someone sent it to me, from inside the tower to the outer rim." The man paused and turned around. His interest had suddenly been piqued. "Say that again, boy," Max repeated himself. "All right," sighed the man. "Come with me." The man walked over to a bookshelf and pulled on the spine of a green book, and the shelf swung open. Max followed through the opening behind the old man, amazed to see a much more orderly craftsman workshop behind the hidden bookshelf door. The man hobbled over to a workstation where there was a mounted magnifying glass and other tools for inspecting artifacts. The man sat down and reached out his hands greedily. "Come on now, boy. Are you going to show me this magic item or what?" Max's heart thumped. Part of him wondered why he had never thought to do this before, while another part of him was scared to even part with the letter for a second. He remembered the last time he thought he'd lost the letter forever. It felt like a long time ago now, but it had only been 7 months. Only 7 months ago, he had been a disabled teenaged orphan living in the Outer Rim with no prospects for a bright future. Only 7 months ago did bullies beat the crap out of him while he was unable to fight back. He still remembered the last and final time his tormentor Seth had beaten him up. Seth had tried to steal his wallet, but that was the one thing Max wouldn't let him do, because that wallet contained the mysterious letter from L, the only thing in his life that gave him hope. Now here in the antique shop, Max pulled out his wallet and retrieved the letter he kept folded up inside. The very letter he'd fought his bullies to keep, a letter he had promised himself he would never part with. With a slight tremble in his hands, he handed the note to the old man. The shop owner turned the note over in his hands with simple, delicate movements that were the complete opposite of what his gruff personality suggested he would do with Max's precious letter. Said the man. He clicked the button, and the lamp at his workstation changed to a strange green color. The man lifted up the note to the light and inspected it once more. "Okay, well, that's ruled out," muttered the man to himself, changing his lamp back to the normal light setting. "What's ruled out?" asked Max, curiously. "There doesn't seem to be any other secret messages encoded into this here letter," said the man. Max's stomach lurched with disappointment. "Does that mean—" The man lifted up his hand for Max to stop talking. "I'm not finished," said the old man. He placed the letter down at his workstation and picked up a utensil that looked similar to a dentist's scalpel, except for the strange runes etched on the side of it. The old man poked at the note with the utensil, and suddenly the note glowed. It only glowed for a brief flash of a second, but both Max and the old man saw it. The man tapped the letter again with his utensil, and again there was a flash of light with a bluish hue. The man snickered and rubbed his chin. "Fascinating note you got here," said the old man. "You saw that flash of light, right? That was mana specially imbued into the note. This letter here is full of defensive wards and magic to stop it from being tampered with. Incredible, isn't it?" Max nodded. "Does that mean you can't tell me anything else about this letter?" Max felt a sense of excitement to see that L's note was no ordinary letter. That meant he was absolutely on the right track to investigate it, but he was disappointed as the inspection seemed to have led him to a dead end. "I can try one last thing," said the old man. "But before I do so, how attached are you to this letter? There's one final thing I can do to uncover whatever magical properties are in here or clues to where it's from, but I also run the risk of destroying this artifact forever. Are you willing to risk losing it to find out more about it?" Max looked down to the letter on the old man's desk. Ever since the day that letter had magically appeared in his locker in the Outer Rim, it had been the most important thing he owned. It was the only thing he owned that tied him and his sister together. Could he really risk destroying it? Max shivered as he considered the old man's proposal. If he walked out of the shop now, he wasn't any closer to finding his sister than he had been before. If he risked losing the letter, he might have some concrete evidence on where he needed to go next. And even if the letter got destroyed in the process, it wasn't like his sister's words weren't etched into his memory forever already. "Max, don't forget your promise. Find me in the tower." Max gulped and then looked to the old man. "Do what you need to do," said Max. "I want to find out as much as I can." The old man nodded his head. "Whoever said the wonderful world of antiques wasn't full of risk and suspense, eh?" chuckled the old man, who pulled out a pair of strange gloves that also had strange markings on them. The man returned his focus to the letter on his desk. He held up the letter with one gloved hand, while with the other hand he pinched his fingers and began to pull his arm back. The man's gloves glowed as he did this. The blue light of mana solidified around the note, and as the man pulled back his arm, threads of mana emerged from the note. Incredible. The old man was drawing the threads of mana out from the note. Max was beginning to see the man's thinking. If he could simply remove all the mana imbued in the note, it would mean there wouldn't be enough power for the note to generate its defensive wards, meaning they could investigate the letter's properties even further. At that moment, Max was so glad he had taken the risk to investigate the note. But he may have made that judgment too quickly, as the mana threads the man was pulling from the note suddenly pulled back violently. The note began to glow brighter than it had before, and the old man wasn't even tinkering with it now. "Get back, boy," croaked the man. Boom, the whole building shook. Max stumbled backwards while the old man was pushed back on his chair, collapsing onto the floor. Groaned the shopkeeper. The letter at the workstation had blown up. How was that even possible? Max rushed back to the desk to see what had happened to Elle's note. All that remained of his sister's letter was a pile of black ash. He stood over the pile with dismay. So it hadn't been worth the risk in the end, had it? He should have kept his sister's letter. He felt further away from her now than he ever had before. The old man picked himself up off the ground. He brushed off some soot and ash from his sweater and readjusted his glasses. "Why are you looking so glum, boy?" asked the man. Max sighed and looked at the pile of ash forlornly. "That letter was from someone I care deeply about," Max explained. "It was the only thing still tying us together. It was one of my only hopes that might lead me to finding her one day." "Ah, I see," said the man, blinking as his eyes readjusted to his workstation post-explosion. "Well, it's a good thing then that the letter's combustible nature reveals exactly where it was made." Max's eyes widened at the old man's words. "So the letter is no ordinary note then?" Max said. "It's no ordinary magic note," exclaimed the old man. "Unfortunately, I had to see whether it exploded before I could come to any firm conclusions, but now that we've seen it do that very thing, there's no denying it. That note right there was written on truth paper." "Truth paper?" Max asked. "Yes, precisely. While there are plenty of variations on paper, with defensive runes to conceal and protect information, none are so brilliantly crafted as the original product itself. Truth paper. Designed by the Elestrian civilization on Floor 10, truth paper is the only magical paper that explodes upon intense mana tampering. It's quite rare and expensive, and as far as I know, can only be purchased in Elestria." "So," said Max, "you mean to say—" "Yes, precisely. Whoever sent you this note had to have acquired this truth paper somewhere on Floor 10. Max nodded his head, pondering over the old man's words. How knowledgeable was this man? When he said Floor 10, did he actually mean Floor 14? "Don't worry, boy," chuckled the man. "All climbers, even old farts like me, learn at some point the truth of Zestiris. When I say Floor 10, I mean Floor 10. Also, you might want to get up there sooner rather than later. Rumor has it that violent unrest might break out on that floor any day now." Max looked the man over. Was this guy really a retired climber? "Well, thank you so much," said Max. He really meant it. Sure, he was sad that he'd lost Elle's note, but now he had a concrete destination in mind. Somewhere he knew Elle had been, and more than that, what she had bought and done while there. Floor 10. As far as Max was concerned, it was a treasure trove of clues waiting to be uncovered. He thanked the old man once more and left the shop more determined than ever. It was almost lunchtime by the time Max had left Harold's Antique and Curiosity Emporium. He decided to get a quick bite on his way back to the Climbers Guild. Since he wasn't with Sakura and didn't have to indulge in her ramen noodle obsession, he decided to get a burger and fries at the most popular restaurant chain in the Tower Zone. Tower Burger. Max ordered his food and sat down with his plastic tray by the window so he could look out and watch the city street as he ate. He had ordered Tower Burger's eponymous burger, which was 3 burger patties stacked on top of each other with gooey cheese and bacon melted in between each stack. He also got an order of fries and a cookies-and cream milkshake. Some might argue it wasn't the healthiest meal a professional tower climber such as himself should be having, but Max convinced himself that he would have a lot of work to do after, and he needed to bulk up on grub to face the day. As he dipped his fries in a small pool of ketchup and slurped on his milkshake, he mapped out what he needed to do next. He now had a concrete goal. He had to get up to floor 10, but it wasn't so simple as gathering supplies and heading up to that floor. He'd have to do a bit more research. From what he understood, many floors were big enough so that just venturing from a floor's arrival teleporter to its departure teleporter could take days or even weeks. If he then factored in guild taxes and mandatory missions like monster waves, he couldn't simply move forward bullheadedly. It would take planning and would demand slow incremental progress towards his ultimate goal rather than a rushed head-on strike. This was all the more reason he couldn't waste any more time. He needed to start completing missions as soon as possible. He slurped down the remainder of his milkshake, crumpled up the empty wrapper his burger had originally come in, and deposited his plastic tray above the garbage before leaving the restaurant and heading towards the Climbers Guild. Upon returning to the guild, he was immediately struck with dismaying news. All the good missions had been taken. He stared at the mission board. There was nothing left that looked worthwhile. There was one that involved escorting a merchant up to floor 10, which sounded fascinating, but it didn't even offer a reward. It looked interesting, but he would pass on it for the time being. He glanced at another E-rank mission, and he was shocked that it was even considered a tower climber mission. Mission title: Clean the Guild Hall. Mission description: Ascend the tower that is the Climbers Guild building, cleaning up the men and women's bathrooms. Mission rank: E-rank. Mission reward: 20 silver coins. Max's shoulders slumped as he read over the words. Was this a joke? How was this even a suitable task for climbers? Was this really going to be his first mission ever as an official tower climber? He slumped over to the lobby where he handed the mission slip to a clerk girl. "Oh goody," said the clerk girl. "We've been waiting for someone to take this mission, otherwise we have to do it, and it isn't easy." "No offense," said Max, "but can't the guild afford janitors?" "None taken," said the clerk girl. "We can and we do hire janitors. The mission description is a bit misleading. Your job will be to clean particularly bad spills." "Let me show you." The clerk filed Max's mission in a binder in front of her and then walked Max over to a janitor's closet. Opening up the door, she reached for a pair of special gloves and mops. "These are mana-operated utensils," explained the clerk. "You just need to imbue a bit of mana in them, and they work great at cleaning up mana spills or icky remains of monsters used in tests or special experiments." The clerk then handed Max a checklist of rooms where there had been icky incidents quite recently and then wished him good luck. Max spent the rest of the day cleaning the strange debris of shield slimes, harpy dust, and a strange concoction of human puke and golem sludge. That last thing on the list, Max chalked up to a potion experiment gone horribly wrong. It was early evening by the time he was done mopping up all the different messes throughout the guild hall. He returned to the ground floor level to deposit his mop and collect his mission reward. The clerk who helped him earlier gave him a bright smile when he returned and quickly fetched his reward of 20 silver coins. As Max walked home, he couldn't help but think that 20 silver coins was an astoundingly good wage for the work he'd done today. One copper coin was worth roughly $1, so for today's work he'd made $2,000. It had been tough and grueling work, but he definitely didn't feel underpaid. It also made him super excited to check out other missions. If the guild hall janitorial work paid so well, how were the rewards on more dangerous missions? That night as he laid awake, he vowed he wouldn't do any more lackluster missions. He leaned over and adjusted his alarm clock. "Don't fail me again, clock," he thought to himself as he set his alarm for even earlier than he had set it today. As he did this, he realized he hadn't turned his alarm back on after resetting the time the night before, and that's why the alarm hadn't gone off this morning. "I'm an idiot," thought Max as he realized this and made sure not to make the same mistake again. Coincidentally, I'm an idiot, was the exact same thought he had when his alarm went off at 5:30 a.m. the following morning. This thought was closely followed by, why am I doing this to myself? Then an image of the floor covered in fire golem vomit from the day before raced through his head, and he was suddenly awake. He got out of bed, had a quick shower, got dressed, devoured a bowl of fruit and cereal, and then got ready to leave the apartment. He noticed on his way out that Sakura's coat wasn't hanging on the rack. Had she not come home from work last night? The climber president doesn't get to sleep as much as the rest of us, I guess, thought Max. With that final thought, he grabbed his own jacket and headed out to the Climbers Guild. It was still dark outside, even when he arrived at the guild hall. He stepped inside the building and was pleased to see that he was the only person there who didn't directly work in the building itself. The clerks glanced at one another, whispering and looking back at him in awe. Max ignored their furtive glances and marched up to the mission board. A big grin formed on his face. The mission board was full of new E-rank missions to take on. It clearly paid off to wake up early. Seeing that no other tower climbers but himself were there, he took his time looking over the different available missions. He said, as looked the missions over. As pleased as he was a few minutes before, he was quickly realizing his options were still narrower than he expected. Most of the E-rank missions weren't that great, or they required visiting much higher level floors. This wouldn't be as big a problem if he'd visited these floors already. In that instance, he'd be able to ride the arrival teleporters up to that floor easy peasy. But because he hadn't, it was a much more time-consuming prospect. It could take him weeks, maybe months even, to ascend 3 or 4 floors. That was something else to prioritize, climbing higher up the tower and unlocking more floor teleporters. The higher he went, the more efficient he could be at completing missions. At the same time, though, he needed to strike a balance of completing missions while slowly moving higher. From what he understood, it wasn't cheap to travel across floors, so he needed to be earning along the way as well. So step 1 of his overarching plan was to earn more money while researching the next few floors above, which meant that today he was going to focus on maximizing the amount of money he could earn. He looked over all the missions that required only going up 1 floor to the endless forest. There were more missions than he was expecting. A lot of them were issued by the Zestiris Climbers Guild and mostly involved slaying monsters and collecting copper cores, but the payment was really good. There were similar missions issued by Tower Zone companies that also needed copper monster cores to power the manatech in their factories and shops. Max ended up grabbing all the copper core farming missions he saw, 5 in total, and then took them up to the clerk. Not cleaning the toilets today then, giggled the girl behind the desk as she looked at Max's mission slips. We'll see if I have time after I'm done with these, said Max, joking along. Her eyes widened at that. I'm sure you're going to be quite tired after going through all of these. We'll see, smiled Max, and headed out towards the guild's back exit that led to the tower entrance. He walked past the guards and entered the tower and headed straight for the departure teleporter. He remembered being in awe the first time he came in here. That already felt so long ago now. Entering the tower was no longer a novelty for him, but just another part of his daily life. He stepped into the glowing light of the teleporter and closed his eyes. Ascend to the endless forest, he thought to himself. His stomach twisted in knots and air swirled around him, and then suddenly he was standing in a forest that stretched on forever. He looked around and saw copper-ranked monsters in the distance. He had to devise a plan. He was still E-rank phase 1, meaning he could use his trait a total of 3 times consecutively at a total of 10 times per day. He had to slay these monsters efficiently. This shouldn't be tough, because the last move he'd been hit with was Sakura's B-rank slice ability during their final battle with Samuel Archer. Piece of cake, he thought. He sprinted straight towards the first set of monsters he saw a forest boar, and punched it in the face. He then punched and kicked the other forest boars around him and said, "Catch me if you can, boars." He sprinted all over the floor, gathering as many monsters as he could. When he'd aggroed over 100 different copper-ranked monsters, he spun around and unleashed the current climber president's prized B-rank slice ability. A giant golden blade appeared in front of him. Max stretched out his arm, and the giant energy blade did the same. He then swiped his arm to slice the powerful slice attack into the horde of incoming monsters. The horde was dead in seconds. Max smirked at the fallen monsters as they began transforming into copper monster cores. Even if it was 100 against 1, it really had been an unfair battle from the start. Max's mimic trait doubled the power of an ability, so his version of Slice was even stronger than the climber president's. It was like he'd brought a nuke to a knife fight. Fine by me, thought Max as he moved over to pick up all the copper cores. The endless forest was vast and full of monsters, so he was able to use his trait a full 10 times on a horde of 100 monsters each, gathering over 1,000 copper monster cores. The clerk's eyes bulged in shock when she checked the contents of his pouch. "You completed all 5 of your missions today," she exclaimed. "Is this even possible? I could maybe see a higher-ranked climber maybe pulling this off. Not that such a climber would ever have any interest doing such a low-rank mission as this one, but for such a young low-ranked climber to achieve this, I am truly shocked. I'm at a loss for words." Max smiled nervously. "Just doing my job as best as I can." "Clearly," said the clerk. "Now how would you like your reward? For the 2 missions not assigned by the guild, your reward is purely monetary at 40 silver. But for the Climbers Guild's sanctioned ones, we offer 65 silver coins per 200 monster cores. Or if you'd like, you can exchange a 1,000 copper monster cores for a silver monster core." Interesting, thought Max. None of these copper monster cores would help him raise his mana affinity or any of his other stats. A silver monster core, however, definitely would. He was also not far off from E-rank, Phase 2, so it would probably only take him draining a few more silver cores of their power to get there. Once at Phase 2, he'd be able to use his trait 5 times consecutively for a total of 15 times per day, which means he could farm copper cores even harder and more efficiently. The flexibility of the reward structure meant that while technically he had completed the requirements of all 5 missions, depending on how he divvied up the monster cores, he might only officially complete less than that. Max was fine with this. The rewards mattered more than being able to boast that he had completed 5 missions in a day. "I've decided," said Max. "I'll complete the 3 Climbers Guild sanctioned missions, trading in 600 copper cores for 195 silver, and then, with the surplus of 400 copper monster cores, being banked for 1 silver monster core later." "Amazing," said the clerk, as she stamped completed on the 3 Climbers Guild sanctioned mission slips. "What happens to the 2 other missions I did? They'll carry over in your file," said the clerk. "These missions have a time limit on them, so if you don't complete them in a week, they'll go back on the board." "Fair enough," said Max. "Works for me." And so for the next week and a half, Max woke up early and became the tyrant of the endless forest, destroying as many monsters in his path, and at the end of the day, collecting silver monster cores along with silver coins as well. By the end of the week and a half, he'd gained enough silver monster cores to reach E-rank, Phase 2. He stood in the endless forest after the end of a long day of collecting copper monster cores and admired his new stats. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, E-trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain one ability you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, rare strength, 22 agility, 22 endurance, 20 mana affinity, 21 passive skills. Kokoro, warrior spirit, more than gaining in his stats, he'd also collected tons of money increasing his personal funds to 32 gold, 28 silver, and 64 copper coins. He had never been richer in his entire life. As he walked home that evening, Max was pleased with himself, but he realized he now had the funds to move forward in the tower, and he shouldn't be wasting any more time farming for copper cores in the endless forest. It was time to initiate the next stage of his plan. He was feeling good until his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw he'd just gotten a text message from Sakura. "Where are you? Please come to the apartment ASAP. Emergency." The front door to the apartment was ajar when Max got home. He could hear yelling in the apartment, shouts, and the sounds of plates being smashed to bits. "Back off," yelled Sakura. Max's heart beat rapidly. Who else was in there with Sakura? Unwanted intruders? What the heck was going on? A text message that uses the word emergency without explaining itself is the kind of text written in a hurry, thought Max. It's even worse when it's coming directly from your roommate and new boss. Max readied himself for a battle in close quarters before bashing the door further open and readying himself to attack any thieves or assassins. His head swerved right then left, taking in the threat level. "Whoa, slow down there," said a man with a cigarette dangling in his mouth. Max sighed with relief. Threat level 0. Standing in the living room was his former instructor at the Climber Academy, Blake Cedarwood. Blake was a B-ranked climber with the Firebringer trait. The man had saved Max's ass at one point during the coup attempt on the tower zone. "Wait, but if you're here," mused Max, "what exactly is the emergency?" Crack. Shards of a newly broken plate shattered across the kitchen floor. Sakura was standing at the kitchen sink with her back turned to both Blake and Max. Bubbles flew everywhere in front of her as she scrubbed furiously at a dish. Max wasn't sure what was going on, but something was definitely up. Sakura never did the dishes. "Is everything okay?" Max asked. "No, it is okay," said Sakura. "You don't do anything around here." Max's eyes twitched at that. The statement was so radically untrue, he didn't even feel bad that Sakura had said it to him. Max did all the cooking, cleaning, and pretty much every other household chore. He briefly recalled what the place looked like when he'd first moved in. It had practically been a garbage dump. Without being immodest, Max considered himself a pretty good roommate. He didn't want to argue with Sakura, but he wasn't sure how to reply either. "Are you sure about that?" asked Max in a tone he tried to keep friendly rather than adversarial. "Fine," Sakura relented. "You're a fantastic roommate, and your bacon and egg ramen is the best culinary invention since beef bourguignon." She turned around and leaned her back against the sink and crossed her arms. Max and Blake shared a look. One of the strongest climbers in the whole city had just eased from her temper tantrum. It was safe to approach with caution. Something was clearly upsetting her. The question was, what was it? And furthermore, how bad could it be that she referred to it as an emergency? "What's wrong, Sakura?" Max finally asked. The climber president wiped a small tear from her eye. "Max," she said, "you have to leave." Earlier that day, after her meeting with the new young climbers, Sakura had returned to her office to find two uninvited guests. It was two members of the Elder Council, an old man and old woman. The Elder Council was a political entity of retired climbers that shared equal power with the branch commanders. "Oh, hello," said Sakura as she stepped into her office. "I don't remember calling for a meeting with the Elder Council. What brings this pleasant surprise?" "We wanted to speak with you," said the old woman. "We are worried about your work so far as climber president." Sakura winced. "How is that possible?" she said. "I've been climber president for less than a month." "Don't misunderstand us," said the old man. "You've done nothing wrong, but your predecessor let a lot slip. We don't want you to do the same." Sakura gritted her teeth. "Is there something you'd like me to do?" "Tell us about the red-haired boy," said the woman. "The one currently staying with you." "Max," said Sakura with surprise. "What does any of this have to do with him?" Intelligence informs us his sister is a rogue climber and enemy of Zestiris, said the man. Don't you think the brother of the Scarlet Demon is a security risk for the climber president to be living with? Sakura's eyes widened at that statement. What were they trying to suggest? The Elder Council wanted to have someone monitor your every move, hiccuped Sakura as she explained everything that had happened to her that day. I was able to convince them not to, but the compromise was that you had to move out by the end of the month. If you don't, they'll even consider revoking your climber's license. Max bristled to hear that. This apartment had become his home over the last few months. Sakura had become his family. He didn't want to move out. It didn't seem fair. He looked to Sakura. Her eyes were red from tears. She seemed to be taking it even worse than him. Who would have thought being climber president would come with this much extra baggage? She moaned. Both Max and Blake shared a look. How am I supposed to live without bacon and egg ramen 3 times a week? She said. Max tried to muster a smile, even though he was feeling quite sad as well. Look, he said, you'll be able to visit me at my new place for dinner, and I can come visit here as well. Don't worry, we'll still find ways to hang out. Besides, with both of our new jobs, it wasn't like we were seeing much of each other here anyway. Sakura sighed and wiped her eyes again. That's true, she said, smiling up at Max. You always know the right thing to say, Max. She then turned to Blake. Unlike you, what have you done to make me feel better? Blake's whole body reacted in shock. I stopped you from destroying half of your kitchen cupboard. Sakura crossed her arms, unimpressed with that answer. As Blake tried to get back in Sakura's good books, Max stood up and walked to the window of the apartment and looked out at the city. Now just beyond getting equipment, funds, supplies, and everything in place to climb higher, he needed money to find a place in the tower zone to live. This new predicament was definitely going to slow him down a little. Another person might be surprised by this new development, maybe dejected even, ready to give up. But not Max. He was no stranger to obstacles. The next morning, Max sat in the office of Tower Zone Realtors. A man with heavily gelled and slicked-back hair, along with a meticulously trimmed beard, grinned across from him. We here at Tower Zone Realtors are always interested in showing prospective buyers or renters new properties available to them, said the man. I'll just need to get a bit more information about you. Max, is it? Max nodded his head. Great, said the man. And don't mind me saying this, you're quite young. If you're a student, you'll need a guarantor of some kind. I work actually, said Max. Oh, you do, said the man. And what is it that you do, Max? I'm a tower climber, said Max, beaming slightly as he said the words. It never got old. He was proud to be a tower climber. The realtor, however, looked less impressed. Oh, said the man. I didn't realize that. Your options are slightly more limited in that case. What do you mean? Asked Max. Well, not everyone wants to live in a building with climbers, explained the realtor. Not only that, they're a high-risk client, what with such a high percentage of you lot getting killed. There are different packages available also depending on what type of climber you are. You said you're a tower climber too, which is the riskiest category of climbers. Max's shoulders slumped. He had thought being a climber would make him a premium client and open up loads of deals and bargains for him. Okay, so what are the packages available to me? Said Max. What do you mean by packages anyhow? Aren't I looking to rent a property? Given the transient nature of tower climbers, said the realtor, we actually offer packages with homes and places to stay on multiple floors, including here on Zestiris. Oh wow, said Max. I guess that makes sense. You guys are Tower Zone Realtors though, so you also own property on other floors. We're in partnership with other floors, said the realtor. At least floors where there is a similar kind of infrastructure to what we have here. It's a good way of, how do I put it, mitigating risk. Okay, so how much does one of these packages cost? For an E-rank tower climber such as yourself, said the man, the most affordable package we can offer you is for 300 gold coins. Max was gobsmacked. He thought he was practically rich, with the 32 gold currently sitting in his pouch. It wasn't impossible for him to raise 300 gold, but it felt like a huge stretch to acquire in the next 2 weeks. "I see that look on your face," said the realtor. "No reason to be shocked. Our package includes multiple apartments on multiple floors." "But can't I just stay at the Climbers Guild outposts on other floors?" asked Max. "After a night or two in those dumps, you'll be wishing you had your own place, trust me," said the man. "It's safer too. A lot of theft happens in those outposts in the middle of the night." "All right," said Max, trying to wrap his head around it all, "but this seems unfair. I feel like with the amount of gold I've already acquired, I should be able to afford something. Maybe not much, but something at least." "Ah, you have your own guild, along with the Caesarians on floor 30 to blame for that," said the realtor. "Regulations require tower climbers to purchase property via packages such as these. Think about it. You lot already got magic superpowers. We can't let you also hold a monopoly on the housing market, right? That's exactly what would happen if we didn't have these regulations set up. So there's nothing else I can do then. Without 300 gold, not much," said the realtor. "It's why most climbers live at home with their families. I know siblings and all that can be an irritating hassle, but I'd stay with them for long as you're able." "If only I had family to stay with," thought Max. Sakura was the closest thing to family, but because they weren't technically biologically related, he had to find somewhere new to live. It was totally unfair. But he couldn't argue with this real estate agent all day, especially when he needed to come up with 300 gold with very little time. He thanked the realtor and left. As Max stepped out into the street, a man started walking towards him. Shaved head, black sunglasses, and piercings all over his face, Max recognized the man straight away. It was the recruiter from the Hidden Viper clan, the one who had harassed him on his first day as a tower climber. "Looking into property, huh?" said the man. Max kept walking. He had no interest in speaking with the man. The recruiter kept pace with him on the sidewalk. "It's been over a week, and we haven't heard your thoughts on our offer," said the man. "Not interested," said Max. He hadn't really given it that much thought, but Sakura had warned them all about joining a clan, and the Hidden Viper clan's recruitment methods left enough of a sour taste in his mouth to turn him off ever making a deal with them. "That's too bad," said the man. "You're passing up on getting the best equipment and facilities around, including a very nice apartment to call your own." Max paused at that. If he joined with the Hidden Vipers, this whole apartment issue would be resolved. Still, he had 2 weeks to come up with the money. He could contemplate worst-case scenarios closer to the due date. "Sorry," said Max, determined where he stood on the matter for the time being. "Still not interested. Also, if you don't mind, I've got things to do." "I wouldn't be so rude," said the man. "This is your final chance to join." Max paused. The man figured Max must have come to the conclusion that he could join any time he wanted. He was trying to remove that option to add pressure on him. But at the end of the day, even if he was threatening to not let him join, it sounded like a bluff to Max. "Oh well," said Max, shrugging with exaggeration. "See you later." The man scowled and turned around. By the time Max arrived at the Climbers Guild, all of his favorite missions had been taken already. He wasn't too bummed out about it, though, because now that he needed to raise 300 gold super quickly, he needed to take on better missions, which meant going up to higher floors. But oddly, there weren't that many missions on the board for floor 6, the archipelagos. What was that all about? Max walked over to the clerk and inquired about that very thing. "As archipelagos is such a big floor," said the clerk, "a lot of the missions are kept quite local at the guild outpost at the center of that floor at Portal Cove." Max remembered Sakura saying something similar on his first day. Some missions will carry across floors, while others won't. It was time he checked out the missions available on floor 6. He also realized he might be more efficient if he was working with someone else. Casey hadn't texted him back in over a week, which was a bit strange. Maybe she'd been busy in the tower whenever he sent her a message, but she would have received it when she went home at night, wouldn't she? He decided to finally try out the guild-sanctioned tower phones. He texted her, asking if she wanted to come with him to Portal Cove. His phone chimed with a reply less than a minute after. "Oh, now you want to do missions with me?" Max quickly replied. "Sorry, I've been busy. You think I don't have a life outside of the great Max Reinhardt? I'm not saying that, but do you want to come with me to Portal Cove?" "Sure," she replied. "There's just one problem, I'm already here." Max grinned at her response. Of course. What did he expect? She'd been busy completing missions herself. He texted her back saying he was on his way and that he'd see her soon. With that, he marched out towards the tower and ascended to floor 6. He adjusted himself to the warmer climate of the island floor and headed out towards the marina. He'd only visited a few islands on this floor and never Portal Cove, the center of this world. He was eager to see it for himself. Another guild outpost, another mission board. How would it differ? What new exciting missions might be offered there? At the marina, Max asked multiple sailors on how to get to Portal Cove. They all pointed to a large frigate-like ship. He headed over to the ship, and for 10 gold coins, he was granted passage to Portal Cove. Max groaned at the price tag, but realized he had no other choice. He paid up and climbed aboard the ship. He was given lodgings deep in the ship's hull, a small room with a bed so short he had to curl his legs up to sleep comfortably on it. The journey would take a couple of days. During that time, he trained, doing push-ups and sit-ups in his room and helping out above deck when the sailors would let him. Such basic exercises might not seem like much, given that Max's strength and physique were beyond that of an Olympic athlete, but where he did the exercises made all the difference. The higher in the tower he went, the more a floor's mana density increased, and the more his body would be pushed during training. On the evening of the third night at sea, Max checked his profile and saw that his training had led to his strength stat moving up by 1 point from 22 to 23. Max grinned at the progress. On the afternoon of the 4th day at sea, the ship finally docked at Portal Cove. The island was much larger than Max had imagined it would be. It stretched on far and wide, and a small city full of houses and rooftops dotted across the shore of the island. A girl waited on the dock, and it took Max a moment to recognize her. Casey was wearing a brown string bikini top that was tied around her neck and a matching short skirt. The outfit's color brought out her long brown hair and sparkling green eyes. Toto was perched on her shoulder and was wearing a mini red pirate bandana on his head. Casey smirked at Max as he walked off the gangplank and onto the dock. "Took you long enough," she smiled. "You E-rank phase 2 yet?" Casey led Max through the streets of Portal Cove. The place was raucous with sailors and pirates spilling out of inns and pubs, pitchers of ale in hand, yelling at the top of their lungs. They may have been singing a song of some sort, but it was hard to tell between the wheezes and burps. "This place is very different from all the other islands on this floor," Max observed. "I'm not surprised that none of the academy instructors mentioned it to us," said Casey. "They probably didn't want students coming here and drinking away their futures." As they walked up the streets, Max couldn't help but notice a sailor that had bright violet eyes. Max looked at the man with awe before Casey gently punched him in the shoulder. "Don't stare, you goof. Who was that?" "It was an Alestrian," said Casey. "Another race that exists in the tower. Floor 10 is where their main capital is situated. I don't know much about them yet, except they look pretty much exactly like humans, except for their purple eyes, of course. That's the only way to tell the difference as far as I can see." "Can we even communicate with them?" asked Max. "I don't know if I have time to learn a whole new language at the moment," Casey laughed. "Don't worry about that. The tower auto-translates everything to the climber's mother language. You're basically fluent in Alestrian already." Max grinned. "That's amazing." As they walked along, he couldn't stop thinking about the purple-eyed man. Illustrians, he thought to himself, how fascinating. Max knew other races existed within the tower, and he had prepared himself to meet some of them, but he was completely caught off guard. Questions flooded his mind. How old were the Illustrians and other tower races? Had they always existed in the tower, or had the mysterious spire consumed their race like it had done to humanity? He'd have to do more research later. Illustria, floor 10. That was where Elle's note was leading him. Casey grabbed Max's wrist as she led him around a corner. "Where are you taking me?" "The Climbers Guild outpost, of course," she said. "Where do you think Toto and I have been staying?" They eventually reached a tall stone building that had the seal of Zestiris above the door. They stepped inside. It was like a miniature version of the Climbers Guild down on Zestiris. There was a large mission board, a lobby of clerks, and different ranked climbers conversing in the open foyer. For a brief second, Max thought they should ignore checking the mission board until tomorrow. He'd been traveling and was tired and couldn't wait to lie down in a bed that didn't sway with the ocean. But looking at the missions now didn't mean they had to start them there and then. It would be good to check them out so they could make a plan for the next day. Why waste the evening? He thought to himself. Max walked over to the mission board and Casey grabbed his wrist again. "Really?" she said. "We are going to start tonight. We might as well," said Max. "Oh, I thought we might." Casey's eyes fell to the floor. "Thought we might what?" thought Max. "Sing with the pirates in the town square." Maybe she'd been doing missions all day and was sick of looking at the board. Honestly, he wasn't sure what was going on with her. He realized he hadn't told her all about what he'd discovered about Elle and how he had a direct breadcrumb leading up to floor 10. Once he explained that to her, he realized she would understand why they couldn't waste any time. The first thing Max noticed when he inspected the mission board was that it was filled with mission slips, especially E-rank and D-rank missions. "Wow," said Max, "there are lots of options here." His eyes beamed when he saw some of the rewards ranged from 30 to 50 gold. He'd be able to net the 300 gold necessary in no time with rewards like that. "There's a catch though," said Casey. Max started to look the missions over and began to understand why there were so many on the board. Every mission required going to a different island, meaning every mission would involve an extra time cost, as well as the expenses of sourcing a ship. Suddenly, the 300 gold coins he needed weren't as in close reach as he originally thought. "Here's one," said Casey, grabbing a slip. "Collect fangvulture eggs on Treble Island. This island isn't too far from us here. The reward is 50 gold coins. All we need to do now is find a ship to take us on." "Sounds like a plan," said Max excitedly. "Where do we find a captain?" Casey said she knew exactly where to look. The two of them signed out the mission with a clerk and headed back into the town to search for a captain. 20 minutes later, they stepped into a crowded tavern full of rowdy sailors and pirates. The sounds of banging tankards echoed all around the room as drunk sailors demanded refills of ale. A young Illustrian woman with long black hair and purple eyes rushed behind the bar to complete the orders. She was sweating and looked way over her head. She didn't have the polished ease and swagger as some of the other barmaids and bartenders he'd witnessed through the windows of other taverns on their way to this one. "Oi lass, my tankard's been empty for more than a century over air." Max ignored the lively activity at the bar and turned around and scanned the room. The place was full of drunk sailors and pirates, some human, some Illustrian, and some were other fantastical races that he had no clue as to what he should refer to them as. "How can we tell who the captains are?" asked Max, leaning over and shouting over all the other voices so Casey could hear him. "Easy," said Casey. "The captains are all wearing hats." Max did a double take around the tavern once more and saw that many of the older authoritative sailors had large sea captain hats on. "Makes sense," he thought. "You start at one end of the room and I'll start on the other," said Casey. "Let's see if anyone will be willing to take us to Treble Island." Max squeezed through the different groups of people towards the sea captain closest to him. Before he even spoke to the man, the captain, without even looking, said, "Sorry, lad." The answer's no. As he ping-ponged across the tavern asking different captains, the answer ended up always being the same. Some were simply not interested, while others who were curious about the work were then uninterested once learning it was Treble Island that they wanted to go to. "Not worth going out that way," said the captain. "Nothing else is out there. Waste of time and resources if you ask me." Max slumped back to where he started and waited for Casey to return, but she didn't show up. She shouted across the bar and waved her hands for him to come over. "This fine captain here says he'd consider taking us to Treble Island," exclaimed Casey. The captain's eyes were bloodshot and rolling into the back of his head. Are you sure we can trust what he says right now?" asked Max. "Of course we can," said Casey. "Captain, tell him what you told me." "I'll do it," slurred the man. "That's right, I'll do it. I'll do it for 50% of whatever that damn Climbers Guild is paying ya." Max winced. 50%. That would leave only 25 gold to split between himself and Casey. It wasn't nothing, but considering the time cost it involved, it wasn't good enough. "Is there any way we could negotiate?" asked Max. "No," said the captain, slamming his tankard on the table. Max looked to Casey and sighed. "We'll think about it and get back to you," said Casey. The two of them then left the tavern. "What are we going to do?" said Max as they walked through the streets of Portal Cove. "We could ascend to the next floor," said Casey. "But supposedly the departure teleporter is a pain in the neck to get to." "There's aspects of this floor that are really beginning to get on my nerves," said Max. "I know," sighed Casey. Most of the other E-rank climbers focused on ascending further up, especially since doing missions on this floor is so time-consuming. Max stared out to the marina at the jumble of sails, flags, and ropes. "If only we could make our own ship," said Max. He paused. He then turned to Casey. "I mean, why don't we? What's stopping us?" Casey grinned. "I like it, but you know what? I got an even better idea." A few days later, Rebecca Turnsel turned up to her morning shift at the Zestiris Climbers Guild at Portal Cove. She yawned and poured herself a cup of coffee in the clerk's staff room before going out to the lobby. "Good morning," she said to her fellow co-workers as she walked towards her desk stall. Still half asleep, it took her a moment to realize none of them had responded to her greeting. She rubbed her eyes. What was going on? It wasn't like they could be busy. They were never busy at this outpost. Climbers used the building more as a place of lodging than as an actual mission center. They passed through here on their way to more exciting floors, which meant there was hardly any paperwork to do. Hardly any work at all, really. She looked around for her colleagues and saw they were across the hall, gathered around the mission board. "What's going on, everyone?" Rebecca walked towards the group of clerks to see what they were all so focused on. "Look," said one of her colleagues when Rebecca joined the group. She looked towards the mission board. Her eyes widened. She was suddenly not sleepy at all. All of the E-rank mission slips were gone. "This can't be," said Rebecca. "Has someone tampered with the board? Has there been a message from the headquarters?" Everyone shook their head. "Sam was on duty when they came in," said one of Rebecca's colleagues. "Two of them, young climbers, signed out all the missions." Rebecca couldn't get over that fact. What are those two climbers thinking? It could take over half a year to complete that many missions. "I'd like to know a bit more about the two climbers who took all these missions," said Rebecca. "Do we need to investigate fraudulent mission tampering?" If there was no logical explanation, Rebecca thought, there could be only one other conclusion. These two young climbers were out of their minds. A giant crab sunbathed on a beach many miles away from Portal Cove. It was the most powerful creature on the island. It had the pick of any prey it wanted. A rabbit for breakfast, a wild boar for lunch, and if it was lucky, some poor hunter would come along and it would gobble them up. There was a bounty on the crab's head, of course, not that the crab knew that. It only had an intuitive sense that it was the strongest creature on the island and that he also very much enjoyed eating other creatures. It was a simple life for the crab, but it worked for him. The massive crab rested beneath the comforting gaze of the sun when something flickered across it. It was only for a moment, but the crab felt it. For a brief second, the monster felt a cool separation between the sun's gaze and its carapace. Had it been a bird, the crab suddenly craved raw seagull flesh. The flicker in the sun happened once more. Then he heard a splash in the water. The crab was no longer resting and was on its feet. It was ready to crawl away or fight. The movement was not that of a bird, but that of a hunter. His favorite meal. A red-haired boy approached him from the beach. The crab shot its pincer out at the boy. The monster crab had the ability to stretch out its limb, and his pincer rushed towards the boy's head. Snap! A rush of pain coursed through the crab. Right in front of him, he watched his pincer get sliced in half. First his bones snapped, then his whole stretched arm crumpled in front of him. The attack had been caused by a flurry of small paper-white cranes, now coated with crimson from the creature's blood, while also glowing with mana. The crab looked around, trying to see where the attack had come from. He looked up in the air and saw the bird flickering in front of the sun again, but it wasn't a bird. It was a girl riding on top of a white crane constructed of some kind of paper. It was like the small ones that had ripped his arm apart, but much larger and stronger it seemed. "Have you forgotten about me?" asked the boy. "Oh no," the boy in front of him. A giant blade of energy burst forth, slicing the crab in half. The creature began to glow and dematerialize down into a silver monster core. The girl landed on the beach with her paper crane. "What number are we up to now?" asked Casey. "That's our 8th mission today," said Max with a huge grin on his face. "I think we're going to be rich." The clerks at the Zestiris Climbers Guild outpost on Portal Cove were stunned when Max and Casey came in with the completed mission slips. "No one has ever completed missions on this floor at such a speed," said the clerk. "It's unheard of." Max and Casey grinned. "How did you do it? Did you rent a boat yourselves? Buy one? Even then, you'd still be completing these missions at a remarkable rate." "Let's just say we were able to harness air travel," grinned Casey. It really had been a genius idea. Max's original thought had been closer to what the clerk was imagining, but then Casey suggested an even better idea. It took a couple of days for her to construct the large paper crane, but it operated similar to her smaller cranes, just on a bigger scale. "It makes me wonder why air travel hasn't come to this floor," said Max. "Humanity has the technology." "It's complicated," said Casey, "while humanity has the know-how to do those things. The physics and natural laws of each floor differ enough that human technology doesn't always work out so easily." "However, you've seemed to have done it," said the clerk. "Good job, you deserve it. You might even get us clerks a raise. Headquarters have been asking us for ages why no one will do any of our missions." They chuckled a bit longer, and then they went to their rooms in the outpost to rest. And so the following week, Casey and Max completed high-reward E-rank missions at an incredible pace, and Max was able to gather the 300 gold coins he needed to buy an apartment. Max and Casey returned to Zestiris on the final day of the month. When they exited the Climbers Guild, Casey stretched her arms and said, "Home sweet home. I'm definitely going to treat myself to more ice cream crepes." The coconut milkshakes they had at Portal Cove were good, but they don't hit the spot quite like the crepes in Zestiris. "Is that really all you can think about right now?" said Max. "Pastries?" Casey blinked. "What else is there to think about other than the sweet things in life?" "If anything, I should be questioning your priorities." Max snickered and checked the time on his phone. Oh crap, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They arrived back in Zestiris a lot later than they had planned. "What's wrong?" asked Casey. "The realtor is about to close," said Max, suddenly incredibly worried. An anchor of depression and fear formed in his stomach. "Have you already forgotten?" smiled Casey. "But we have a very fast means of transportation." Casey materialized the large paper crane from her pouch. Max and her jumped on, and she suddenly whisked the paper crane into the air with the flick of her wrist. They soared between the buildings of Zestiris, flying over top the busy rush-hour traffic of cars and pedestrians on their way home from work. Max closed his eyes and hoped that the realtor hadn't closed yet. They were able to arrive outside the realtor's office 10 minutes later. Unfortunately, the same man Max had spoken to a few weeks back was locking the door to the place. Max's stomach sank once more. "Excuse me," he said, running up to the man. "We spoke before. I'd like to purchase the real estate package for an E-rank tower climber." The man gave Max a withering look. "Sorry, we're closed." "Maybe come back tomorrow." "I can't wait until tomorrow," said Max. The way the man grinned at him then made Max realize he had spoken way too quickly. "There will be a 10 gold premium for the after-hours contract," said the man. A sense of relief fluttered through Max. The man didn't realize how much they'd acquired during their missions in the archipelagos. Still, he learned from his previous mistake and pretended to think things over in his head. "Yeah, I think I can just about manage that," said Max. "Good," smiled the realtor, unlocking the door. "Come on in then." "Wow, I'm impressed," said Sakura, as she finished a bowl of bacon and egg ramen later that night in Max's shiny new apartment. Casey and Sakura sat on the floor of Max's empty apartment, enjoying the small meal Max had whipped up. "Thanks," said Max, looking around the spacious bachelor pad. "I honestly never expected to own property, ever. Now I own this, and 2 other properties upward in the tower. How crazy is that?" "You should look into subletting those places," said Sakura. "Your realtor should be able to handle the paperwork for you. If you get some other clients staying in those places while you don't need them, that can create some passive income. It's a good way of saving and not always having to rely on the money earned from your missions." "So far, it seems like the missions are paying more than enough," said Casey. "Well, you are putting your lives on the line every time you enter the tower, so you deserve to be paid a premium," shrugged Sakura. "But just wait, things get more expensive the higher up you go, so don't spend everything you earn here on this floor." "Yeah, like on ice cream crepes," Max teased. "I don't think I could eat all of those crepes even with Toto's help," laughed Casey. Her voice changed suddenly, "But seriously, most of my earnings are going towards my family. Our shop has fallen on tough times for a while now. My earnings as a tower climber helps keep the shop afloat and pay off some debts." Both Max and Sakura shared a look. "Is everything okay?" asked Max. "Yeah, it's all good," sighed Casey. "Let's just say things have gotten a lot easier since I've graduated and can earn money from missions." "Cheers to being a climber then," said Sakura, lifting up a can of beer. Max made a face. You're the only one drinking. You can still say cheers with me." And so the night continued amongst friends until both Sakura and Casey left to go home, and Max fell asleep on a futon in the first property he had ever owned. As he fell asleep, he wondered what his sister would have made of it. Meanwhile, across the city of Zestiris, in the meeting hall of the Hidden Viper clan, a tense discussion was taking place. "Why have the recruitment numbers been so low?" said a shadowy voice at the end of the guild hall. "Our partners specifically asked us to slow down the development of new climbers to decrease the traffic heading towards floor 10. At the end of the table was Derek, the recruiter. "My apologies, sir," said the recruiter. "Don't apologize to me," said the voice. "It's our partners that will kill us all if we fail them." "I understand, sir," said the recruiter. "Do you?" said the voice. "We can't let these young climbers make fools of us. If other newly graduated climbers see other unaffiliated climbers succeeding on their own, they might get the idea that they don't need to work with a smaller clan at all. You can see why that's a problem, right?" The recruiter nodded. I understand, said Derek, and do not worry, I have a plan to rectify this. It's going to stop the development of the outsider and fake vein girl down completely. Just you wait and see. Max woke up on the futon of his new apartment. The birds were chirping outside, and Max had this warm feeling of contentedness. Yeah, he was sad that Sakura wasn't there, grumpily asking for breakfast to be made, but there was something special about owning a place on his own, a place that was his. A place he could maybe, just maybe, truly call home. He quickly showered, got dressed, and contemplated his next moves over a mug of coffee and toast. Now that the issue with the Elder Council had been resolved, Max could return his focus on completing missions and working towards floor 10. After the down payment was settled, he was down to a measly 22 gold. He recalled the clerk telling him that if he was planning on journeying up to floor 10, it would be good to have at least 100 gold on him if he was hoping to get across the floors safely. So it was settled then, Max thought, taking a big long sip of his coffee. Collect 78 more gold and then start heading towards floor 10, where he could learn more about his sister's whereabouts. Considering Casey and his new method for completing missions on floor 6, he should have the money in a number of days. It finally felt like things were going his way. Max finished up his breakfast, quickly washed up, and then headed out to start the day. As he stepped out into the hall of his apartment, he couldn't help but notice 2 police climbers hanging outside his neighbor's front door. A woman in a bathrobe was crying. The door was locked, I swear, cried the woman. They must have come in the middle of the night. They took everything valuable that I own. Max shuddered. He felt bad for the woman. He hadn't formally met his neighbor yet, so he didn't feel as if it was appropriate for him to go and check and see if she was okay. Plus, the police climbers were handling it. He'd just have to mind his own business. A break-in, huh? It was not quite the ringing endorsement of the apartment complex he just spent a massive fortune buying into. Also, not that he owned anything particularly valuable. Taking a moment to improve his apartment security might not be a bad thing. Max left his apartment complex and started heading in a different direction than he'd originally been planning on. His original plan that morning was to head straight to the Climbers Guild, but after seeing that his neighbor had been broken into the night before, he couldn't waste any time ignoring his lack of security at his new abode. He went straight to Hawker's Alley. The faces of the lowlifes and criminal merchants that operated most of the stalls were becoming a bit too familiar than Max felt comfortable with, but that was the least of his problems. He headed over to one merchant who sold rare items and scrolls. "Morning," said Max. "I'm looking to increase the security of my apartment building. Do you sell any defensive wards or anything? Your balcony should already have Climbers Guild sanctioned defensive wards for protection during the monster wave," said the merchant. "So you probably only really need to protect your front door." Max paused at that statement. At first it sounded true and he was happy about the convenience, but then he remembered those defensive wards only turned on during a monster wave. He needed full-time security. "Actually, I want defensive wards that protect the perimeter of my whole apartment," said Max. The man chuckled. "Very thorough of you. You have 2 options." The man placed 2 different scrolls in front of him. "The first scroll will provide protection of your entire perimeter, simple and easy to set up," said the man. "It will cost you 5 gold. Max thought that sounded pretty good. "And the second scroll? This scroll will set up a defensive ward for your apartment and will set off an alarm if anyone tries to tamper with it, and has a second secret alarm that only ever goes off if someone actually successfully breaks the alarm. This one costs 10 gold. Max sighed. Either purchase was going to set his schedule of searching for his sister back a peg, but this was serious. Max recalled the assassin who had broken into Sakura's apartment and tried to kill him a few months back. If he was murdered in the middle of the night, All of his goals went down the drain. "I'll buy the second one," said Max. "Good luck," chuckled the shopkeeper as Max walked away. It wasn't the most confidence-inspiring farewell from a merchant who had just sold him defensive wards. He didn't need luck, he thought. He needed functioning defensive wards. Max shook his head. "It's just the personality of the merchants in Hawker's Alley," he told himself. Right as he was about to leave the market street, Max noticed a stall full of nanotechnology gadgets. One gadget, if it could even be called that, caught his eye. It was a large, glowing cube, emitting loads of excess mana. "Excuse me," said Max. "Could I ask what that device is?" "Sure thing," said the merchant. "This cube right here is a training console." The man pressed a button, and the cube suddenly formed into a small open doorway. "It's a pocket mana realm," said the merchant. "You can go in here and practice your trait to your heart's content, no daily limit or whatnot. It also has features that let you create different scenarios for things you might want to practice." Max's eyes were glowing. This thing would be perfect for days when he wasn't completing missions. It would be another way to optimize his training regimen. "Will it help me raise my stats?" asked Max. The man's face fell a bit. "Unfortunately, no. I've heard of other more impressive models that allow for that. Usually, they're not quite as portable as this one is. It's more if you want to practice a tricky technique." Max was disappointed that he couldn't use the device to raise his stats, but he still loved the idea of it. "How much is it?" Max asked. "This here," said the man. "I'm selling it for 15 gold coins at the minute. Quite the bargain, I must say." Max winced with disappointment. He'd had the money just moments ago, but now he was down to 12 gold and a couple of silver. The merchant noticed Max's disappointment. "How much you got?" Max's eyes perked up at this. 12 gold, Max said, his heart beating with excitement. "You can have it for that," said the merchant. "I saw you fight in the final exams, and I know what you did for the city. If that doesn't earn you a specialty price, I don't know what does." Max beamed with pride. "Thank you, mister." "Don't mention it," said the merchant, smiling. Max and the man made the exchange, and Max started heading back to his apartment. Max thought of the first merchant who had made him feel so uneasy, and then compared him to the second merchant who had complimented him and made his day. "They're not all bad, those merchants of Hawker's Alley," thought Max with a grin as he hurried back home. Max couldn't wait to set everything up. When he returned back to his apartment, he was so excited he pushed the door open and laid everything he'd purchased down on the floor. "Wait." He turned back to the door. He patted his pockets where he kept his keys. He hadn't opened the door, had he? It was already unlocked. Max stood up and glanced around the room. He was 100% sure he'd locked the door that morning, so how was it unlocked now without his own doing? Max tiptoed to the bathroom and then jumped inside, ready to fight any assassins. The room was empty. Max wasn't in the clear yet. He crept over to his own bedroom and checked inside there. Empty again. Now that the coast was clear, Max let out a long sigh. He thought he'd been extra cautious by getting security equipment for his apartment. He hadn't expected his paranoia to be proven correct so quickly. Max went over to the door and locked it for the second time that day. Better safe than sorry, he figured. He then walked over to the defense scroll. He unrolled it on his apartment floor. A strange symbol was written in black ink on the scroll. Max scratched the back of his head. He wasn't actually totally sure how to set one of these things up. It would have been nice if it had come with an instruction manual of some kind. But Max figured the items purchased at Hawker's Alley aren't really the kind of thing that are manufactured on an assembly line. He looked down at the scroll. He stretched out his arms and thought, "I should be able to figure this out." He placed his hands on the scroll and gently let mana flow from his arms down to the palm of his hand and onto the scroll. The symbol began to glow as if it was feeding off of Max's mana. Max continued to channel mana into the scroll, and as he did so the symbol glowed brighter and brighter until the symbol began to materialize and take shape above the scroll itself. The defense ward looked like a glowing blue orb made from different spinning circular loops. The different parts of the defense ward were moving independently of each other like the self-operating gears of a watch. Max was no longer channeling mana into the orb. It was operating completely on its own now. The orb shot out a set of thin laser-like lines that formed a square on the ground. The square grew and grew across the apartment, scanning it. After scanning the whole apartment, the orb faded out of existence. Was that it? Max wondered. He stood up and looked around the apartment. It felt the same as it had before. He figured he wouldn't see the defensive ward again until someone tried to break in. Max still felt uneasy. The new defense ward might help him for any future break-ins, but he still had to deal with the one that had happened that morning. He did a quick inventory of all of his stuff, and as far as he could tell, nothing had been stolen. In fact, he didn't own that much valuable stuff that he wasn't already carrying on him whenever he went out. So why break in then? There was always the possibility that it was petty thieves who just got unlucky with his apartment because he didn't own much. But Max's gut didn't think it was petty thieves. Whoever broke in, their intention wasn't to steal or even actively hurt Max. So what was it then? It could only be one thing. They were trying to spy on him. Max shivered as he looked around the living room with a new fear. He tiptoed cautiously to the corner of the living room and then very slowly began scanning the room. He'd take a step and look from ceiling to the floor, looking for anything left behind. He would have to go methodically through the whole flat. When he got to the futon, he lifted it up and found there was a rip in the corner. He stuck his hand in the rip to see if anything was there. He felt something strange and metallic on the inside. He pulled it out and found himself holding a strange metal device that looked like a fly. He raised the strange object closer to his eye, and he could see the small swirl of mana at the core of the object. What the heck was this? It must be some kind of spying device. A mana bug? Max was relieved that he hadn't been acting crazy, but that was quickly followed by a strong sense of anger. Why were people trying to spy on him? And who would want to? Max could only think of two suspects, the Elder Council or the Hidden Viper clan. Both parties had issues with Max and were clearly trying to keep tabs on him. This is messed up, thought Max. As irritated as he was, he couldn't stop his search yet. There might be more bugs planted in his apartment. It took Max just over an hour to search his whole place. He found 2 more bugs. At first, Max thought he should destroy the spying devices, but then he began to think it might be worth keeping them. They might be advantageous to have at a later point. He wasn't sure where to keep them, though. First, he thought the freezer, but he wasn't sure how exactly the mana bugs worked, and they might be able to hear through normal walls. Instead, he decided to drop them into his climber's pouch. There was a separation between the actual physical object of the pouch and the space inside of it. He didn't know how it worked, but he figured the mana bugs wouldn't be able to spy on him from deep inside the alternative spatial realm of his pouch. Max shook his head and checked the time on his phone. It was almost 11 in the morning. He had not meant to spend this much time away from the Climbers Guild that morning, but he wasn't going to beat himself up about it. Clearly protecting himself from climber espionage took precedence. But with his apartment now much more secure, he had no more reason to hang out there, and he could finally start the day as he'd originally planned. Completing missions so he could gather enough gold and start following after his sister's trail. He left his apartment and double-checked that he locked his door and headed towards the Climbers Guild. When he arrived at the guild hall, Casey was standing outside. She had a concerned look on her face. She ran up to him as soon as she saw him. "Max," she said, "where have you been? I've been waiting for you all morning. We have a huge problem." "What's wrong?" asked Max. "All the E-rank missions have been taken," she said, "even on the upper floors." All the E-rank missions had been taken. Max found that hard to believe. Casey clearly saw the look of incredulity on his face and said, "Go check the mission board if you don't believe me." Max did exactly that. He stepped into the guild hall with Casey walking right behind him. Max blinked in disbelief when he saw the mission board. "I told you," said Casey. Max looked at the board, perplexed. All available E-rank missions were gone, even the janitorial ones. The fact that the latter was missing from the mission board struck Max as highly suspicious. "Do you think higher-ranked climbers are doing the E-rank missions to get some extra pocket money?" Casey asked. Max shook his head. "I think someone is trying to make it harder for E-rank climbers to advance," said Max. "Who would do such a thing?" said Casey, irritation lacing her voice. "Easy," said Max. "The Hidden Viper clan." It was possible that there were other clans involved too, Max thought, but this definitely stunk of the Hidden Vipers. "They're trying to squeeze the little guys out," said Max. "This is going to halt all our plans if they continue to do this every day. If they continue to screw with our ability to do missions, that affects our ability to pay taxes and hold onto our climbers' licenses. But won't that cause a bunch of new climbers to drop out from their positions?" asked Casey. "Surely the guild would take issue with that." "It won't come to that though," said Max. "Their goal isn't to make us drop out, but to make joining their clan more desirable. More and more newly graduated climbers are going to start signing their crappy contracts with the clans now." "Damn," said Casey. "What should we do then?" "Let me think on it," said Max. "We obviously won't be doing any missions this afternoon, but let me see if I can figure out a way around this." Casey sighed. "All right," she said. "I guess I'm going to go help out at my parents' shop then. They could use a hand. Text me if you think of anything." "Will do," said Max. Casey left the guild hall, leaving Max standing there between the mission board, the clerks, and other climbers coming in and out, doing their jobs. Max was filled with frustration. Those damn Hidden Vipers. He didn't know for sure, but they were probably the ones to set those mana bugs in his apartment, and now they were keeping him from completing missions as well. The nerve of these people. He looked around the guild hall and tried to figure out what he should do next. He could go home and train with his new mana box, but that wasn't really what he wanted to do. Elevator doors chimed, and a group of clerks exited. Max suddenly had an idea. He marched over to the elevator and pressed up. He got into the next available carriage and pressed a button for the top floor. Screw it, he thought. What's the point of being good friends with the climber president if you couldn't go to her when you needed it? Max stepped out into the top floor of the Climbers Guild Hall. A young woman with glasses sat at a desk, typing at a computer. It was Sakura's secretary. "Excuse me, can I help you?" Max quickly said hello and then strutted on by. He knocked on Sakura's door. "I'm sorry, sir, but you can't just barge in here like this." Max pushed the door open and found Sakura with her feet up on the table, flipping through the pages of Tower Lovers Volume 24. "Max!" shouted Sakura in surprise, immediately removing her legs off her desk and sitting up straight. Sorry to interrupt," said Max, unsure what he was witnessing. Within seconds, Sakura's romance paperback had disappeared and she was straightening a pile of papers. "I'm sorry," said the assistant behind Max. "He just barged in." "It's okay," said Sakura to her assistant. "Max, close the door behind you. Have a seat." "How can I help you?" Max turned and closed the door behind him. Sakura's assistant glowered at him bitterly as he did so. When he turned back around, Sakura was looking at him seriously. "So, what is it? I don't have all day here. Were you not just reading a romance book?" said Max. "It was my lunch break." "It's important to take breaks throughout the day. It makes you more efficient. Everyone knows that." "Sure," said Max. There was no point in arguing with her, and he was the one coming to her with a favor. "So," said Max, "I've run into a bit of a problem. One that will affect all the newly graduated climbers and quite a few of the other E-rank climbers as well." Sakura raised her eyebrows. "What's the issue?" "Well," said Max, All of the E-rank missions have been taken on the lower floors. Casey and I are pretty sure it's the clans hoarding them to force new climbers to sign contracts with them. Sakura's face was emotionless. So, was she trying to make him beg? So don't you think that's a bit messed up? Said Max. You cautioned us on our first day not to sign up with any clans, but you're going to let them get away with this? Sakura shrugged. It happens every year. They don't have the manpower to hoard missions for longer than a month. If someone cracks during that time, they deserve whatever crummy contract they get. You don't really believe that, do you? Asked Max. Sakura tilted her head. Yes and no, she sighed. I see your frustration, but maybe I've just become cynical with my old age. As I said, this isn't the first time the clans have behaved in this way. So why don't we, I mean you, dearest climber president, do something about it? Sakura leaned back in her chair. It's more complicated than you realize, said Sakura. The clans exist on other floors. They're interfloor political bodies, meaning I can't police them here on Zestiris without upsetting the clans and guilds on higher floors. So basically what you're saying is, said Max, you can't help us. Sakura shrugged once more. I would if I could, Max, but I also wouldn't act so sullen. So you can't do some low-ranked missions right now. Climb higher, get stronger. There are other things you can focus on other than missions. Max sighed. She wasn't giving him the help he'd hoped for, but it had been worth a try. He thanked his former roommate for the help and then stepped back outside her office. As he headed to the elevator, Sakura's assistant snidely said, "Please book an appointment next time." With his plan to enlist the climber president to his cause having gone bust, Max went to the one place he liked to go to when he felt stuck: the library. The Tower Zone Library was a massive high-ceilinged building full of stacks of books, polished wooden tables with the accompanying soft orange glow of desk lamps. A cute blonde girl with large glasses stood behind the desk. She smiled at Max when he entered. I wasn't expecting to see you, she said. I figured you'd be climbing the tower now that you're an official tower climber and all. Congratulations, by the way. Max blushed. Climbing the tower comes with a lot more complications than you might expect, he said. I'm not surprised to hear that, said the girl, pushing her glasses up her nose from where they had slid down. How can I help you today? I kinda want to research a whole segment of things today actually, said Max. I'd like to read up on floors 7 to 10, but I'd also like to check out anything on the history of the mission system. The librarian girl's eyes beamed. Such great topics, she said. You know where the books on individual floors are. As for the history of the mission system, that's a tough one. I'd check the general history section, particularly books on the history of Zestiris and the Tower Zone. She pointed to the general history section, and Max headed straight there. After browsing for 15 minutes, Max sat down at an unoccupied table with a stack of books and started to do his research. The most fascinating thing he read about was the history of the mission system. According to the history books, the mission system didn't always exist, or at least not in its current incarnation. The earliest missions were found carved into trees or written in mysterious letters that a climber might have woken up to, resting on their head after a long night's sleep. These early missions were seen as the tower gods giving a helping hand to the first climbers, providing them with a sense of direction on what they had to do next. Different guilds, races, and societies began to formalize that system, leading to the mission system that now existed today. One of the earliest missions handed out was called Reach the Top, and the reward was one wish from the tower gods. To this day, the mission remains unfinished. Many climbers have come close, but none have risen so high that they stood on equal footing with the gods. First, Max was mesmerized by the idea of a wish from the tower gods. What would he wish for? The location of his sister, maybe. But then, if he'd reached the top of the tower, he would have hoped he'd found his sister by then. Another idea came to him and a small tear formed in his eye. He wiped it away. He didn't want to think about wishes and make-believe scenarios. It only made him sadder about how little he had in this world and the amount he'd already lost. He gulped and stared back down to the page of the book. Unfinished missions. There was something about that phrase that Max couldn't stop turning over in his head. He suddenly knew how he was going to beat his current predicament at the Climbers Guild. Max woke up bright and early the next morning. He headed straight for the Climbers Guild with a plan in place. "Where are you off to in such a hurry?" said a voice from behind him as he approached the front doors of the guild hall. Max grimaced. He recognized the voice straight away. He turned around and unsurprisingly it was Derek, the Hidden Vipers recruiter. "Sorry, I'm busy," said Max. "That surprises me," said the recruiter. "Since there are no E-rank missions available. Of course, if you're looking for missions to complete, my clan would be happy to help you with that predicament." "Thanks for the offer," said Max, "but my answer is still no." The man scowled at Max. "You insolent little, I gotta go bye." Max left the recruiter to scowl on his own. He had an idea to test out. Max entered the guild hall and went to the mission board. Just as it had been yesterday, there were no missions available to him. He had no doubt the mission board at Portal Cove would also be empty. It was just as Max had been expecting. He walked up to a clerk sitting at one of the lobby stalls. "Good morning," said the clerk. "How may I help you?" Max jumped straight into his inquiry. "Are there any missions not displayed on the mission board? Perhaps missions not associated with ranks?" "Quite a few," said the clerk. "They're a lot less popular though, especially ones that have been failed multiple times." Max was unperturbed by the clerk's suggestion that these other missions were far more dangerous than things he'd done so far in the tower. He was simply too excited to find out that there were other missions to take. "I'd like to see them if possible," said Max. "Sure," said the clerk, bending below her desk and pulling out a large binder. "Take a look. It's organized by floor, so I'm guessing you'll want to take a look at the pages closest to the beginning of the binder." Max opened the binder and he smiled as he looked at all the possible missions available. His smile quickly faded though. There weren't that many unregistered missions that he could immediately tackle. There were a few, but the binder wasn't quite the treasure trove of missions he'd originally expected when the clerk first lifted it up in front of him. The majority of the missions were definitely above his rank and pay grade. Max was beginning to think that this loophole wasn't as awesome as he had been hoping it would be. But then Max turned the page and a new mission caught his eye. Mission title: Hunt down the legendary sea monster Galrog. Mission description: slay the evil monster haunting an island on floor 6. Mission rank: reward plus whatever the monster drops. The rewards didn't seem that great, but completing the mission would help add to their monthly mission quota. The mission sounded tough, but doable. "I'll take this mission," said Max. The clerk blinked with shock. "Really? You see here 7 climbers have attempted it, and they all failed. Even worse, they all failed in the same way. The Galrog killed them." Max's stomach lurched at that information. Even still, he wasn't going to let that stop him. "Well, hopefully I won't be the 8th climber to fail it then," said Max. The clerk nodded her head in shock and filled out the paperwork. "All right, the mission is all yours," said the clerk. "Good luck." Max thanked the woman and then stepped away from the clerk's desk. He pulled out his phone and messaged Casey. "Guess who found us a mission?" Max and Casey soared across the blue skies of floor 6 on the back of Casey's large paper crane. The grand ocean rested far below them. Some of the islands looked like little muffin tops from so high up. "All aboard the Paper Crane Express," cheered Casey. "I'm your Captain Casey and my first mate is Toto." Toto cheered on her shoulder. Max was less enthusiastic. He sat behind Casey holding onto her waist as if he were grasping on for dear life. "So handsy, Max," said Casey. "I expected more from you. Dinner, wine, a second dessert of strawberry crepes, you know, real seductive stuff." "I'm not trying to be handsy," said Max. "I'm just terrified." It's fine, said Casey. We're coasting now, so you can let go, trust me. Max shivered and let go of the girl. He let out a sigh of relief when he didn't immediately fall off the paper crane. His stomach twisted though every time he looked down and saw the oceanic world so far down below. They were flying so high that if he were to fall, the velocity of his descent would be so fast, he would die upon impact with the waves. It didn't matter that it was a liquid surface, he would be falling so fast, it might as well be concrete. Maybe we should install some safety belts for next time, said Max. Boo-oh, said Casey, unimpressed with his suggestions. We are climbers, Max. We fought deadly monsters, and yet you're worried about a seat belt. You're just nothing, said Casey, eyes focused on piloting the paper crane. Check the map, will you? Max materialized the map that the guild clerk had given him after he had officially taken the mission. He checked it over and then looked down to the pattern of islands below to see if he could make heads or tails of what he was seeing. He pointed over Casey's shoulder to one island in the distance. It was larger than most, but definitely smaller than Portal Cove. There was a long dead volcano at the center of the island. That's the one, he said. All right, said Casey, adjusting the crane slightly. Another completed mission, here we come. Casey landed the paper crane on the beach of the target island. She hopped off first, and Max followed behind. They then dragged the paper crane away from the shore and rested it beneath a tall fruit tree. Max consulted the mission information. All right, said Max. According to this, the Galrog should be found at the center of the island. Casey nodded her head, and they set forth into the jungle, heading towards the volcano at the center of the island. They traveled through the jungle for 5 minutes without any trouble. It seems a bit too quiet, don't you think? Murmured Casey, looking around the jungle. Maybe all the creatures are afraid of the Galrog, said Max, so they don't make themselves seen by SCREE. Out of nowhere from the shadows came a green snake-like figure hissing at them. The creature was the same size as Max and Casey, but was a cross between a serpent and something more humanoid. The bottom half of its body was that of a snake, but the top half was a creature with a chest and 2 arms. It's like a serpent centaur, thought Max. A serptor, Max, shouted Casey. Watch out! A huge burst of yellow bile flew out of the creature's mouth towards Max. Everything happened too quickly, he didn't have time to dodge. He lifted up his arms to defend his face. The liquid splashed onto his arms, quickly burning through the top layer of skin. It stung horribly. "Oh crap," shouted Max. "What is this?" Casey stretched out her hands, and a gust of wind formed in front of her. The blast smashed into the serpent creature and knocked it against a tree. "Max, take it out," shouted Casey. Max threw out his arm to trigger Sakura's slice ability. Nothing happened. Oh no, it was the double-edged sword of his mimic trait. If he got hit by another ability, his ability would start copying that. So he no longer had Sakura's powerful slice attack in his arsenal. Doesn't matter, he thought. He threw out his arm and triggered his trait once more. Again, nothing happened. "What are you doing?" said Casey, panic rising in her voice. He's going to get out of its stun any second now. Why wasn't his trait working? Then Max figured it out. The snake creature hadn't used its arm and hands to send out the spray attack. Would he really be able to create such a spray from inside himself? Max focused on his trait once more, closing his mouth and trying to create a gob of spit. He felt his jaw warm up as mana filled his saliva. Then with all his might, he craned his neck back then forward and launched the gob of acid spray at the monster. It was like his mouth had turned into a spray canister of cockroach poison. Yellow liquid sprayed forth and covered the entire serpent monster's body. The creature hissed and squealed as the acid burned through its skin and face. Max's mimic trait doubled the power of whatever move it copied, so Max's acid was even stronger than the serpent's. Within seconds, the monster was a decrepit husk of a creature on the ground. Soon after, it glowed silver and left behind a silver monster core. Casey bent over and grabbed the core and dropped it in her pouch. "That was close," she said. "You can say that again," said Max. "That monster was clearly a lesser serpent form of the Galrog, and it was D rank." "What are you thinking?" asked Casey. "Just that if these lesser creatures are D rank, that means the Galrog will either be very high D rank or even C rank." "But this is an uncompleted mission, remember," said Max, "so it didn't have an official associated rank attached. Maybe it was originally E rank, but enough climbers failed it, and over time the monsters on this island got more powerful." "What should we do then?" asked Casey. "We might have to rethink our SHH, someone's coming." The two of them jumped behind some shrubbery when 3 more serpent monsters appeared in the jungle. "I heard something here," said one creature. "I smell humans," said another, licking its lips. "We haven't eaten humans in quite some time," said the third. "I like the way they squeal and squirm when you eat them alive. It makes it all the more satisfying of a meal." "Like you're really working for it, you know," the 3 monsters snickered to each other. Max felt sick listening to their repulsive conversation. He wasn't sure what they should do. He desperately wanted to get away from this squad of monsters, but moving would call attention to them. "Look here," said one of creatures. "This tree. It's been sprayed with our acid. A fight has taken place here." "I'm not just dreaming then," said the accomplice monster. "Humans are nearby." The creature slithered closer towards the bush where Max and Casey were hiding. "What's this?" hissed the creature. "Delicious little humans to eat. Don't call me delicious, jerk face." "I'm not your meal." Casey stood up, cheeks rosy with anger, creating another blast of wind to shoot at the monsters. The creatures were knocked back by her air blast. Max didn't waste any time with this second battle, closing his mouth and creating another gob of poisoned saliva. He spat the acid spray out his mouth and made sure to pivot his head to get a good blast radius. The monsters burned to death and then dematerialized into silver monster cores. Casey picked up a core and indicated to Max that he should pick up the other 2. "Damn," said Casey. "I wasn't expecting this island to be crawling with so many monsters." Max looked out towards the center of the island. They'd barely got a quarter of the way, and already they'd encounter 4 lesser monsters. They would hit their daily trait usage limit by the time they reached the Galrog, which was a very bad position to begin a fight with a rare C-rank monster. "I think we need to retreat for now," said Max. This mission was going to require more preparation than he had initially realized. But that's okay, Max thought to himself. "We'll be all the stronger and better for it when we return." After their failed mission attempt, Max went back home to his apartment to rest and strategize. He meditated on the floor and drained the 2 silver monster cores of mana. Afterwards, he checked his profile and his stats. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, E-trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain one ability you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, rare strength, 23 agility, 22 endurance, 21 mana affinity, 22 passive skills, Kokora warrior spirit. The 2 cores had raised his mana affinity by 1 point, which he was pleased about. He only had to raise it another 9 more points until it hit 31, at which point he'd rank up. Max couldn't wait for that to happen. Not only would higher ranked missions become available to him, but his trait would evolve as well. The increase in utility and power hyped Max up and made him more determined than ever. He was also pleased to see that after today's failed mission, he'd gained a stat point in endurance. Well deserved, he thought, looking down at his arm, where he'd applied some healing ointment provided by the Climbers Guild after they returned to the guild hall that afternoon. That acid spray attack would have burned completely through the flesh of a normal human being. Max's E-rank endurance gave his body a toughness that meant only a thin layer of skin burnt off. It still strung like crazy, though. The next day, Max went to the library and researched everything that was available on the Galrog, serpent creatures, and the archipelagos. Basically, he was trying to find out any nugget of information that could give him and Casey an upper hand on their second attempt at the mission. The slightest advantage could tip the scales in their favor. After a morning of research and a quick lunch, Max then swung by Hawker's Alley to pick up a few supplies. Max was feeling pretty confident about his preparations, but there was one last thing Casey and him had to do before they set off on their second attempt: train. A few days later, Casey and Max began their second attempt at the unranked mission. They flew on the large paper crane across the world of Floor 6. Things were already starting a bit differently this time around. Firstly, it was nighttime. Secondly, they didn't land on the beach, but flew above the island closer to the center of it. "I hope this plan works, Max," said Casey, "because you know what happens if it doesn't work. We die." After Max had done his research in the library and picked up supplies at Hawker's Alley, Max had invited Casey over to his place. When Casey stepped into his apartment, she murmured, "No crepes, no desserts, no wine." "Seriously, Max, I'm no expert at these sorts of things, but this is a pretty lackluster booty." Casey didn't finish her sentence and just pointed to a strange glowing door in the middle of his apartment. "What the heck is that?" "It's a mana cube," said Max. "I picked it up at Hawker's Alley. It's a mana-based training realm. We can use it to practice different scenarios." "It looks pretty freaky," said Casey. "It isn't," said Max, who had tested it out before she had arrived. "Follow me." He grabbed her hand and led her through the portal in his apartment. A second later, they were standing in a strange, endless room. A light fog emanated at their feet, and in the distance was a dusky pink sunset. "You picked this up at Hawker's Alley," said Casey. "It's cool, right? Check this out." Max placed his hands on the ground and created a tall tower shape. "What's that?" asked Casey. "I'm creating our scenario," Max explained. He adjusted the tower he just created out of thin air to have a ladder they could climb to reach the top. "Follow me." They stood at the top of the tower and looked at the ground of the strange, misty realm down below. Max," said Casey. "What exactly are we practicing right now?" "Remember at the final exams when Sakura leapt out from the top of the arena and landed safely on the ground level," said Max. "I want to practice doing that ourselves." Casey circled the floating paper crane above the middle of the island. The ground was very far beneath them. A pit formed in Max's stomach. "We trained beforehand," Max said to himself. "We can do this." "You ready?" Casey gulped. "Yeah, are you?" "Yeah, I am," said Casey, whose skin had turned pale white. "You need to jump first, though, so I can pocket the crane in my pouch." Max pushed back his terrified thoughts and said, "You got it, let's do this." Without wasting another second, he didn't want to give himself even a second to hesitate on the plan. He leapt off the paper crane and pencil-dived towards the ground. Max's body rushed towards the ground below him. His stomach lurched, his heart beat like a jackhammer, his hair shot upwards, his ears burst with the sounds of rushing wind all around him. It was now or never. A split-second mistake here could mean his demise. "Shouldn't we try on a maybe less tall structure?" Casey had said, gulping. "I've already jumped off this thing before you came," Max explained. "Inside the mana cube, you don't take damage. It's weird, even if you completely crash on the ground, you don't feel anything. It's like a lame, bouncy castle that doesn't have any bounce." "If you say so," said Casey, peering over the edge of the tall structure within the mana cube's training realm. "Come on," said Max. "It's time to practice." With that, he leapt off the structure and dove towards the ground. As he fell, he tried to focus, channeling his mana to his feet to cushion his fall. Smack! He groaned and lifted himself off the ground. He hadn't channeled the mana quickly enough. Casey crashed into the ground right near where Max had fallen. "Ow," said Casey, getting up. "Or wait, I actually don't feel hurt at all. Now I feel weird." "I told you," said Max. "Come on, let's keep trying. I think the key is not just channeling extra mana to your feet, but the speed at which you do so. My hypothesis is you need to send a burst of mana as quickly as possible right as your feet hit the ground. The rush of mana hitting the ground at the same time as your body has a cancelling effect on normal gravitational physics. Are you sure you're not just insane and love jumping off high heights? Asked Casey, scratching the back of her head. Trust me, said Max. I don't like heights. They tried again, and Max thought it had gone better, though he still landed sprawled on the ground, which would have been instant death outside of the mana cube. Max considered what he'd done wrong that second time. What was the missing puzzle piece to what they were trying to accomplish? He leapt off the practice tower a few more times and then started to figure out where they were going wrong. It wasn't just a matter of channeling mana to their feet in a big burst. They had to channel enough mana to not only imbue their feet, but their footwear as well. It was so obvious, Max thought. He was frustrated he hadn't figured it out sooner. After a couple of more tries, both Max and Casey were landing on their feet. They practiced all afternoon until they had a near-perfect success rate of landing upright. The only question now, said Max, is will we be able to do the same thing from a much higher height and with our lives on the line? The ground rushed closer and closer. As he fell, Max couldn't help imagining his brains splattered on the ground. He wanted to throw up. The landing was only seconds away now. It was time. Max closed his eyes and focused on channeling a burst of mana towards his feet and boots. Thump! Max stood, frozen still. He didn't want to open his eyes in fear of seeing his body mangled with broken bones and on the verge of death. Then, when he considered that he was able to imagine that gruesome death so vividly, he knew he was conscious and therefore not dead. He opened his eyes. Casey stood nearby, grinning. Piece of cake, right? She snickered. Were you scared? Because I definitely was. Max was about to comment on her gulps and shivers on the paper crane beforehand, but stopped himself. It wasn't a competition. They were working together, and they had both landed successfully. They stood in front of a cave that was the entrance to the Galrog's lair. They had prepared to fight some serpent guards, but it appeared even the guards kept a further distance from this entrance, patrolled at a more distant perimeter. With no goons to fight, Max and Casey entered the Galrog's lair. The ground was muddy and full of puddles. The tunnel opened up into a wide chasm. It was the hollowed-out volcano at the center of the island. The whole chasm was a massive crater full of large pools of water. Skulls and bones poked out of the mud. A figure loomed in the shadows. Its eyes glowed red. Who dares disturb my presence? The creature stepped out from the shadows and was illuminated by the moonlight and stars shining through the top of the dead volcano. The monster looked similar to the serpent guards they'd fought a few days back, but was 4 times the size. The creature's chest and arms were ripped with thick, bulging muscle tone. The creature clenched its fists. It was wielding a weapon of some kind. Silver knuckles. Was the Galrog a pugilist-style fighter? Shing. 3 shining blue claws emerged from each of the Galrog's fists. Mana claws. The Galrog rushed towards Casey and Max. I do not like the look of those claws, yelled Casey. Casey was right. If the Galrog landed a hit with those claws, it could be a deadly attack. Casey ran to the right while the Galrog headed straight for Max. It got closer and closer, and as soon as it was about to swipe its mana claws right through Max's entire body and shred him into multiple pieces, Max's shadow blinked. He reappeared on the other end of the chasm. The Galrog swerved its head back and forth, confused. Max had been right in front of him, and now he was. The Galrog was quickly learning that its prey wouldn't be as easy to kill as it may have initially thought. It was also clearly unnerved now that it was positioned between both Max and Casey. Let's continue to stay apart, shouted Max. If it tries to attack one of us, it's at a disadvantage because whoever it doesn't attack will go straight for it. Got it, shouted Casey. Here's hoping it goes for you and not me. As if the Galrog heard Casey's words and sensed her weakness, it started slithering straight for her. Max, she said, her voice shaking. About that plan you just suggested? Max rushed towards the Galrog's back. As much as it was opening itself for an attack, if they didn't seize the opportunity as soon as it came up, one of them could get severely injured. Max triggered his trait and then sprayed out the acid spray onto the Galrog's backside. Without turning around, the Galrog stretched its hand back and created a transparent blue rectangle. The spray knocked against the blue rectangle and fizzled out. Damn, so that was another one of the Galrog's abilities, an energy shield. Max's heart raced and he started to worry. If the Galrog had an energy shield, it meant it could handle fighting a battle on two fronts. Their advantage had just vanished before their eyes. Casey jumped backwards to dodge a slash from the Galrog. She then pushed her hands out and created an air blast. The powerful gust of wind shot forward towards the Galrog, picking up water from the nearby puddles, splashing the Galrog in the face. But unfortunately for Max and Casey, that was all her attack managed to do. A puny gust of wind won't harm me, foolish girl, hissed the Galrog as more water splashed into its face. Casey snickered. Sure, she said, I was just trying to distract you while I did this. A swarm of origami birds flew towards the Galrog. Insolent girl, hissed the Galrog. I won't be harmed by your little trinkets. The Galrog created another energy shield, and the paper cranes smacked right against it and fell to the ground, sinking into a puddle. Get him, Max, shouted Casey. He can't attack me up close so long as he's got that energy shield up. It works both ways, right? Good thinking, Casey, thought Max. He raced closer to the Galrog. He created the acid spray in his mouth and then shot his head forward and spewed out the corrosive spray. The Galrog spun around to focus on Max and quickly generated another energy shield. Damn, those shields are really annoying, thought Max. The Galrog lifted its fist and its claw momentarily disappeared. It then shot its fist forward, letting the mana claws unsheath forward at the same time. Max's shadow blinked and reappeared backwards. Holy crap, that was close. Too freaking close. Worse, Max realized as he looked at the mana claws shooting through the energy shield. They were wrong about how the Galrog's energy shield worked. Their attacks may not be able to pierce through it, but it looked like the Galrog's own attacks could, which meant, oh no. Casey wasn't as protected as much as they thought. The Galrog had already turned its attention onto her and was shooting its claws through its own energy shield. Casey! The claws smashed into Casey, who tried to block it with her arms. The blast sent her hurling backwards. Her whole body knocked against the walls. She didn't get up. The Galrog turned towards Max. Max temporarily did not give a crap about his own opponent. He shadow blinked to the opposite end of the chamber and rushed towards Casey's fallen body. He quickly checked her heartbeat. She was still alive, but unconscious. She was now out of this fight. He'd have to take out the Galrog on his own now. He felt an anger bubble up inside him as dark memories swirled in his head. He remembered his life before entering the Tower Zone, when he was disabled and could barely defend himself, let alone others. He shook his head. That wasn't who he was anymore. He was no longer fighting simply to complete this mission. He was fighting so that he and Casey could survive and continue forward and pursue their dreams. Screw the Galrog, he thought. It's going down. The large creature powered up both of its mana claws and slithered across the chamber towards Max. It moved with incredible speed. Max triggered Shadow Blink to escape the incoming attack. He reappeared on the opposite end of the chamber. He'd already used his trait 6 times already during the fight. That meant he could use the trait 9 more times before he hit his daily limit, and he would have to space them out enough not to hit the consecutive limit of 5 usages as well. It wasn't nothing, but Max realized he could quickly burn through those usages just by shadow blinking away from the Galrog's deadly attacks. He needed to come up with a battle plan. quickly. At that very moment, the Galrog slithered towards the end of the chamber where there was a mallet and a gong. The monster picked up the mallet and smashed it against the gong. A loud, horrible boom rang out across the chamber, reverberating across the entire island. "Reinforcements will be here in 5 minutes," hissed the monster. "You won't be able to beat me now." Max looked towards the cavern's entrance. So far no more serpent creatures were coming, but he didn't have long. But what the heck was he going to do? The acid spray was unable to break through the creature's energy shield. Max tried to think as he and the Galrog circled the chamber. The Galrog was no longer rushing him with urgency, knowing it only had to count the minutes until more of its guards came to help it win the battle. Think, Max, think. The energy shield was able to block Casey's paper cranes and his acid spray, and yet its own mana claws and fists could go through the shield. So that meant the energy shield was able to detect foreign enemy mana particles and block those, while simultaneously allowing the Galrog's own mana to pass through it. That explained the majority of how the energy shield functioned, but there was still something Max couldn't quite figure out. How did its fist and silver knuckles pass through the shield? As Max pondered the question, a grin began to form on his face. He knew what he had to do to win this. Max rushed to the edge of the cavern. He only had 3 minutes until the reinforcements arrived. "You foolish idiot," said the Galrog, slithering towards him. "You've run into the very part of the cavern you can't escape, and before you try and teleport away, I'll just swirl my claws here. You won't reappear outside of the claw's radius from where you stand now, fool." Max crept backwards nervously, deeper into the cavern he was trapped in. "Every step backwards puts you in a worse and worse position," hissed the Galrog. "Go ahead, try and use your foolish teleport ability." "As you request," said Max, triggering Shadow Blink. The Galrog began to spin in the same spot, creating a tornado of clawed attacks, but none of the Galrog's claws harmed Max. The Galrog's eyes bulged in confusion. Max hadn't been hit by the Galrog because he didn't try to teleport behind the monster. He teleported above the monster's head. Max formed the acidic spray in his mouth. "Fool," bellowed the Galrog, generating an energy shield right above its head. But just like a second ago, the Galrog was 1 step behind Max. Max didn't shoot the spray down towards the creature's head, but up towards the rocky rooftop of that part of the chasm. The acidic spray splashed into the rocks and boulders above. Max remembered back to the first fight they had with the serpent creatures. "This tree. It's been sprayed with our acid," one of the guards had said. The acidic spray was just as corrosive to the environment as it was to skin and flesh. The acid burned through the cavern rooftop above. Pebbles and rocks began to fall. Max triggered Shadow Blink once more, reappearing at the end of the cavern. He reappeared just in time to watch a giant rock fall forth from the ceiling and smash right through the Galrog's energy shield and splinter through the monster's head and puncture deep into its brain. Max took a deep breath and watched as the Galrog's crushed body began to glow and morph into a monster core. He'd done it. He'd completed the mission that multiple climbers had failed at. He had defeated the Galrog. Max didn't have much time to soak in his victory. He could hear the slithering movement of more serpent guards heading his way. Max didn't waste any time. He shadow blinked over to Casey, picked her up, and then ran over to the boulder that had just crushed the Galrog. Max's temporary plan was to hide behind this boulder. It wasn't a great plan, but it would work for the moment. The guards wouldn't see them straight away, and that would buy them at least a little bit of time. Max had lost count of how many times he'd used his trait. He definitely had a few more usages left, but not enough to fight his way through a small regiment of guards. 5 guards slithered into the Galrog's chamber. They looked around, clearly confused at their leader's absence. Max took in the environment himself. Was there anything around him that might be of use? He looked down to see a shining golden monster core. Holy crap, Max thought. The Galrog had been C-rank. He'd taken down a freaking C-rank monster. Max picked up the core and briefly wondered if draining it would be of any use right now. He didn't think it would be enough to have him fully rank up, and even if it could, ranking up still might not be enough to help him. In the end, he pocketed the item in his pouch. The Galrog left behind a nice amount of coins as well. He was nervous to pick the coins at that moment, though in fear of dropping one or them jangling together and creating noise. There was one last thing the Galrog had left behind, though. Max blinked when he looked down at what had been left behind. He'd never heard of monsters leaving behind anything other than monster cores and coins. He picked up the pair of silver items and a prompt appeared in his profile. Rare weapon alert, Galrog, S-Fists. Max looked at the weapon. They were like a fancy pair of brass knuckles a common street thug might wield. But then Max noticed the 3 slits located on both pairs of the silver knuckles. Max looked down at the weapon suddenly with awe. Those slits, that was how the Galrog created those mana claws. Max's spirits suddenly lifted as he slipped his fingers into his newly acquired equipment. They weren't in as big a predicament as he'd originally thought. The serpent monster clutched its spear and looked around Galrog's lair. Its first thought was, where was Boss? Its second thought was, I smell tasty humans, but where were the humans? Had Boss eaten them already? There was a noticeable splashing sound at the end of the cavern. A figure appeared. A red-haired human boy. Tasty, thought the serpent creature. The monster looked around and realized its companions were all thinking the same thing. They all wanted to kill the human boy first and get the first bite. He who gets the first bite always ends up eating the most of the human in the end, thought the creature. Everyone knows that. But then the serpent creature had a darker thought. Why is this human boy here, but not Boss? Then the red-haired boy that was walking towards them created blue shining claws on either side of him. Just like Boss. Wait, that must mean... The boy disappeared in a puff of shadowy black smoke. The serpent creature turned its head and saw the red-haired boy had appeared right behind him. 2 of the serpent creature's companions had already been sliced into little bits on the ground. Splish, splash, there went his 2 other companions, their flesh falling into the surrounding puddles. Who was this boy? The serpent creature had never seen such power in his lifetime. Not even Boss was so powerful. Such were the serpent creature's last thoughts as the powerful mana claws ripped through its flesh. After he'd finished off the first wave of guards, Max ran back to check on Casey. Her arm was bloody and broken. Toto scurried over her body frantically, trying to help her. Slow down there, buddy, said Max, picking up Toto and placing the gerbil on his shoulder. I'll give you an important job in a second. Max winced as he looked over Casey's wounds. He hated seeing his friend hurt like this. He wanted to stop the pain as quickly as possible. Another scary thought was if Casey didn't get better, they were stuck on this island. It was her Airbringer trait that powered the paper crane that had got them to this island. Without her, they couldn't get back home. It was up to him to heal her as best he could right now. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. All the nearby enemies had been taken care of. He had time to help Casey. The worst thing he could do right now was start to panic. He pulled out a first aid kit from his pouch and found some gauze, healing ointment, and some antiseptic wipes to clean off the blood on her arm. The healing ointment was low level but seemed to be mending some of the burnt skin and repairing the damage. He wrapped the gauze around Casey's arm to stem any further bleeding. Toto cried. Don't worry, said Max. Casey's going to be okay. Max then placed Toto gently on her shoulder. She needs to keep her arm raised, said Max, looking seriously at the gerbil. You need to look after her while I go away for a minute, okay? Max stood up and headed towards the exit of the Galrog's lair. There were still enemy serpent creatures on this island, and they'd be heading their way due to the Galrog's gong alarm. Over the next hour, Max made quick work of the remaining serpent monsters on the island. With the help of the Galrog's fist weapon, he was able to make quick work of them. He utilized a combo of acid spray to weaken the serpent monster flesh, followed by mana claw swipes that would finish the job. He returned an hour later, his pouch filled with silver monster cores. He planned on splitting them all with Casey when they got back to Zestiris. That is, Max thought grimly, if we ever make it back to Zestiris. Max looked Casey over. The bandage around her arm hadn't soaked through with blood, which told him the healing ointment from the first aid kit was working. Toto was rubbing its head gently into Casey's neck to pet its owner. Toto no longer seemed fearful of Casey's death, but simply wanted her to recover quickly and safely. Max was satisfied. Casey was on the road to recovery. They'd get home soon. They just needed to survive the night. A loud roar trembled throughout the entire island. Max looked up to the sky. Storm clouds were forming overhead. "Gimme a break," groaned Max. A heavy storm could be enough to slow down Casey's healing. Light rain drops began to fall from the sky into the hollowed-out volcano where they were situated. Max looked around frantically. He didn't have time to construct a shelter, especially now that it was already raining. He peered across the chamber to where Max had slain the Galrog. There was enough of a slope and ridge that they'd be able to hide under there and wait out the rain. Max picked up Casey and gently moved her to the ridge and sat down beside her. Now Max thought they just had to wait out this storm. Casey's thoughts were fleeting in and out. Where am I? What's going on? The questions would drift away from her before she even had a chance to contemplate any answers. A burning pain coursed through her body, throbbing, hurting, and then the pain slowly disappeared. Her eyes gently opened just for a second. It was raining. Max was beside her doing push-ups. He was training. Why wasn't she training with him? Why was she in this dazed state? Her eyes were closed again, but she still saw Max, and just picturing him made her feel better. Max was special. Special to her. Special to everyone, really. Then a dark thought crept her in mind. She had never been the special one. No one had ever been in awe of her. But seeing Max, always training, always fighting, always moving forward, it made her want to get stronger too. She promised herself she would. I'll keep up with him, she thought, because I'm special too. By the following morning, the storm was over. The sun was shining brightly. Max hadn't slept a wink through the night, making sure Casey's arm stayed raised and had the tube of healing ointment at the ready if necessary. He was doing some morning stretches and exercises when he heard Toto squeal. Max stopped what he was doing and ran over to Casey to see her eyes slowly opening. Toto ran in an enthusiastic swirl and then kissed her on the cheek. "Hey," Casey said softly, looking up at Max. "How you feeling?" "I'll feel better," Casey said, "when you've agreed to give me the Galrog's gold monster core." Max smiled. "Glad to see our most recent traumatic experience hasn't changed you in the slightest." Despite her injuries, Casey was able to power up the large paper crane and fly them back to the Floor 6 arrival teleporter. From there, they traveled back to Floor 4 and exited out into Zestiris. They went first to the nearest Tower Zone hospital, where Casey checked in to get her wounds from their battle with the Galrog properly checked out. Max left her there and went home to his apartment. The first thing he did when he got home was take out all of the silver monster cores he'd acquired during their mission to the Galrog. He'd already given Casey her portion of the silver monster cores, plus the gold monster core from the Galrog. They'd split the amount of coins acquired evenly, leaving them with a cool 80 gold each. Content with all of his most recent loot drops, Max sat down on the floor of his apartment and began to meditate. Then slowly, he drained his pile of silver monster cores one by one into his mana veins. He drained all the monster cores after an hour of serious focus and concentration. When he was finished, he opened his eyes with a new sense of relaxed contentedness flowing through his body. He looked over his profile to see his stat gains. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, E trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain one ability you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, rare strength, 25 agility, 23 endurance, 22 mana affinity, 27 passive skills. Kokoro, warrior spirit. Holy smokes, thought Max, grinning at his profile with immense satisfaction. All those silver cores were enough to raise his mana affinity stat by 5 points. Part of him also wondered if the usage of the mana clause also helped increase the stat as well. The process of manipulating his mana through the knuckles slits required incredible focus. He wouldn't have been surprised if he had been super close to raising the stat by at least 1 point prior to draining the monster cores of their mana just from wielding his new weapon. All in all, Max was very happy with the results. With 27 points in his mana affinity stat, he was now only 4 points away from ranking up. He was glad to see he was making progress despite all the complications that he had been facing with the mission system as of late. And it wasn't just his mana affinity stat either, all of his stats had gone up. It must have been the battle with the Galrog and the subsequent slaying of all its minions that helped raise his stats there. He stood up and went over to the bathroom to look at himself in the mirror. He looked stronger. He held his shoulders out broadly. His biceps bulged, stretching his t-shirt slightly. The muscles on his chest rippled. He had muscles in places he didn't know muscles even existed. He looked like a soldier, a powerful warrior. In climber's terms, he was still near the bottom of the food chain, but in normal human terms, he was now comfortably at the top. He was now stronger and faster than a professional athlete. His punches could severely harm regular civilians, and if regular citizens were to punch him, they'd feel like nothing more than the irritable touch of a fly on his shoulder. He was feeling pretty good. His stats were moving upward at a good pace, and now, after defeating the Galrog, he had a melee ability in his arsenal of attacks. He was ready to start making his ascent to floor 10. There was nothing holding him back now. But then he remembered one thing. There was a monster wave in 2 weeks. He didn't want to waste any more time, though. He decided he would once again take advantage of his connection to the climber president. Absolutely not, said Sakura, crossing her arms at the doorway to her apartment. Seriously, said Max. You're not even going to let me in? He lifted up a plastic bag full of groceries. I brought everything I need to make bacon and egg ramen, said Max, in a persuasive voice laced with bribery. Sakura stepped out of the way from the door. Damn you and your amazing culinary talents, said the climber president. Max headed to the kitchen and got to work on the meal. Even as he cooked, he continued his case to Sakura. Max, you're an official tower climber, so you can pursue your ascent pretty much how you please, at least within the bounds of climber law, said Sakura. So you can head up to floor 10 tomorrow if you'd like. You can even not attend the upcoming monster wave. What you can't do is avoid monster waves again and again. Guild law states that a climber not assigned to a mandatory guild-sanctioned mission can miss up to 3 monster waves in a row, more than that if you are working directly on behalf of the guild. My advice to you would be, stick around for another 2 weeks, get your affairs in order, fight the monster wave, then head out. Max placed the bowl of bacon and egg ramen in front of her and then a bowl for himself on the opposite side of the table. Well, at least, that's an improvement from absolutely not, snickered Max. You interrupted me at a good scene in Climber Love Paradise 15, said Sakura, wolfing down her bowl of noodles. I was going to say no to whatever you asked me at that moment. Well, I'm glad you've simmered down, teased Max. You should be, said Sakura, but back to the matter at hand. You need to be careful, Max. I only offer this advice because I care and fear for you. There's been an ongoing political issue happening on floor 10 and the information channels are beginning to dry up. It's a dangerous time to be climbing the tower. Isn't it always a dangerous time, though? Said Max. She sighed, leaned back in her chair, and pushed back her empty bowl of ramen. The tower corrupts people, Max. The further you get up, the more dangerous it becomes. The climbers who live on higher floors, something happens to them, not all of them, mind you, but some of them, they change. What do you mean? Asked Max. Sakura's face was pale, and she grimaced slightly. Max wondered if she was remembering some grotesque, horrible memory from her own travels in the tower. Sometimes, said Sakura, they lose their own humanity. Max wanted to ask more, but the way Sakura's face had changed, he knew she wouldn't be more forthcoming. After a few awkward seconds, the conversation moved on to other things. The stresses of being climber president, Max and Casey's fight with the Galrog, and then soon enough Max was wishing Sakura good night and walking home across the city to his apartment. It was a late April evening. It was cool outside, but there was a hint of springtime freshness in the air. He kept his hands tucked firmly in his pockets as he walked through the cool night. He went over his plans in his head once more. He'd train and do smaller missions until the monster wave, and then him and Casey would set forth to floor 10 together. As he was thinking over his plans, he was walking alongside the edge of one of the tower zone's parks. He walked along the sidewalk between the border of the city and park area. Shadows moved between the nearby trees. Stepping out ahead of him at the end of the street was a long-haired man with a leather jacket and sunglasses. Max got an uneasy feeling and looked over his shoulder. Another man had appeared behind him. He looked to the park and then to the other side of the street. He was suddenly surrounded by a group of shady-looking men. The worst part was they all had 2 badges etched onto their jackets. One was the Zestiris Climbers Guild seal. The other, the badge that made Max shudder, was one of a serpent. It was the badge of the Hidden Viper clan. Max's stomach fell at the sight of all the men surrounding him. His mind raced back to his life before the tower zone, when he was a disabled kid in the Outer Rim. When bullies would surround him, trap him in the hallways of his crummy high school, this felt exactly like that. The men walked towards him, snickering at Max's looks of concern and fear in the night. "You disrespected the wrong clan, kid," said the long-haired man with sunglasses. Max felt his heart begin to race faster. Why was this happening to him? He just wanted to be left alone. Was he going to have to start plotting his routes to and from places to avoid his enemies? Was he going to have to return to the life he'd once lived? Was he going to have to scurry from one place to another like a scared mouse in the night? Max took a deep breath. Time out. He wasn't the same kid as he was 8 months ago. He was an E-rank climber. He had stats that made him stronger than humanity's most elite athletes. So what if they outnumbered him? He had no reason to be scared. "Sayonara," grinned Max, regaining confidence. Max triggered his shadow blink trait, but he didn't disappear. He was standing right where he was. He hadn't disappeared and reappeared. "What the heck is going on? Trying to escape, are you?" laughed the long-haired man, taking another step towards him. "You can't, can you?" They were closing in on Max now. He understood why he couldn't use Shadow Blink, though. One of them was a debuffer. They were keeping him from using his special abilities. If he couldn't use his abilities, that meant he only had one other option. "You're going to regret not letting me go," said Max. Max pulled his hands out of his pockets, gripping his new silver knuckles. Max channeled his mana into the knuckles and through the slits, creating a set of mana claws on either hand. 3 sharp beams of light with a bluish hue emanated from each hand. How is that even possible?" balked one of the goons. Max smirked. The debuffer trait at a lower rank wasn't powerful enough to stop the flow of mana in a climber. It could only stop a trait from initiating. Thankfully, these claws were Max's trait. Max rushed the man with sunglasses. The man lifted up his arms, fearfully, hoping to block the attack. "By the way," yelled Max as he rushed the man. Wearing sunglasses at night is the epitome of douchebaggery. The man leapt back as Max swiped, but he still managed to deal a burning scratch to the man's arms. "Ugh!" screamed the man. "What kind of attack is this?" He turned to the rest of the gang and ordered them to attack Max. "Get him, you fools!" The other goons rushed towards Max, but the boy stretched out his claws and circled the same spot. He was a spinning windmill of destruction. None of them could get close to him. "Use your traits, you idiots!" yelled the sunglasses man, holding onto his wounded arm. Max smirked again. "You gotta love my mimic trait," said Max. He was using the very trait previously used against him. He was now debuffing all the goons around him. They could only fight him physically now without their traits, and he was blocking them from getting even close to him with his mana claws. The goons were a mixture of rage and awe. "What do you call this?" asked Max. Checkmate. Max didn't see how the goons were going to be able to hurt him in the current setup of the battle. "You can't hurt me," said Max. "There's too many of you. Why don't we just call it a night, huh?" Clap, clap. Max turned his head towards the shadows. The clapping sounds got louder until emerging from the forest was Derek, the hidden Viper recruiter. Max gritted his teeth. "Is this your new recruitment strategy?" asked Max. "Attack people in the middle of the night?" "What can I say?" said Derek. "The hidden Vipers wanted to see if we deserved being disrespected by such a lowly climber such as yourself." "Well, based on your actions, you deserve even less respect," said Max. "So why don't you just let me go on my way?" Derek walked around his goons and stood beside the sunglasses man. "Get out of here, you worthless wretch," said Derek to his underling. The man limped away in shame. Derek returned his gaze to Max. "As we were saying," said Derek, "you can go home, you just need to get past me. These guys never give up, do they?" Max wasted no time and rushed the recruiter with his mana claws at the ready. He sliced down right into Derek's head. The way Max saw it, he either severely hurt Derek, which at this point seemed like a perfectly reasonable thing to do, or the recruiter dodged the attack and got out of his way. Neither option happened. Derek raised his arm and held it right up against Max's mana claws, holding back the attack like two swords locked in a clash of wills. Max's attack was hardly doing anything to the man. The recruiter smirked. "You've grown used to the extra power your trait gives you, but these claws are your own, and my endurance stat is far higher than your mana affinity. These claws won't harm me. Want to try something else? Or do you recognize now that you cannot win this fight?" Max kept the pressure of the mana claws on the man's arm. He would keep them locked in this position until he could figure out what he should do next. Things were not looking good, though. It was crazy how quickly the situation had gone from victorious to impossible. The worst part was the smug grin on Derek's face. The arrogant smirk, full of confidence with his own assessment of the fight. Max had to rethink his whole strategy. He wasn't going to be able to fight his way out of here. He had to change tactics. Max powered down his claws. "What do you want?" Max said to Derek. "To punish you for your disrespect," spat the recruiter. "But you originally wanted me to join your clan, didn't you? Disrespectful little wimps have no place in the Hidden Vipers," said Derek. "Well, how about this?" said Max, thinking on his feet. "We pause this fight for now and meet up in 10 days' time. We have a one-on-one fight. Are you challenging me to a duel, you wimp?" spat Derek. "I guess so, yeah," said Max. "What are your terms?" smirked the man. "If I beat you, you leave me alone," said Max. "And if I win, I'll join the Hidden Vipers." The man shook his head. "Unacceptable. The Hidden Vipers will not shame itself in having you join us. If you lose, you will give up being a climber forever." Max's eyebrows leapt at that. Such an agreement was ridiculous. However, he realized he needed to agree to whatever terms necessary to get out of this current losing situation. That said, if Derek was going to bully terrible terms onto him, he might be able to squeeze more out of the recruiter as well. "If I agree to that," said Max, "you must also agree to not just leave me alone if I win, but all the climbers and people of Zestiris alone. No more dodgy recruitment tactics And no more hoarding of low-ranked missions, got it? The man snickered. You dare to negotiate such terms with me? Spat the recruiter. Fine, it doesn't matter seeing that you'll lose. I agree to your terms. You'll meet me at this time at our clan's dojo in 10 days. We'll settle this then. Derek took a step forward and held out his hand. Max did not want to even touch this man or acknowledge him with a handshake, but in the end, he stepped forward and gripped the man's hand and shook. After that, Derek snapped his fingers, and the surrounding goons all turned around and started walking away. Until then, said Derek, giving a menacing wave and heading away himself. Soon Max was standing all alone in the street once more. What had he just gotten himself into? Max returned to his apartment. He closed the door and leaned his head back against the wall. What have I done? He couldn't believe the terms he had just agreed to. Had he really just gambled his future as a climber away? But what else could he have done? Derek might have killed him there and then or injured him to a point where he could never recover. He had done what he had to do to get out of there. Even still, the stress of the situation was beginning to overwhelm him. He slid down to the floor. Part of him wanted to start training right there and then, while another part of him just wanted to get into bed and hope that sleep would make the problem go away. In the end, he sent a text message to Casey about the problem. He figured she was resting from her injuries from their Galrog mission, but she called him 30 seconds after he had messaged her. Max, she said, are you okay? Said Max. I was going to ask you the same thing. Aren't you in the hospital? The healers did their job quickly in the end, said Casey. I'm back home now. But Max, I didn't know you were dealing with the Hidden Viper clan. They're real bad news, trust me. I don't know what to do, said Max. I feel like I'm in over my head now. Stay there, said Casey. I'm coming over. With that, she hung up. 30 minutes later, she was in his living room. So explain to me the terms you agreed to, said Casey, pacing back and forth. Max explained the terms of the duel to her once more. This is bad, she said. Why are you so freaked out? Asked Max. My family, she said. My mom and dad, we're in debt to the Hidden Vipers. Oh, said Max. I didn't realize. Casey had been quite closed off about her family life ever since he'd known her. He knew that she was the only climber in her family and that her parents owned a stationery shop, but that was it. Max had always assumed she didn't talk about her home because the other climber kids growing up had ostracized her for being a fake vein, a climber born from non-climber parents. Isn't this a good thing, though? Said Max. If I win the fight, they'll leave your family alone, right? Casey shook her head. Do you really think they'll keep their word if they win? I dunno, said Max. They seem really obsessed with honor, shame, and respect. That's just bullshit they say to have an excuse to harm people weaker than them, Casey explained. If you beat them, they won't stop, and yet, if you lose, they'll make sure you hold your end of the bargain. Making any deals with the Hidden Vipers is the same as making a deal with the devil. A pit formed in Max's stomach. The situation felt like it was getting worse and worse by the minute. They'll probably use the duel as an excuse to collect some of their debts earlier too, sighed Casey. What will that mean for your family? Asked Max. Nothing good, sighed Casey. I've seen firsthand what they do to those who can't pay their debts. When Casey was 8 years old, before she even knew she had a trait and would live life as a climber, she would sometimes help out her mom at the cash register. Her job was to greet the customers. Hello, thank you, goodbye. Your sweet face means they'll come back again, smiled Casey's mother. Casey's joyous smile beamed out. She liked helping her parents. One day she'd run this shop, and so she felt good to be working there now. Casey's father laughed from across the shop as he swept the floor. You spoil her with your compliments, laughed the man. I can't help it if the truth is complimentary, the mother said back to the father. The father was about to say something in retort when the tinkle of the door opening echoed across the shop. A customer had entered, but the mood was a different tenor than normal. Casey felt it straight away, a frostiness in the air. Casey's parents didn't respond to the man with the warm greeting they usually gave to new customers. Their shoulders straightened, and they looked at the man with concern. The man was bald and wore a leather jacket. "Hello, Derek," said her father calmly. "I thought collection day wasn't until Tuesday morning." That was why Casey didn't recognize the man. She was at school on Tuesday mornings. "Yes, but you're behind on what you owe us," said the man. "So since you broke the arrangement first, we'll come collect from whenever we see fit. But you've increased our interest since the last time we were unable to pay," said the man. "And now you come even sooner. There's no way for us to ever pay you back under these terms." The man strode up to Casey's father and punched him in the gut. "Daddy," Casey cried. The father dropped his broom and fell to the floor. He coughed blood out onto the floor. "That's right, commoner," said Derek. "I could kill you with a single punch if I wanted. Keep that in mind next time you tell me you can't pay the money back, got it?" The father squirmed on the ground. Derek kicked the man in the ribs. "Got it? Leave my daddy alone," screamed Casey. Suddenly a hand was covering her mouth. It was her mother. "It's okay, Casey," said the father, getting onto his knees. He looked to the man. "I understand, Derek. We'll get you the money." "That's right," smirked Derek. "Teach your daughter some better manners. She shouldn't yell at those superior to her." With that, the man walked out of the shop. But Derek's visit that day haunted Casey's family ever since. Casey wiped a tear from her eye after sharing her story. "That's why when I became a climber," said Casey, "it felt like a gift from the heavens. A climber could earn enough to get my family out of debt from the hidden vipers and break the cycle. It's why I've not spent any of my earnings on new equipment. Beyond the occasional meal and crêpe, every cent I earn goes towards my family." "I disliked Derek before this," said Max. "But now I really hate that bastard for what he did to you and your family." Casey looked at him sternly. "You need to be careful, Max," said Casey. "The hidden vipers are not going to play fair." After hearing Casey's story, though, Max was no longer worried. A plan was starting to form in his head, and he felt more determined than ever. He was going to show those jerks up and make sure they never messed with him or his friends again. The next day, Max began to work on his plan to prepare himself for his duel with Derek. He had 10 days to train and get himself strong enough to beat Derek. His first stop was the Climbers Guild Hall. That morning, he went straight up to the clerk and asked to see the binder of unregistered missions. Flipping through the available missions left him with a strong feeling of disappointment. All of the unregistered missions were too time-consuming and too far up in the tower. Max's original hope of reaching D rank before the duel was looking less and less likely. Max didn't let himself wallow, though. There was no time for that. If he couldn't hit D rank before the duel, the next best thing would be to raise all of his other stats. But what would be the best way to train all of his stats at once? "Will you be accepting any of these missions?" asked the clerk. Max shook his head and grinned. "No, I have another plan now." Max left the guild hall and prepared his new training strategy. 2 sailors were drinking beer at the marina near the Floor 6 arrival teleporter. It was another day in the life of a Floor 6 seaman. They sipped on their beers and leaned their arms on the deck of their ship and stared out at the endless water ahead of them. "Oi, look over there," said one of them. The other sailor turned in the direction his fellow seafarer was looking in, and they saw a young man march onto the beach. The young man had red hair and walked with a determined gait. "What's that lad up to?" said one of them. "Doesn't he see all the ships over here?" But the red-haired boy didn't come in the direction of the ships, but headed straight for the ocean. When the boy got close to the shore, he removed all of his clothes except for his boxers. He put all his clothes away in his magical climber pouch. "Blimey, is he going for a swim?" The boy swam out into the ocean. He kept going further and further out until he was only a speck. "Ah, he'll come back," said the sailors. "Just watch." "He'll bloody die if he doesn't," said the other. The boy never came back, and the sailors just shrugged. Guess he's at the bottom of the sea then. There wasn't a nearby island for miles, but Max knew that before he even dove into the ocean. He swam for hours until he reached the nearest island to the one he'd had started on. He almost collapsed when he landed on the beach of the new island. Swimming had always been a favorite activity of his growing up. When he'd been confined to a wheelchair, swimming was the one form of exercise he could do with the strength of his arms. Yeah, it was tough without being able to use his legs to kick, but it still felt nice to be able to move around. Whenever he swam, for a brief moment anyone watching would think he was just another normal, able-bodied kid. He also knew that swimming was the best form of exercise because it worked out so many different parts of your body at once. That was what Max was counting on as he laid on the beach of the island he had just swam to. As soon as he caught his breath, he checked his stats. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, E-trait unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain one ability you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, Rare Strength, 26 Agility, 24 Endurance, 23 Mana Affinity, 27 Passive Skills, Kokoro Warrior Spirit. Max grinned at the sight of his profile. All three of his physical stats had gone up by 1 point. His plan had worked. He had made a photocopy of the map of Floor 6 from the library, and he'd tracked a course of the islands. He'd swim a giant circle across the floor over the course of the next 10 days. It was the most efficient way to raise his stats. It was also an incredible feat. He could look in the mirror and see how much stronger he looked, but to swim the length he just defied normal human ability. Lying on the beach, he could really appreciate just how much he'd progressed and grown as a climber already. He set up camp on the beach that night, hunted wild game with the help of an ogre's special ability he borrowed with his trait. He cooked the meat over a fire. When he was well rested the next morning, he set off on the lengthy swim to the next island. It was a similar distance between the two islands, and it felt like an easier accomplishment that second day than it did the first. A week later, the two sailors were sitting on deck, drinking beer and staring out to sea. They did a lot of staring out to the sea these days. Their captain had gone down to Zesteris for supplies and a long break, and they'd been left to look after the ship while he was gone. The speck of some kind of creature emerged far in the distance. "Is that a sunshine seal?" asked one of them. "I don't think so," said the other. They don't normally swim so close to shore. They both idly watched the creature get closer and closer until they began to recognize the red-haired boy they'd seen dive into the sea more than a week ago. "It couldn't be," said one of them. "I think it might be," said the other. "I thought for sure he was dead." "Drowned and lost forever. Me too," said the sailor. And yet, agreed the other man. They had sailed all over this floor and seen all kinds of majestic things, but the sight of the young boy swimming out to sea and swimming back 7 days later would rank at the top of things they witnessed that they once thought were impossible turned into reality. After his 7 days of swimming across the archipelagos, Max's stats had risen significantly. He looked over his profile once more when he returned to his apartment after his week of training. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, E-trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain one ability you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, Rare Strength, 30 Agility, 28 Endurance, 26 Mana Affinity, 27 Passive Skills, Kokoro Warrior Spirit. He grinned. His strength stat had grown by 5 points, meaning it was 1 point away from being D-rank level strength. That was sure to make a difference with his duel with Derek in 2 days' time. For the next 2 days, he planned on making specific preparations for the duel that went beyond simply training his stats. Contingency plans for if the hidden vipers didn't play fair. The day of the duel arrived. Max turned up at the Hidden Viper dojo just after dusk. The Hidden Viper clan's central headquarters was a large pagoda surrounded by a few acres of woodland, protected by a large stone wall. He stepped through the gates that led to the tall building that was the Hidden Viper's dojo. Derek was waiting for Max at the foot of the pagoda. There were a group of Hidden Viper members standing at attention behind him. Derek smirked as Max approached. "So you actually showed up," said the man. "I seriously thought you'd run away." Max expected the man to deliver insufferable trash talk and had decided beforehand to not rise to the bait. "Cool," he said. "Well, I'm here, so are we going to duel or what?" The man snickered. "Immediately down to business, eh? Fair enough. I presume you don't mind my underlings here as our witness?" "Fine by me," said Max. A large vein stretched on Derek's neck, annoyed by how cavalier Max was behaving. The man removed his leather jacket and tossed it over to one of his underlings to hold onto. Max could tell the man was strong even before he took the jacket off, but it was impressive to see his bulging muscles and arms without any clothing to conceal them. He had tattoos of a serpent running down each of his arms. He took on a fighting stance. "Are you ready to begin?" Max took a fighting stance as well. "Let's do this." Max rushed the man, unsheathing his mana claws as he ran. "I thought we went through this trick already," snickered Derek. The man raised his hands to block Max's attack. Max continued forth anyway. The mana claws stabbed into Derek's palms. Max kept charging him, his claws getting smaller and smaller as he pushed forward. Unfortunately, the mana claws were not burning through Derek's skin and flesh at all. Clasp. Derek's fists wrapped around Max's two fists. "I told you," said Derek. "With my higher stats, your claws are useless against me, and look at what you've done now. You've let me trap you." An uneasy feeling filled Max's stomach. A strange bubbling sound emerged from Derek's chest as limbs began to sprout out from either side of him. What the heck? Suddenly, Derek had two more muscular arms on either side of him. This must be his trait. "Your trait may be unique," said Derek. "But very few people in this world can do what I can do." His new fists began to glow with mana. Max tried to pull himself away, but Derek gripped his fists and locked him in place. He was trapped. Derek threw out a punch and let Max go at the last second so that his punch sent Max hurling across the courtyard. Max's body flew and then slammed against the ground. His whole body ached with pain. He trembled and shivered as he tried to get back up to his feet. Derek slowly walked towards him. "You're alive," he said. "I wanted to kill you with that punch." Max had figured Derek might pull a dirty trick like that and had channeled his mana to his chest to help soften the powerful blow that was about to hit him. That quick-second decision may have just saved his life. "That was quite a stupid opening move," said Derek. "You rushed straight forward into an opponent you didn't have full information on." Part of what Derek said was true, but Max had done it as a calculated risk. The first part of his strategy was finding out Derek's trait, and now he could continue the battle knowing what he was up against. Derek was too pleased with the fact that he delivered a powerful blow on Max to recognize what he just lost in that exchange. But Max realized the man had a lot to be confident about. He had a powerful trait, a higher rank, and now two extra fists to fight with. Plus, there was the frustrating fact that Max's claws were ineffective against him. Or were they? Max was on his feet and readying his arms to trade blows with the four-armed juggernaut. The man laughed. "There's the face of someone who's piecing together that he's lost the match. What are you going to do next?" "My recommendation would be to give up now before I really punish you." Max didn't reply. He didn't come here to trash talk. His whole life, his whole future as a climber depended on the actions he made in the next minute. Max triggered Shadow Blink. Derek swerved around to face him again. "You've tried this trick already," spat Derek. "Fight me for real or give up." Max reappeared with his back facing Derek. He turned around to face his opponent once more. Max powered up his mana claws and rushed to attack. This again, Derek scowled. You're like a dog that doesn't give up. Max threw out his mana claws towards Derek, who caught them with his hands. How many times do I have to tell you, Arg? The man let go of Max's mana claws. They were now hurting the man. Derek looked at Max in shock. How did you? Max threw his mana claws into Derek's stomach. The claws ripped through his clothing and burned into his chest like a hot fire poker. Max pummeled into the man again and again until Derek lay defeated on the ground below him. Coughing up blood, Derek looked up at him. How? Max grinned. I'm not punching with my normal fists. Max squirmed and then revealed from inside his t-shirt 2 more arms attached to his body. Impossible, gasped Derek, lying on the ground. His whole body was aching. His skin was burned and scarred from the mana wounds. Derek had been planning on killing and torturing this little brat. Now the pipsqueak had bested him. Worse, the boy had made him look like a fool in front of his subordinates. How had he done it? It must have been when the boy used Shadow Blink. Right at that same moment, the boy had also triggered Derek's trait as well. When the boy reappeared, he quickly hid his own arms so that Derek wouldn't see them and equipped his special knuckles to his new hands. Then he launched the attack. It was successful because Derek hadn't seen it coming. By equipping the silver knuckles onto the extra hands generated by Derek's trait, the boy was able to create mana claws of a significantly higher power and mana affinity to his normal amount. So significantly stronger, Derek's own strengthened endurance was not enough to withstand the attacks. The boy's trait doubled the power of the ability he copied, so the mana claws summoned through the extra arms were of a much superior strength. Had Derek known the boy had triggered his own trait, he would have approached Max's attack very differently. The young climber had known that and planned accordingly, and that was only after learning what Derek's trait had been only a few moments before. It was an incredible display of improvised battle strategy and tactics, far beyond the scope of what most newly graduated E-rank climbers were capable of. This kid was in a league of his own. Derek thought all of this amidst the pain and anger coursing through him, but even in defeat in a normal duel, the recruiter was prepared to have his way. Derek looked up at the boy from his defeated position on the ground. You really think we'd let you beat me and get away? Snickered the recruiter. For someone so clever, you really are a fool. A group of D-rank climbers emerged all around them. All of Derek's underlings that had been watching the fight took on battle positions. More members of the Hidden Viper clan emerged all around him. Derek got back onto his feet, limping slightly, but smiling at Max with the same smug, arrogant grin he always had. It's over, said Derek. As soon as you messed with the Hidden Vipers, it was over for you. You've been living on borrowed time. Max hated the arrogant look on Derek's face. He wanted to ask the man what exactly made him so sure that they had bested him, but he knew that wasn't part of the plan. When it came to winning fights, surprise always trumped ego-stroking trash talk. That was why Max didn't reply to Derek and simply shouted at the top of his lungs, Casey. Now the shadow of a large paper crane flickered over the night sky. The wind swished and whooshed in different directions, and a figure fell gracefully from the air until she landed with poise and balance beside Max. Derek laughed in their faces. Was this your backup plan? Laughed the man. The little girl whose father I beat up for fun. I guess there's something about the Everton family that just likes to be humiliated. I'm going to enjoy pushing my boot down on your little head and squishing it into the ground, just like I did to your father time and time again. I wonder if you will cry and whimper like your little bitch of a father. Derek and the others rushed towards them, and Casey screamed with rage as she unleashed a massive air blast in all directions. The members of the Hidden Vipers were all pushed back. The weaker members were sent hurling to the ground. Casey watched the hidden vipers fall to the ground from her air blast and yelled, "That's for messing with my family all these years." The hidden vipers got up off the ground, unperturbed by Casey's show of force. They all began to pull out strange pills from their pockets. One by one, each member swallowed a pill. "Really?" said Max. "Performance-enhancing drugs." Derek pulled out his own pill and swallowed it down. "In your dreams, punk," said the man. Suddenly, all the members of the Hidden Vipers began to mutate and change shape. Their skin turned into a dark metallic gray. Their muscles bulged and their eyes sharpened and began to glow red. "What is happening to them?" said Casey, looking around fearfully. Max wasn't sure himself. He had never seen anything like this before. The members of Hidden Vipers had transformed into demons. Max powered up his claws. "There's one thing left to do," he said. "Fight." Max's shadow blinked into the group of demons and powered up his claws, still utilizing the extra power from Derek's trait. He spun around, and with his 6 powerful beams of mana outstretched, he ripped through the horde of demons. They collapsed on the ground in defeat. "Sending more your way," shouted Casey as she whipped up more air blasts and hurled the demonic monsters towards Max, as if she was sending them into a meat grinder. If the Hidden Vipers were going to turn themselves into bloodthirsty flesh-eating demons, Max and Casey would have to fight them as if they were bloodthirsty flesh-eating demons. That meant only one thing: no holding back. Max kept channeling mana into the slits of his silver knuckles, keeping his mana claws powered up. His arms throbbed and tensed as he sent more and more of his mana into the claws. He winced as he swiped the claws through the horde of the demon monsters. With the help of Derek's trait, his mana claws were at double the power, and so his claws ripped through the flesh of the demons. The Hidden Viper's courtyard turned into a butcher's work table with demon guts strewn all across the ground. Max panted as he took in the sight of the fallen demons. Only one remained. This demon had stayed back and observed the fight. This demon stood taller and stronger than the others. This demon, even in its monstrous form, had an arrogant look on its face. For this demon was Derek. Demon Derek rushed Max. The man's demon form had giant hands and claws like that of a huge monstrous beast, the sharp nails of the kind of creature only found in the tower. Max rushed and met the monster head-on. Their claws met in a mighty clash. Max's mana claws locked into the man's demonic hands. The two forces wrestled with each other. The man began to wince in pain, but it wasn't all from Max's attack. Hundreds of small paper cranes also stabbed into the creature's back. Casey's trait and stats weren't powerful enough to severely wound Derek in one single blow, but one paper cut became much more powerful in the company of hundreds of others. The extra pain Derek was enduring gave Max the opportunity to push the monster's arm down with his claws. Max then got a full swipe and left 3 large gashes in the demon's chest. The monster stumbled backwards and fell to the ground. The demon's gray skin began to turn a peachy beige as the body transformed back into Derek's normal one. The gashes remained on the man's stomach. Max stood over him, holding out his arm, his claws outstretched so that they were only an inch away from stabbing through the despicable man's neck. "I don't understand," gasped Derek on the ground, blood coating his teeth. "It was like you were one step ahead of us the entire time." "How did you know what we were planning to do?" Casey walked over to Derek's jacket that he'd thrown aside at the beginning of the fight and threw it over to Max. Max caught the jacket with one hand while still keeping his claws in a kill position. With one hand, he reached into the arm of Derek's sleeve. The same arm that held the hand Max had shook in agreeing to this duel. He pulled out a tiny device. "Remember this?" said Max, holding up the very same mana bug that had been planted in his apartment a few weeks back. Derek gasped, and his eyes bulged in surprise. "How did you?" "I took it to people I trust and had it rewired so it could listen in on the secret meetings of the Hidden Vipers," said Max. You guys are finished. You insolent. The man's words were cut off by the sounds of boots marching on the ground. Standing in her green leather jacket, with a whole regiment of police climbers behind her, was the climber president, Sakura Sato. We'll take it from here, she said. Max looked over his shoulder. Took you long enough. Sorry, said Sakura. We were listening closely to the Mana bug recording. You did good, Max. This will be enough to put the Zestiris chapter of the Hidden Viper clan behind bars. Other floors have been notified of their illegal actions here in Zestiris, and the associated branches are now under much closer scrutiny than they ever have been before. Derek snickered on the ground manically. He held his stomach like his laughter was hurting him, which was probably true given the 3 large bloody gashes torn across the middle of his chest. You foolish little worms, said the man. You keep thinking you've bested us. The Hidden Viper clan only grows in power the further up the tower you go, and you've now made an enemy of us all, including our allies. Max still stood over the man, claws inches from the man's neck. What are you talking about? Max demanded. The recruiter just laughed and shook his head, and before Max realized what the man was doing, he swallowed another pill. Within seconds, the man's skin cracked and he dissolved into a black shadow. Max stared at the vanishing blackness in horror. He'd seen this very event once before. The assassin who had come to kill him when he first moved to the tower zone did the exact same thing, but there was one difference. One small detail was left behind. Max bent down and picked it up. Was this some kind of sign, some kind of mark of allegiance? Between his thumb and index finger, Max held a lone black feather that Derek's dissolved body had left behind. A warm hand pressed against Max's shoulder. You've done all you can, said Sakura. Good work. You too, Casey. It's time for you two to go and rest. As I said before, we'll take it from here. The police climbers were rolling out caution tape and investigating the remains of the courtyard battle. Max still held the strange black feather in his hand. Sakura looked at it. If you could leave that with me, she said. The police climbers will want to look into it. Do you know what it means? Asked Max. Sakura paused. No, she said, but Max didn't believe her. At that moment, though, he was less concerned about what information Sakura might be holding back from him, and more perplexed by the similarity between the deaths of the assassin from so many months ago and Derek's. Max handed over the feather and then clutched her wrist to grab her attention. I'm going to swing by your apartment on my way home, said Max. I think I might have left something there. Sakura looked at him quizzically. She had no reason to say no to this, and she clearly wanted Casey and him to leave the carnage-filled scene, despite the fact that Casey and Max had caused most of the said carnage. So in reply to Max, she simply nodded her head and said, That's fine. Max and Casey walked away from the scene. For a good 10 minutes, neither of them spoke. Toto snored softly, resting in Casey's pocket. Eventually, Max broke the silence. How are you feeling? I feel weirdly relieved, but slightly drained from that relief as well, said Casey. Does that make sense? Sort of, said Max, scratching the back of his head. I mean, said Casey, catching his lack of understanding and trying to explain it further, the Hidden Viper clan has just been defeated. The remaining members are under arrest. The chapter of this clan will be disbanded. My family's debts will be gone. We won't have to live under their tyranny any longer. That's good, isn't it? Smiled Max. It is, said Casey. I guess I'm not sure what to do now, though. All of my goals as a climber involved gaining riches and treasure to help my family escape the debt of the Hidden Vipers. What will I do now? Max thought about that. He tried to imagine what he would do once completing his goal of finding his lost sister, Elle. It was true. He wasn't sure what he would do. Would he keep climbing up the tower? Would he settle down? It was hard to fathom, and he didn't really like the thought experiment. He knew that finding his sister wasn't going to be easy, and he felt like he was cheating himself, even daydreaming about what he might do afterwards. The uneasy feeling was enough to make Max understand the strange emotions Casey must be feeling herself right then and there. But, Casey scratched her chin, I became a climber to help my family. It's not like they've disappeared along with the hidden vipers. I could keep acquiring more wealth for them, and then Mom and Dad could open up even more shops. Maybe even on other floors too. I wonder if those other floors have stationery shops. They certainly need stationery. Everybody does. Casey's eyes were practically glowing with dollar signs on them. Can you imagine the riches, Max? We're talking about multiple untapped markets here. It could be enough to expand into other businesses too, like a creperie and a bakery. Ooh. What about a hybrid store, a LitRPG? At this point, Casey had been ranting manically for most of the walk home. He stood at the corner of her street, and before he could wish her good night, she was in his arms, bear hugging him. Thank you, Max, she whispered into his ear. Let me help you achieve your goals next. Just tell me when and where, and I'll be there. She then planted a kiss on his cheek and started to walk away. She turned back to him once more, winked, and said, LitRPG, think about it. After saying goodbye to Casey, Max bolted across the city, straight for Sakura's apartment. His heart raced the entire way there. He was out of breath as he rushed up the stairs, too impatient to wait for the elevator. He unlocked the door and rushed right to the spot. He stood in the middle of the room he had occupied when he had been living there. There was only one difference between Derek's suicide and the assassin's: a single black feather. Max tore the bed apart, removing the blankets and the sheets, but then he stopped. No, he slept in the bed countless times afterwards. He would have noticed a foreign object prickling him in the night. He had to think back to that night. That night, a mysterious man snuck into his bedroom and tried to kill him. It was a painful memory, but Max couldn't hide from it. He had to retrace his steps. He walked back to the corner of the room. The man had crept into his bedroom while Max had been hiding in the corner. He had Sakura's slice ability on hand to hurt anyone who came into contact with him. After the man had tried to stab the bed where he thought Max was sleeping, Max wasted no time, triggering Slice to defend himself. The man collapsed to the ground beside the bed. Max walked slowly but anxiously to the space beside his bed. Max had demanded who the man was. Who did he work for? What did he want? The man pulled out a pill and disintegrated into shadow. The room had been dark at the time, Max remembered. He had been in shock from the attack. He hadn't done a crime scene investigation of his room that night. Immediately after the incident, he went to the living room, turned on the lights, and sat on the sofa until Sakura returned. Had there been something he had missed back then? Something he hadn't known to look for? There was nothing on the floor beside the bed, so Max crouched down and peered beneath the mattress frame. There were dust balls and random chocolate bar wrappers that had ended up under there. Max thought he saw something. He swept his arm across the underside of the bed, sweeping as much dirt and debris onto the floor beside the bed as possible. It would be easier to look through all the junk and debris that was under there. Max looked at what he'd swept out, and his heart began to beat faster. Between the candy wrappers and dust balls was a single black feather. It was crumpled and frail now after spending months underneath his bed, but there was no denying it. It was the same black feather he'd seen earlier tonight. What was it? What did it symbolize? Max wasn't sure what it was exactly, but to him, it led to only one conclusion. This black feather linked Samuel Archer's coup attempt to the hidden vipers. Derek's last words echoed through Max's head. The sick laughter of the defeated man made him shudder. You've made an enemy of the hidden vipers and all of our allies. Those had been Derek's final words. Was it possible then that the hidden vipers and Samuel Archer had been working for the same group? Could there be an organization that's been pulling the strings this entire time, that's been purposely trying to engineer chaos in Zestiris? Max trembled. He wasn't sure what bothered him more, to know that such an organization existed, or the fact that he knew nothing else about them. Max considered waiting for Sakura to get home, but knew she generally kept weird work hours these days, and he could end up sitting around in her apartment for hours. He wasn't sure what to do with the black feather he found, though. At first he thought he might leave it on her kitchen table with a note, but then he remembered how unobservant she was about things laying about the apartment. He didn't really want to hold onto it either. It felt like evidence that needed to be shared, but part of him really didn't want to go back to the Hidden Vipers dojo. He hoped he never had to step into that courtyard ever again. In the end, he decided to seal the black feather in an envelope and leave it with Sakura's assistant at the Climbers Guild. Just tell her Max came by and said he found this under his old bed. The assistant gave him a quizzical, "Are you seriously asking me to doth this?" look, and Max replied with a "Yes, I freaking am asking you to doth that" nod. With that, he returned to his own apartment to finally get some well-earned rest. Later that night, Sakura returned to her office. Her assistant was still at her desk working. "I thought I told you to go home," said Sakura. Her assistant yawned and said, "The job of the climber president is never done, and so neither is mine." Sakura laughed. "You work too much, you know that." "That's priceless coming from you," said the assistant. In fact, such a delusion is the exact kind of response one would expect from someone who does work too much. Sakura laughed and just shook her head. "Well, I was just stopping by for a minute," said Sakura. "Then I'm going to go home and rest. I suggest you do the same." "Of course," said the assistant. "By the way, your old roommate came by. Left you this," said he found it under his old bed. The assistant handed Sakura a white envelope. Sakura raised her eyebrows and stepped into her office and closed the door behind her. "What's this? Did this have something to do with what Max had said at the Hidden Vipers dojo, that he had forgotten something at the apartment?" She opened up the envelope and peered inside. Her heart thumped against her chest when she saw the envelope's contents. So her suspicions were true. Damn, what should she do next? Whatever she did, she would have to tread very carefully. She pulled out her phone and sent 2 text messages to 2 different climbers. Everything she did in pursuit of her suspicions now required the utmost diplomatic care. The message was the same in each one. Innocent, nothing out of the ordinary to anyone who might try and intercept it, but hopefully the recipient would be able to figure out the severity of the situation. "Come over for dinner after the monster wave." "I'll cook, Sakura." The next evening was the May monster wave. Max and Casey met up beforehand and headed to the guild hall together. "So after tonight we set off for floor 10, yeah?" said Casey. "That's right," said Max. But Max wasn't sure if he should tell Casey about the weird text Sakura had sent him. It was the only thing he had heard from her since he passed on the envelope with the single black feather inside. Her response was odd. She had invited him over for dinner and offered to cook. She had never once done such a thing in the entire time he knew her. There was something very off about it. "Okay, I need to get this off my chest," said Casey, before Max could come to a decision on telling her about Sakura. "I got a really weird text message from Sakura last night." Max breathed out a sigh of relief. "Oh good," he said. "I got one too. I wasn't sure whether to share or not." "Was it about coming over for dinner?" "Yeah, and she's going to cook," said Casey, making a funny face with her eyebrows. "While I'd always want Sakura to have my back in a fight, I'm not sure if that transfers over to culinary skills." "Trust me," said Max, "it doesn't. In fact, we should pick up the ingredients for bacon and egg ramen before we head over there." "Sounds good," said Casey. "We can focus on all of that after the monster wave." In fact, it was hard not to focus on the monster wave. All the streets were empty as citizens of the Tower Zone hid within their homes, protected by defensive mana wards. The closer they got to the center of the city, armed squads of climbers occupied more and more corners. This was Max and Casey's second official monster wave as tower climbers, and already it had become old hat to them. Max and Casey walked over to a group of random climbers who looked like they were just loitering around. These climbers were known as sweepers. They weren't a part of any official regiment, and like Casey and Max, they were simply expected to help out and take out any excess monsters they came across. 60 seconds, one climber bellowed. Lights and signals went off at the top of a skyscraper. A flare shot out into the sky. "Okay," said a nearby sweeper. "It looks like we're going to start soon, just a matter of seconds now." Then, all over the city was a burst of black wispy smoke, followed by a horde of monsters materializing all across the streets and skies above. It happened in seconds. First, the city looked like it was preparing for an organized and tidy military parade, and then it became a hellscape. The monster wave had begun. All across the city, from main streets to back alleys to rooftops, there were suddenly monsters, the kind of creatures that in his younger days, Max would have only thought existed within nightmares. Max scanned the new battlefield, looking for where he could help out. Fireballs and energy blasts flew across the thoroughfare as monsters screamed and roared and rushed the different squads in defiance. "Take out that trio of harpies," shouted one nearby squad leader. His whole squad turned their attention and stretched out their arms. Max tried to keep up, but he wasn't sure what to do when the squad seemed so unified already. He was worried anything he added might screw up their dynamic. He noticed Casey's face, struggling with this frustrating and awkward battle tension. Then right in front of them, a whole horde of shard-like energy beams appeared, surrounding the trio of harpies. The collective attack shot forward into the demonic flying creatures. The attack hissed and burned through the harpies' skin and flesh. "Holy crap," said Max. How many slice skills was that? The whole unit seemed to be made up of slicers. Slice was the most common offensive ability a climber could unlock. At E rank it was not that powerful, though as Sakura had shown, getting the skill to B rank would unlock a truly terrifyingly powerful attack. Even with their weak ability, as a collective they were able to deal a devastating attack to the harpies. The harpies hissed and screamed as the attack burned them alive. They fell to the ground in a pile of burnt husks. "Good work, team," said the squad leader. "You two protect either side of us from any monsters that try to approach us, while we focus our collective attacks elsewhere. Got it?" Max and Casey nodded. "Got it." Max and Casey moved to either side of their temporary team. The squad of slicers rushed a group of rock golems, while Casey and Max defended either side of the squad. Casey air blasted a group of feisty E-rank forest boars into a building, their bodies smashing against the wall and defensive ward. The attack was strong enough that they dematerialized into monster cores. "Nice," said Max, shredding through another wave of harpies with his mana claws. The squad of slicers was looking at both Max and Casey with expressions of awe on their face. "You two are only E-rank, you betcha," shouted Casey, knocking back a duo of rock golems coming their way with a powerful gust of wind. A huge explosion went off in the distance. "Did I hear that right?" Max thought to himself, swerving his head. A bunch of different squad leaders were speaking across walkie-talkies. Suddenly, an announcement came across giant speakers situated across the city. "Alert! Monsters have breached the Outer Rim. All climbers currently unoccupied head to the Outer Rim." The message continued to repeat on a loop for another minute. Holy crap! The Outer Rim was under attack. How was that even possible? "We need to get over there," said Max, looking to Casey. "Hear you loud and clear," she said, materializing her large paper crane from her climber's pouch. "Hop on, let's go." Casey flew the paper crane across the city towards the wall that separated the tower zone and the Outer Rim. "Holy crap," said Max, peering over Casey's shoulder. Just beyond the wall was a giant Cyclops monster. It was like an oversized baby with one beady black eye rolling around. It then opened its mouth to scream, but it didn't let out a wail. Instead, a burst of fire came out of its mouth, and it sprayed the nearby area in flames. "Are you freaking kidding me?" said Casey. Since when did Cyclops gain the ability to breathe fire? Maybe there was a boy dragon who fell in love with a girl Cyclops. That sounds traumatic. Please stop talking, she said. We're getting close. Black smoke and explosions emanated from beyond the wall. They landed in the Outer Rim to find a group of climbers already there. Some were helping Outer Rim civilians escape the danger, while others had begun fighting the Cyclops, sending low-ranked projectiles into the monster. They were mainly trying to draw the monster's attention onto them so it would stop attacking the innocent citizens. This is bad, thought Max, looking around. Buildings were on fire. People were screaming all around them. The Outer Rim didn't have the same defensive infrastructure for a monster wave in the same way that the Tower Zone did. Max and Casey ran over to a burning building where an old woman was stuck between some broken, burnt wood. Max tore the log with his claws and Casey helped her up and carried her to a safe zone where other climbers were bringing endangered Outer Rim civilians. Calling all waterbringers to beyond the wall of the Tower Zone, shouted a climber squad leader nearby. Already here, shouted a recognizable voice. Max looked up and standing on the wall was Sakura with a row of climbers behind her. Waterbringers, she shouted, douse these flames. A giant spray of water flew across the battle and diminished the flames caused by the giant Cyclops. Sakura then leapt down from high up on the wall and landed on the streets of the Outer Rim. Next she ran with such speed, it looked like she'd teleported to right in front of the Cyclops. She then created her slice attack and jumped upward, the energy beam slicing the Cyclops in half. Blood and guts burst across the air and rained down on the city block below. Seconds later, it all disappeared as the Cyclops' remains dematerialized into a ruby monster core. Sakura snatched the fallen monster core and then peered around the chaos in the Outer Rim. Max felt relieved seeing that there were no more monsters to deal with on this side of the wall, but the screaming hadn't stopped. All the climbers looked around at the screaming and crying citizens of the Outer Rim. An uncomfortable thought filled Max. They are just as afraid of us as they were of the monster that had just appeared before them. Sakura was back in her office at the Climbers Guild about 2 hours after the worst monster wave Zestiris had ever seen. I understand, said Sakura on the phone to the mayor of the Outer Rim. The man was absolutely furious and was berating her for the entirety of the phone call. She couldn't blame him either. This was never supposed to have happened, and it had on her watch. I thought we followed all these rules because you freaks were protecting us, said the mayor. How did that thing end up getting from your side onto ours? Well, that's the thing, Mr. Mayor, said Sakura. The monster didn't start on our side. He spawned in the Outer Rim. I don't care how it happened, spat the mayor on the other end. Just that it did, and that my people are more terrified than ever. Angry too. You know we've been dealing with riots here on our end. The people are asking questions, getting fed up with these rules. Oh man, this is just what I needed. I'm up for re-election in a couple of months, you know. Sakura tried to placate the mayor as much as she could. She didn't have a strong answer for why after decades of the monster wave never going as far as the Outer Rim, suddenly, after the events of this evening, things had changed. She was in the dark on this one just as much as him. When she finally got off the phone, she pulled out her cupboard and picked out a pack of painkillers. She swallowed the pills down to relieve the pounding headache in her forehead. The last words she said to the mayor weighed on her. I promise I'll find out how this happened and make sure it doesn't happen again. Max and Casey had been sitting in Sakura's apartment for almost 3 hours until the climber president stepped through the door. They both stood up off the couch at attention when she entered. Is everything okay, climber president? Asked Casey. Please, Casey, call me Sakura, she said. And well, things are a bit chaotic right now, that's for sure. Is there anything we can do to help? Asked Max. Sakura shook her head. With this matter, no, she said. That's because I need you two to deal with something even more important. Please sit down. Sakura walked to the kitchen and turned on the electric kettle and got 3 mugs out. "I'm sorry to have kept you two waiting," said Sakura, as she fished out a box of chamomile tea in a kitchen cupboard. "What's going on, Sakura?" asked Max. "Why are we meeting like this? Why all the secrecy?" Sakura didn't speak again until she'd poured them 3 mugs of tea. She brought the 2 mugs out for Casey and Max and then went back to retrieve her own. She then sat down on a sofa chair across from the 2 young climbers. "So when you defeated Derek of the Hidden Vipers, he left behind a black feather, as did the assassin who attacked you many months before as well. Do you know what that black feather symbolizes?" Both Max and Casey shook their heads. "The black feather is the mark of a very evil organization of Interfloor Tower terrorists known as the Fallen Angels." "Tower terrorists?" Casey said, as Toto took a sip out of her mug and squealed in pain as it burnt its mouth. "That's correct," said Sakura. "Not much is known about them, but we've been made aware of some of their activity from the other active guilds and races higher up in the tower." "Are we going to notify those other races about this attack by them down here?" said Max. Sakura shook her head. "Not yet," she said. "The situation is more complicated than that. Now that we can link the Fallen Angels to both Samuel Archer and the Hidden Vipers, we can see the group is trying to sow discord on the lower floors. I'm still not sure why exactly or what their end goal is, except that they wish to create chaos and destruction. That's why contacting the other guilds higher up might create more hysteria than we wish. It could be playing right into the organization's hands." "So what are we going to do?" asked Casey. "There's been a very peculiar lack of information coming out of Floor 10 at the moment, which makes me worried that the Fallen Angels have been trying to reap a similar kind of destruction in Alestria just as they did here in Zestiris. We have to warn them then," said Max. Sakura sighed. "They haven't been communicating with us for the last few months. That's where you two come in." Max and Casey blinked at Sakura. Is she being serious? Max thought to himself. "But Casey and we're just 2 E-rank climbers," said Max. "Aren't we a little low-ranked to be dealing with interfloor tower politics of this magnitude?" "Yes and no," said Sakura. "Yeah, I wouldn't normally assign such a sensitive mission to E-rank climbers. However, the current situation warrants it. We need climbers to investigate what's happening on Floor 10. If we send high-ranked climbers to poke their nose in Alestria, that could create a thorny diplomatic situation." "Why though?" asked Casey, perplexed. "Yeah," said Max, chiming in. "Why is it so wrong for Zestiris to check things out? Wouldn't Alestria want our help?" "It's the rules of the Interfloor Peace Treaty," sighed Sakura. "And you have to remember, of all the races in the tower who choose to climb and explore further, humanity is the youngest and the weakest. The other Tauris's hardly give us a second thought. Just consider the fact that none of them have embassies or outposts here in Zestiris." Sakura's words made Max shiver. He thought about Sakura, Samuel Archer, and even the previous climber president. They'd all displayed incredible strength and power to him. It was terrifying to think what else might be out there if humanity was the weakest of all the races in the tower. "So you see the tightrope we have to walk here, right?" said Sakura, taking another sip of tea from her mug. "Yet, 2 young E-rank climbers heading up to Floor 10 isn't out of the ordinary. You were heading there anyway, weren't you? Well, now you have just one more reason to go check it out." Max and Casey looked to each other. Max turned back to Sakura and shrugged. "Well, sure, I guess." Sakura's face went red and a vein formed in her forehead. I think you mean, yes, climber president, or have you forgot who you're speaking to?" Both Max and Casey's shoulders jumped. Even Toto's face had taken on a serious expression. "Yes, Ms. Climber president," said Max, lifting up a small bag of groceries from the floor. "Is now a good time to tell you I brought ingredients for bacon and egg ramen?" Sakura's angry face disappeared, and she leant back in her chair and smiled. "Now is a perfect time," she said. A good meal is exactly what I need after the day I just had. A few floors above Zestiris, in the land known as Elestria, was a small village engulfed in flames. Smoke filled the alleys and streets of the quaint village like a fog. Dead bodies laid on the ground. One man walked through the main street with a casual air. He had medium-length black hair with bangs that rested just above his cold, calculating eyes. He wore a black suit with waistcoat vest with a white shirt and black bow tie. The man was known by his infamous title, the Gambler. Death didn't bother the man. Certainly not death and destruction that he'd caused personally. No, he celebrated such carnage, such chaos. It may have been the very reason he did such things, but he wasn't sure. Maybe, maybe not. He flicked a coin in the air as he walked past more dead bodies, innocent villagers, entire families. Another man, hunched and deferential, ran up to the black-haired, well-dressed man. "I have frustrating news, sir," said the man. The Gambler grimaced. "Can't you see I'm in the middle of something?" "It sounds important, though," said the hunched man. The Gambler sighed. "Go on." "Intelligence says the hidden vipers on the lower floors have been wiped out," said the man. "Will this hinder our plans?" The Gambler shook his head. "It's too late now for Zestiris or anyone else to stop our work here, but inform our agents on the floors below to keep an eye on anyone attempting to ascend to Elestria." "I'll get straight on it, sir," said the hunched man. "Now leave me," spat the Gambler. "Can't you see I'm working?" The assistant scurried away as the Gambler made his way further down the street of the burning village. The smell of smoke and ash filled his nostrils. Burning wood crackled nearby. A man, a blacksmith, lay dead in a crimson puddle of his own blood. A quivering, crying voice echoed down the street. It was the voice of someone who just witnessed unimaginable horror dealt to those he loved. It was who the Gambler was looking for. It was the mayor of this pitiful spot of a village. The mayor laid on the ground on the stone steps in front of his home. He squirmed in pain. His left leg and right arm were broken. His eyes bulged in both terror and rage as he saw the Gambler approach. "Why?" gasped the mayor. The village lay along a very important river that connected to the different capital cities on this floor. By systematically burning down the villages that dotted the river, the Gambler was breaking down the supply routes of the two capitals. Once you break the supply chains, people will get upset. When people are upset, they start to protest and riot in the streets. The Gambler shuddered with pleasure. Chaos would reign. Why, snickered the Gambler. "That's all people ever ask. My answer is always the same. Why not?" The mayor shook on the ground, crying at his misfortune. People were all the same, thought the Gambler, human or Elestrian or whoever else. Their decision-making processes he always found strange. Here the Gambler stood, the creator of all of this poor man's problems, and yet he did nothing but cry, whimper like a baby. It was pathetic, thought the Gambler. But such predictable behavior always meant one thing: this man would be willing to play. The desperation in the mayor's eyes told him so. "Don't cry," said the Gambler. "How about we play a game?" The mayor continued to shake in terror and pain on the ground. "A game?" he asked, barely able to gasp out the words. "Yeah," said the Gambler, pulling out a pair of dice from his pocket. "A game, a bet more like. We are both going to roll a pair of dice, and whoever gets the higher number wins. If I win, you die and the rest of this village goes up in flames with you. If you win, everyone still alive gets to live, and I leave you fine folks to continue as you were." The man looked at him in shock. The Gambler had seen that look plenty of times before. The look always meant the same thing. "You can't be serious," were the words painted on the mayor's face, but the Gambler knew. As shocked as the mayor may seem, the decision was already made. The Gambler reached out with his hand, his palms open, holding the two dice for the mayor to grab. "Wanna play?" The mayor, shivering, picked up the dice and clutched them in his hands. "Your fate is now in your hands," smiled the Gambler. "Good luck." The mayor clutched the dice like his life depended on it, which, to be fair, was true. The mayor took a deep breath and sighed. He threw the two dice onto the ground. They bounced on the hardened dirt and continued to roll. The mayor's eyes bulged as the dice toppled forward. His fate belonged to whatever numbers appeared. The dice came to a pitiful halt, revealing their numbers. A 1 and a 4. Tusk, tusk, said the gambler, taking a big puff from the cigar in his mouth. I thought you'd be better at rolling dice than that. The mayor shivered and began to cry. Please don't kill me. You think I'm going to kill you before we're done playing our little game, said the gambler. You think so little of me to go against my word. You offend me, Mr. Mayor. The man picked the dice up from the ground. You see, said the gambler, I still have my own roll to make. You could still win, though let me tell you your odds aren't great. On average, the most likely roll of a pair of dice is a 7, and you rolled less than that. If I were a betting man, I'd bet on you to lose. Good thing I did. The gambler threw out his hand and let the dice fall out from his palms and tumble to the ground. Tears fell down the mayor's face as he watched the dice bounce and roll, watching his fate get decided right in front of him. What's the difference between watching a dice roll or seeing your own executioner sharpen his axe? Both involve watching your fate be decided for you, mused the gambler. So what's the difference? It's the abstraction of the dice. They create their own reality separate from the one you live in, one of chance and luck, a reality of hope. The dice landed firmly on the ground. The gambler looked down to the numbers to see what they were, a 1 and a 5. The gambler laughed. The mayor's head fell in despair. You were close, Mayor, laughed the gambler. I only beat you by 1. Please, said the mayor, you don't have to do this. The gambler winced. That's where you're wrong, Mayor, said the gambler. We set the rules down together. Our fates are linked. We can't escape what we agreed upon. Then, without a second hesitation, blood burst forth from the mayor's eyeballs. The man was dead in less than a second. Simultaneously, all around him, the town burned even more. The gambler kicked the dead mayor gently. Dear Mr. Mayor, do you know the saying, the house always wins? He smiled. Lucky for me, I'm the house. The following day, Max got up bright and early and met Casey outside the Climbers Guild Hall. He waited by the doors as she hugged an older man and woman. That must be her parents, Max thought. They look nice. Then something unexpected happened. All three of them started walking towards him. Max, said Casey. These are my parents. The two grown-ups smiled at Max. Oh, hello, he said, holding out a hand to be shaken. It's nice to meet you. The father, who was shorter than him, walked up really close to Max and looked up at him suspiciously. He then poked Max in the stomach. You're a bit funny looking, eh? Said the man. Honey, pleaded the mother to her husband. What? Groaned Casey's father. The way my daughter talks about you, I would have thought you'd be less funny looking is all. Max wasn't sure how to respond. He just scratched the back of his head. The father turned back to Casey. Are you sure this guy is going to keep you safe up in there? Casey grinned. I think you got it the wrong way around, Dad. I'll be the one keeping him safe. The man chuckled. That's my girl. He turned around and looked Max over once more. Well, goodbye and good luck, funny-looking boy. The man went over and hugged Casey once more, and Casey's mom came over and gave Max an unexpected hug. Don't listen to my husband, whispered the old woman in his ear. You're very handsome, and he knows it. So does my daughter. The mother then let go of Max and gave her daughter one final hug goodbye. Casey waved them off and watched them walk down the street. She wiped a tear from her eye and said, All right, we ready to go? One last thing, Max said as they stepped inside the guild hall. He marched up to the mission board and grabbed an old mission slip that no one had signed out. You gotta be kidding me, said Casey. You're taking another mission with us. No one signed this one out, said Max. And it bugs me. It's a merchant who needs help getting to Alestria. That's where we're heading. I figure we might as well take it. Seriously, it doesn't even offer a reward though. That's why I like it, said Max. This person needs our help. Let's give it to them. Also, they might be able to tell us more about Alestria. Think about it as research. Casey made a face. Wow, you've so quickly turned what I imagined was going to be an exciting adventure into something that sounds a lot like homework. Max beamed a smile. I don't know what your problem is, he said. I like homework. Max signed out the mission, and they started heading for the tower entrance. Wait, Max and Casey both stopped and turned around. Sakura was standing behind them. Her face was pale and serious. Give me 1 second, said Max to Casey before he walked towards the climber president. Sakura, he said, I'll see you soon, okay? As soon as the climber president's arms instantly wrapped themselves tightly around Max, she squeezed herself against him in a tight embrace. She shivered as tears streamed from her eyes. I've been trying to be strong and impartial in the way that a climber president needs to be, she sobbed. But I'd feel terrible if I didn't say farewell before you left. Goodbye and good luck, Max. I'm going to miss you while you're gone. Max held onto Sakura and patted her on the back. Sakura, he said, as soon as we get a chance to come visit Zesteris, you'll be my first stop and you know what we'll do. What will we do? She said, letting go of him and wiping her eyes. We'll make a big bowl of bacon and egg ramen, he said, her face lit up with joy. Oh, Max, you know just what to say, she squealed. She wiped a tear from her eye. Now go, she said. Don't forget you have a very important mission ahead of you. Violet dashed and turned down an alleyway. Her heart raced and her throat burned. She went this way, hollered one of the men chasing after her. Violet's mind raced as she sprinted forward. I can't let them catch me, she thought. It will all be a waste if I get captured now. She looked around frantically, trying to figure out where she should go next. She needed to take advantage of that corner she'd just gone around while her chasers had currently lost her in their line of sight. A woodshed came into view and Violet seized her opportunity, rushing around back and sliding against the wall. "Oh damn, where did that bitch go?" said one of the goons. Violet held her breath. The two men had turned the corner now. They were getting closer with every passing second. It would soon become clear whether Violet's decision to hide had been the right call or the choice that would lead to her doom. The two men paused, looking around the alley. Violet could hear the men's panting breaths. They were only a few meters away right now. It would only take one gasp, one fidget, one twitch, and the two men would hear and come check her hiding place. She closed her eyes. She held her breath. "Come on," said the other man. "She must have turned down there." The two men rushed past the woodshed, and the distance between Violet and them began to grow. After a few more seconds, Violet let out a gasp. She was shaking and shivering all over, her heart beating like a jackhammer. She sighed and wiped her eyes. She wasn't ready to get up. She wasn't sure if it was even safe to leave her hiding spot just yet. The panicked thoughts began to rush through her head. When she left the hiding spot, where did she go from there? Was anywhere truly safe for her anymore? She leaned her head against the back of the woodshed. After all this time, Violet thought to herself, they've finally found me. 3 months earlier, a bright flash of light appeared in a small open area of a verdant jungle. Violet materialized, gasping and crying in pain. She didn't even take in her surroundings, for in her mind, she was still in her mother and father's bedroom, witnessing their murder right before her very eyes. "Mother, father," she whimpered. Her eyes filled to the brim with tears. She reached out her hand as the image of her father's neck being twisted flashed in her mind. She couldn't stop it. She couldn't do anything. She had been right there. All she could do was watch her family get murdered. She laid on the ground and sobbed. She wasn't sure how long she'd stayed that way, hugging herself, sobbing into her clothes, her whole body wrenched with pain and sadness. But after some time, she began to see the warm light of morning emerge through the trees of the jungle she had found herself in. She sat up and wiped her eyes. Only then did she ask herself the question, "Where am I?" She looked down at her hands. She had been holding her father's necklace before she had emerged in this strange place, but it was no longer with her. She sighed. The necklace must have faded away somehow. Escape teleportation was a one-time use then. Her stomach growled. She realized as much as she wanted to just lay there and mourn her lost family, she would be quickly joining them in the afterlife if she didn't figure out where she was and figure out what she was going to do next. She got up and began walking through the jungle. She eventually came to a large town full of sailors and a marina. It was nothing like anything she'd ever seen before. She was definitely nowhere near Alestria anymore. She must have been on a different floor. Lower or higher, she had no way of knowing, for she had lived her whole life up until then contentedly on floor 10. She stumbled onto a street and approached a lone sailor. "Excuse me," she said. "Where am I? You don't know?" said the man quizzically. "You're at the center of floor 6, the archipelagos. Welcome to Portal Cove." A few days later, Violet lay hidden in the shadows, watching the back door of one of Portal Cove's many pubs. It was late in the evening now. The mana lamps of the streets created a soft glow beneath the night sky. Cries of laughter and drunken rejoicing could be heard from beyond the pub's door. Violet watched on like a hawk. Any minute now, she thought to herself. The door suddenly swung open and a man came out, dumping a bunch of leftover food into a compost. He then returned back into the pub. Violet wasted no time. She jumped out from her hiding place and scurried across the alley and into the compost. There were the leftover crusts of steak and ale pies, unfinished battered cods, and soggy vegetables. Without any hesitation, Violet grabbed a handful of the thrown-away food and began devouring it. Part of her felt a deep shame of how quickly she'd gone from a princess to a rodent in the streets, gobbling away at anything she could find. But she had learned that hunger would make you do anything, drive you to any lengths to make the horrible physical pain go away. She was hunched over chewing on a half-eaten apple when the pub door swung open, followed by a shadow stretching across the compost heap that was also Violet's dinner table. "So are you the little rascal who keeps eating away all the fox's grub?" Violet stayed hunched over and didn't turn around. After that first interaction with the sailor a few days back, she realized she needed to keep a low profile, not let anyone see her face. "You can turn around, can't you?" said the voice. "I won't hurt you." Violet hesitated, then turned around slowly and saw a portly older lady holding up a full plate of freshly cooked food. "Now tell me," said the smiling lady, "why don't you leave the foxes their supper and you come in and eat this grub I've made for you?" The lady who had made her dinner turned out to be the owner of the pub. She didn't pry Violet with questions, but wanted to help her all the same. After the first night, the woman offered her a room upstairs in exchange for a little bit of work at the pub a few nights a week. The kind woman was even willing to pay Violet a modest sum beyond the free lodgings. Violet took the woman's offer straight away. She couldn't believe this older lady's kindness to her. It was hard to fathom that over the last few days she'd witnessed both the immense cruelty of the tower and yet also the powerful generosity that existed inside it as well. Days went by, and then the days turned to weeks. During that time, Violet learned how to pour a pint of ale without too much foam, how to roll a barrel, and how to take a shot of whiskey without making a face of disgust. With the small earnings she made from the pub, she began devising a plan. She researched everything she could find out about the two horrible people that had harmed her family. She read through books in the Portal Cove library and quizzed sailors for as much as she could find out. She learned through whispered rumors and gossip about an evil organization that was causing chaos on different floors in the tower. Her plan grew in scope, and she found herself issuing a mission slip in the Zestiris Climbers outpost. She wished the plan would go faster, but even little incremental gains drove her forward. She didn't care how long it took. She wanted to get back home. She would do anything necessary to avenge her family and save her people from further chaos and destruction. And now her plan was about to be squashed, thought Violet, still hiding behind the woodshed. She stood up and crept towards the alleyway once more. She had stayed exactly where she'd been for a good 5 minutes before standing up. Those two goons must have been scouring some other part of the town by now. As luck would have it, though, just as she stepped out into the alleyway, so too did the two goons who had been chasing her. Their eyes widened and pointed at her as they hurried towards her. Just my crummy luck, Violet thought to herself. She turned around, and POW, a third man had appeared and elbowed her in the face. Violet's nose burst with pain as she fell to the ground. She was now surrounded by three looming figures. The three men all had sinister grins as they looked down at Violet. "What should we do, lads?" said the tallest of the three. "They said to bring her in dead or alive, whichever we preferred. They also didn't state any necessary condition the girl had to be in," said the other, looking down at Violet with a lustful hunger in his eyes. They all snickered as they looked down at Violet, deciding her fate for her. "Is this really it?" Violet thought to herself. After surviving all this time, it was going to be for nothing. POW, the tallest of the three's eyes rolled in the back of his head as he slumped to the ground. A red-haired boy stood where the tall man had been standing. The boy's fists were raised, silver knuckles glimmering in the sunlight of the island world. Swoosh. The other two were knocked over by a blast of wind, banging into a wall and crumpling to the ground. The blast of wind had come from another new arrival, a brown-haired girl with a gerbil perched on her shoulder. The three men laid on the ground near Violet's feet, unconscious. Violet blinked and took in the two sudden arrivals. "Who are you?" asked Violet, her voice quivering. The red-haired boy smiled and offered his hand to help her out. "We're the two climbers assigned to your mission," he said. "That is, if you'll take us." Violet looked up at the boy who had just rescued her from the three goons. He had red hair and blue eyes, and he gave her a warm smile. He continued to hold his hand out to her. Violet ignored his offer and helped herself up onto her feet. She still wasn't sure if she could trust these two. She knew nothing about them, but she was hopeful. They were strong. They took out those three goons with ease. They were the exact kind of people she was hoping might help her. She triggered her trait, Truth Seeker. Both the boy and girl looked at her, none the wiser that she was using the special ability handed down from one Elestrian royal heir to the next. "Can I trust you?" Violet asked. The boy looked at her strangely, like he wasn't expecting such a question. Certainly not after he just saved her from some people she clearly could not trust. The boy didn't say anything snarky back to her. He simply nodded his head. "Of course," smiled the boy, "we are more than happy to help." In Violet's vision, the boy's chest glowed blue, the color of truth. Violet opened her mouth to say something when she was cut off by the brown-haired girl. "Hold on a second," said the girl, hands on her hips. "You're asking whether you can trust us. Do you mind explaining to me why you have no money to pay for the mission, or why you were just being attacked by three guys in an alleyway?" Damn, thought Violet. It wasn't going to be so easy, was it? Her mind raced. What should I tell them? What information was safe to share? "Those men have been bugging me for weeks now at the pub where I work part-time," said Violet. "Kept asking me to come for a ride on their boat. They decided they wouldn't take no for an answer." The brown-haired girl grimaced. "And did they take all your money as well?" Violet shook her head. "No, I don't have much. I hoped a kind set of climbers would come along, heading that way, and would be happy to help someone out." The girl sighed and shook her head. "You're lucky I hang out with this bozo, otherwise I wouldn't have taken you up on your offer." Violet smiled. The girl was joking around with her. She was growing more at ease with Violet, but the girl still didn't look at her with complete trust just yet. "You say you're a merchant," said Casey, "but you also work at a bar." "Well," said Violet, "I'm a charms and candle merchant, but I've struggled to sell my wares in Portal Cove. I was hoping I might have better luck in Alestria." The red-haired boy butted in. "Hey, maybe that's enough questions for now. She is our mission client." "A client who doesn't pay isn't a client," hissed the girl, and then turned back to Violet. "Okay, one last question. I can tell from your purple eyes that you're Elestrian. Why do you need our help getting up to your own floor?" Violet blinked. This girl was being very thorough with her questions. Not a lot was getting by her. Violet even momentarily wondered if the girl had a truth-seeker-like trait herself. My parents were Alestrian, Violet explained, but I was born here. The girl nodded and said, "Okay, I can't think of anything else. I guess I believe you." The girl glowed blue and Violet smiled to see that her lies had been successful. Violet's eyes then wandered at the three unconscious goons lying nearby. What would happen when they woke up? She realized they shouldn't be wasting any more time standing around. They had to go. "So do you need to go pack some things before we go?" asked the climber boy. Violet carried everything she owned on her at all times. One of the first things she did with her money earned from tips at the pub was to buy a rudimentary climber's pouch. She knew there might come a day when she would need to run again and not have a chance to pack. "I'm ready to go," said Violet. "Lead the way." They turned to walk out of the alley when the climber boy suddenly stopped. "Oh, how could I forget?" he said, holding out his hand to her once more. "I'm Max. This is Casey." "What's your name?" Violet's heart raced. Her trait told her that these two hadn't lied to her so far, but it didn't tell her whether or not they could be trusted with a secret as big as the one she was currently carrying. She gulped and grabbed the boy's hand. "My name is Neve," she said. The brown-haired girl, Casey, crossed her arms. "Does Neve have a last name?" the girl asked with narrow eyes. Violet shook her head. "Nope, just Neve." Now that they'd completed the first part of their mission, Akka, locating the merchant they were going to escort up the tower to floor 10, they were ready to tackle the next part, ascending to floor 7. Max thought such a goal would have been easy, but it proved to be very tricky. After speaking with the clerks at the Climbers Guild outpost, they found out that the floor 6 departure teleporter was on an island called Final Island. The tricky part of it all was the island was only accessible via a ferry located at the other end of Portal Cove Island in an area referred to as the Grimy Grotto. "Sounds appealing," Casey had mused. To get to Grimy Grotto, they had to fly across Portal Cove on Casey's large paper crane. Neve had been awestruck by Casey's power and ingenuity. Max had spent the whole time feeling incredibly awkward as he sat wedged between the two pretty girls as they flew across the island. At one point, Toto poked his head out from Casey's pocket, and while Max couldn't confirm it, he swore the gerbil had winked at him. Max ignored the pet and kept his hands locked around Casey's stomach. Be cool, he had thought to himself, and tried to stop blushing. Other than that perverted gerbil, neither one of the girls could see his nervous face. They eventually arrived at Grimy Grotto to find a fog-laden fishing village with very few people. They didn't need to ask anyone for directions because one boat stuck out as the ferry they were looking for. A gangplank was set up to allow passengers to walk onto the ferry and no one was guarding it. They stepped onto the boat. "Hello," a man stumbled from below deck. He was unshaven, red in the face, and reeked of whiskey. "What do you want?" asked the captain. "We heard you run the ferry to Final Island," said Max. "The three of us would like to head there." The man looked the three over. "The price is 30 gold coins," said the man. "Isn't that a bit overpriced?" said Casey, frustrated. The price caught Max off guard as well, but he wasn't totally surprised. He remembered the guild clerk in Zestiris explaining the amount of funds he'd need to get up to floor 10. There must be loads of people like this acting as unofficial toll booths all along the tower and its many mysterious floors. 30 gold was fine, but he turned back to Neve. Would they have to pay her way? Casey crossed her arms and looked at Neve, her suspicions quickly returning. "Is this whole mission your way of scrounging a free ride up to floor 10? said Casey, eyeing up the former barmaid. "I'm sorry," she said. "I don't have the total amount, but I can give you what little I do have and pay the rest back later." "How much you got?" asked Casey. "About 300 silver," said Neve. "How do you even have that much money?" asked Casey, interrogating Neve even more. Max was wondering that himself. As climbers, they could risk their lives fighting deadly monsters and make that kind of money in a fairly short time. But for the average citizen, 300 silver coins was quite a bit of money. "First you were mad that I didn't have any money, and now you're mad that I do," said Neve. Max looked to Casey and said, "Neve does have a point." Casey scowled at Max. "You're really going to take this new girl's side on? I made it on tips," said Neve, interjecting. "You'd be surprised how generous sailors can get with their hard-earned coin when they get drunk." "Don't I know it?" laughed the ferry captain, taking a swig of an unmarked bottle of homemade alcohol. "Here I am charging you 30 gold coins to escort you to your deaths, when I may as well ask for all your possessions. It's not like you'll need them in the afterlife." The man cackled with laughter as he accepted their payment. He then removed the gangplank between the ferry and the dock. The three of them stared at the captain. His words had broken through their argument and left them all feeling uneasy about their next destination. "Well, off we go," said the captain as he got the boat ready to set off deep into the black chasm ahead of them, to Final Island, where young climbers go to die. The journey to Final Island was strange, but more than anything else, it was kind of boring. Max, Casey, and Neve sat together and watched the strange river they were traveling on pass them by. They tried to ignore the odd, drunken musings of the ferry's captain. There was only so many times they could listen to him casually mention their impending deaths before such statements lost their shock value and were exposed as to what they were, the mundane mutterings of a madman. After a few hours, the cavernous walls around them disappeared, and they seemed to be back on the open ocean. Soon after that, the ferry docked on an island that appeared quite similar to many of the islands found on Floor 6. But poking out beyond the sandy beach and jungle was a stone ziggurat building. It looked like a temple of some kind. "Well, there you have it," said the ferry captain. "The departure teleporter is that they're building. If you're having second thoughts, it will be another 30 gold each to take you back, or whatever you got left." "Can I ask why you're so sure we're going to die here?" said Casey. "If it's so dangerous to get to the departure teleporter, why doesn't our guild hire climbers to be stationed here to help people through?" They do," said the sea captain. "They usually take it in shifts, but I haven't seen any of those climbers in months." "Isn't that something that should be notified to the Zestiris Climbers Guild?" asked Max. "That's what I thought too," said the ferry captain. "I mentioned it to a lad a while back. He said he'd pass the message on. I even heard back from him. He said the guild wanted this island to function as another test for young climbers. Seems a bit mad to me, but who am I to question it?" Max and Casey exchanged looks. If Final Island was as dangerous as this ferry captain was making it seem, it felt very strange that Zestiris wouldn't have some higher-ranked climbers stationed here to help climbers move through it safely. Then something occurred to Max, and it all started to fit into place. "Do you remember who you spoke to about all this?" "Yeah, it was a thuggish-looking climber," said the man. "He had a climber's badge and all that. Oh, and he had a second badge beneath that one with a large snake engraved on it." "The Hidden Vipers," said Max and Casey at once. "That explains it then." Max had thought the Hidden Vipers had just been screwing with him and Casey specifically, but it was clear now that they had some kind of vested interest in keeping young climbers from ascending further up the tower. But why? For financial reasons? More power? There could be many reasons why the Hidden Vipers were acting the way they did, but at the end of the day, the despicable clan were merely hired hands. They were working for an even more powerful organization. The Fallen Angels. What exactly were they orchestrating? Max couldn't follow the logic of it. Sure, they could slow down young climbers from moving further up in the tower, but they couldn't successfully create a full blockade, could they? Higher-ranked climbers would catch wind of this and bypass such obstacles by just moving up through the teleporters. What the heck was going on? All this conspiracy thinking was making Max's brain go a bit dizzy, and he didn't think the ferry captain would have the answer to any of his new questions. In fact, he didn't think standing around contemplating it would get him any closer to figuring out the motivation behind the hidden vipers and the fallen angels' actions. Answers to such questions would reveal themselves in time the further he went up the tower. Max stepped onto the beach. Casey and Neve followed behind him. The captain waved them goodbye and set off back to the grimy grotto. The ferry quickly disappeared into the fog that surrounded the island. "Well, I can't say I'm sad to say goodbye to that guy," said Casey. "Agreed," said Neve. "He wasn't exactly the most confidence-inspiring person, was he?" "No, he wasn't," said Max, facing the jungle in front of him grimly. "And here I thought I might be able to avoid interacting with another drunken seaman for at least a few days," sighed Neve. "Afraid not," said Casey. "Well, shall we move forward to our so-called impending deaths then?" Max led the way through the jungle. The jungle was eerily quiet. All Max could hear were his and his companions' footsteps as they went deeper into the jungle's throng. There was an unmarked path that went in the direction of the stone ziggurat in the distance, and so Max stuck to it as they went forward. "This place gives me the creeps," said Casey. "Toto doesn't like it either. He's refusing to even peek his head out of my pocket." Max kept waiting to stumble upon the bodies of the Zesturis climbers who were originally stationed here to help young climbers make it to the departure teleporter. Yet, as they went further and further, Max didn't catch sight of any life whatsoever. But if other climbers had been murdered or captured by the hidden vipers, wouldn't there be evidence of that left behind? Unless the perpetrators cleaned it all up, in which case, the actual absence of evidence was a sign of life on this island in and of itself. Max's head was getting dizzy. The jungle was clearly making him paranoid. The pathway eventually opened up, and the stone ziggurat loomed in front of them. A long stairwell led to the top of it. "Who even built this thing?" asked Casey. "The mysteries of the tower are immense," said Neve. "Was it built by an ancient race that lived on this floor for thousands of years, or the tower gods themselves?" "No one knows for sure." Both Max and Casey looked at her, oddly. Before either of them could mention that her words seemed oddly insightful for a barmaid that had never left Portal Cove, Neve added quickly, "Or that's what some of the crazy sailors would say to me, at least at the bar." "Sure," said Max. He saw that Casey wanted to say something, but he made sure that they just kept moving forward up the steps of the ziggurat. At the top of the structure was an open-door entrance. "I guess the departure teleporter will be somewhere inside here then," said Max. "Who even cares about the teleporter anymore?" said Casey, her eyes beaming. "This place looks ripe for treasure." With that, they stepped into the ziggurat's entrance. 3 cloaked figures stood in the jungle of Final Island, watching the trio of young climbers walk up the stone steps of the ziggurat and into the dungeon labyrinth that led to the floor's departure teleporter. The 3 men waited a few moments after the young climbers disappeared inside the ziggurat until they stepped out into the open themselves. "More prey," hissed one of the cloaked figures. "Who will kill them first, us or the dungeon? Let us race." The 3 cloaked figures hurried up the stone steps after the young climbers who had just entered. Torches lit up within the halls of the ziggurat as soon as they stepped inside. The entry was a long foyer with an open doorway to another chamber. "Feels a bit ominous," said Neve. Max glanced around the hallway cautiously. The ferry captain had been so confident they would die on this island. Max was starting to piece together why now. This ziggurat was full of traps. "Ominous mominous," said Casey, taking a step forward before Max grabbed her by the wrist. "Hold on a second," said Max, materializing a random copper core he still had lying about it in his pouch. He swung his arms and rolled it like a bowling ball across the hallway. The ball spun across the hall. Crack! A whole bunch of spears shot out from either side of the hall and then slowly began to retreat back into the wall. Casey turned to Max. "Wow," she said. "Good thinking." The three of them cautiously walked a bit closer to where the spears had appeared. Max materialized another copper core and rolled it once more. It was slightly less shocking when the spears jutted out fiercely from the wall the second time. The three of them rushed past the boogie-trapped area as the spears made their slow retreat. "My heart is pounding," said Max as he picked up his 2 copper cores. "And we haven't even been in here for 5 minutes. I think we can all agree it's a good idea to stay cautious," said Neve. "I agree," said Casey. Max realized Casey had her game face on now. She had made a mistake when she'd stepped forward eagerly. She was now on full alert and wouldn't make such an avoidable mistake again. "Roll the monster core through the doorway," said Casey. "We can then see what happens in the other room." "Good thinking," said Max. They stood in front of the partition between the hallway and the next chamber. The room was shrouded in darkness. Max rolled the core into the following room. Nothing happened. Torches didn't even turn on. "Doesn't tell us much," said Max. "Well, there is only one door here in this hallway," said Neve. "I didn't see any other entrances around the ziggurat, did you? I think we have to enter to move forward." "Okay," said Max. Together on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, they all stepped across the partition and into the next room. Boom. Max closed his eyes and held his arms out in front of him to stop Casey or Neve making any sudden movements. He gulped and opened his eyes. What just happened? The chamber, which hadn't lit up when they tested it with the monster core, was now illuminated by orange torches along the walls. The sound they heard was a large slab of rock that had fallen to block off the partition between the entry hallway and this new room. Max gulped. "Well, I guess there's no turning back now." Max kept his arms stretched out in front of him. Based on their experience in the previous hallway, they couldn't make any sudden movements in this room without facing death. Nothing in the room was triggered by the random copper monster core he'd thrown in before. But now that they had entered this room, it was worth trying again. Max took his second copper monster core and rolled it across the floor of the room. Nothing happened. "Does that really tell us anything?" said Casey. "What do you mean?" asked Neve. "Well," said Casey, "the room has already proven to us that the monster core won't trigger anything. So just because nothing happens on those tiles when a monster core is thrown in them now doesn't really prove something won't happen when we step on one of them." "Ah, I see," said Neve. "Is there anything else we can test before stepping into the room ourselves?" Max asked the group. Casey lifted her arms and triggered Air Blast, dealing a gust of wind across the room. Nothing changed. Said Casey. "I have one more idea." She materialized a small paper crane in her hand and triggered her Airbringer trait once more. She guided the paper crane upwards so it could float across the room to the other side. Zap. A red beam of magic shot out between the walls and destroyed the paper crane. "Damn," said Casey. "I guess we won't be flying across either." Max tried to piece together what little information they had about this room so far. Random objects or traits didn't trigger any traps on the ground, though they did at a certain height in the room. Max looked over the mysterious chamber once more. He hated the idea of trying to solve a puzzle with his companions' lives on the line. Just testing an idea meant putting one's own life at risk. He couldn't ask his companions to do that for him. "All right, I have an idea," said Max. "We know this room probably has a trap of some kind in it, but it won't get triggered until we set off into the room. I volunteer to walk across to the other end and see what happens." "What if a spear stabs you in the chest?" said Casey. "I agree," said Neve. "It sounds awfully risky." "It is risky," said Max. "But as I'm the only one with the shadow blink ability, I figured I have the best luck out of the three of us to escape any traps that appear." Both Casey and Neve gulped. "All right," said Casey. "I mean, we have to try something." Max nodded and then stepped onto the stone platform in front of them. Nothing happened. He stepped onto the next one. Nothing happened again. "This is going well," Max thought to himself. His thoughts did not match up with the rapid pace of his heart. He gulped and took another step forward, then another, until he was at the other end of the room. Boom! Max quickly turned around and sighed with relief when he saw Casey and Neve were okay. The source of the noise came from a stone tile in the far left corner of the room. When Max had reached the other side, he must have triggered something that caused that far tile to fall below. Boom! Another tile, one near the other end of the room, also fell away. "Oh crap," said Max. "I think I've triggered something." "Run across the room now." Casey and Neve sprinted forward until, boom, the room's middle tile dropped away. Casey and Neve jumped in different directions to dodge the disappearing tile. They were now on opposite ends of the chamber. Boom, boom, boom. The tiles were falling at a faster clip now. Both Casey and Neve's paths were now blocked by giant gaping holes in the floor. Neither of them could move forward easily. Max looked around at Casey and Neve's panicked faces. If he couldn't figure out the solution to this room quick, he was going to lose both of his companions. Max's heart raced as he looked across the puzzle chamber. "Max," yelled Casey, "help, what are we going to do? The columns are falling all around us," screamed Neve. Boom! The columns behind both Casey and Neve were falling away. They were both now stuck on their tiles, surrounded by the black chasm beneath them. The tiles they were standing on began to rumble. They were going to fall to their deaths any second now. "Casey, your crane," yelled Max. "But it won't work." And then her eyes lit up, understanding Max's message. She whipped out her paper crane right as her column disappeared and began falling into the darkness. She flew downwards, her arm outstretched, grabbing Neve's wrists in the middle of the air. Casey flew them both upward on her crane to the exit platform Max was waiting on. They stared across the room. A vast chasm now lay between the entrance where they had started and the exit tile where they now stood. "That was close," said Max. "Easy for you to say," said Casey, out of breath. "You got to just walk across." Max grinned, who knew stepping into the dangerous unknown would end up being the easier option. Max then pointed to the exit doorway of the chamber. Another slab of rock sealed them into this chamber. A blue rune glowed at the center of the door. "I'm guessing if we press that the door will open," said Max. "I don't see any alternatives," said Casey. Neve, still out of breath, simply nodded in agreement. Max shrugged and said, "Okay, here goes nothing." He pressed his palm against the door. The rune glowed and the rock slid away, revealing a spiraling stairwell that led deeper into the ziggurat. Max threw his monster cores as a test, and when nothing happened, they stepped into the stairwell. The doorway to the chamber where they had almost died slid shut as soon as they exited. The doorway to the puzzle chamber stayed shut in front of the three cloaked figures. They heard loud noises in the room below. "Should we take bets?" said the leader of the cloaked men. "You two don't have the funds to pay me anyways." After a few minutes, the rock slab in front of the puzzle chamber slid away, opening it up for new people to enter. The cloaked figures stepped forward. "Right behind you, little prey," hissed the leader. He couldn't wait to torture and kill the young climbers ahead of him. The spiral staircase went on for a long while. Max figured the staircase had led them to the bottom of the ziggurat and then even further below ground level. The stairwell eventually ended, and they entered a huge room with a zigzagging stone passageway. Casey whistled at the complicated labyrinth in front of them. "All right," she said to Max. "Let's start testing out potential traps. Let's get to rolling those monster cores." "I admire that you can make jokes in a place like this," said Max. "What can I say?" said Casey. "I try to see the sunny side of life. Isn't that right, Toto?" Toto poked its head out from her pocket and nodded his head. "Are you two always so cavalier about putting your lives on the line?" asked Neve curiously. "I guess in our line of work," said Max. "You kinda have to." With that, Max rolled a monster core across the first part of the passageway. Nothing happened, and so they stepped forward cautiously. They proceeded like this for 20 minutes until they found themselves in the middle of the labyrinthine chamber. The sound of footsteps echoed behind them. All three of them turned around and saw three cloaked figures had appeared at the bottom of the stairwell where they had been only a few minutes before. "Interesting," said Casey. "More climbers could mean working our way through the chamber faster, more hands to test out potential traps. But do we trust them?" asked Max. Neve's face was pale. "I don't trust them." "What makes you say that?" said Casey. "Bad feeling is all," said Neve. "I'm leaning with Neve on this one," said Max. "Think about it, Casey. The ferry captain couldn't have already returned to Grimy Grotto and then brought these three over to the island this quickly. So that means they were already on this island, but we didn't see anyone, remember? Which makes me think they may have been hiding from us." "Well, what are we going to do then?" said Casey, looking at the three figures moving down the passageway and moving closer and closer to them. "We won't be able to test the passages without them catching up to us." The cloaked figures were getting closer now. "Be on guard," whispered Max as the three cloaked figures approached. The cloaked figures stopped when they were a few meters away from Max and his companions. The one in the middle lifted up his hand and pointed a finger at Neve. "Hand the princess over to us." The three cloaked figures stood in the dungeon, facing their targets. Brebs, the leader of the trio, kept his hand pointed at the princess and made a come-hither motion with his fingers. The fools, he thought to himself. He wanted them to think that if they handed the princess over, they could all walk away peacefully, as if he snickered to himself. He wanted them to hand over the princess, so he didn't have to worry about accidentally killing her while he made quick work of the other two. To be fair, he planned on killing the princess as well, but he had to secure proof of her death if he wanted to get his payment. Better to get the other two out of the way first. Two young humans, he thought with a murderous lust. I cannot wait to kill them. He kept his hood up, as did his two accomplices. The young climbers looked at them with a mixture of fear and confusion. He would give them a moment to decide. It wasn't easy sacrificing a friend. Betrayal was betrayal no matter which way you sliced it. So what is it going to be, little humans? Brebs thought. Are you going to hand the princess over, or are you going to make things difficult for all of us? Max took a defensive position, ready to fight. The three cloaked figures didn't make a move. The middle one kept his finger pointed at Neve. Hand over the princess, said the middle figure once more. Hand her over and we'll let you go peacefully. Max was confused. Why were they pointing at Neve and calling her princess? Who the heck were these guys? I'm sorry, said Max. I have no idea what you're even talking about. If you don't hand that girl over to us now, said the figure, we will consider it an act of war and we will be forced to fight and kill you. Max and Casey exchanged glances. It doesn't sound like we have much choice in the matter, said Casey. I agree, said Max, turning to Neve. Can you fight at all? The girl shook her head. Okay, said Max, trying to remain calm. Just stand back and try not to get hit by these guys, which shouldn't be too big of a problem since it sounds like they want you alive. Neve grimaced. I wouldn't be so sure about that. So the foolish humans have come to a decision, thought Brebs. They leave me no choice then. He sent the signal to his two companions. They would launch the attack on his command. This is an interesting battle, Brebs considered. They knew very little about each other, though Brebs quickly surmised a few details. 2 E-ranked human climbers and an Alestrian princess. He'd faced much more intimidating foes in the past, he thought to himself. Not that he'd even consider these 3 foes, more like prey. And while he had a little bit of information on them, they knew nothing about him or his companions. Battles always came down to fights over knowledge, who knew more about their opponent. The key to defeating your enemies, Brebs thought, is keeping each and every one of your abilities hidden until absolutely necessary. He sent the signal to his companions. The slaughter would now begin. Stay back, said Max to Neve. We'll try and make sure they won't be able to get past Casey and me. The 3 cloaked figures made a move towards them. They rushed forward, their cloaks flapping behind them. Their faces remained concealed beneath their hoods even as they got closer. Casey stretched out her arms. "You got this, Casey," shouted Max. Casey's Airbringer trait was amazing for crowd control, especially at the start of a fight. If they could knock these three back, then they could effectively control the battlefield. The girl created a gust of wind and shot it towards the three incoming fighters. Nothing happened. Casey's wind didn't even blow back the hoods of their attackers. They kept moving towards them unperturbed. Casey opened her pouch and let forth her 1,000 paper cranes to slow them down. The cranes were enough to make the leader of the trio fall back, but two of the cloaked figures continued forward, again unbothered by Casey's attack. "I don't understand," said Casey. "None of my abilities are working against these guys." Max stretched out his hands and channeled his mana into his silver knuckles and unsheathed his mana claws. "My turn," he said. Max shot his hands forward, making the claws stretch out. He swiped them as the two figures came within range of the claws. Rather than shredding them to bits, however, the claws just swiped through them with ease. No friction whatsoever. "Guys, what's happening?" asked Neve, taking a step backwards from her companion. "Why aren't your moves hurting them?" The claws hadn't harmed them at all. How was that even possible? Max grinned as he prepared for their next attack. He'd never gone up against an invincible opponent before. Brebs watched his companions get to work. They approached the climbers with calm precision. The humans grunted and groaned as their attacks failed. Brebs loved witnessing the slow realization of defeat dawn on people's faces. It was one of the many pleasures he took in being an assassin for hire. He also added the growing information of the fight to his knowledge base. The girl was an Airbringer, uncommon trait, perfectly manageable. He wasn't sure about the boy, though. He'd never seen mana claws like that, but he couldn't be sure if it was a trait or an ability from the silver knuckles clenched between his fingers. Then there was the princess. So far she hadn't added anything to the battle, just whimpering and crying and pleading for help. What a pathetic lot the three of them were, Brebs thought. They deserved their fate, and he was going to enjoy watching his companions destroy them. "We are running out of options, Max," said Casey, keeping her arms up ready to continue fighting the incoming attackers. Max looked frantically around. The two cloaked men were heading straight for them. Worse, there was nothing they could do to stop them. No type of attack seemed to affect them. Dodge, both Max and Casey leapt out of the way. Max braced himself for some kind of blow or hit of magic, but nothing came. The attackers ran straight past both him and Casey and went straight for their real target, Neve. Crap. Max hadn't known Neve for very long, but he knew that she was someone who needed his help, and he didn't want to let her down. "Neve," he yelled. Brebs' two partners rushed towards the princess. The Alestrian girl stood there, frozen with shock. "It always amazes me," Brebs thought as he licked his lips, "how prey can give itself up to death so easily. If the two humans wouldn't hand over the princess willingly, he'd remove her from the ensuing battle as quickly as possible. It would help ensure that the goods wouldn't be more damaged than necessary." The two cloaked figures ahead of Brebs were in grabbing distance of the princess when boom, a loud bang went off, and smoke began to fill the dungeon's passageways. The princess had thrown some kind of smoke bomb in front of them, and not even her accomplices had been prepared for it. Brebs' eyes twitched with irritation. My, he thought. So the princess has more tricks up her sleeve than initially meets the eye. Max coughed as he tried to figure out what was going on amidst all the smoke. He grabbed Casey. "We're all going to lose each other in this chaos if we don't stick together," Max thought to himself. They ran straight through the smoke. "Max," cried Casey. "Where the heck are we going?" Max just sprinted forward, pulling Casey behind him. Eventually, the smoke cleared, and they found themselves at the end of one of the passages. Neve stood there waiting for them. "I know it wasn't a foolproof plan," said Neve. But I figured we undoubtedly could use a quick breather before continuing this fight. Max nodded. He had read Neve's thoughts perfectly. She didn't have a plan when she used that smoke screen. She was simply buying them time. If that's all she was doing, Max knew to run straight through the smoke and find her on the other side. The smoke began to clear, and the three cloaked figures reappeared down the passage. Damn, thought Max. This battle really isn't going well. We need to figure out the source of these guys' invincibility and figure out a way to disable it. Max's shadow blinked behind the two attacking figures and pulled back the hoods of both of them. "Stop hiding behind these stupid cloaks," shouted Max, "and show yourselves." The two attackers didn't even look at Max after he'd revealed their identities. That was because they didn't have eyes. They didn't even have faces. They were glowing bright blue figures of pure mana. Who the heck are these people? As shocked as Max may have been, he also felt a flurry of excitement rush through him. He now knew what they were up against, and now he could much more easily figure out their route to victory. Brebs snickered in the back. The red-haired boy's eyes bulged at the sight of the beings composed of mana. So they finally were able to deduce my main ability then, he thought. Brebs was used to killing without his victims discovering his unique trait. Oh well, that would make the killing of these three all the sweeter. His trait was unique, the power to create mana beings, puppets or automatons composed of mana. Artificial beings that would do his own bidding. It meant he could kill from a distance and never get his hands dirty. He watched the red-haired boy stand there in shock. "So what are you going to do now, fool? With the princess not fighting, it was still 3 against 2. Your defeat is inevitable," he laughed to himself. Max looked at the two figures in shock. Poking out from the fabric of their cloaks were two figures composed completely of mana. What are you? Max didn't even know what sentence to piece together, what question to ask these strange figures standing in front of him. POW, the figures weren't waiting for a question. One of them swung a fist right into his face, sending him hurling backwards. He crashed against the passageway at Casey and Neve's feet. "Max, are you okay?" asked Neve. Casey helped Max get back up. "I'm fine," said Max. "That was quite the punch to the face," said Casey. Max wiped dirt off his face and said, "I won't be defeated so easily." Max stared at the three attackers. He understood why they'd been losing up to that point. They had been paying attention to the wrong opponent. The two figures composed of mana had been taking the brunt of their attacks, while the other one inconspicuously hung back. It didn't change the fact that it was 3 against 2. Max hated getting ganged up on 2 years ago. Max pushed at the wheels of his wheelchair as fast as he could, desperately trying to escape the gang of bullies at his high school. He turned a corner, only to find more of the gang's numbers waiting for him there. They snickered as they surrounded him. One of them pulled Max off his chair and threw him to the ground. His body winced with pain. They kicked him, laughing and taunting him. There was no escape from this horrible misery. At least, there wasn't any that afternoon. He noticed one of his attackers, though wasn't enjoying the beatdown quite as much as the rest of them. Maybe he even thought that beating up a defenseless kid was really messed up. All Max did for the rest of the beatdown was stare at this one other boy. This boy was the weak link of this group of cruel hoodlums. Max saw this, and he knew that this fellow kid would be his escape route the next time. Sure enough, a week later, the kid told him which way they were coming, and Max was able to escape torment. At least for that day. Max clenched his fists and held back the tears from the painful memory. It wasn't all painful, though. It was a stark reminder of the lessons he'd learned during his horrible childhood. Lesson 12 of how to survive high school. How do you fight multiple opponents at once? Answer: you find the weakest link and poke at that and hope it tears the whole formation apart. Max took in his opponents once more. The weakest link was now clear as day. Defeat the one in the back and you defeat them all, Max said to himself. He shared his thoughts with both Casey and Neve. We can't get close to the one in the back though, said Casey. They still outnumber us, remember? Not anymore, said Max. He triggered his newly acquired trait from his mimic skill. A torrent of mana leaked from his fingertips until standing in front of him was a blue human-shaped figure of his own. Casey, you take the one on the left, said Max, then turning to his summoned mana figure. You take the other one on the right. Attack, he pointed to the one on the right, and his summoned mana fighter got the message and ran straight for the attacker Max had directed him to. Hang tight, Neve, said Max. They charged their opponents head-on. Brebs focused on the battle in front of him, readying to enter the fight himself. He couldn't believe it when the red-haired boy conjured a mana being. That's my unique trait. How could the boy do such a thing? Incredible, he thought in awe. This boy imitated other people's powers. In all the strange powers he'd come across, he'd never come across something like this. They charged at him and his companions straight on. His companions would have to do double duty now, fight and guard him from direct conflict. It was the hidden weakness of his ability. Summoning a mana being drained you of so much of your own mana that it made you much more vulnerable to other people's attacks. Thankfully, the passage was narrow enough he didn't see how they would be able to get past his 2 mana beings. The girl charged and occupied the 1 mana being, while the newly summoned mana figure attacked the other. What was the red-haired boy going to do? Brebs shivered with fear for the first time when the red-haired boy disappeared in a cloud of wispy black smoke. His whole body straightened when he felt the boy's presence behind him. POW, Brebs looked down to see a blue fist composed entirely of mana punch through his stomach. Blood began to leak out of him. He collapsed to the ground. The kid had composed a 2nd mana being, and its power was incredible. It was so much more powerful than the ones even he had created. This kid wasn't prey, he realized as the room began to swirl around him. How was it even possible that this kid wielded such a monstrous level of power? Brebs had made a mistake. He had been hunting a predator all this time. Brebs wasn't as invincible as he thought. Who are you? Asked Max to the fallen man, but it was too late. Max caught his breath standing over the area where their attacker had just disintegrated. He left behind a black feather like so many of the other killers he'd fought. What was going on? What had he been after? Or Max turned around thinking to himself as he looked across the passage to Neve. Who had he been after? Max walked back to his companions. No one spoke until finally Max broke the silence. I get the feeling you haven't told us the full truth about yourself, said Max. Is that correct, Princess? Princess Violet stared at the 2 young climbers she'd come to know over the last day. They stood alone on the strange passageway of the dungeon they were currently stuck in. You were so against me asking her questions, Max, and now here we are. I hate to say I told you so, said Casey. But I told you so. Violet looked cautiously between the 2 of them. Her fate was in the hands of these 2. The fate of her whole nation potentially hung in the balance of what these 2 climbers chose to do next. Well, we are here now, said Max. So let's focus on the present. Present me is frustrated on behalf of past me not getting to relish in the sweet satisfaction of being right, said Casey, crossing her arms. I think we can all agree that we have bigger issues than that, said Max. The boy then turned to Violet. Neve, he began. Violet winced at the fake name she'd given them a day earlier. This was going to be harder than she had realized, to tell them that she had been lying to them this entire time. Those men, they kept talking about a princess. Who exactly are you? Violet didn't know how to answer, where to even begin. Finally she said, I've been lying to you this entire time. My name is not Neve. It is Princess Violet of the Truthseeker dynasty in Old Alestria, and I need your help. Princess, what now? Said Casey, making a face. Toto was perched on her shoulder and wincing his eyes at Violet to get a closer look at her. You're a princess, said Max. Yes, said Violet, that is correct. A few things were starting to fall in place, like why those men had been attacking her in Portal Cove. or why her manner of speech didn't really fit with who she was claiming to be. Yet when he considered other things, it didn't make any sense at all. "But if you're a princess," said Max, "why do you need our help? Don't princesses normally have lots of people who work for them, including bodyguards and soldiers?" "Normally, you'd be quite right," Violet answered, "but things are far from normal right now." Violet's face fell into her hands as if she was about to burst into tears. "I don't even know where to begin," she said. "All I know is that I need your help." "Start wherever you think is best," said Max. "We can't even begin to help you unless you explain to us what's going on." "Are you familiar with the terrorist cell known as the Fallen Angels?" said Violet. Max and Casey nodded. So it was as Sakura had predicted when she set them off on this mission, Max thought to himself. The Fallen Angels are up to something. Max's stomach sank. Just as the evil group had tried to sow chaos in Zestiris, they were doing something similar in Alestria. Max's heart went out to all the innocent people who were currently living on floor 10, unaware of the pain and destruction that could be coming their way. Then he was reminded of something else. His sister, Elle, the only thread connecting him to her was the Alestrian shop that sold magical truth paper. If the owner or the shop was destroyed, he'd lose the thread connecting him to his sister, and he'd be further away from his overarching goals than ever before. "They've been orchestrating events for quite a while now to sow discord within Alestria," said Princess Violet. "They've been stoking tensions between the different groups, and now that they've—" Violet stopped talking and cleared her throat. "Now that they've murdered my entire family, they've seized control of the old Alestrian throne and really started to amplify the hostilities across Alestria," said Violet. Max and Casey stood still, not saying anything. There was never a good response to horrible news, and both Max and Casey ended up saying, "I'm sorry," softly in reply to Violet's statement. Violet wiped tears from her eyes. "How did you escape?" asked Max. "How did you end up in Portal Cove?" "My father's last action before he died was to give me an ancient necklace that's been kept in our family for generations," explained Violet. "The necklace turned out to be a one-time teleportation device that could take me to a random floor below our own. It took me to Portal Cove, where I've been hiding out disguised ever since." "But why haven't the Alestrian people rebelled if the Fallen Angels attacked your family?" asked Casey. "It's because, Violet hiccuped. "One of the members of the Fallen Angels who have been orchestrating all of this can change their shape and appearance. A great fraud now sits on the throne of old Alestria, pretending to be my father." "That's insane," said Casey. "I know that if I can get back to Alestria and prove that the current king is a fraud, that I'll be able to thwart the impending chaos and violence that is surely to erupt." "So why haven't you done that then?" asked Casey. "You told us beforehand you were born on Portal Cove, but we know now that's not true. So what's stopping you from ascending up the teleporter back to Alestria?" Violet gulped. "I tried. After asking around Portal Cove, I heard that the arrival teleporter was much easier to get to than the departure teleporter, and so I set off to ascend back to Alestria. The thing I discovered is that even though I've been to floor 10, the teleporter won't let me hop from floor 6 to floor 10 since I haven't visited the floors between the two." "And that's why you hired us," said Max. Violet nodded. "But if what you say is true," said Max, "you took an awfully big risk with us." "That's why I didn't offer any reward on the mission," said Violet. "I figured people who were willing to help someone for free would be more trustworthy." "Still seems risky to me," said Casey. Violet smiled softly. "There was one other safety precaution I took." "What?" asked both Max and Casey at the same time. "My trait," she smiled. "It's called Truth Seeker. I can tell whether people are telling me the truth or not." Max's face lit up. "You straight up asked whether or not you could trust us." "You were using your trait when you asked us that." Violet smiled and nodded her head. Precisely, she said. Wow, said Max. That's incredible. Casey, however, was less impressed. She turned to Max and said, I think we need to have a private chat. They turned to Violet. By all means, said the princess. Go speak over there, I'll sit here and wait. Max and Casey walked up the passageway until they were out of earshot of the princess. What are we going to do? Whispered Casey. Sakura told us to keep a low profile on our way up to floor 10 and do some light reconnaissance when we got there. Escorting an exiled member of the Elestrian royal family seems like the opposite of keeping a low profile. Max sighed. Casey made a good point. What's the alternative though? Said Max. Sakura said the situation with Alestria is incredibly delicate. That's why she gave us this mission unofficially. Going to her with this information might only make the diplomatic situation between the floors more complicated. Think about it, if Sakura raised this with the Council of United Floors, there's someone currently pretending to be the king of Alestria that will deny such an accusation point blank. Meaning we'd be exactly at square one, said Casey, nodding along to Max's point. So we don't really have a choice, said Max. We gotta help Violet. Max expected Casey to argue back or point out the variety of ways they couldn't trust her, but instead she nodded her head with determination. You're right, she said. We need to help her. They walked back to Violet. All right, princess, said Max. We're here to help. Violet clapped her hands together and smiled. Her big purple eyes beamed out at them. Oh, thank goodness, she said. And you, Casey, you're okay with this arrangement? I want to help you out, Violet, because that's what friends do for each other, said Casey. Then smiling at Max, she continued, I want to help you in the same way a friend once helped me and my family. Well, that settles it then, said Max. Now all we gotta do is get out of this insane dungeon and make our way to floor 10. With their destination set, the three companions traveled forth with a united goal of saving Alestria. The rest of the dungeon proved easier in comparison to the opening traps and battle with the hired assassin. There were a few more traps to dodge similar to the spear trap, and then there was a chamber full of monstrous bats, and then finally they entered a room where there was a patch of glowing light. That's it, said Max. The floor 6 departure teleporter. Finally, sighed Casey. Max and Casey strode forward with determination towards the teleporter when Violet shouted, Wait! Both Max and Casey stopped and turned and looked back towards her. The fallen angels had someone waiting on this island here, said Violet. Who's to say they don't have informants or assassins waiting on the other side of this teleporter? That's a good point, said Max. Casey plopped down on the ground and sighed. Well, what are we going to do then? I'm so sick of this floor. Agreed, said Max. Do we have any extra clothes or anything to disguise Violet? Violet shook her head. A disguise won't hide my purple eyes, and I'm sure anyone hired by the fallen angels knows to question any Alestrians they come across. This is even more of a tricky situation than I realized, said Max. Which is why I think we need to come up with a slightly better strategy, said Violet. I'm eternally grateful that you've agreed to help me, but I think we need to pause and think for a. I'm bored, whined Casey, who was now sitting cross-legged on the ground and playing with Toto. Violet smiled at her, trying to hold back her irritation, though the tiniest twitch in her left eyebrow gave her away. You know, Casey, you are speaking to a princess, said Violet. Max's heart immediately started pacing. He did not like where this conversation was going. He needed to change the subject immediately, but he was having one of those moments where his brain recognized a problem, and yet his body was somehow paralyzed from acting. Casey crossed her arms. Princess, do you realize you'd still be serving stale beer to those sailors back at Portal Cove if it weren't for us? Okay, said Max, holding his hands out. We've all had a long day, one that included an assassination attempt on all our lives, and it's still not over. I get tensions are high, but hopefully we'll ascend to floor 7 and find somewhere we can rest. Once there, We can figure out our next steps and overall strategy for getting you back to Alestria, Violet. How does that sound, everyone? Casey and Violet both crossed their arms and didn't look at each other. Fine by me, said Violet. Works for me, said Casey. Good, said Max. Our first problem is getting past anyone guarding the arrival teleporter on floor 7, but guess what? I've come up with a plan. Max explained his strategy to Casey and Violet. The departure teleporter glowed behind them as Max went over what each of them was going to do. Everything was at stake just beyond that teleporter. Their mission, the whole nation of Alestria, their goals as climbers could all disappear just beyond that one teleporter. Are you ready? Asked Max. Both Casey and Violet nodded. It was time to ascend to the next floor. Angus leant against a stone fountain that overlooked the floor 7 arrival teleporter. The fountain was made of stone with statues of mermaids and gods. It was quite a beautiful object. An uncharacteristically nice way to greet people to this horrible floor, thought Angus. The man sighed and looked up to the cavernous ceiling to this world. Floor 7. The crystal caverns. There was no sunlight here, just poor excuses for light, mana lamps and candles. Angus couldn't understand how anyone could live here full-time. If he weren't here on assignment, he would have left by now. Even on assignment, this gloomy world was enough to make him want to quit. So far it had been easy money, though. He took shifts with another mercenary, and all they had to do was stand by and watch the teleporter all day. Keep an eye out for any purple-eyed Alestrians coming through. If you see a pretty teenaged girl with long black hair who fits the description, grab her and take her to the safe house. Keep her there and await further instructions. But why would there be any Alestrians coming from floor 6? What business would they have on the lower floors? Angus wasn't paid to ask such questions, even if he couldn't help thinking them. It's not like he could come up with any answers to those questions either. There was no good reason for Alestrians, let alone a young teenage girl, to be passing through floor 7. At the end of the day, it's easy money, thought Angus. Boring money, really, if only something interesting would happen. Right as Angus had that very thought, 2 figures flickered in front of the arrival teleporter. He grinned menacingly. Perfect. Some new arrivals. The euphoria of ascending floors quickly wore off, and Max opened his eyes to find himself in a whole new world. Floor 7, the crystal caverns. Look at all the shiny rocks, said Casey. It looked as if they were underground somewhere. The walls and ceiling of the cavern were made of dark blue stones, jutting outward. The stones twinkled above them, as if to say hello. Max quickly scanned the surrounding area. As much as he wanted to bask in the sense of discovery and awe at this new floor he had entered, he knew he had to be prepared for an immediate threat. They stood on the neat cobblestones of what looked like a medieval town square. A pretty fountain stood nearby. A large man with a scar across his right cheek stood beside it, arms crossed. He stared at Max and Casey, not concealing his curiosity in the slightest. The man took a step towards them. Casey's shoulder tensed beside Max. "Remember," whispered Max. "We have nothing to hide." The fallen angels were on the lookout for an Alestrian girl, but 2 young climbers from Zestiris. They might catch a little attention, but overall they shouldn't be fitting the description of anyone their enemies were looking for. The man got closer, and Max caught sight of the metal pin with a viper on it. "Hello there, young climbers," said the man. "You're awfully far from home, are you? And by yourselves too?" Max and Casey didn't answer the man. He was clearly prying for information. "Tell me," said the man, "did all your pals die on the way here? They wouldn't be the first." The man gestured to a homeless man with a dead look in his eyes. He leant against another statue, twitching and muttering to himself. Casey gasped at the sight of him. Max shivered as he looked over the homeless man. That easily could have been one of them. Max instantly pieced together what happened to him. He'd set off into the final island dungeon with a group of friends, and they'd all died on the way. He was the only one to make it to the next floor. The guilt and trauma had been too much for him. The experience had hollowed him out into a shell of a man. "That dungeon on floor 6 will do that to you," said the man. "I thought the bureaucrats down in Zestiris had that dungeon all figured out. More experienced climbers to help people through." "I guess not." The man couldn't repress a smirk. Max clenched his fists. He knew what the hidden vipers and fallen angels were up to. They'd slain all the experienced climbers stationed at Final Island. Who knows how much blood was on the hands of those evil organizations? Those evil organizations that this man, standing right in front of him, had willfully signed up for. Max took a deep breath and repressed his anger. "We're actually going to be on our way," said Max. "Well, hold on," said the man. "You two clearly are not that wimp over there. You seem fine to me. Have you given any thought to joining a clan?" "The hidden vipers are always looking for powerful new recruits." "Thank you," said Casey, "but we're not interested." Max smiled at the man. "What she said." With that, Max and Casey walked out of the town square. "Well, that was close," said Casey under her breath. "I don't think he suspects us," said Max. "Think again," said Casey. Looking over his shoulder, Max could see another man following behind them. "We are being followed," said Casey. "Let's keep a brisk pace," said Max. "If we can find the guild outpost, we should be home free." They turned a corner, and they both kept an eye on the different shops and buildings. A few passers-by gave them odd looks, but they were mostly ignored. The citizenry of this town was an eclectic mix of humans, Elestrian, and other races Max had never seen before. He saw at least 2 people with green skin and another man who was pale white and had deep blue hair. They kept their pace up as the man continued to follow behind. Every corner they turned, Max hoped to see the symbol of Zestiris, a small beacon of the home floor he'd come from. Finally, they turned a corner, and there it was. A tall, thin building squeezed between a merchant shop and a tavern. Max and Casey rushed through the doors into the outpost. As soon as they entered, they both took a deep sigh of relief. An outpost was essentially an embassy on another floor, a home away from home. They walked up to the clerk and booked a room for 2 climbers and then headed up the stairs. The room was an austere chamber with 2 beds and not much else. Max didn't care. He was just happy to have found some privacy on this new floor. He closed the door behind him and then locked it. "Come on already," said Casey. "I hope this plan worked, Max, and we haven't accidentally killed the princess of another floor." Can you imagine how pissed Sakura would be if that's the case? In such an event, no amount of bacon and egg ramen would save us from Sakura's wrath, said Max somberly. He gulped. "It's time to see if our plan worked," said Max. 30 minutes earlier, Max had explained the plan to Casey and Violet. It took a lot of convincing, especially Violet. The princess looked at Max's mana training box with suspicion as he set it up in front of them. Her face paled when the pink door to the training realm emerged. "You want me to step into this portal?" she balked. Max grinned and nodded his head. They needed a way to enter the new floor while concealing Violet somehow. Sakura had explained to him a long time ago that you couldn't put people inside a climber's pouch, but she had never said anything about putting someone inside a mana training box and then putting that box inside a pouch. "And you're sure I'm going to be able to come out when you get to a safe location on floor 7? The princess asked warily. "I think so," said Max. "But you're not certain?" "Well," said Max, "I've never done this sort of thing before, so I can't really say." Violet gulped. "Well, it sounds like it's the best way forward," she said, taking a step towards the portal. "Here I go. See you on floor 7, hopefully." With that, the princess stepped into the portal, and the 2 climbers got to work on enacting the rest of the plan. He materialized his mana training box from his climber's pouch. He clicked a button, and the pink glowing door appeared. He stepped inside and found himself in the mana training realm. He smiled with relief when he saw Violet standing there. "Are we in a safe location?" asked Violet. "Safe-ish," said Max, Probably the best we can hope for at the moment. Come on, Casey's still worried we accidentally killed you. Honestly, let me step out of here first. I'm not convinced you haven't. Violet and Max stepped out of the training box and found themselves in the small guild outpost bedroom. The princess sighed with relief. "Oh, thank goodness," she said. "I'm still alive." "You're telling me," said Casey. "I know a lot of people are trying to kill you, Violet, but I for one don't want that badge of dishonor." Max grinned. He was pleased to see his plan had worked so successfully. Getting through the teleporters was going to be a big hurdle the whole way up to Elestria, and they now had a pretty good solution to get around any evil agents who might be hanging around to stop them. "That was indeed very clever," said Violet. "But we're going to need more than just one trick up our sleeves if we're going to make it past all the agents and assassins the fallen angels will have waiting for us." "If you have some ideas," said Max, "by all means share them." "I know humans and Elestrians look alike," said Violet, "but we have different strengths and weaknesses. I can't teach you two how to be better at combat than you already are, but I do have the knowledge and skills that only the most elite Elestrian climbers ever learn or practice. An even smaller number of the other tower races have ever mastered such techniques." Both Max and Casey's eyes widened at the princess' statement. She then looked them dead in the eyes and said, "Are you two ready to learn the power and skills wielded by only the strongest of climbers?" Angus smoked a cigarette in a back alley, waiting for his partner to return. He took a drag, blew out some smoke, and leant his head back against the wall. "What happened?" Angus asked as his partner turned the corner, coming into sight. There was something fishy about those two who had arrived through the teleporter. For one thing, he was under the impression that only a select few climbers would make it through the teleporter to begin with. They didn't seem that strong or capable. Maybe he was missing something. "Lost them," said Angus' partner. Angus' eyes bulged. "What do you mean you were supposed to keep tabs?" The man shrugged. "Maybe lost is a bit of an overstatement. They went into the Zesteris Climbers Guild outpost. Should I have followed them in?" The anger of Angus' face dissipated. "No," he sighed. "You made the right call. Entering the Climbers Guild outpost and potentially kidnapping or assassinating someone would bring too much attention. Their employers had specifically said discretion was a priority above all else." "What's next, boss?" Angus crossed his arms and thought for a moment. "We're in a better position than I initially thought," he said. "We keep tabs on the outpost and wait until they leave the town, at which point we'll strike." His partner grinned at him. Their target and payment was all within reach. It was only a waiting game now. Max stared at Violet awestruck. Her previous statement kept running through his head. "Are you two ready to learn the power and skills wielded by only the strongest of climbers?" Why wasn't he saying anything? What was he hesitating for? Of course he wanted to learn more powerful moves. "Heck yeah," he shouted. "Where do we start?" "Hold on a sec," said Casey. "As much as I want to learn these awesome new moves, do we have time? I thought we needed to get to Elestria as soon as possible." Violet crossed her arms. "You were followed on your way here, correct?" Both Max and Casey nodded. "So, even though they're not barging through our door right now, they know both of your whereabouts," Violet explained. "Meaning we could have trained killers chasing us as soon as we leave this outpost in the direction of the Floor 7 departure teleporter, right?" "That does sound like a bit of a problem," Casey admitted. "Exactly," said Violet. "Even if we need to spend a few days training, it will be worth it, especially if it means we avoid getting killed. I want to get back to my homeland as quickly as possible, but we also need to survive on our way there." Both Max and Casey nodded in agreement. "All right, teacher," said Max, smiling. "Show us what we need to learn to survive." A few minutes later, all three of them were standing in the misty realm of the mana training box. "From what I've observed from you two so far," said Violet, "is a fundamental lack of mana control." Both Max and Casey frowned at that statement. "What do you mean?" asked Max. "We can both imbue our fists with mana and break a fall from high distances. Violet nodded her head. Yes, you both seem very skilled in mana channeling and exterior mana manipulation, said Violet, but what I'm talking about is more advanced internal mana control. Why is this the first time we're hearing about this? Asked Casey. Why didn't it get covered at our Climber Academy? From what I understand about humans, said Violet, is that your race starts out with a much smaller pool of mana than your average Elestrian, meaning that there's no point in teaching you the techniques I'm thinking of until you have a larger pool of mana to work with. If I ran that academy, I'd probably start teaching you about this very subject right around the levels you are now. I always knew the guild was ripping us off with that so-called education, said Casey, crossing her arms. Violet smiled. To be fair, humanity is the youngest race to climb the tower. Elestrians have been at it for over hundreds of years. Okay, but explain to me how advanced internal mana control is going to help us right now. Right now, I can sense the mana leaking from you two with ease, said Violet. If I wasn't skilled in advanced internal mana control, anyone who followed you two here would have been able to sense 3 people in the room a few minutes ago. Thankfully, I am skilled in this regard, so I should remain undetected. Max and Casey nodded. I'm going to teach you how to control your mana leak and more, said Violet. But in exchange, during our downtime, you'll go out into the town and gather more information on Alestria. It has been weeks since I've heard anything coming from my home floor, and it worries me ever so much wondering what cruelties the fallen angels have been inflicting upon my people. Violet's face became somber, and Max empathized with the exiled princess. While their situations weren't exactly the same, he knew the same familiar frustration of wanting to help someone while also knowing such a goal was out of immediate reach. Whether it was his sister or her kingdom, they had to take incremental steps forward and have faith they'd get where they needed to be in time. I promise you, Violet, said Max, we'll help you and your kingdom. We won't let the fallen angels destroy your floor or anyone else's. Violet nodded back at Max with steely determination. Thank you, she said. Now let's get to training. Lesson 1 in Advanced Internal Mana Control, Violet began. The most basic version of the technique is the opposite of mana channeling. When you imbue your fists with mana, you're sending a rush of mana within your body to a particular location, right? With internal mana control, you're essentially doing the opposite. You're pulling your mana back rather than pushing it forward. Does that make sense so far? I think so, said Max, while Casey merely shrugged. All right, why don't you try it then, said Violet. Pull your mana back. Max nodded his head and focused. He concentrated deeply, trying to pull the mana back, and nothing happened. This is impossible, whined Casey, who was also struggling with the challenge at hand. Max stopped momentarily and tried to think through the problem. At first, he thought he was struggling because he never had to pull mana before, but then he recalled he did so all the time when draining monster cores. When doing that, first he'd create a bridge of his own mana into the monster core, and then he'd pull the monster core's mana back into his own body. Maybe he had to try something similar here. Max stood up straight and clenched his fists on either side of him. He began to channel his mana outwards, and a silvery glow began to surround his fists. Isn't that the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing? Said Casey, who was looking back and forth between Violet and Max. Max ignored his friend, focusing on the exercise at hand. He began to pull his mana back. It required more concentration than the forceful push of mana outwards that he was used to normally doing. It required more precision, more focus. No wonder this was considered an advanced technique. Max gasped as he pulled the mana back from his fists. It was so strenuous that he fell on the ground. Incredible, Violet thought as she watched Max pick himself up. He figured out the basics of the technique within minutes. The average student required weeks of training just to piece together the fundamentals, let alone execute the skill. She looked at the boy in awe. "Who was this guy?" Teach," said Max. "Did I not just do the thing you told me to do?" Violet's eyelashes fluttered, as if she was momentarily distracted. "Yes." "Very good," she said, clapping her hands excitedly. "The technique is tiring the first time you do it, but ultimately being able to constantly keep your mana pulled back will actually allow you to use your mana efficiently as possible, and you'll find yourself actually being tired less often." "I find that hard to believe," said Max. "Your body is just not used to it," said Violet. "This will be a good exercise to add to your everyday training. It will help improve your mana affinity stat as well, which is a nice alternative to draining monster cores all the time." "How do you know all this stuff?" said Max. "It's mandatory for the children of the royal family to learn mana usage," said Violet. "But not combat." "Correct," said Violet. "The Truthseeker family ascended to the throne for the very reason that we were the least violent of the noble families during the schism. Yeah, as cool as your trait is, it doesn't feel like it has a lot of uses in combat." "Yes and no," sighed Violet. "The Truthseeker trait eventually evolves into a personalized weapon as the user gets stronger. My father was able to summon a massive blue sword known as the Truthblade." Max's eyes widened. "That sounds so cool. Can you summon anything?" Violet's eyes fell. "At the moment, no. I'm not sure if I ever will." The Truthseeker trait doesn't evolve under the normal ranking system. It grows at a slower, more natural pace until suddenly the power hits you when you least expect it. At least, that's how my father explained it to me. "Excuse me, teacher," said Casey, interjecting. "One of your students is still flunking your class. I need some extra attention here, thank you very much." In the end, Max helped Casey work through the technique while Violet assessed their mana leak levels. Once Casey understood the gist of the technique and was able to practice it on her own, they called it a wrap on the day's training session. Max and Casey went and ate dinner in the Outpost's dining hall and made sure to sneak up leftovers afterwards for Violet. The three of them then went to bed, with Max taking the floor. Toto taunted him as he snuggled into the blanket on Casey's bed. "That damn adorable gerbil." Max thought to himself as he tried to get comfortable on the hard wooden floor. They spent the entirety of the next day training in the mana box. "Before we move on to your next lesson," said Violet, "did you guys have any questions regarding what we've already gone over?" "I have a question," said Max. "You can sense our mana. Is there a way for us to do that too?" "Yes, but it will be difficult," said Violet. "The different races of the tower have different strengths and weaknesses. For instance, Elestrians don't unlock traits like humans do. They're born with them and the traits are passed down." "You mean like hereditary traits?" said Casey. "Exactly," replied Violet. "Furthermore, along with Elestrians starting with a larger mana pool, they also have an easier time developing mana sense. That is, the ability to observe mana flow outside of themselves. But before you think Elestrians are an all-powerful race, keep in mind, these techniques are still very difficult to master. So you won't find many young Elestrian climbers who are quite more adept at these techniques than you currently are." "Okay," grinned Max. "So I'm guessing there's two more things you need to teach us, full-on mana blocking and mana sense." Violet grinned. "Well, aren't you ambitious? Fine, mana blocking is simple enough to explain in theory. It's a continuation of what I've already taught you. Now, as I'm sure you both know, your body is made up of hundreds of mana channels and meridians. I don't think I was ever taught the exact makeup of a human's mana channels, but suffice it to say, Elestrians have a different set of mana channel networks than humans. All the tower races do, from the most complex sentient races like ours down to a monster like the shield slime. Are you following so far?" Both Max and Casey nodded firmly. "Good. So Max, Remember how you said to drain a monster core you needed to create a mana bridge between your mana and the core before extracting it? Max nodded. Well, think about the opposite of that, like, what do you mean? Violet snatched his wrist, and a harsh burning sensation filled his arm. Ugh, shouted Max. Let go, that hurts. That's what I mean by opposite situation. I was sending my own hostile mana into your channels to create mana burn. A hostile opponent will want to create a bridge against you. You need to pull that bridge back, keep their hostile mana from getting inside you. Understand? In theory, maybe, said Max. Violet snatched his hand again, and his whole arm burned with a sharp pain. Concentrate, Max, said Violet, keeping her burning grip firm on his arm. It felt impossible to concentrate with the searing pain emanating from his arm. Is Violet trying to kill me? He thought to himself in a panic. Wait, we're in the training room, he remembered. I can't get hurt in here. The pain sensation didn't go away, but some of his panic and fear did. Stop, shouted Casey. You're hurting him. She ran over, ready to fight Violet. Toto watched Max with concern from Casey's shoulder. It's okay, said Max, gritting his teeth. I'm fine. If you were fine, said Violet, you'd stop me from hurting you. Max winced at that humiliating statement. Violet was as masochistic a teacher as Sakura was. Max focused in on his arm. The burning pain was coming from Violet's own mana particles clashing with his own. He closed his eyes, trying to concentrate and sense what was happening in his arm on a granular level. There was no way Violet's mana would be able to completely overpower his whole body, mainly because they were of a similar rank and the amount of mana in Max's wrist outnumbered hers by default. That's right, Max thought. I can push back. Max shot his own mana forward across his arm and into Violet's. The princess gasped with a shock of pain and let go of his arm. I'm a good student, grinned Max, boasting. No, you certainly are not, said Violet. What you just did was not the intended exercise. We already know you can push your mana forward and create a bridge. That was one form of defense against you, though, Max countered. As a short-term solution, it's not bad, and it's the action one might need to enact if taken by surprise, explained Violet. You cleared your mana pathways of hostile mana before blocking them off from attack, but if you're facing an opponent whose mana affinity far outstrips your own, you'll struggle to push back. Your best defense will be blocking them from even sending their own mana into your mana channels from the start. All right, I hear you, Max sighed. I'm ready to go again. Violet nodded. Good, I'll give you a hint this time. Consider the bridge metaphor once more. You need to draw your bridges up. Violet snatched Max's hand once more and the searing pain rippled through him. Max focused. He considered Violet's hint. One thing seemed off to him. She said bridges, not bridge. Bridges, plural. That's it, Max thought, the light bulb suddenly going off in his head. Max focused on his arm and the mana flowing through them. He could just barely sense the different mana channel points along his arm. He began to pull mana back, not just in a linear motion up his arm though. He pulled his mana back from each of his mana points situated along his wrist. Suddenly, Violet's hostile mana went from a searing pain to more like an irritating pinch, and then after a few seconds, not painful at all. Ah, you figured it out, said Violet, smiling and letting go. Max breathed in and out with exhaustion. In the end, he had traded the pain of Violet's hostile mana for a pounding headache. He was pleased he'd figured out the exercise, but the amount of concentration necessary was incredibly intense. Don't worry, said Violet. It will get easier in time, and a lot of practice. Once you can pull back all of your mana channel points, then you become invisible to anyone using mana sense. Max nodded, before Casey let out a huge shriek. Ah, let go of me, you jerk. Violet let go of Casey's arm. What? Asked Violet sarcastically. Did you think I'd forgotten about you? You were paying attention to how Max solved it. Now it's your turn. The princess turned to Max. While I practice with Casey, You should practice the same exercise of pulling back on your individual channel points from all over your body." Max nodded and did as he was told. 30 minutes went by as Max closed his eyes and focused on his body and the interlocking channels and mana points. He had to focus extra hard to ignore Casey's constant screams and cries of pain in the background. Once Casey learned the technique, it was time to call it a day. "Good work, you two," smiled Violet. The princess was beyond impressed by the two human climbers. They worked so hard. They were so determined. They fought and overcame every obstacle thrown at them. It was incredible. She thought back to their battle in the Floor 6 dungeon. She had helped a little bit back then, so she couldn't say she was useless, but she had been more of a burden than an asset. She didn't want to be that way anymore. She wanted to be the kind of person who saved others rather than the person people were always rescuing. She didn't want to be a damsel in distress. She wanted to be a hero in the way that her two new companions clearly were. Violet was more than impressed by them, she was inspired. "Lesson number 3, said Violet the following day. Mana sense. This was going to be tough, she thought to herself. She wasn't sure where to even begin. "Max," she said, "tell me what you've learned while practicing on your own. That blocking one's mana channels is incredibly tough and requires an intense focus." Violet giggled. "That's true," she said. "But would you say in the last 30 minutes or so, you've gained a better insight into the exact locations of your mana channel points than you had before?" "Definitely," said Max. "Good," said Violet. "It's that same precise sense of your own mana channels that you then need to focus outward. Close your eyes, both of you. Try and sense each other's mana." Both Max and Casey closed their eyes. Max saw only darkness. "Now really focus," said Violet. "How am I supposed to see anything with my eyes closed?" Casey complained. "You can still sense the sun shining on your face with your eyes closed," Violet said. "The same is true here. Now focus." Max closed his eyes and only saw darkness. "What exactly are we hoping to see?" said Max. "Seeing might be the wrong way to think about it," said Violet. "What you really want to do is feel outward. Come on, you two are standing right next to each other. How can you not sense each other's mana?" "Arg, this is impossible," shouted Casey. Max was getting frustrated too. They had been making progress with their training session, and now it felt like they had hit another wall. Then Max had a new idea. Maybe they were making this exercise more difficult for themselves. Perhaps he could make it easier. "Wait," shouted Casey, with excitement. "I sense something. I can feel Max next to me." Casey opened her eyes and grinned at Max. Max had both his fists imbued with mana. "Interesting," said Violet, "and unexpected. In some ways, you've jumped ahead of the exercise. Signaling allies and enemies can be an important element to a successful strategy against highly intelligent and organized opponents." "So what are you saying," said Max, "that I cheated the exercise?" "No," said Violet. "Not at all," said Casey. "I think you've helped me figure it out. Let's try again. I think I know what I'm looking for now." "I'll help you see me this time." They restarted the exercise. Max closed his eyes. First he saw nothing, then something happened. Max didn't know how to describe it. It partially felt like he was seeing the silvery wisps of Casey's mana coming off her, but he also knew he wasn't seeing it. Is this what Violet meant by feeling the presence? He wasn't even sure he'd describe the sensation as feeling either. Or at least, it wasn't anything he'd felt before. It was almost like telepathy. No, it was more like hypersensitivity. He remembered reading a book once about how those who had lost their sense of sight or hearing gained increased awareness in their other senses. That's what this felt like, Max thought. It was as if all of his senses were working overdrive to recreate the area around him and pinpoint the nearby mana. "I sense Casey," said Max, finally opening his eyes to see his friend holding up a triumphant glowing silver mana-imbued fist. "Great," said Violet. "Again, you're just grasping the fundamentals here. There's no need to expect perfection so early on. This will be something to add to your practice routine, and you'll get better at it as the days, months, and years go on. I heard stories about ancient masters who could sense activity from across the world of the biggest floors. There were even legends of climbers who could sense activity on whole other floors. How is that even possible? Balked Casey. The normal limits of what is possible shatter the higher up the tower you go, said Violet, or at least that's what my mana instructor used to tell me. I can't entirely confirm, but I can guess from what I've seen from the fallen angels. Both deliver horror at A rank. I'd be terrified to encounter what an S ranker looks like. All three of them nodded silently. Do you know who we'll be going up against when we get to Alestria? Asked Max. Violet sighed. If I told you, you might get discouraged. You've already told us they're freaking Arankers, said Casey. I don't know what else you can do to freak us out. The more we know who we'll be up against, the better our chances, right? Violet nodded. The fallen angels have sent 2 of their top agents to sow chaos in Alestria. Based on the glimpse I got of them, I was able to scrounge together some knowledge from the different travelers who passed through Portal Cove. The one pretending to be my father is a shapeshifter known as Priscilla the Performer. Her partner is even more fearsome and is only known via his codename, the Gambler. Both are extremely powerful and dangerous. To defeat them, we'll have to tread carefully. Both Max and Casey paled at Violet's words. Max gave a slight shiver. They were planning to go up against A-rank climbers in order to help Violet, and here they were only just learning these new mana techniques. They were so far behind these powerful forces. They needed to keep training, to keep getting stronger. Now forget all of that. Let's focus on what we're trying to achieve here and now, said Violet, mustering a grin. Are you two ready for your final test? It took them 20 minutes to set up the final exercise. It involved creating a whole scenario involving a ruined churchyard and graveyard. Max was able to conjure all these specific extra set pieces from the control panel of the mana box, so they could set up the ideal training scenario. Once the fake ruins were ready, Violet said, "Okay, here's the exercise. We're going to play a game of tag. You two are it, and you have to catch me. I won't be blocking my mana as intensely as I normally do while we work through this exercise. I want you to apply everything you learn to capture me. Now close your eyes and count down from 30. Both Max and Casey did as they were told and began counting out loud in unison. 30, 29, Max scrunched his eyes shut as tight as he could, concentrating deeply. The exercise had truly begun as soon as they closed their eyes. He sensed a small blob of power moving further and further away from him. That was Violet. She was letting her mana leak out. They had to keep track of her. Violet climbed up and hid within the second floor of the church ruins. She was impressed by the mana box's ability to create this realistic simulation. It was true, if she looked out the window, it was still the weird, spacey realm of the mana box, so it wasn't perfect, but it was still pretty impressive, nevertheless. Ready or not, here we come. Max and Casey's voices echoed across the training realm. Here they come, Violet thought, closing her eyes. She focused outward and sensed the 2 blobs of mana coming towards her. The blobs were dimmer and more controlled than they had been before. They were still apparent to anyone who was looking for them, but they were at least not screaming their location as they were before when they'd been unconsciously leaking mana. They are improving, Violet smiled. She gave herself a mental pat on the back, impressed with her own teaching capabilities. She then refocused on the 2 blobs moving around the map. Strange, she thought, they must have lost their sense of her based on their movement. Maybe they were focusing on blocking their channels while focusing on finding her the old-fashioned way. The scenario map wasn't that big, so it was easily doable. Interesting tactic, thought Violet. Not sure if it would have been my choice, but fair enough. The main thing Violet needed to do was pay attention to where Max was. He had that shadow blink ability which would be difficult to avoid. Lucky for her, though, Max had a larger mana pool than Casey, so it was easy to determine who was who when she focused with her mana sense. So long as she stayed focused on where Max was, she'd be able to stay away from them. The blobs were getting closer around the church, she realized. Time to move. Violet ran down the steps of her hiding spot. Max was coming in through the back, Violet thought, so she'd go out through the front and avoid Casey. She moved quietly and stepped outside of the church structure only to be hit with a huge shock. Wait, what? Max stood directly in front of her. He disappeared in a flash of shadow and then reappeared behind her, clasping his hand on her shoulder. Caught, he declared. How did you? Violet stared at him in shock. You knew I was going to avoid you more, so you kept your mana blocked while Casey leaked out more. You tricked me. Casey ran up behind them and also put a hand on Violet's shoulder. As you said Casey, you need to use these techniques against a highly strategic opponent. Violet grinned. This was impressive. Their ability to think on their feet and immediately utilize newly learned techniques to their advantage was truly incredible. They were not just thinking about how they should use the techniques, they were also considering how their opponent would as well. Who were these two? Violet wondered. Growing up, Elestrians didn't seem to hold human climbers with much regard, but this level of talent was truly hard to ignore. Well done, said Violet. Your lessons are complete. They stepped out of the mana training box and back into their room in the Climbers Guild outpost. Thank you so much for training us, said Max. It was my pleasure, said Violet. Now we just have to put it all into practice and continue our journey up the tower. Casey's stomach rumbled and she blushed with embarrassment. I vote that we eat first and apply all our knowledge first thing tomorrow. They all laughed and agreed to the plan. Max and Casey left Violet in the room to herself and started heading down the steps back to the ground floor of the Climbers Guild outpost. They were halfway down the stairs when they heard the clerks exclaim with excitement. Ah, finally, said a clerk. News from Alestria. Max and Casey paused on the steps. The clerks didn't say anything until a new voice said, "And what's happening up there?" The original voice shivered as it spoke once more. The news isn't good. Max stood frozen in place on the steps, listening intently to the clerks speaking about Alestria, the floor they were heading towards. Apparently New Alestria burned down an old Alestrian town called Riverside, said one clerk. That doesn't sound good, said another clerk. Riverside is an important trading point between the two countries. What are they talking about? Whispered Casey. Max was equally confused. Was Alestria not one unified country? What the heck was going on? The king of old Alestria has stated publicly that there will be repercussions to those who did this. Again, said the clerk. That doesn't sound good. Anything else in that report? That's it, said the clerk. Max started heading back up the stairs. Where are you going? Hissed Casey. I thought we were getting food. We have to tell Violet what we just heard, said Max. Hold on, said Casey. I'm not trying to be selfish here, but don't you think this news will go down easier with some good old-fashioned grub? Max paused. He was hungry himself, and Casey did have a point. Food would be a tiny consolation to this bad news, Max figured. Okay, he groaned, but let's be quick. They decided to get something different from what the outpost offered for dinner and found a nearby food merchant. They were able to pick up a couple of loaves of bread, cheese, sausage, olives, dip, and chocolate for dessert. A proper picnic feast. They brought all the edible goodies back to their room in the guild outpost and laid it all nicely on a blanket-turned tablecloth on the floor of their room. This looks absolutely delightful, said Violet, clapping her hands together. Now tell me, where are the plates and cutlery? Max and Casey exchanged glances. Said Max. We were just going to dig in with our hands. Look, said Casey, ripping off a piece of baguette and dressing it up with some cheese, sausage, and olives. The bread can be your plate, except it's a plate you can eat. Violet's eyes twitched for a second, revealing her naive and formal upbringing as a princess. She then gulped and said, "Well then, tear me off an edible plate of my own, please." Casey laughed and happily obliged. They had bought more than enough food for the three of them, and even so, they ended up eating all of it in the end. They laughed and joked and told stories as they ate. By the end, Casey held her stomach. I'm stuffed." "It looks like Toto is too," Max laughed. The gerbil was lying in front of a large wedge of cheese they'd given it, seemingly exhausted and unable to eat any more. "Did you hear anything about Alestria when you went out?" Violet finally asked. Both Max and Casey looked away from the princess. They hadn't been able to figure out how to properly bring up what they had heard earlier. They had decided to wing it, which ultimately led to them avoiding the topic altogether over dinner. Violet's eyebrows rose. "What aren't you telling me? Don't forget my trait will tell me if either of you is lying." Max and Casey shared a glance. There was no point hiding it. They would have to tell her eventually. "We overheard two clerks in the guild hall," said Max. "They mentioned a village between Old Alestria and New Alestria had been burned to the ground, and now both sides are preparing for war." Violet's whole face went pale. "That damn imposter," she cried. She wiped a tear from her eye. "Hold on," said Max. "There's a lot we still don't know about Alestria. I thought it was one country, now it's two." Violet sighed, and a sad look came on her face. Alestria was once a unified country, but that ended over 150 years ago during the First Alestrian Civil War. Max listened intently. History of the tower always fascinated him. 150 years ago would have been before the tower had even first appeared on Earth. How did that work exactly? If history happened in the tower before its arrival on Earth, did that mean the tower floated through space? No, that would be silly. It was probably more like the tower actively defied spatial, temporal, and dimensional realities. The exact mechanics of the tower's appearance remained a mystery to humanity, but perhaps other races, like Alestria, had cracked the code. He'd have to ask such questions at a more appropriate time. As I've explained to you before, all traits in Alestria are passed down from birth. That fact, coupled with the fact that Alestria always had a strong social divide between nobles and commoners, led to the incredibly cruel practice of nobility farming. "What the heck does that mean?" asked Casey. Essentially, it was a way to force rare hereditary traits to breed with one another and keep the most powerful traits within noble families. "I mean, sucks for the nobles," said Max. "But hasn't there always been arranged marriages like that amongst the most wealthy and powerful in society?" Violet shook her head. "The practice was even worse than that, though. A few very evil noble families would force social experiments on their servants, seeing what traits would appear when combined with others. Mothers, fathers, children, all might go missing in the night, as a powerful family would seek out more Alestrians to experiment with, to figure out the keys to greater power. It was horrible." "That's seriously messed up," said Casey. Violet nodded her head. "I can't deny my people's sins, but before you judge us too harshly, let me ask you too, have traits not led to unfair divisions across your people as well?" Casey blushed, while Max nodded at the princess. Insightful words. "Zestiris was a city divided between the Tower Zone and the Outer Rim. Then within the former, you still had divisions between the commoners and those with traits, and even then there were divisions between the pure veins and the fake veins." Max hadn't witnessed anything as cruel and horrible as the practice of nobility farming, but now that Violet had mentioned it, he could easily see humanity falling into the same trappings the Alestrians had. "So the commoners revolted?" asked Max. "Exactly," said Violet. "The Civil War was the bloodiest in Alestrian history, and at the end of it, our country had been divided into two different nations, Old Alestria and New Alestria. Old Alestria kept the capital that surrounded the arrival teleporter to our floor, whereas New Alestria formed its capital around the tower and the departure teleporter." "Ah, you're a tamed floor then," said Max. Yes, said Violet. The divisions were more complicated than geography, though. Those who stayed in old Alestria wished to see both a continuation of the royal line to keep stability, while also bringing about slow, gradual change. It was at this point that my family, the Truth Seekers, ascended to the throne. What happened in New Alestria then? New Alestria was founded on the principles that the old system had led to so much death and destruction that they needed to completely start over. They formed a city around the tower and introduced a council of elected elders. That all sounds good, said Casey. What's the problem now, though? It was for a time. The tensions between the two countries has been rising over the last few years, Violet explained. You see, my father was going to introduce an elected parliament that would over time gain more power in Old Alestria until the royal family would slowly become more of a symbol and a figurehead. This angered New Alestria greatly. Wait, what? Asked Max. Surely they'd welcome such a change, as it would be similar to their own system of government. No. You'd think that, said Violet, but sadly New Alestria's system of elected elders has for decades been corrupt. Elections were supposed to happen whenever an elder passed, but they sought ever greater magic to keep themselves alive. Then when one or two did end up passing away, many believed the elections that followed to be rigged. So, in the end, the leaders of New Alestria saw my father's actions as a threat against their system's legitimacy. Do you think the leaders of New Alestria hired the fallen angels? Asked Casey. I think that might be a step too far. I could be wrong. My suspicion is that the fallen angels saw the tensions rising and took the opportunity to cause even more chaos. Why the fallen angels care to wreak this havoc still remains a mystery to me. All I know is we must stop it. Max nodded his head determinedly. Agreed, and we're going to help you do that. Thank you, said Violet in hushed tones. From what you've told me about what you overheard with the Clarks, this is all very grim news. The town they burned down is the center of trade between the two countries. This will only fan the flames of anger across the floor. We must hasten our return to my home floor and stop this madness from going any further. Violet's purple eyes beamed with determination. Max was eager to help their new companion, but he was still unsure about the best way to go about doing so. They still needed to ascend this floor, then floor 8 and floor 9 before they could ascend to Alestria on floor 10. All right, said Max. Eager as I am to keep going, we need to be smart about this. We've been traveling all day. We need to rest. We can't just move as fast and hard as possible towards floor 10. We need to be smart about it too. So I recommend we rest and set off for the floor 8 departure teleporter tomorrow. Does everyone agree? Toto certainly agrees, said Casey, pointing to the bloated gerbil snoring in front of its block of cheese. Violet sighed. I wish what you said didn't make sense, but unfortunately it does. We must be smart about our journey ahead. Tomorrow will be the true test of everything we've been practicing for the last few days. Angus sat at a pub near the window. From his position, he could see the Zestiris Climbers Guild outpost directly. His partner sat down beside him, smiling. Did as you requested, said the man. Passed around our intel about floor 10. Angus grinned. If those two climbers are escorting the fugitive princess, Angus thought, news of her floor falling apart was sure to get them moving. Angus grinned. That news will surely get them out of that blasted outpost and on their way, grinned Angus. Then we can finally do our job and get paid. The following day, Angus and his partner hung out in the alley near the climbers' outpost. They played cards and rolled dice, all while keeping an eye on the entrance to the building. What do you reckon? Angus' partner asked. Will they set off today? Angus grinned. He sure hoped so. He was tired of waiting around for these punks to set off. He pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. Why don't we bet on it? Smiled Angus. I bet they'll leave this afternoon, said the partner. I think they'll leave even sooner, said Angus. Breakfast, then hitting the road. "You're on, partner," said the man. "We'll just have to wait and see." Angus eyed the entrance to the outpost. "Come on now," he thought. "What are you waiting for?" Max woke up to an aching back. He rubbed his eyes and sat up to see that both Casey and Violet were still sound asleep. Unfair, he thought. Not only did he have the worst, most uncomfortable sleep, but he also had the shortest sleep as well. He stood up and yawned once more and decided he'd go out and pick up breakfast for everyone. He went down to the outpost's dining hall and picked up some fruit, along with more bread and some butter and jam to go alongside it. He was also able to purchase a large thermos of coffee and 2 paper cups. When Max returned to the bedroom, Violet and Casey were dressed and out of bed. "There he is," said Casey. "We were worried about you," said Violet. "She was," said Casey, blushing. "Not me, though." Max lifted up his bag of treats. "I got breakfast." They ate quickly and efficiently and only spoke about what their next moves would be. "It's time we put everything we learned to work," said Casey. Violet's face paled. "Hold on a minute." She closed her eyes and focused. "What is it?" asked Max. "I can sense 2 people with stronger mana than everyone else around here," said Violet. "They've been in the alleyway across the street all morning." "We knew we were being tailed already, though," said Casey. "Does it slow down our plans?" Max shook his head. "I know how to get around them," said Max. "It might just take us a little longer to get out of here." 3 days later, Angus and his partner were still hanging around the alleyway, waiting for those punks to finally set off. They stayed out all night, waiting to see if they had made a dash for it in the middle of the evening, but no sight of them. They hadn't left the outpost in days. "I can't believe we both lost that bet," said Angus' partner. "What are those 2 pipsqueaks up to?" Angus closed his eyes. A long time ago, he'd tortured an Elestrian monk to learn the secrets of Elestrian mana control. He knew the basics, but he wasn't great at them. Even still, he tried to use mana sense to get an idea of what those 2 punks were up to. He could see 2 blobs of mana emanating out of their room in the outpost. "They're still in there," Angus muttered. What the heck was going on? It had been days since they'd spread the news about what was happening on floor 10, and they hadn't made any moves at all. What were they up to? What were they planning? "I've had enough of this shit," he spat. He turned to his partner. "Wait here." He marched across the street and entered the climbers' outpost. The nearest clerk smiled at him and said, "Welcome to the Zesteris Climbers Guild outpost. How may I help you?" "I'd like to know about 2 of your guests staying here at the minute," said Angus. "Is that possible?" The clerk shook her head. "Sorry," said the clerk. "We don't give out any information concerning our guests." "Is there anything else I can do for you today?" Angus scowled and marched back into the streets. He looked around. The amount of people was thinning out. Nighttime, or whatever you called it in this sun-forsaken cavern world, was approaching. "There's only one thing left to do then," Angus thought to himself. He went back to his post with his partner and waited a few more hours until the town had mostly gone to sleep. He checked his mana sense once more and saw the 2 blobs of mana emanating in the room. "They're still there." "I'm tired of waiting," said Angus. He walked back into the empty streets and went around the climbers' outpost to the back roads. He then imbued mana into his feet and planted them against the wall. Angus climbed up the back of the building until he was on the roof. He then crept over to the window where the 2 climbers were staying. He peeked his head up to look through the window. 2 figures wearing hoodies were sitting together on the bed, their backs facing the window. What the heck were they doing, he wondered, before remembering he didn't give a shit. Time to kill these 2 punks. He jimmied the window and was able to open it and pull it up without breaking any glass. The figures in the room didn't react. Angus was beginning to get uncomfortable. This was a little too easy. He walked over to one of the figures and grabbed them by the shoulder. "Time to die, poo." No, Angus couldn't believe it. A vein thickened along his neck as his face went red with anger. The 2 people sitting in front of him weren't people at all. They were two human-shaped figures composed entirely of mana. Those punks, he thought with rage. They tricked me. Max and his companions all laughed around the fire, now 3 days' distance away from the town they'd been staying in. How long do you think it will take them to figure out we aren't in the room? Laughed Casey. Who knows, said Max, but they aren't catching up to us now. His plan had been a rousing success. He knew they couldn't just escape the town undetected. That wouldn't have been enough. The evil agents and climbers would chase after them. They had to escape the town without them suspecting their departure at all. That's where his mimic trait had come in. He was still able to create mana figures from his battle with the assassin in the floor 6 dungeon. So he set them up as props in his room to deceive anyone else using mana sense. After that, it was actually Max and Casey's turn to hide in the mana training box, as Violet, with her superior grasp of mana control, escorted them out through the back of the outpost and to the wild areas of the crystal caverns with 0 mana leak. Maybe getting up to Alestria won't be so hard after all, mused Violet. We'll just have to play it by ear, Max replied. He was eager to take on the challenge. After escaping the town, the journey across floor 7 was relatively easy. They walked through winding labyrinthine tunnels, occasionally fighting large beetles, hostile slimes, and zombie worms. They mostly dropped copper and silver monster cores, which Casey and Max then divided amongst one another. They offered to share the core droppings with Violet, but the purple-eyed girl politely declined. Consider it payment, she said. Oh yeah, groaned Casey. Don't remind me of that. If I think about it too hard, I get incredibly frustrated. We are doing this mission for free and you're a freaking princess. You should be paying us loads. I am, laughed Violet, with all these monster cores you're picking up. From monster, we beat ourselves. Are you? What are those? Said Max, interrupting the growing tempestuous conversation between his two female companions, and he was also genuinely curious about the strange development happening in front of him. They had entered an odd open area full of a set of slimes that reminded Max of the shield slime he had to fight in his preliminary test to enter the Climber Academy almost a year ago. At first, the room had seemed empty, and then weird, smiling faces of odd happy-go-lucky slimes appeared in the distance. Oh, weird, said Casey, scrunching her nose, clearly grossed out. Oh, those are called clear slimes, said Violet. We have them in Alestria too. They have a very fascinating ability to phase out. You can attack them with any spell and the move will go right through them. They're very tricky to hunt, but thankfully they don't attack anyone on their own accord. They sound very annoying to fight, said Casey. Let's keep moving. They walked another few hours, fighting a few more crystal cavern monsters until they agreed to set up camp. They made a fire and roasted some hot dogs Max had packed with them from Zestiris. So this is dog meat? Asked Violet as she peered at her cooked sausage in a bun. Both Max and Casey laughed. No, it's a regular sausage, said Max, but we humans, I guess, call them hot dogs. Max kept stumbling over the fact that Violet wasn't human. Beyond her purple eyes, she looked no different from Casey or him. It was so weird to think of humanity as a race among many in the tower. That things they took for granted, that they didn't even think about, like hot dogs, would seem foreign to someone else. After dinner, both Violet and Casey retreated to their respective tents to get some shut-eye. Each night they would take shifts guarding their campsite. Max was up first. As he sat in front of the fire, he drained the monster cores he'd gained from that day and then looked over his stats in his profile. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, E-trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain one ability you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, Rare Strength, 31 Agility, 30 Endurance, 28 Mana Affinity, 30 Passive Skills, Kokora Warrior Spirit. Max was very pleased with his growth. His strength stat had gone up a point, meaning his strength was officially D-rank level strength. His agility wasn't too far behind reaching that either. He also eagerly looked at his mana affinity stat. It had jumped a whole 3 points since he last checked. It must have been from the combination of the monsters they'd fought and all the new mana technique training they were doing. He was excited by the number as well. It meant he was now only 1 stat point away from officially hitting D-rank. His trait would evolve at that point too, and he couldn't wait to see what he'd be able to do next. He sighed, and his excitement deflated for a moment. He knew it was going to be a struggle to raise the attribute from 30 to 31. The stats became harder and harder to raise the closer one got to ranking up. He'd need to fight another C-rank beast with a gold monster core to get where he needed to get to. Too bad none of the monsters in the crystal cavern that they'd seen so far had been that powerful. He closed his eyes and began practicing the exercises Violet had taught him. He focused on his mana channels and tried to pull his mana inward from each point in his body. Drawing back the bridge was how Violet described it. Blocking one's mana channels, concealing oneself. He still hadn't mastered full concealment, but he was getting better at stopping the mana leak, so he was no longer announcing his presence to anyone. But surely an adept user of mana sense would be able to infer quite a bit from a person with muted mana. If anything, wasn't that signaling just as much information to a potential enemy? All the more reason why I have to learn how to do full mana blocking, thought Max. Eventually, enough time passed until it was Casey's turn to stand guard. And so the days and nights passed as such until the trio arrived at the Floor 7 departure teleporter. They had half expected to find more mercenaries waiting for them, but it looked as if the fallen angels and their associates had spent more of their energy guarding the arrival teleporter on this floor than the departure one. Perhaps they hadn't expected anyone else to make it this far with all their other restrictions in place. Max smiled at the glowing light of the teleporter. Next floor, here we come. Max opened his eyes and found himself on a large rock, surrounded by green swampland. The sky above was a murky yellow. The air was humid and sticky. A fly buzzed in Max's ear. "Welcome to Floor 8, said Casey. "The swamplands." Violet stepped out of the mana box. "Oh my," she said. "What is that stench?" "Sweat, pee, dirt," said Casey, shrugging. "I'm not sure how to phrase it in fancy princess language. Discharges, maybe?" "That's more medical," mused Max. "Impolite odors," said Violet. "Let's refer to them as such," Casey snickered. "Sure thing, princess." Max looked around the swamp. He was relieved to see there weren't any hidden vipers waiting for them on this floor, but he knew they couldn't rest. Speaking of which, why wasn't there anyone guarding this teleporter? Could there be a reason why the hidden vipers felt no need to station someone here? The swamp water began to ripple. The ripples then began to grow until splash. A giant piranha the size of a truck leapt out from the swamp. The monster hung in the air, shadowing over the three companions. The rock they were standing on suddenly felt a lot smaller. "I guess this is the reason the hidden vipers aren't chasing after us," said Max. Max quickly powered up his claws. He shadow blinked to meet the piranha in the air and unleashed an uppercut slash. His mana claws ripped through the gigantic piranha's flesh and showered the swamp in blood and guts, before materializing into a silver monster core that Casey quick swooped up. Max channeled mana to his feet to cushion his fall back onto the rock. "Well done, Max," said Violet. "Glad you were quick on your feet," said Casey. "That thing caught me off guard." "My pleasure, you too," said Max, grinning. "It was a piece of cake." Max kept it to himself, but he was surprised by how easy he defeated the piranha, especially when it dropped a silver monster core. That must have been his D-rank strength stat coming into play, most likely alongside a low endurance stat from the piranha. Max was snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Violet's shoulders suddenly straighten. Max knew that look and triggered his mana sense. someone was approaching them. The figure appeared from behind some nearby trees and hopped across the floating lily pads in the swamp until it landed close to the rock they were standing on. The figure was humanoid in shape, but his skin was green and reptilian and his head the face of a frog. Max and the others shared uneasy glances. They were ready to fight another hostile creature if it came to it, but the way this person had approached them in the open suggested it didn't have hostile intent. Unless this guy didn't even think of us as much of a threat, Max mused uneasily. The figure bowed and said, "Welcome to our swamp. You do us a great service by slaying that fish. It does not belong to this floor. It was brought here to taint our world. Your killing of it proves you are not an enemy to me or my people." "No problem," said Max, happy to help. He turned back and looked uncomfortably at the arrival teleporter. "Perhaps you could return us the favor by taking us from this stone," said Max. "I understand," said the frogman. He then let out a strange ribbit-like cry that echoed across the swamp. A trio of small wooden boats appeared around the bend. "We'll take you to our village," said the leader. "My name is Ullop. My people are known as the Frog Folk." They had no way of communicating with each other, but Max was sure similar thoughts were probably running through the others' heads. Ideally, they'd be able to survive on their own on this floor. Other than relying on strangers, they weren't 100% sure they could trust. But given the circumstances, this was the best they could ask for. And two, keep their guards up. The three of them entered Ullop's boat and moved up the stream into the murky yellow fog of this new floor they'd entered. As they moved along the river, Max spotted strange glowing moss and weird-colored fungi along the trees that seemed to have a mind of its own. Violet kept her arms crossed, an uneasy look on her face. Casey had found a stick and was tracing water along the stream. It seemed neither one of them wanted to converse with Ullop or the other frog folk in fear of offending them. Max, on the other hand, thought this was a great learning opportunity. "Hey Ullop," said Max. "You mentioned someone brought that piranha here. Do you know who?" "It was a while back," sighed Ullop. "It was one of you humans." Silver-haired, older. Max's stomach lurched and his face went pale. He recognized the description straight away. Samuel Archer. It made sense too. The former A-ranker had the ability to manipulate monsters. He used those monsters to stage a coup on Zestiris. It looks like the fallen angels had used those skills to bring monsters into this floor that didn't belong here and mess with the environment. "I'm sorry," said Max. "No need to apologize," said Ullop. "You were not the one who infected our swamp. Did that man bring any other monsters here?" Ullop frowned and said, he did, but let us not discuss that now, for we have arrived." The boat turned down a bend and a shanty-town village appeared. Houses and other buildings were all made of wood situated above the trees, connected together with rope bridges. Ullop and his companion frogfolk docked the boats and led the trio of climbers up into the village. The other frogfolk glanced and murmured at Max, Casey, and Violet. "Do you not get that many visitors?" asked Max. "We used to get more," said Ullop. "Not as many since that piranha was placed in front of the teleporter." Ullop led them to a large treehouse where he asked them all to sit on the ground around a low table. Ullop stepped into the back and then returned. "Food will be brought to us shortly," said Ullop. "In the meantime, let me thank you again for defeating that piranha. If there's anything we can do, please don't hesitate to ask." "Well," said Max, "we need to get to the Floor 8 departure teleporter." Ullop went quiet. "Unfortunately," he said, "I cannot grant you that request." "What do you mean?" asked Casey. "You just said, request anything." Ullop sighed. "I would love to grant your request, but your request requires me to ask another favor of you three." "What kind of favor?" Max asked. "We're desperate to keep moving," Violet chimed in. "If another favor will help us, then we'd be more than happy to oblige." Ullop nodded. "You asked me before if that silver-haired man had brought any more monsters to this land," explained Ullop. He brought one more, a horrible, awful monster, and he placed it in the most insulting location. He put the monster in our sacred grounds where we go to pray. It's a grievous offense, as fighting is forbidden amongst the frog folk in the sacred grounds. Furthermore, the teleporter you seek lies a few days' journey beyond the sacred grounds. Geez, said Casey, I hate that Samuel Archer continues to be an ass even from beyond the grave. All right, said Max. That settles it. We'll go take out that monster for you guys. We're happy to help. Just tell us where it is and we'll go crush it. It might also help to know what it is, said Violet. The frogman paled. The monster is something of nightmares. It goes by the name of Bone Basilisk. A few hours later, after a meal and a quick rest, Max and Casey pushed a small boat off the shore of the frog folks' village and rowed their way in the direction of the Bone Basilisk. Violet waved them goodbye from the shore. As she was not very useful in combat, it was a greater risk to bring her with them. She returned to the room Ullop had left for them to rest in. The frogman was waiting by her door. He looked as if he was crying. Is everything okay, Ullop? Violet asked. The frogman shook his head. I've sent those two to their deaths, said the man. I'm sure of it. Violet paled. Don't be so sure. Those two are fiercer than they look. Ullop turned to the swamp where Casey and Max were a mere speck in the distance. For all our sakes, said Ullop, I hope you're right. Max rowed the boat, sending them deeper into the swamplands. Glowing bubble fish swam below them, and they saw the occasional mudgator. I think this might be hands down my least favorite floor we've visited, said Casey, looking around uneasily. I wouldn't call it my favorite either, that's for sure, replied Max, steering the boat further along. The frogfolk told them that if they moved at a gentle pace, many of the swamp monsters wouldn't attack them, so Max made sure to let the boat glide along very slowly. They followed the directions Ullop had given them, and about an hour later, the trees of the swamp disappeared and they entered a large circular area surrounded by overgrown yellow weeds. The frog folk's sacred lands and the Bone Basilisk's lair. Casey shivered. Well, we're here. Where's this snake monster then? The water began to shake around them. Right on time, said Max. A large shadow of a snake appeared below them. You know why this is my least favorite floor, said Casey, standing up in the wobbly boat. It's that we're confined to fighting from this damn boat. Crack. The basilisk shot itself through the center of their boat, smashing it in half. Max and Casey jumped in opposite direction as the snake continued to shoot high in the air and tower over them. Splash! Max's clothes soaked through and dirty water rushed up his nose. This was bad. There was no way they were going to beat the Bone Basilisk while treading water. Casey flailed in the murky water of the swamp. Toto stood on top of Casey's head, moving in a small frightened circle, fearful of both him and his owner sinking. The Bone Basilisk flipped in the air and came hurling back into the water. Max shivered. We need to not be treading water by the time it comes up for air, he thought. We'll be easy pickings that way. Come on, Max, think. There was a large lily pad floating nearby. If only they could stand on it like Ullop had done when they had first met. The light bulb of an idea went off in Max's head. Who's to say they could? Casey, shouted Max. The lily pads are our only hope. Swim to the nearest. The look on Casey's face was full of panic. Max thought he noticed a slight twitch in her eyebrows that hinted that she thought this lily pad plan sounded moronic, but there was nothing else they could do. Max swam to the lily pad. He needed to get onto firmer ground than floating directly in the water like fishing bait. Clearly, Ullop was able to balance on the lily pads due to the frog folk's amphibious feet, but Max figured he should be able to do something similar with mana channeling. He climbed onto the lily pad, and it began to sink in the water with his weight. He closed his eyes and focused. He channeled mana to his feet, created a bridge with the lily pad, and then pulled the mana up. The lily pad floated to the surface of the swamp. It wasn't an ideal position for this fight, but it was better than floating helplessly with his legs below the water. Casey was struggling to mimic what Max had successfully done. "Hold on," she suddenly shouted. "Why am I wasting my time with this idea?" Suddenly, she materialized her paper crane and manipulated the wind, and had the crane drag her and Toto out of the water and up into the air. When she was far enough above in the sky, she clambered up onto the crane properly. The swamp began to tremble once more, and Max had to focus on the lily pad to keep balanced. Casey," said Max, "could you maybe pick me up?" "Oh, don't like your lily pads idea as much anymore now, huh?" said Casey. Splash. A huge wave burst forth, followed by the bone basilisk shooting out from the water. Casey swerved her paper crane to dodge the monster. "Now is my chance," thought Max. The monster was focused on Casey. "I need to seize the moment." Keeping the mana flow balance in his feet, he ran across the lily pads and jumped in the direction of the bone basilisk. He sent mana to his arms and hands and created the mana claws with the Galrog's silver knuckles. He swung his right fist to the basilisk's murky brown flesh. The bone basilisk screamed, flailing around. Max grinned as he hung on for dear life, his mana claws wedged into the flesh of the bone basilisk. SCRAWIRG. The basilisk made awful noises, and then something even more horrific happened. Sharpened bones began protruding out of the giant snake's skin. At first it happened slowly. For a brief second, Max thought he might even be able to climb towards the top of the basilisk's head using these bones, then thrust. A sharp bone stabbed Max in the shoulder, pushing him off the basilisk and towards the murky swamp water. "Max!" yelled Casey as he fell through the air. She was flying towards him, but she wasn't going to make it. Splash! The surge of water all around him helped Max recover from the shock of the blow. "Crap," he thought. "I'm back where I started, in the weakest position to fight this terrifying creature." Max scrambled to swim back to the surface. He let out a desperate gasp as soon as he emerged from beneath the swamp, but his problems were far from over. The bone basilisk was towering over him, its cold yellow eyes staring into him with hunger and hate. The monster lunged towards him. "This is a big problem," Max thought as he entered the jaws of the giant snake. A very big problem. As Max was sucked into the cold, slimy darkness of the bone basilisk, a new thought occurred to him. Maybe this isn't a problem, but actually the solution. Max outstretched his arms and triggered his mimic trait. On either side of him, bones shot out of his wrists, shooting forward and bursting through the flesh and gums of the basilisk's insides. Max closed his eyes and held out his arms, letting them rip through the monster's flesh as he slipped further down into the dark reaches of the creature. Bones cracked. Muffled screams echoed outside of the basilisk's dying body. Max kept his eyes closed the entire time, simply focusing on keeping his sharp bone protrusions thick and strong. Eventually, Max was surrounded by water and mud. "Am I in the basilisk's stomach?" he wondered. Then he saw seaweed and realized he was at the bottom of the swamp. He'd torn his way through the basilisk from one end to the other. A bright light began to glow in the depth of the swamp, lighting up the murky depths. First, Max thought he discovered secret treasure buried in the frogfolk's sacred lands, but after closer inspection, he realized the glow was the bone basilisk's monster core, a gold monster core. Max grabbed the core with both hands and started swimming back to the surface of the swamp. "Max!" shouted Casey as she hovered towards him on her paper crane. "Are you okay?" Max blinked as he took in the now empty swamp. In different circumstances, I might complain about sliding through the inside guts of a horrific monster, but now that I've been rewarded with a shiny new gold monster core, I find myself more gleeful than resentful, said Max, truthfully. Casey grinned back at him. "So we're not going to rock, paper, scissors to see who gets the core?" Max gave her a look that said, "Are you freaking serious right now?" "Yeah, I guess sliding through that snake's guts does make you more entitled to the monster core than me," said Casey. "But you promise me I get the next one." It doesn't matter if you decide the only way to beat it is to go up its boo. Yeah, said Max, cutting her off before she got real gross. We got a deal. Now, can you help me get out of here? Max was still treading water in the swamp. It wasn't so bad now that there wasn't a giant snake lurking here, but even the memory of it made his skin crawl slightly, and the sooner he could get out of the water, the more comfortable he would feel. Casey reached out her hand and pulled him onto her paper crane. Casey frowned as the crane's paper grew flimsy from Max's soaked clothes and hair. The paper may be thick in this thing, said Casey. I'll have to fold up a new one when we get back to the village. With that, they flew back to the Frogfolk village. Violet stood outside near one of the rope bridges of the village. She stared out at the late afternoon sky of the swamplands. The sky was still yellowish and green, but there was a smidge of orange there to hint that it was the day's twilight. Max and Casey had been gone for a little over 3 hours now. If they had succeeded in defeating the bone basilisk, they'd be back soon. If they had failed, well, she'd be standing at this bridge for a lot longer than she had initially been planning to. The frogfolk pointed at her and murmured. They thought she was crazy. They thought Max and Casey were even crazier. No, Violet thought. The frogfolk think they're dead. Ullop had even said so. Violet shook her head. She didn't want to think that way. She couldn't. If Max and Casey didn't make it back, how would she ever get back home to Alestria? How would she ever stop the fallen angels? These thoughts filled her with dread. If Max and Casey didn't come back, what would she do? Maybe she could enlist the help of the frogfolk. Or maybe there would be other climbers passing by. Somehow she doubted it. Her idle daydream had quickly turned into a nightmare. She was about to rush and find Ullop and demand he send reinforcements to help Max and Casey. The frogfolk's sacred swamp be damned, when something flickered in the distance. First, it was nothing but a speck. Then it took on the silhouette of an odd-shaped bird. Violet smiled with relief. Her dark thoughts were instantly washed away. The frogfolk had all stopped their daily tasks to watch the 2 incoming climbers flying back to the village. The frogfolk were mesmerized. Their awestruck silence then disappeared, followed by triumphant cheers and claps. Max and Casey had done it. They had defeated the bone basilisk. That night, the frogfolk held a massive feast and celebration throughout the whole village. They served all sorts of exotic food, including a roasted mudgator that was placed lengthwise across the entirety of the head dining table. At dinner, the frogfolk thanked Max and Casey for ridding them of the evil creatures haunting their swamp. Ullop promised to escort them personally to the floor's departure teleporter first thing the following morning. After the meal, the frogfolk danced and drank wine deep into the evening. Many of the younger male frogfolk asked to dance with both Casey and Violet, and the 2 girls happily obliged. There were a few lady frogfolks who'd been casting their eyes on Max, but his thoughts were slightly preoccupied. He smiled at all the villagers, but as soon as he found a chance, he snuck back to their guest lodgings. Under the torchlight of the room, he sat down cross-legged and materialized the gold monster core from his climber's pouch. He stared at it with eager excitement. He was only 1 stat point away from reaching rank D mana affinity and officially ranking up. This was it. He held the gold monster core in his hands and closed his eyes to concentrate and focus on the mana inside him. He manipulated his mana forward through his arms and into his fingertips, and then into the monster core itself. Once the mana bridge was created, he began to pull the mana back and drain the gold monster core back into himself. His arms shivered and trembled, and then suddenly his hair shot up. Next thing Max knew, he was lying on his stomach on the ground, shaking uncontrollably on the floor. And then, like a snap of fingers, the sensation was gone. The pain, the delight, the fear, all of it. He was now just a guy lying strangely on the floor. A message appeared in Max's retina. He grinned, seeing the exact message he was hoping to see. Congratulations, You have reached a new rank. Your trait has evolved. Max smiled at the words. He was now a D ranker. Just thinking those words brought shivers of joy throughout his whole body. He was no longer in the lowest rank of climbers. Sure, E-rankers were higher than unranked climbers, but they were treated with a similar level of respect, which was essentially none. But a D-rank climber, it took a lot of work to get there. No one could call you a slouch at that point, Max thought. At D-rank you showed true potential to go even further. Max was so smitten with hitting D-rank, he hadn't even looked over his full profile and taken in how his trait had evolved. Sitting up straight and taking a deep breath, he looked over the changes. Name, Max Reinhardt rank, D trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain 3 abilities you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, rare ability slot, Bone Protrusion, rare ability slot, Empty Strength, 31 Agility, 30 Endurance, 29 Mana Affinity, 32 Passive Skills, Kokoro, Warrior Spirit. Holy crap, Max thought, looking over his profile. This was a game changer. Being able to hold onto 1 move in his arsenal had been crazy. Now he could hold onto 3. That meant if you included whatever he gained from the mimic trait, he would essentially have 4 abilities at his disposal. In a world where most people had 1 trait, 1 special ability, he'd have 4. Max gulped. That was truly insane. He then considered his new ability slots. One of them was already occupied with the Bone Basilisk's ability. He wasn't sure if he loved the Basilisk's strange ability Bone Protrusion, but it would probably prove useful in the future. Also, if he found something he liked better, he could always swap it out. Max sighed with satisfaction. This is awesome, he thought. He was just thinking that he couldn't wait to tell Casey and Violet when the 2 girls, blushing with rosy red cheeks and giggling, stumbled into their lodgings. Max, they screamed. The 2 girls were clearly drunk on frog wine. Where'd you go? Said Casey, coming and sitting down beside him. I wanted to dance with you, I must say, said Violet, sitting down beside him on the other side. I was looking forward to that opportunity myself. Both girls fluttered their eyelashes at Max. Max's shoulders straightened in both fear and excitement. Before he could say anything else, the 2 girls started giggling again and rolled on the floor. You really should drink more wine next time, said Casey. Agreed, said Violet. Max stood up and smiled. Well, I'm glad you 2 had fun, he said. Why did you sneak off? Asked Violet. Casey then noticed the drained, lusterless gold monster core. Her eyes widened at that. You drain the core, said Casey. That's right, said Max, now beaming with a smile. You're looking at a brand new D-ranker. After discussing the possibilities of his new rank and the evolution of his trait, Casey and Violet quickly fell into a drunken slumber. Max had a lighter sleep. He was too excited by his recent rank up to fall asleep properly. His thoughts kept spinning with different trait combinations and other abilities he could acquire. He must have eventually dozed off because he found himself waking up to Toto climbing on his face and beams of morning sunlight shining through the wooden slats of their guest lodgings. At first, Max didn't understand why Toto had woken him up, and it only became apparent when he stood up and took in the room. Both Casey and Violet were locked into a deep sleep. Toto had probably tried to wake up Casey, and when he eventually realized he couldn't, he'd gone to Max to wake him up and see if he could succeed at the task. Violet was snoring slightly, while Casey had a bit of drool dangling from her lips. It was kind of cute, Max thought, but they did have a mission to continue. Max walked over to Casey and shook her awake. Eventually, her eyes fluttered open and the girl groaned. I feel awful, she said. Frog wine will do that to you, laughed Max. Come on, get up. I'm sure Ullip is waiting for us. As Casey got up and gathered her things, Max went through the same task of waking up Violet. When they were all ready, they found Ullip waiting in a boat for them. A deal is a deal, said Ullip when they approached him by the shore. Our lives have intersected, and that moment in time is coming to a close as our fates shoot off in other directions. I'll cherish this moment. As will I, said Max, followed by Violet and Casey, echoing a similar sentiment. They climbed into the boat, and Ullop then said, as will the whole village. And as Ullop paddled them away down the swamp river on his boat, all the frog folk of the village emerged from their homes, clapping, cheering, and waving them goodbye. A few hours later, when they arrived at the shining light of Floor 8's departure teleporter, Ullop smiled at all three of them and said, if your paths ever bring you back down to our swampland, remember, you are friends and honored guests of the frog folk. On Floor 10, Priscilla sat in the throne room of the old Elestrian royal palace. She wiggled her bum on the cushion of the seat. She'd grown used to sitting on the throne, the seat of power. She liked how everyone looked up at her in fear, awe, and respect. Of course, they weren't looking up at her exactly. They were looking up at King Edward Truthseeker, the pathetic old man she'd killed months back. But these foolish people couldn't tell the difference, not a single one of them. A guard marched up to her. How goes the watch? She hissed. People are sticking to the enforced curfew, Your Highness, said the guard. Your Highness. Oh, Priscilla loved to hear those words. Good, she said to the little rodent of a guard. Now go. Managing this place had gotten a lot easier once she had taken over. As soon as she took over, she had ordered the killing and shutting down of the different climber outposts in the city. Little to no information about Floor 10 would come out now. And even if the other floors got a hint at what they were planning, she was the king now. She'd just tell them everything was fine. Hunky-dory, peachy, nothing to worry about here. She grinned and laughed to herself. The other stroke of genius was to get rid of all the powerful Elestrian climbers who potentially might prove a thorn in their side. She made sure to give every climber D rank and above missions that would take over half a year to complete. That would keep such powerful nuisances far away from their dear home of Elestria, while Priscilla and her partner destroyed it to bits. They were only a few more days away from finishing up their plans here. Until this whole floor was drenched in blood. After ascending to Floor 9 from the swamp, Max instantly found himself shivering. He opened his eyes to take in this freezing cold floor they just ascended to. It looked as if they were on the summit of a mountaintop. Misty white clouds shot out ahead of them with other mountain summits poking out of the gray and white puffs. This was Floor 9, the peaks. Brrrr, it's cold, said Casey, emerging from the teleporter. Once they saw the coast was clear, they let Violet out of the mana training box. The girl stumbled when she exited. Be careful, said Max, grabbing Violet's arm. He looked down to the ominous white clouds. Something tells me it's a long drop down. There must be an outpost or something nearby, said Casey, looking around. Hold on, said Violet, closing her eyes. She then opened them a second later. My mana sense tells me there's a group of mana users nearby. That must be the outpost, said Max. Let's head there. Here's hoping they have extra jackets for us. They trudged across the snow for 30 minutes, coming upon a large stone cottage nestled in the mountain. A trail of smoke escaped from the chimney. Someone must be home. Max knocked on the door. They shivered outside, waiting eagerly for the door to open. Eventually the door swung open and all three of them gasped. The occupier of this lodging was not human, nor Elestrian. It was a large, stocky man whose skin appeared to be composed of jagged, dark grey stone. Of course, said Violet. Boldrins would live in this type of climate. Why am I surprised? Hi, I'm Slam. The stone-skinned man slammed door shut in our face. Well, that was rude, said Casey. What's his problem? Apologies, said Violet. That was my mistake. I was caught by surprise as most Boldrin live in a similar mountain realm on Floor 15. They do have some elaborate traditions, and they don't like it when people break those customs. So they don't like foreigners then, said Max. Pretty much, said Violet. They have a special way that new people should greet each other. In my surprise, I didn't do that, and hence he slammed the door in our faces. Never mind that, I can fix this. I sure hope so, said Casey, or we're all going to die of frostbite. Violet knocked on the door once more, very gently. The door quickly swung open and the man stared at them. He grunted. Violet gulped and then bowed to the man. She then looked back to Casey and Max to follow suit. They quickly bowed their heads as well. The man stepped out of the doorway. I'm glad for your sake you quickly learned manners, said the man in a raspy voice. Come on in. The group stepped out of the cold and into the man's hut. It was much larger on the inside than what the exterior had led them to believe. A lot larger. The back of the cabin met the incline of the mountain from the outside and opened up a rocky cavern and mining site below. Welcome guests to the Bouldrin Floor 9 Climbers Outpost, said the Bouldrin who had greeted them. Whoa, said Casey, looking around awestruck. A different race's outpost. Besides the mountain dwelling that the outpost morphed into, the original cabin room had much of the same setup they were used to in the Zestiris outposts. There was a mission board with slips of paper listing different assignments. Clerks sitting behind desks, managing the inflow and outflow of assignments, rewards, and other bureaucratic administrative tasks. The Bouldrin who had opened the door explained that lodgings for the three of them would cost 15 gold coins each. He then showed them to their rooms down in the cavern. Behind a door was a room with 3 beds. He then wished them goodbye and said he was at their service if they needed any more help from him. Looking around the austere cave-like bedroom, Casey said, Well, this place is grim. Max sat down on the bed furthest away and said, I'm just happy I won't be sleeping on the floor again. Violet looked around with concern and Max's heart suddenly raced. Don't tell me you want to combine 2 beds together to make a queen-sized bed, said Max. Violet laughed. Oh goodness no. Then why are you making that strange face, said Max. I'm just wondering what we should do next, said Violet. We're so close to Alestria and yet so far. Do we know how far away the departure teleporter is? Asked Casey, lying on her bed, playing with Toto. I'm beginning to see how fundamentally flawed my upbringing was, said Violet. I'm sure this is the case for people on even higher floors as well. None of us concern ourselves with the worlds below us. We're all obsessed with climbing higher. Very few of us ever look below. So translation, you don't know, sighed Casey. Also, you said the Bouldrin's main home is floor 15. They don't seem to have any issue climbing down the tower. Very true, said Violet. The Bouldrin might be the one exception. They're drawn to mountainous climates, so will seek such places out, be it on a higher or lower floor. As for all the info we need, we can ask the clerks at the front desk, said Max. It should be fine. The issue I'm more concerned with is, do we trust everyone in this outpost? Are we sure we're safe here? The Bouldrin are a muted and civilized race, said Violet. They're capable of great violence, but it's not their first instinct. Alestria has been on good terms with them though, so I don't see them causing us any problems. They're also an incredibly private race too. I don't think the Hidden Vipers, or any clan for that matter, has made much inroads with the Bouldrin. Max hoped Violet was right, and that she wasn't being idealistic. In many ways, he was impressed how idealistic she still seemed to be after witnessing her parents' murder and multiple assassination attempts on all their lives. He remembered Sakura once telling him the tower corrupts people. He thought of all the people who had already tried to come after him and his friends, how cynical and suspicious he himself was becoming. He was starting to realize the truth in Sakura's words. Max went back to the lobby to find out the information they needed to move forward, while Casey stayed with Violet, guarding the room. What do you mean by departure teleporter? Said the Bouldrin clerk, looking at Max with a quizzical expression on her face. Said Max. You know, like each floor has 2 teleporters. The arrival teleporter at the start and the departure teleporter at the... Oh, said the clerk. You mean teleporter X. Now it was Max's turn to make a strange face. The stone-skinned woman laughed. Funny how different cultures approach things. The Bouldrin refer to the teleporters as Teleporter X and Teleporter Y. Max nodded. He hadn't considered how the culture around the tower would evolve differently depending on the race and where they were situated in the tower. It made sense, though, that humanity, situated so low in the tower, would see everything in a linear fashion, arrival teleporter to departure teleporter. Whereas a culture like the Bouldrins, who seemed less focused on ascending the tower and more concerned with finding mountains to create cities and civilizations within, would think about the floors and their teleporters in a different way. Teleporter Y is about a week's journey away by foot, said the Bouldrin clerk. Max's shoulders slumped when he heard that. There is an air ferry that flies across, said the clerk, and Max remembered they could just fly across on Casey's paper crane, but it's not safe to travel during this snowstorm. It looks like you'll have to stay all cooped up here for the time being. Maybe help a fellow guild out and take on some missions. The clerk pointed to the nearby mission board. Max looked over his shoulder. Doing some missions wasn't a bad idea. Plus, Casey was probably super closer to ranking up to D rank as well. The stronger they were entering Alestria, the better. That meant they would have to take on C rank monsters, which shouldn't be too much of a problem for them, except for the fact that the Bouldrin, like the humans of Zestiris, were not going to let a D and E ranker take on a C rank mission. Max grinned, but he knew how to get around this already. Do you have any unregistered missions I could look at? Max said. The clerk's eyes perked up at that before bringing a big binder of unregistered missions to his attention. Take a gander, said the clerk. Might find something interesting. Might find something that will kill you, but interesting nevertheless. Max smiled and flipped through the binder under the clerk's watchful gaze. Wow, said Max as he flipped through, there's a lot of failed missions here. That's what happens when climbers fall off cliffs, die in avalanches, and freeze to death, said the clerk. If you flip to the back, we have missions just for confirming that those dead climbers actually completed what they did, and if so, you get to pocket the reward. Not a bad deal, though you miss out on acquiring monster cores, so it's a bit of a mixed bag. It's a good task for the more morbid climbers out there. Max ignored the woman's ominous ramblings and finally landed on a page of interest. He read over the mission words, "Slay the Thunder Vulture." "Oof, that's a tough one," said the clerk. "Don't want to do that one. That one is guaranteed death, without a doubt." "I'll take it," Max grinned. If the mission was that risky, the monster was bound to be C rank, and they could get that final gold monster core Casey desperately needed. Max returned to their outpost lodgings with news of the mission. "Sounds great," said Casey. "What are we going to do with the old hunted princess over here?" "A lady shouldn't speak as brashly as you do," retorted Violet. "Lady SH matey," said Casey, looking for affirmation from Toto on her shoulder. "Isn't that right, little guy?" Violet crossed her arms. "Well, I rather not dwell in that mana box any longer than I have to. How do we all feel about letting me stay here on my own?" Everyone went quiet and looked to Max. "It's a risk," said Max, "but I can imagine sitting in that mana box can't be fun. It's your call, Violet." "I stayed on my own in the Frogfolk village," said Violet. "I think I'll be fine here amongst the Bouldrin as well." "All right, it's settled," said Casey. "It's monster hunting time." A blast of ice-cold wind hit their faces as they stepped out of the outpost. Luckily for them, on their way out they'd purchased heat runes that they'd stuck onto their skin to keep them warm in the harsh climate. "Remember when I said the swamplands was my least favorite floor?" said Casey. "Well, now it's this floor. It's officially my least favorite, even with these heat runes." "Well, let's go hunt this thunder vulture then," said Max. "The quicker we defeat it, the quicker we can get back to the outpost." Max led the way, trudging up the snowy mountainside. They couldn't fly Casey's paper crane in this weather, which was a bit irritating. But from the extra info section on the mission page, the best way to find thunder vultures is to go as high up as possible. In the end, they found themselves standing back where they started on this floor, in front of the shining glow of the arrival teleporter. Max looked around and could only see the constant swirl and flurries of snowflakes. Damn, thought Max, how are we supposed to find this monster in these conditions? Then, as if answering his thoughts, there was the flicker of light in the distance. Not just any light either. Thunder. Did you see that? Said Max. I think we've spotted our target, grinned Casey. What's the plan? The thunder began to get closer and closer. It rumbled and roared across the snowy sky until shriveled claws appeared out of the wintry landscape. Max, said Casey, shivering, I'm trying to push the wind to control this bird, but the storm is too great for me to manipulate it. That was annoying, thought Max, but he was pretty sure they could survive without that. He unleashed his mana claws and swiped at the monstrous vulture. One swipe should do it, but nothing happened. The vulture didn't even scream in pain. The swipe hardly left a mark on the bird. Then Max realized the problem. It was the same mistake he made during the fight with Derek. His claws were powerful, but they weren't crank powerful. He was so used to the power-doubling effect of his mimic trait. Max, cried Casey, beginning to panic. What are we going to do? Don't worry, I got this, said Max. My claws aren't strong enough to rip through the monster's flesh, but I have a C-rank ability with double the power up my sleeve. Or really, I should say, up my wrist. Max stretched out his hand and triggered bone protrusion. The bone shot out of his wrist and stabbed the incoming thunder vulture. Got you now, bird? Zap. The vulture's feathers shot out, with blue lightning all around them. The lightning began to envelop Max's wrist, and he felt a shock begin to tremble up his entire body. An hour after Max and Casey left, Violet sat on the bed in the Bouldrin Climbers' outpost room they had been given. What will take Max and Casey longer to slay, the basilisk or the thunder vulture? She quietly mused to herself and then turned to Casey's gerbil Toto, who had been left in her care. What do you think? The gerbil blinked adorably in front of her. That's not the answer I was looking for, she smiled, pulling out a small bit of cheese that the gerbil eagerly grabbed in its hands and started munching on. Violet sighed, and then without consciously doing it, her mana sense triggered, and she sensed two mana beings heading towards her room. Wow, she thought. That was fast. She stood up to open the door for her companions when the two approaching figures knocked on the wood instead. Why are they knocking? Violet wondered. They have a key to their room. They can easily just walk in here, unless it was Max and Casey. Then who was it that had come to their door? Violet suddenly had a very uneasy feeling. Max was on the verge of being electrocuted when Casey tackled him into the snow, disrupting the connection between him and the thunder vulture. Max, are you okay? Max blinked. Yeah, what happened? Why didn't my bone protrusion work? I think that thunder attack also works as a defensive shield of some sort, explained Casey. Looking up, they could see the vulture circling above them. Max and Casey stood up and prepared for another attack from the thunder vulture. Think, Max, he said to himself. How are we going to take this monster out? How do I break through its shield? The vulture was closing in on them now. Max grinned as he thought to himself, got it. Max triggered the lightning spell the vulture had hit him with. Max, said Casey, how is attacking it with its own elemental affinity going to hurt it? Zap. The vulture and Max clashed. Thunder echoed all around them. Max screamed in pain as he manipulated the lightning magic. Suddenly, the thunder vulture was no longer surrounded by the blue lightning shield it had come to rely on. Max had successfully used the lightning attack to channel the lightning shield's power out of the thunder vulture. I got a bone to pick with you, said Max. My bone, your flesh. Max triggered bone protrusion now that the vulture's defenses were down and let the mana-created bone shoot out of his wrist and stabbed the monster at double the power of a C-rank ability. The bird didn't stand a chance. The vulture shook and then fell to the ground, materializing into a gold monster core. Max picked it up and tossed it over to Casey. As promised, he said, let's head back. I'm sure Violet and Toto will be eager to have us back. Max and Casey returned to the Baldrin's Climbers Guild outpost and headed straight for their room. The room was empty when they got there. Max instantly had a bad feeling in his stomach. Do you think she went out to get food? Said Casey. Where's Toto? At the mention of her gerbil's name came a squeak of a reply. Did you hear that? Said Casey, following little squeak sounds coming from the corner of one bed. Max followed Casey and they crouched down to find Toto hiding under one of the beds. What are you doing down there? Asked Casey. Toto didn't need to speak their language to convey to them that he was hiding, and if the gerbil was hiding, that meant Violet hadn't left to shop for food. Someone had come and taken her. The men who had taken Violet had tied her wrists behind her back with special mana binding rope. They gagged her mouth shut with some kind of adhesive material as well. Worse than all of that was the fact that they'd paralyzed her, and then to add insult to injury they threw her into a mana training box. Those scoundrels, Violet thought to herself. She looked around the misty realm of the mana training box. It had been such an ingenious plan when Max had first devised it. She hadn't ever considered their enemies might own mana boxes as well and use it against them in a similar fashion. One of the two men who had come for Violet had been a middle-aged Baldrin man in his mid-40s. He had a haggard and angry look. The stone scales on his skin had a decrepit, rusting quality, a sign of poor health amongst the Baldrin, usually caused by excessive drinking. As soon as she had opened the door, the man had punched her in the face. Or at least, she thought that's what happened. She didn't know for sure. All she knew was she had opened the door, and within seconds she was sprawled on the floor, the ceiling spinning above her. Violet squirmed, attempting once more to escape from the powerful bonding magic they'd placed her under. She eventually relented. It was no use. She hated this place they'd stuck her in. She hadn't liked it when she'd gone into one of these things voluntarily. It was even worse now. Those two men, they were probably walking out of the outpost now with ease, smiling to the clerks, waving goodbye, no one the wiser of the kidnapping happening right under their noses. Her only hope now rested with Max and Casey. Edmund snickered as he looked at the Elestrian princess, bound and gagged on the floor. Her face was red, cheeks flushed, most likely from futilely squirming. He took gentle, precise steps towards her. Enjoy the build-up, he thought to himself. That's the best part. The chase, the growing excitement and expectation. The princess' eyes grew larger as he made his way towards her. The higher-ups had told him to get rid of the princess. He licked his lips as he took another step towards the squirming royal. But the higher-ups hadn't said anything about what he did with the princess before he killed her. So long as he killed her in the end, he could do anything else he pleased. Anything. The thought gave him a shudder of pleasure throughout his body. He was close enough to touch her now. He crouched down and reached for the adhesive covering her mouth. I want to hear her scream, he thought to himself. At that moment, a rush of footsteps came through the mana door. Boss, said the man. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy here? We might have a problem. What do you mean, problem? It looks like someone might be coming after us. Pa, spat the man, standing up. I can't leave you to do anything, can I? The man stood up and strutted towards the mana gate. He would just have to play with the princess later. He exited through the mana gate and quickly found himself on the snowy pass just outside their cave hideout. A white valley of snow stretched out in front of them. The snowstorm had dissipated as well. Do you sense that, sir? Said the underling. In the distance, two mana beings were coming at them at alarming speed. How are they moving that fast? In the distance was the flicker of a large origami frame. Black shadow emanated from it. A trail of black puffs approached them until the red-haired pipsqueak who'd been escorting the princess appeared right behind them. The boy wasted no time and jumped into the mana realm. "You deal with the brat," said the man. "I'll handle the Airbringer." The underling ran into the mana training realm after the boy. The man winced his eyes and watched the girl coming at him on the plane. Their most recent intel had said she was an E-rank Airbringer. It shouldn't be too hard to take her out. He was an upper D-ranker, so the stats were in his favor. He also had another trick up his sleeve. "Come get some," he said, as he swallowed a demonic transformation pill. The paper crane Casey had been soaring on suddenly disappeared, and for a moment the girl stood in the air completely on her own. As she began to fall, she materialized another piece of a paper. Thicker, harder. Was that a snowboard? Right as the man thought this, the girl landed on the ground riding her origami board through the snow, swerving back and forth towards him. "What the bring it you E-rank bitch," said the man. The shadowy demonic tendrils were about to overtake him. "I'm not afraid of your tricks." "You should be," shouted the girl as she got closer. "Because I'm drank now." "No, when did that happen? It's time for you to taste my evolved Airbringer trait," said the girl. "Wind katana." As the girl surfed the snowbank towards him, she held her hands like she was holding a samurai sword, except there was nothing there. Was it an invisible sword? As Casey rushed closer to him, he could see the shape of intense air mana particles and energy forming a translucent sword in the girl's hands. How is that even possible? The man readied himself to fight and dodge the blade, but it moved too quickly. He couldn't see it. A sharp pain ripped into his sides. Blood soaked through his clothing. Did the blade stretch? How long was its reach? "I'm gonna kill that," such were the man's last thoughts as the girl's wind katana sliced the man in half, his demonic crimson entrails tainting the snow around him. Max undid Violet's bonds and helped her to her feet. She gasped for air when he removed the mouth adhesive. "Oh, thank goodness you're here, Max," said Violet. "These men are horrible. We must escape." "Where's Casey?" "She's handling them." The underling stepped through the mana gate. "Not so fast, princess," spat the man. "Trust me," said Max. "You're the one in trouble. I guarantee you your accomplice has been taken care of." "Never," laughed the man. "You three are nothing but a couple of weaklings. You're no match for us." "Let's step outside then," said Max, "if you're so confident." "Our assignment was to capture and kill the princess," said the man. "We spared you two out of convenience, but I'm happy to get the pleasure of killing you as well." The man stepped outside, and Max and Violet rushed after him. The man's whole demeanor changed once outside. Max and Casey found him shivering over the corpse of his accomplice. Wah, what happened?" "You monsters. Your friend chose to transform into a demon and try and kill me," said Casey. She lifted up her wind katana. "If anyone's a monster, it's you," Casey declared, holding her blade up to the man's throat. The man's whimpering disappeared, revealing it was all an act. The man was a complete psychopath with no emotion whatsoever. He began to laugh. He looked over his shoulder and said, "We were doing you a favor, princess, honestly." Black veins began to form on the man's skin. "What are you talking about?" Violet shouted. The man snickered. "Killing you would spare you the pain of watching your home burn to the ground." "Elestria will not burn," shouted Violet. "We intend to save it." "Oh, do you?" laughed the man, the black veins getting thicker and larger on his skin. What was happening to this guy? It was similar to when agents of the fallen angels swallowed those pills. "You're too late, princess," said the man. "New Elestria is already marching across your world to confront old Elestria. A mass slaughter will happen in 1.5 days." With those haunting words, the man's eyes rolled into the back of his head and he fell to the ground. Dead. Violet's face went pale. Her purple eyes widened with despair as she stared at the two dead mercenaries of the fallen angels. "We have no time," said Violet. "We must get to Elestria at once." Casey looked out across the mountain range that made up the peaks. "Well, the snowstorm has cleared," said Casey, So we could fly to the teleporter now, our tops. The question is, are we ready to go? Is that even a question? Said Violet. Said Max. The two girls turned to him. They didn't like the look of exasperation on his face. There's one thing I want to do before we set off, said Max. Casey, can you fly us back to the arrival teleporter? I just need an hour and then I'm ready to go. Are you sure, Max? Said Violet. We don't have any time to waste. We need to be prepared to take on the fallen angels, right? Said Max. This is me preparing. 1 hour, I promise. A few hours later, after Max's quick detour, Casey flew the three of them on her paper crane and landed at the peak of a new mountaintop where a golden glow of the departure teleporter rested. The group had prepared to fight through another group of mercenaries, but the teleporter was undefended. The fallen angels must have been confident the assassins, the small army, the giant piranha, the bone basilisk, and the second set of assassins would be enough to thwart them. Too bad for them, Max contemplated to himself. They thought wrong. They landed in a snowy patch and stared at the departure teleporter. Are you sure you don't want to hide in the mana box? Said Casey to Violet. I think I'm done with mana boxes for the time being, thank you very much. Besides, my people will rejoice when they see me. I sure hope so, said Casey. The three of them stood a moment longer, staring at the departure teleporter. This had been the longest mission Max had ever undertaken. Multiple enemies across multiple floors, smaller side missions required to move forward. It had all built up to this teleporter right here. Once they went up, they'd be in the final stages of their mission. It didn't matter anymore if they had prepared enough, trained enough, grown strong enough. There was no more time for any of that. In 2 days, the citizens of Violet's home of Elestria were going to meaninglessly slaughter themselves to death. All they could do now was try and stop it. Sakura stood by the window of her penthouse office in the Zestiris Climbers Guild Hall. The streets below her thronged with protesters. The Outerim Mayor's office called again, said Sakura's assistant behind her. Should I tell him you're busy again? Sakura sighed. Yeah, tell him I'm busy. The protests hadn't let up since the day the monster wave had spawned terrifying creatures outside the Tower Zone's walls. That was never supposed to happen. The founders of Zestiris had made it so that the dividing wall created an energy projection that stopped the tower from summoning creatures beyond that point. Maybe it had only ever been a mitigating force rather than a full failsafe. In which case, what was Sakura supposed to do now? What were they all supposed to do? Sakura pulled a phone from her pocket. Neither Casey nor Max had responded to the messages she'd sent them. They were still working out the technology, so they couldn't really rely on the message getting across. She had underestimated how quickly the two young climbers would ascend through the tower. She had left a message at the Floor 7 outpost, only to be informed the duo had already come and gone. I could really use Max right now, thought Sakura. The boy had come from the Outerim. He knew their customs a lot better than she or anyone else in the Tower Zone, for that matter, did. But it's fine, she thought. I'll figure it out on my own. I just hope the two of them are all right. She stared down forlornly at the city streets. A monster wave was coming in 3 days. What would the protesters do then? Max felt a lifting in his chest as he ascended from floor 9 to floor 10. His hair rose as did his clothing. He then felt it all gently collapse back into place. They had arrived. Floor 10, Elestria, intruders. That was not the response he had been hoping for upon arrival. Max opened his eyes to find himself, along with Casey and Violet, standing in the center of a large temple with high ceilings. A huge dome rooftop loomed above them with engravings of angels and gods and other creatures. It was beautiful and majestic, and Max would have happily stared at it awestruck for a minute more if it weren't for the two guards running from the entrance towards them with mana-engraved spears. Grey-silver hairs flickered from beneath their helmets. These men were old, grizzled warriors, and they held themselves with the respect that only a life lived on the battlefield could grant. They came at the three of them with their spears raised. "I thought you said we'd have a warm welcome," said Casey to Violet before readying herself for the incoming fight. She has a point, thought Max, shifting his gaze quickly to Violet, hoping his look communicated something along the lines of, "Hey, you're the princess of this place. Anything you could do here to stop us from getting impaled in the neck by deadly spearmen? State your reason for entering the sacred floor of Alestria," shouted one guard. "Or face the wrath of our spears." Violet shoved Max and Casey out of her way and stood in front of them, arms raised out. "It is I, Princess Violet Truthseeker, who stands before you." The guards' purple eyes widened and they stumbled to a halt, their faces paled at the sight of the girl. Their hostile charge had suddenly reversed into a fearful, cautious step backwards away from them. "How is this possible?" said the man. "Princess Violet is dead, died of a fever along with her mother many months ago." "And yet, Trenton," grinned Violet, taking a gentle and friendly step towards the spearmen, "you don't scream imposter at me." "Why is that?" The two spearmen fell to their knees. One of them rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't dreaming or imagining a ghost in front of him. "There are those of us who quietly questioned the sudden deaths of the royal family," said Trenton quietly, "even if the king seems determined to move on from it." Violet smiled. Color returned to the man's face. "And now I know for certain you're not a demon or enemy playing tricks on us." No impostor could mimic the beautiful smile of the young Princess Violet. Violet blushed at that, but then realized there was no time for pleasantries and compliments. "Why are guards stationed so close to the entrance to the Temple of Arrival, and your hostile welcome seems so unlike you?" "The king has grown suspicious and agitated of late. He sees enemies everywhere he looks. He's been stationing guards at the temple every night. First, he wanted us to report all arrivals, then it turned into arresting and imprisoning them, until now he wants all arrivals killed on sight." "Talk about paranoid," interjected Casey. The guard gave Casey a side glance to suggest her joining the conversation between a princess and those who serve under her was the highest level of rudeness. But by the very fact that he was able to quickly move on from it suggested he was chalking it up to typical human barbarism. "Thankfully, you're the first arrival on this floor in weeks," Trenton explained. "The lack of traffic has saved us from engaging in needless bloodshed." "That's not going to last with New Alestria." Before the second guard could finish his statement, a large ringing sound echoed from outside the temple. Trenton's face paled once more. "Oh no," said the man. "That's the hour. New guards are coming. It's not safe for you or your companions here, Princess." "What do you mean, Trenton?" asked Violet. "Not everyone in Old Alestria dislikes the more violent turn the king has taken in recent months," Trenton explained. "Some of them don't question the change in him at all. You could say they have grown more loyal to him than ever before." Max looked around the temple for hiding places. There looked to be only one exit from the building, and if these new guards were on their way already, there would be no way to escape or leave without catching their attention. "Please, Princess," said Trenton, "I beg you. You must get out of here at once." Trenton gulped and returned to his station post at the front of the temple along with his colleague. He looked over his shoulder to see the Temple of Arrival empty once more. "I hope you know what you're doing, Trenton," said his fellow guardsman. Trenton nodded. He hoped so too. If they were caught right now, they'd be sent to the dungeons to be tortured. The king would most likely harm their families as well. Such was the dark, malicious turn the king's personality had taken over the last few months. They took their positions at either side of the temple entrance and watched the two new guards approach from long stone steps below. The two new guards were laughing and passing a flask back and forth as they walked up the steps. "Evening, lads," said the new guards. "Here to relieve you." Trenton eyed the flask. "You shouldn't be drinking on duty," said Trenton. He knew he shouldn't say anything, but as a long-time guard to the royal Elestrian family, he couldn't bite back his tongue at such a willful abandonment of their code of honor. "Well, good thing my shift hasn't started yet until you two bugger off," said the new guard, taking another swig and handing it to his companion. "Ain't that the truth?" laughed the other new guard. "Well, this was already not going how I hoped," thought Trenton to himself. "You're right," said Trenton, and the two drinking guards' eyes widened at that. "Well, hey now, that's a first," said the new guard. Grumpy old Trenton admitting he's wrong-headed. "Well, good on ya, want a swig then?" Trenton clenched his fists while trying to stay composed. "You must forgive an old man for forcing his way on those younger than him," sighed Trenton. The new guard looked down at his flask and said, "What the bloody hell have we been drinking tonight? I think I'm hallucinating." "You're not," said Trenton. "I actually wanted to propose something unorthodox." The new guards raised their eyes at that. Has Trenton gone onto the dark side?" "Not quite," said Trenton. "Perhaps a little bit. You know, my wife isn't what she used to be, and she needs more medicine these days." "My apologies, Trenton, that sounds rough," said the new guard, taking another swig from the flask. "Well, that gets me to my proposition." "Your unorthodox proposition," interjected the new guard. "Yes," said Trenton. "I could use a bit more coin these days, and I was wondering if you'd lads would be all right with me taking your shift off your hands this evening." The two new guards blinked and looked to each other. "That's fine by us, old man Trenton," said the new guard. "Wished you'd asked us sooner," laughed the other one. "Could have kept my bum seated in the pub." Trenton smiled and laughed along nervously with them. The plan was working. Now, if only he could get rid of these two before the princess and her companions reappeared. He looked over his shoulder once more. "Watcha looking at Trenton?" said the new guard, curiously. Damn, they were seeing through his act. "It's not like there's anything down there," laughed the new guards. They thanked him for taking their shift and started walking down the steps below. When they were far enough away, he let out a sigh of relief and turned to his companion. "That was close," said Trenton. "Way too close," said the other guard. They turned back around, and the princess and her new companions rematerialized around the teleporter. Good. They had waited the 10 minutes like he'd asked them to. Trenton calmly walked back to the teleporter. He wasn't rushing with hostile intent like he had when the trio had first emerged that evening. "Trenton," said the princess, "you must explain to me the reason for all these precautions and strange behavior. What has happened here?" "Things have changed while you've been gone, your highness," said the guardsmen. "Old Alestria is no longer the same place it once was." "Explain," said Violet. "I've only heard rumors and snippets on the floors below. I know New Alestria is marching here to siege the capital." The guard sighed. "You are not wrong," said Trenton. "Things are not good. They haven't been since you and your mother passed." "Let's get something straight," said Violet. "I did not pass away. I escaped an assassination attempt on my family. Both mother and father were—" Tears formed in her eyes, and she recalled the horrific event. "Murdered." Trenton's face was grim. "And the man who sits on the throne is not my father," said Violet. "I don't even think it's a man." Trenton nodded solemnly. "Pretty big thing to take in," said Casey. "The king is not the king. You seem really nonplussed about it." Trenton blinked in irritation at Casey like he had earlier. "Oh my goodness," said Violet. "Trenton, these are my companions Max and Casey. They're human, obviously," muttered the guard. "They've escorted me across the floors to get back here," she said. "I am forever in their debt." Trenton nodded his head. "Thank you, young humans, for helping the princess. I know it is not in your nature to act honorably." "Now is not the time," snapped Violet. She then turned to her traveling companions. "Max, Casey, this is Trenton. One of the most acclaimed and honored spearmen in the old Elestrian army. He is a loyal servant and honorable man." "You do me a great kindness, princess," said Trenton, who then turned to Casey. "To answer your initial question, the princess, words, while shocking, don't surprise me. To say the king has not been himself lately would be an understatement. The man has acted with such disregard for the lives and well-being of others. It's hard to recognize the once noble king who would have done anything for his subjects. "I'm glad you're still as noble and trustworthy as ever," said Violet. "You honor my father with your words." "You're welcome, princess," said Trenton. "Back to the matter at hand. Your return is inopportune. Old Alestria is currently preparing itself against new Alestria that marches here to lay siege." "You say inopportune," said Max. "But we still have this evening and tomorrow morning, correct?" Trenton eyed the boy. "You have spirit, young man, for a human at least." "Thanks, I guess," said Max, looking at the man strangely. The other tower races sure hated humans. He couldn't understand why. Humans were one of the youngest races in the tower. Surely most other races were far more powerful than humanity, which meant it was hard to believe humanity could have screwed over any of these races in some way. If anything, Max would have thought the opposite would be true. "We've come to stop the war and depose the imposter king," said Violet to Trenton. "I want to believe in you, my lady," said the man, "but such a task seems impossible now. Maybe if you'd arrived months ago, but the king has gained new loyal subjects." "We'll unmask him," said Violet. "The truth-seeker trait will prove that he's lying." "I hope for all our sakes what you say will come true," said Trenton. "Your best bet will be to seek an audience with him. It is too late now, but if you approach during the daytime, when civilians might see you, you might stand a chance." "Piece of cake," said Casey. "We just need to wait until tomorrow then." Trenton shook his head. "You'll have to survive the night first," said the guard gravely. "What is the city crawling with vampires?" said Max. The man eyed him strangely, as if he wasn't familiar with the term vampire. "I do not know of these vampires of whom you speak," said the man. "However, the city is crawling with guards and informants. The princess will be apprehended if seen, and you two foreigners might even be killed on sight." "I hate to mention it again," said Casey, looking at Violet, "but this is not the warm welcome you promised us." Trenton pulled out a pair of keys and handed them to Violet. "You can stay with my wife and me this evening," said Trenton. "That is, if you can make it there undetected." Trenton explained where his house was on the opposite end of the old Elestrian capital. "I won't be able to accompany you," said Trenton. "Princess, I will hope that you remember the roads and alleyways of your home." Violet nodded determinedly. "Well, you better get going then," said Trenton. "We'll discuss what your next move should be tomorrow morning. Until then, good luck." Violet led the way out of the temple, revealing that they were on the summit of a massive city. Like an acropolis, the temple overlooked a sea of rooftops jammed packed together. "We could fly there," said Casey. Violet shook her head. "That will bring too much attention to us," said the princess. "So we'll proceed by foot then," said Max. "Lead the way, Violet. Neither Casey or I have any idea where we're going." Violet smiled and started hurrying down the steps of the temple. Max and Casey followed behind. As they descended the long stone stairwell, Max looked out to the city. It was a beautiful old metropolis that reminded him of the pictures of Europe that he'd seen. Paris, Budapest, Istanbul. A small pang of sadness went through him when he thought of those cities. Growing up in the Outer Rim, he thought he might visit them one day, but they'd been lost to the original monster waves when the tower had first appeared. Such exotic famous locales no longer existed, but there was nothing he could do about that now, and on the bright side, there were all the worlds of the tower still to explore. They arrived at the city below. The different streets lay out before them. Most were empty. A few mana lamps kept them lit. Now was the real challenge. Which street was the most dangerous to enter, and which the safest? Max saw a sign for the street they were on, and he briefly thought he recognized the name. Was there the same street name in Zestiris? He wondered idly as he waited for Violet to lead them in the right direction. "This way," said the princess in a hushed voice. They followed her through the shadowy streets of Old Alestria. For 15 minutes, They ducked in and out of alcoves and alleyways, scurrying through the streets like stealthy mice in a kitchen. The streets were empty, except for a few drunks spilling out of taverns. With every inch they gained across the city, Max was feeling ever more confident that they would make it to Trenton's home. "Stop," whispered Violet, and they all came to an abrupt halt. "What is it?" asked Casey. "Do you hear that?" Both Max and Casey shook their heads. "They've stopped moving," hissed Violet. "Trigger your mana senses." Max closed his eyes and tried to sense the mana outside of him and beyond the street corner they were standing on. A throbbing dot of mana appeared in the distance. "There's something nearby," said Max. "Exactly," said Violet. "That dot has been following us for at least 5 minutes now." "Should we run?" asked Casey. The princess shook her head. "That will only call attention to us. We could diminish our mana leak even more," said Max. "I'm not sure I can completely shut it off just yet, but I can get close." "Again," said Violet. "That will signal that we know they're following us." "So what, we just continue on as if they aren't following us?" Casey asked. Violet nodded. "For the time being, yes. We'll have to split up at some point to lose them, but we can do that when we get closer to Trenton's. Oh goodness, we'll have to be careful. We can't let them know about Trenton's or get his family in trouble. Come on." Violet stepped into the street and "Stop, show yourselves." "What?" A guard approached them from the end of their street. Violet was quick to turn her head away. It would be 10 times worse if these guards thought she was some crazy person dressing up as a dead royal family member. "Damn," thought Max. These guards were clever though. There must have been more than one guard. As we focused on the one, they had sent another guard who completely concealed his mana so he could sneak up on us. Max was so surprised by this other guard's presence that he stood in the middle of the street, eyes wide and frozen. "Run," hissed Violet. "Follow me." They darted across the street and into another shadowy alleyway. The guard shouted after them. The sounds of his boots clomping on the cobbled streets echoed behind them. As they ran further along, Max triggered his mana sense. There was at least one more guard coming after them now. Could they really outrun 3 of the guards and make sure they didn't give away the location of Trenton's home? Their plan was going down the drain. "Quickly too, guys," said Max. "I don't think we'll be able to outrun these guys." "We don't have a choice," said Violet, gasping for air as they ran as fast as they could. "Yeah, what she said," Casey chimed in. "No, guys," Max hissed. "I have a plan, trust me." All Rex could think about as he chased after the trio in the night was, what were 3 humans doing in the middle of the night in the capital? He chased after the intruders through alleyways, making sure he didn't lose sight of them. "Stop," he screamed. He figured his shouts would alert other guards, and hopefully they might be able to cut them off. King Truthseeker had decreed months ago that foreigners were not allowed in the capital without special permit. Something told him that these 3 didn't have any papers. They rushed around a corner, and Rex hurried after them. "Stop right!" Rex stopped in his tracks, dumbfounded. 2 humans were standing right there in front of them. A brown-haired girl and a red-haired boy. Where was the third? Was his mind playing tricks on him? "You too," Rex shouted, walking towards them. "Do you have any papers?" The girl looked to the boy with the panicked look of criminals caught in the act. This was going to be a lot easier than he'd expected, thought Rex. It would be his 8th arrest that month, which was far ahead of anyone else in terms of catching intruders. "Is that a promotion I see?" He grinned to himself as he took another step towards the 2 intruders, ready to apprehend them and take them to a cell in the dungeons. "We're not foreigners," said the red-haired boy. "In fact, could you maybe help us with some directions?" Rex made a quizzical face at the boy. "Don't change the subject," said the guard. "I'm going to have to see some papers or you're under arrest." The boy blinked and then nodded his head curtly. He then pulled out a piece of paper from his pouch and handed it to him. Rex snatched the paper out of the boy's hands. His eyes widened as he looked it over. "Impossible." Rex looked up to see the red-haired boy grinning at him. "How is this?" "As I was saying," said the boy, "we need help with the directions. As you can see, I own property on this floor." The guard stared at him, at a loss for words. The boy then tilted his head. "Surely that's all the paperwork you need, right?" A minute after stepping into Max's Elestrian apartment, he pulled out the mana box and Violet stepped into the room. "You know, Max," said Violet, "it might have been helpful to have mentioned you had a place here in Elestria beforehand." Max looked around the apartment he owned. It was like a medieval garret, not much bigger than the outpost dorm rooms they'd been staying in on their travels. Nevertheless, he was impressed by the fact that he owned this place. Just over a year ago, he wouldn't have been able to imagine himself even owning property in the Outer Rim, let alone anywhere else. Now he owned property within the tower. Did that mean by some infinitesimally small number he owned a tiny minuscule percentage of the tower itself? He grinned to himself. In his dreams, maybe. "Why are you smiling like an idiot?" said Casey. "Violet's right. Why didn't you mention this?" Max shrugged. "I'm sorry," he said. "I honestly forgot that I had a place up here. It feels like ages since I made that deal, and it was only to get the Zestiris Elder Council off my back." Violet slumped on the bed. "Well, good heavens, we're fine now," she said. Casey slumped on the other side. "You can say that again." Casey looked around the barren medieval-style garret. "Damn, Max, how much did you pay for this dump again? Don't we have more important things to discuss?" said Max, embarrassment written on his face. "He's right," sighed Violet. "I can't believe what's happened here in the capital. Curfews, strict, no hostile rules on visiting foreigners. This is not the Elestria I know and love." Violet's face grew red, and she clutched the bottom of her skirt and clenched her hands through the fabric. "I'm going to rescue my people from this evil group that's taken it upon themselves to destroy my home from the inside out," declared Violet. "I'll put a stop to this madness and avenge my family. That's why we're here," said Casey, "to help you do it." "Look how far we've made it," said Max. "We got this. Tomorrow morning we will march to the royal palace first thing and confront this imposter king." Rex stepped nervously into the royal hall. The room exuded magnificence, from its high ceilings to its thick marble columns lining the passage down to the throne. The king sat at the end of the hall. "Come now," he said. "Don't be shy, we have much to discuss." Rex gulped. He had no idea why he was here. Well, maybe he could guess. He bet it had something to do with those two humans he spotted earlier that evening while on duty. But what could he do? The human owned property. He had papers. He had every right to be in Elestria. Rex took a cautious step forward towards the king. The ruler's words echoed through his head as he stepped closer and closer. "We have much to discuss." What the heck did that mean? "Come, come, come," said the king playfully, as if Rex was a small kitten who needed excessive encouragement. When Rex was 3 meters away from the throne, the king lifted his hands and said, "That's enough." Creak. At that moment, a door opened in the wall behind the throne and out stepped a man Rex had never seen before. A human. He wore a business suit and had a cigar hanging out of his mouth. He nonchalantly shuffled a deck of cards in his hands. "Don't mind him," said the king. "He's just here to observe what you have to say." Rex shivered and gave a gentle nod in reply. "So," said the king, "we heard you had a run-in with some humans this evening." Rex sighed. "So they did keep close tabs on the guard's reports, huh?" He had only filed his end-of-shift report less than an hour ago. "You're not in trouble, Rex," said the king, smiling. "We know how good you've been in apprehending intruders." Rex gulped and nodded his head. It was about time he got some recognition around here, but he hadn't imagined it would be like this. In the dead of night with a secret observer no one had ever heard of before. He was happy to hear the king say kind things about him, but he couldn't rid the feeling that he wasn't here to be praised. "Thank you, Your Highness," said Rex. "Now tell me about these intruders you found this evening," said the king. Rex glanced nervously to the nearby observer. The man had an aloof bearing, staring out across the hall, focused on the shuffle of the cards in his hands. There were two of them, humans. They ran away at first, but they had papers. One of them owned property in the Climber district. Only two, said the king. I thought there'd been three, said Rex. But there was no third person in sight. Must have been my mind playing tricks on me. The man in the suit suddenly stopped shuffling his cards. He slipped them into his suit pocket and reached for the cigar in his mouth and took a long puff. He shared a glance with the king as he let out a puff of smoke. The king nodded and straightened his shoulders on the throne. Rex didn't know what to make of this exchange between the two men. Surely, the king was the more powerful of the two, and yet, the way that man blew smoke in the king's direction and gave him that look, the man's sharp eyes almost barking an order, and the king's response. Who was this man? Rex's heart began to race. Who was this man who was somehow more powerful than King Truthseeker of old Alestria? Tell me, Rex, said the king. If there was a third person with these humans, was it a man or a woman? The answer flashed before Rex's eyes instantly. It had been a woman. There had definitely been two females in the group. He sighed as he thought this. The king's question forced him to reconcile with the fact that he had definitely seen three people at first. His mind hadn't been playing tricks on him. The king then turned to the man in the suit. What do you think? Asked the king. Do you think it's the princess? The man took the cigar out of his mouth and nodded his head. If I were a betting man, which I indubitably am, said the man with a grin, I would say it's most definitely the princess. The king turned back to Rex. And their property, you said it was in the Climbers district. Do you remember where? Rex frowned and shook his head. I am sorry, your highness. No need for that, said the king, who then turned back to the man in the suit. Should we send guards to search the district? The king asked. The man in the suit calmly shook his head. There's no need, said the man. The new Alestrian army will be here by tomorrow afternoon. The princess will show herself before then, I can guarantee it. All we have to do is wait. And what do we do with this one in the meantime? The two of them turned to Rex with menacing grins on their faces. Well, he's seen me, said the man in the suit. I'm not supposed to exist, right? The king's skin began to melt and fade. Rex stumbled backwards in horror. Your highness? A woman with black hair, black eyes, and pale ghostly white skin smiled menacingly from the throne where King Truthseeker had just been sitting. He's a troublemaker, said the man in the suit. Now we have to kill him. Wah, said Rex, stumbling backwards again. He couldn't get the words out, stammering in fear as the two figures walked towards him. Who were these people? What had they done with the real king? Such were Rex's final thoughts, as a playing card, imbued with mana, flung at lightning speed across the room and punctured his head and brain. His eyes rolled back into his head, and he gurgled some bile discharge as his body collapsed on the ground. The card stayed lodged between the man's forehead as blood leaked out onto the ground. The card was the Ace of Hearts. The next morning, Max and his companions paced his apartment, making preparations. The new Alestrian army would be standing outside the city wall in only a few more hours. If this madness was going to be stopped, it was going to be stopped today. They gathered their things and left the apartment and stepped out into the old Alestrian capital under the light of morning. The streets were far less unpopulated than they had been the previous evening. Market stalls lined the roads while citizens walked to and fro. Children, guards, peasants, merchants, and more, all with shining purple eyes. Many of them stopped and pointed at them as they passed. Max wasn't sure if it was because they were potentially seeing the ghost of their lost princess or because they hadn't seen any human climbers in months. It was probably a combination of both. All three of them kept their eyes and mana senses alert, waiting for guards to try and apprehend them again. In the end, all they got were stares and hushed whispers amongst the people they passed, as they headed for the royal palace at the center of the city. Max started to get an uneasy feeling when the guards standing at the gates of the palace stepped out of their way to form a path to the palace steps. "They're just letting us in?" asked Max. "It looks like it," said Casey. "Look," said Violet, pointing to the top of the steps. A large husky man with a crown on his head stood at the top of the palace steps. "State your purpose," said one of the guards. "We demand a meeting with the king," Violet declared loud enough that everyone nearby could hear, including the man wearing the crown. The imposter king smiled sinisterly from the top of the stone stairwell. "It looks like we both want the same thing." One of the court advisors ran up to King Truthseeker. The man had a pointy hat and a thin mustache, and Priscilla, the shapeshifter, found him absolutely insufferable. "King Truthseeker," said the advisor, "are you really going to let this imposter step into the palace grounds and question the legitimacy of your crown?" Priscilla wanted to tell the advisor what she truly thought of him, an irritating fool. But even more than that, she just wanted to kill him, watch him suffer and cry for his life, as he realized what a fool he truly was. But alas, they were out in the open. Guards, court officials, nobles, and commoners alike would witness King Truthseeker morph into a woman and kill a man with her bare hands. It just couldn't be done, especially with an accuser at the bottom of the stairs. But this was all going according to the gambler's plan. Still, it was tough to trust a man with a name like that. It gave her chills just thinking about it, the risks involved. But then she reminded herself of the incredible rewards. Priscilla looked around and saw that all eyes were on her. The king, foreign guests, Priscilla began so everyone in the courtyard could hear. "You seek, no, you demand, a meeting with the king. Who do you think you are? Where do you think you are? Do you think the peasant on the street can just waltz into the throne room?" The sycophantic pawns standing around Priscilla all laughed heartily, grabbing their chests. They were so sick with laughter. That was what power did. It gave you the right to bark orders, imprison people, kill people, and the cherry on top, it suddenly gave you impeccable comic timing. At least, those craven for power beneath you would make you think that. Priscilla grinned down to the three pipsqueaks below. Princess Violet had a scowl on her face. Perhaps, wondered Priscilla, the true princess was seeing how much of her family's power had been stolen from her. "Doesn't she see that I now command the audience? They laugh when I tell them to. They jump when I tell them to. They kill when I tell them to." The laughter died down and the princess took a step forward. "I am no peasant," she shouted. "I am Princess Violet, the real Princess Violet. You are nothing but an imposter." The people in the courtyard gasped all around them. The notes of shock quickly dissipated out of fear of the king's retribution. Violet stared at the imposter king and watched as the man's gaze grew steely. He had no response to Violet's accusation. And that made sense, Violet thought, because she was telling the truth. "This man is a liar and an imposter," Violet continued. "He works for the terrorist group known as the Fallen Angels. Along with his accomplices, they murdered my family and would have killed me too had I not escaped." It was hard to believe the courtyard could grow even more silent, but it did as Violet shared her story. "I hope I'm convincing them," she thought. "They must sense the truth in my story." The imposter king didn't behave at all like her father. How could they explain away all these changes in the man's personality now that such a simple reason had been offered? All eyes shifted from Violet and back onto the imposter king. A small smirk twitched on the imposter king's lips. An uncomfortable feeling formed in Violet's stomach. The way the man smiled was as if he knew something that Violet didn't, that she and her companions were nothing but flies caught in a spiderweb, waiting to be eaten. "For someone claiming to be a princess," snarled the king. "You seem to have an awfully bad sense of manners and an ignorance for royal court procedure in such matters." The crowd around the king murmured, and a sense of approval washed across the courtyard. Enough of this battle of words, Violet thought. She triggered her truth-seeker trait. The king at the top of the stairs glowed red, the color of lies. Of course he did, thought Violet. His whole body was a lie. It didn't matter what he said. Fundamentally, this king standing in front of them all was a falsehood, an imposter. "I've triggered my truth-seeker trait," shouted Violet across the courtyard. "And this man tells lies." Violet pointed an accusatory finger up at the imposter king. The crowd gasped and turned towards the man. Of course," said the king. "That is the great power of pretending to be a truth-seeker. You can point to anyone who questions the validity of your identity and call them liars, accuse them of uttering falsehoods. But do not interrupt the king when he speaks," said the king. "Another royal lesson you seem to have forgotten in your absence." The man took a step forward and stared down at the accusatory finger of Violet's. "I too can point the finger and say you tell lies, which leaves us at a bit of an impasse, doesn't it? Which truth-seeker tells the truth, and which one utters lies?" The crowd had grown silent again, but their looks towards Violet grew meaner. There may have been a hint of belief before, but Violet could see it draining from their faces. "Right now, it's your word against mine," said the king. "So let's leave the magic tricks of our trait aside and look simply at the facts, shall we?" Violet's shoulders trembled. This imposter was so confident, so at ease with his lies. His tongue danced across his mouth as he delivered falsehood after falsehood. He was a performer, and this was his stage. Violet's home had become the stage of a brilliant actor, a talented madman. She didn't like the way he was writing the script for all of this, how he controlled the audience of the courtyard. This was what power looked like, what control looked like. "You," continued the king, "supposedly Princess Violet, claim I'm an imposter. That I killed your mother and myself." The king shared a quizzical expression with all of those standing around him. Violet grimaced. The way he was phrasing things made her sound crazy. He was turning everything around, flipping everything on its head. "Or not myself," said the king, "someone else." "Wait, I think I got it. I killed the king and then pretended to be myself." "No, wait, that's not it, is it?" The crowd laughed nervously. Max and Casey looked to Violet, concerned. "Come on, Violet, say something," said Max. Violet clenched her fists. She felt herself growing angrier and angrier at this imposter. This was the man who killed her family, who had ripped everything she had known and loved away from her, and now he stood there toying with her, mocking her for her pain, her real and true pain. "You're twisting my words," shouted Violet. "The way you're phrasing things is absurd." The king gawked at her. "It is I who is being absurd?" asked the king, raising his eyebrows. "It is I who is offending you. The king who lost his wife and daughter, who mourns for them every day, who can't forget the memory of holding their dead bodies in his arms, now has to argue with someone dressing up as what? A ghost? Who are you?" Violet felt her whole body shaking now. She couldn't get the words out. I'm Princess Violet Truthseeker." "Okay, Princess Violet Truthseeker," said the king. "Here's a simple question. Where have you been? It has been months since you died, or as you tell it, escaped and disappeared. While you were away on vacation, is it? Have you not heard that our country is in turmoil? That new Alestria marches here to kill and destroy everything we stand for?" "That's not how it happened," said Violet, arguing back. "It wasn't easy for me to get back." The king shook his head. "The real princess, no, my daughter, would have done everything in her power to get back here as quickly as possible. My daughter wouldn't sit around as her home burned to the ground. The only thing that would have stopped her from saving her country would be her own death." The entire courtyard was silent. The king spoke with a violent clarity, every sentence a thrust, a jab, a parry. It was a duel to this man, to this performer. And the sick feeling in Violet's stomach told her the uncomfortable truth she didn't want to hear. He was winning their battle of words. "No," said the king, shaking his head and speaking more softly than he had a moment ago. "My daughter, the real Princess Violet Truthseeker, wouldn't take a months-long vacation while her nation was in turmoil. There's only one person who would take this long. A lousy con woman. That's the only explanation that makes sense to me. The only person who would take this long to come up with a despicable, awful plot, such as this, is none other than a lousy, good-for-nothing criminal. The crowd nodded in assent. "He lies," cried Violet, falling to the ground in despair. "Why won't you believe me? Give it up," said the king. Then, with the smallest twitch of a grin, the man said, "I can see with my family's trait that you're lying." Suddenly, Violet and her two companions were surrounded by spears pointed at their necks. "We have a war to win," shouted the king. "We do not have time for such foolishness. Send these three to the dungeon." And so, the crowd cheered triumphantly as the real Princess Violet Truthseeker was arrested and escorted away. First, the guards cuffed the three of them with their arms behind their back. The handcuffs glowed with a special material, which hindered them from using their trait. Next, they put scratchy potato sacks on their head so they couldn't see where they were going. Where were they taking them? A horrible feeling filled Max's stomach. That had not gone according to plan. Had they been too naive to think Princess Violet would be able to unmask the imposter king? What the heck just happened back there? The king, the imposter and agent of the fallen angels, had turned the whole courtyard against them with such grace and ease. Max grimaced, thinking about how all he could do was just stand there. There was nothing he could do to help Violet in that moment. He was just a visitor, a human, a foreigner, a mere D-rank climber. There was nothing he could do to help Violet with that battle of verbal exchanges he'd just witnessed. He felt horrible sinking feeling. Worse was the back of a guardsman's boot kicking him forward and knocking him onto the ground. His knees scraped against the stone. It was the shock and disorientation that was more painful than the actual blow itself. Max could thank his endurance stat for that. He felt an arm snatch his collar and lift him up before shoving him forward again. After a while, the guards became less hostile. They walked for at least 15 minutes down a spiraling staircase. Max felt the warmth of flaming torches as they went deeper and deeper into what must have been darkness. In the depths of the dungeon, all he could hear was the crackling ash of the torches, the echoes of the guards' boots, the drip of some ancient leak, and scurrying feet of rats hidden in the shadows. Finally, they reached a cold, damp hallway. Metal banged against metal, and a door creaked open. The potato sack was snatched off his face, and Max saw an empty, dark cell in front of him. A boot kicked him in the back, sending him hurling into the cell. A hard pain hit him again as two bodies were flung forward and knocked onto his back. Violet and Casey groaned above him. Slam. The cell door shuddered, and the guards locked the door before walking away. Said Max. "I know we all have a lot on our minds, but would you guys mind getting off of me?" Casey and Violet rolled over, and Max took relief from the ability to breathe again. The cell was a damp hole in the wall. Some hay laid scattered on the ground. "I guess that's our bed," Max mused. Nearby was a decaying skeleton with cobwebs coming out of its eyes. "And I guess that's our future." Max looked around. They needed to figure a way out of here. He was sure his companions were on the exact same page as him. "I'm sorry," Violet whimpered. He turned to her. What was this? "It's all my fault," she said. "I couldn't convince the city of the truth. That fake king, whoever he is, whatever he is, he bested me, and now my home is about to become nothing but ruins and ash. Max, Casey, I'm sorry for dragging you into all of this." "Violet," said Casey, at a loss for words. Max shook his head. They didn't have time to wallow. They had to figure out an escape plan. They all looked at each other to make sure they had all heard that and that the prison cell hadn't already turned them crazy. "What is that?" asked Casey. Violet gulped. "It's the war bells. The new Elestrian army must be nearby. They'll all be marching onto the battlefield soon. The whole of floor 10 will be flooded with slaughter and bloodshed. All the more reason why we need to figure a way out of..." "Silence!" The three companions made a face to one another. Max tiptoed forward and saw a guard standing on duty at the top of the stairs. "I see," thought Max. They've left multiple precautions to keep them from escaping. Ru-o-o-o-oom. The bell was haunting. How loud was it that it could be heard so far down below the city? Every ring felt like a ticking clock, counting down to the first strike of the Elestrian Civil War, to their mission ending in failure. Sakura had sent them here to help their allies. Their friendship with Violet had led them to want to do more than that, to save their allies, to aid their fellow tower dwellers from harming themselves. And then, of course, there was the other reason Max was here, to find out more about his lost sister. What if the truth paper mill and shop burned to the ground in the ensuing battle? What then? The only thread connecting him to his lost sister could go up in flames in a few hours. "All right," whispered Casey. "What are we waiting for?" She walked over to the metal bars. "We are D-rank now, Max," hissed Casey. "D-rank strength should be able to bend normal metals." She grabbed hold of the prison bars and squirmed. The bars did not budge an inch. "The bars aren't made of normal metal," Violet explained. "There's no way." Casey stretched her arms out and shot out a blast of wind. The bars stayed exactly the same, although the wind attack did reach the opposite cell, knocking the skull of another skeleton off to the dirt-ridden floor. "The cell is specifically designed to hold climbers," Violet sighed. "Our traits won't be able to break us out of here. You won't be able to shadow blink past it if that's what you're thinking. Even if you could walk through walls, these bars would hinder you from doing so." Damn, thought Max. The Elestrians had really thought through some of these defenses. Max walked up to the edge of their cell. He grabbed hold of the bars, his fingers wrapping around the metal and touching the air on the other side of the cell. "It's no use," murmured Violet. The princess sat on the ground, hugging her knees. Her skin was pale and her face forlorn. "There's no way we're getting out of here," she said. "There must be some kind of way out of here though," thought Max to himself. "We're climbers, people with magical abilities and superhuman strength. How could a prison cell really hold us back?" Max peered down the hall and saw the guard nearby was dozing off. The man must have figured they couldn't break out, so why not have a little nap? Fair enough, Max shrugged. If I were in that guard's shoes, I'd probably do the same. Thank you, world, for creating lazy people who make my life easier. Max smiled. He had an idea. He let go of the prison bars he was clutching and stretched his hands out. The bars were impervious to magic attacks or metal-bending strength, and yet he could still fit his hands through it. "We can work with this," Max thought. He peered back to the guard to see if he had the keys to their cell directly on him. As far as Max could see, the guard didn't have them out in the open. There goes Max's first idea for Casey to trigger her Airbringer trait beyond the bars to snatch the keys. Max ran through the traits at their disposal. Violet's Truthseeker ability would do nothing for them here. Casey's wind magic could be used somehow, but he wasn't sure how. Finally, his own abilities were mostly offensive. Chain lightning or mana claws would do nothing against the special metal of the bars. But could they trigger their traits outside of the bars? They could threaten the guard maybe. Zap him out from his nap with chain lightning and threaten to kill him if he didn't open up the cell. Max paced back and forth across the small, damp chamber. He didn't love that idea. There were a lot of variables, especially as he couldn't guarantee how the guard would behave. He would save it as a last resort though. He considered his mana claws once more. That wasn't technically an ability, but more of a weapon. He hadn't considered their items, or their pouches. Max grinned. "I got it," he said. "See," said Casey, looking to Toto then Violet. "Max always comes up with a plan. Violet I can forgive, but Toto, you should have known better." The gerbil made an adorable face asking for forgiveness. "All right, I forgive you," said Casey. "I can't stay mad at you long." "What's the idea?" said Violet, perking up slightly. "You just wait here, princess," smiled Max. "I will get us all out of here." He then materialized from his pouch, the most trusty, resilient thing he'd ever purchased in Hawker's Alley, the mana box. He triggered it to summon the mana door. He then turned to Casey. I'm going to step inside and count to 30, all right, Max explained. During that time, you're going to place the box just outside the cell bars here. Casey nodded. They initiated the plan, and 30 seconds later, Max stepped into the open hallway of the dungeon. The guard still snored in his position. Max tiptoed up to him, and channeling a ton of mana into his fist, he knocked the man into even deeper unconsciousness. He then fished through the guard's clothing until he found a set of keys. He ran back to their cell door and opened it up. Casey rushed out with Toto hanging onto her shoulder. The two human climbers turned back to see if Violet was coming. For a second, Max worried the girl was going to be too dejected to go on. Such a worry disappeared instantly when he saw the girl stand up determinedly and march towards the cell door. "Come on then," the princess said. "We have my whole floor to save." The three of them rushed up the spiral staircase, leaving the underground dungeon behind. They slowed down when they reached the top of the stairwell. "Do you see anything?" whispered Casey as Max poked his head out around the corner. There were a trio of guards at the entrance, but other than that the royal hall was empty. "Most of the guards will be protecting the wall," said Violet. "They will need all hands on deck if they're fighting New Elestria." Max nodded. All they needed to do was get past these three guards, and they'd be able to rush across the city and hopefully stop the battle. "Well, let's not waste any more time then," said Casey. Casey rushed into the hall, and the three guards instantly noticed her. "Intruder, stand down," yelled the guards. Casey snickered as she walked towards them. "Stand down, girl," shouted the guards. "We won't hesitate to hurt you." "Neither will I," shouted Casey, lifting her arms and triggering her Airbringer trait. The wind blast shot the three guards back. Their bodies slammed against the wall. The guards fell to the floor in a crumpled heap. Casey had knocked them out. She turned around and grinned devilishly at Max and Violet. "As I said earlier," grinned Casey, "what are we waiting for?" Max and Violet shared a glance. "Remind me, Max," said Violet, "to never get on Casey's bad side ever again." "Noted," said Max as they rushed for the palace entrance. The air smacked against them as soon as they stepped outside. Smoke covered the overcast sky. The capital lay quiet as across the city, beyond the walls marched the old Elestrian army. Further on stood the huddled mass of the new Elestrian forces. "They're already marching to meet," said Casey. This was bad. Max had thought they had hours to stop the conflict, but it now looked like they may only have minutes. Violet's face had gone pale once more, and she looked out to the battlefield beyond the wall with grave concern. "Is it?" she said quietly. "Is it already too late?" Priscilla rode on a white horse, leading the old Elestrian army into battle. The soldiers marched behind her, inspired by the presence of the king fighting alongside them. The new Elestrian army stood nearby, rows of foot soldiers and spearmen. The enemy soldiers stared at them with a calm hostility. "The fools," thought Priscilla to themselves. The smug arrogance of these soldiers. Thinking they're fighting on behalf of something other than their own stupidity. Priscilla lifted her hands, and the army marching behind her halted at her command. In the distance, she could hear the muffled sounds of orders being barked on the other side. The spearmen pointed their long, deadly sticks in the direction of the old Elestrian army. They were preparing to charge them head-on. Priscilla wanted to laugh at all of this, express her gleeful delight, but she knew that wouldn't be appropriate of a manly king leading his soldiers into battle. But that was exactly what she felt. The world was about to burn around her, and she couldn't be more pleased. Their mission here on Floor 10 was coming to an end, and then their larger plan could begin. Oh, how she longed to see all these people die. "I've failed my kingdom," said Violet miserably. The armies were barking orders, preparing for the ensuing clash. "No, you haven't," said Max. "We can still do this." He believed they could still succeed. They had to, for all of their sakes, for all of the innocent people who lived on this floor. They didn't deserve to live in the misery and filth of a war-torn civilization. This could all be avoided, but Max felt an internal clock ticking in his brain. They had to act fast. "I have a plan," said Max. He shared with them what he was thinking. "That's insane," said Casey. "I concur," said Violet. "Look," said Max, "there's nothing else we can do. We have to try." "I don't feel good about splitting up though," said Casey. "Trust me," said Max. "I'll be able to handle myself." The three of them stood there, huddled together. They really were going to do this. Max nodded once more and said, "I guess I'll be seeing you guys on the other side of this battle. If not, well, we'll probably be dead. Good luck." With that, the red-haired climber rushed back into the palace. Violet turned to Casey. Casey materialized her giant paper crane from her climber's pouch and positioned herself on it. "It looks like I'm your knight in shining armor, princess," said Casey. "Now get on my steed, paper crane." "Not quite the Prince Charming of my youthful daydreams," said Violet, climbing on the paper crane behind Casey. "But as my grandmother once told me, you can't have everything." Max ran through the palace halls. The guards Casey had knocked out were still slumped on the floor, unconscious. The rest of the building appeared to be empty. "I hope this plan isn't insane," he kept thinking to himself as his heart beat like a jackhammer as he ran through the royal chambers. He passed empty room after empty room until eventually he stepped into the throne room. He stopped dead in his track. After running through the depopulated building, he finally encountered someone else. A man in a business suit, smoking a cigar and staring out the window. He turned to acknowledge Max and then returned his gaze back to the window. Max took a step forward. This was the man Violet had told them about. The man who had helped murder her family, one of the agents of the fallen angels, the man known simply as the Gambler. There the agent stood, having acknowledged Max with the faintest of glances, as if he were a mere bug, nothing but a fly, an irritant. Max took another step towards the man. The man pulled the cigar out of his mouth and let a plume of smoke exit his lips. "So," said the man calmly, "you've come to watch this floor burn with me, have you now?" The Gambler stepped away from the window and turned to face Max. The man had pale white skin and wore a black and white business suit like some kind of gangster mob boss in a movie. "Can't you see you've already lost?" said the man calmly. Max didn't reply. This man could shove his rhetorical question right back down his throat for all Max cared. The thing that concerned Max most, though, was how calm this man was. On the face of it, he didn't look that intimidating, but the way he carried himself, his stoic mannerisms, his assuredness, it all alluded to a fearsome power. Max could sense it. "No, we haven't," said Max, keeping his voice level similar to his opponent's. Max could feel the man's dark eyes scanning him, reading him for telltale signs and twitches. He was like a poker player, trying to figure out what Max's tells were, what minuscule subconscious action would give away Max's bluff. That's what the man was searching for as he looked Max up and down. "Oh really now?" said the Gambler, cracking a sly smile. It was the same smile the fake king had when Violet faced off against him, the smile of a spider welcoming a tiny bug into its trap. Max took a step forward. The man raised his eyebrows at that. "Everything's a game to you, isn't it?" said Max. Even the smallest gesture, like taking a step forward, was enough to turn the cogs and wheels of this man's brain. A step forward wasn't a step forward. It was a declaration of something, confidence perhaps, and confidence meant one of two things, a winning hand or a bluff. But which one was it? That was the question in the Gambler's eyes. The man reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a deck of cards. He shuffled them with ease and grace. "You know," said the man, keeping his eyes on Max, as his fingers confidently shuffled the cards in his hand, "I love observing the desperation in hopeless people. Do you want to bet on how badly you lost?" The man's voice was calm, but his look was anything but. There was a sinister air to the man's proposal. What the Gambler didn't seem to understand, though, thought Max, was that playing a game was exactly why he had come here in search of him. Max took another step forward. A game, you say? The gambler nodded, holding up the shuffled deck of cards. Max grinned. Oh, I definitely want to play. Casey and Violet flew across the rooftops above the city. The wind rushed through Violet's hair as she held onto Casey. We are almost there, said Casey. Violet looked down to the city streets below, her kingdom, her home. The streets were dead and empty. Those who weren't fighting were holed up, hiding in their homes, fearful for their lives. What were those people hoping would happen today? That old Alestria ended up victorious, slaughtering all of those on the other side. The slaughter of innocents on the other side, was that really the most optimistic outcome one could hope to see at the end of today's events? Violet shuddered and clutched onto Casey tighter. This wasn't just her home. It was her people's home. They shared it all together. The battlefield was getting closer. How exactly are we supposed to stop them from killing each other? Said Violet. Max told us we just need to buy him time, said Casey. Delay the battle. And how are we going to do that? Don't worry, smiled Casey. I have a good idea up my sleeve. Priscilla's eyes winced, taking in the battlefield. It was dead silent, but for the whistle of the wind. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She was already imagining the land coated in crimson. The screams and battle cries of the soldiers as they hacked at each other, leaving behind a mess of blood, soaked limbs and bones. The general beside Priscilla turned to her. He looked at her with the respect an army general gave his king. He'd never look at her that way if he knew what she was, who she was. What would this man do if he realized the sick, murderous desire Priscilla had for every single individual here? We charge in 1 minute, said the general. You give the order. Priscilla breathed in the air with delight. The build-up felt so good. The anticipation, it was making her want to squeal like a giddy schoolgirl. She raised her arm and the soldiers prepared to charge. 30 seconds, said the general. Priscilla licked her lips. Any moment now. 10 seconds, said the general. Priscilla could not wait any longer, and she plunged her arm downward shouting, Charge! The soldiers rushed ahead of her, as did the new Alestrian spearmen across the battlefield. Oh, here it comes, thought Priscilla. Victory has never felt so sweet, but Priscilla's face suddenly fell. In the sky above the battlefield was an unknown third party. At first, she thought it was a mere bird, but then she saw the flaps of the wings and realized it was some sort of magical mana-based paper creation. And 2 figures were riding on top of the strange device. Damn it, she thought, as she recognized Princess Violet and her female human companion in the air. She shook her head. It was too late now, she thought to herself. What could they do? The soldiers are already charging at each other. They were only seconds away from hacking each other's heads off. But the charging soldiers on either side didn't stop the 2 figures. They swirled into the middle of the battlefield, stopping the soldiers in their tracks. Priscilla felt the oomph of manipulated air shoot her hair back. An airbringer, thought Priscilla. How irritating. The Alestrian girl hopped off the paper crane as they got closer to the ground. The soldiers looked around in confusion. This had not come up in any battle plan or strategy meeting. The soldiers were all dumbfounded. They were still moving to the center of the battlefield, though. 2 innocent girls on the battlefield were not enough of a distraction to stop the machinations of war, not when they were this close, when anger, rage, and animosity filled the air. No, smiled Priscilla, it's too late. And then something happened. Priscilla's eyes bulged. The soldiers slowed down as they recognized the Alestrian girl. No, no, no. Priscilla had already proven the girl was an imposter. The soldiers were still charging at each other, but Priscilla could sense a slowing down in their movements. The Alestrian girl sucked in her breath, and then at the top of her lungs, she yelled across the entire battlefield. I am Princess Violet Truthseker, and I beg you to stop. Max and the gambler stood 4 meters apart in the old Alestrian throne room, staring each other down. The gambler pursed his lips as if he was about to say something, but he held back, waiting to see if Max would say anything else. Every action, every sentence, everything one did was information for his opponent. Max knew this, so he stayed motionless and silent. Finally, the gambler spoke. "What type of game would you like to play? What are the terms of the bet?" Max breathed in deeply. He had agreed to playing a game quickly and confidently, but he now felt his heart pace a little bit faster as the gambler stared him down. The gambler calmly unbuttoned his suit jacket and held out the left side, revealing multiple pockets housing different types of games. There were multiple decks of cards, dice, and coins. "And bear in mind, young man," said the gambler, "we're not limited to what you see here. My trait gives us all sorts of options." The man snapped his fingers, and suddenly Max was standing at a podium and the gambler held trivia cards in his hand. "Would you like to play trivia?" "Is that your final answer?" The gambler snapped his fingers again, and the game show furnishings disappeared, and they were standing alone in the empty throne room once more. "But whatever we choose to play, I can pick the game," the gambler said, "or you can." Max's heart was beating faster than it had before. He had thought his plan was going to work, but he was now realizing there were a lot of steps to get through, and if he failed at any point, he lost, and everyone he knew and loved would be doomed. The good news was the nature of his trait was what he had predicted. The game show illusion proved that. The man's trait was malleable, abstract, it could operate in strange ways. Max could work with that. He gulped. "Before we choose the game," Max said, "I'd like to set the terms." The man smiled and nodded gently. "Fine by me." Max nodded his head. "If I win, I want you to expose yourself and your partners to all of Alestria," said Max. The gambler scoffed. "Why would I ever agree to that?" Max's heart raced. There were so many steps where this plan could go wrong. Every step of the plan felt like a wobbly rock facing over a cliff of molten lava. He breathed in deeply. "You'll agree," said Max. "Because if I lose, I offer up my life." The gambler's eyes widened at those words, but he quickly returned to his expressionless demeanor. There was something about Max offering his life that clearly appealed to this man. This demented climber lived for such life-or-death stakes and enjoyed putting other people in such situations. It was why he loved to gamble so much. "I can agree to those terms," said the gambler smoothly, "but if you set the terms, I should pick the game. Damn it." This was exactly what Max was fearing might happen, why he realized his plan might be too complicated, too delicate and fragile, easy to break. "I need to pick the terms and the game." Max shook his head. "I want to pick the game," he said. The gambler frowned and displayed his hands in front of Max as if to say, "Come on now, let's be reasonable." "You pick the terms and the game," said the gambler. "Hardly seems fair, does it?" Max gulped. He needed to convince the man, but he couldn't seem too eager either. If he seemed too keen, the man might refuse to play. Max raised a single finger in the air. "I take your point," said Max, trying to keep his voice level. "But surely you agree that the terms, win or lose, are in your favor." Max felt his heart thumping in his chest. "Perhaps you don't know my organization very well," said the gambler. "But if I lose this bet and cost us our mission, I'm as good as dead." Crap. The man wasn't going to let Max have his way so easily, but Max didn't have any alternatives if he couldn't choose the game. He could fight this man head-on, but that was futile. Max needed to expose the fallen angel's actions to all of Alestria. Without that, his plan fell apart. Thousands would lie dead on the battlefield outside in less than 20 minutes. Max smirked at the man. He had to play this man's game back at him. Calm, confident, assured. If Max looked like he might walk away, the man might agree to what he wanted. The man couldn't have gained the moniker the gambler without having at least a sliver of an addictive tendency. "Good as dead," said Max, "is a nice figure of speech, but isn't quite the truth, is it?" The gambler's eyes narrowed. "If I lose this bet on the current terms," said Max, "I'll die right here on the floor, won't I? Blood will leak out your eyes and you'll be dead within seconds," answered the man. "Gotcha." Max kept his face expressionless. The man couldn't help sharing the outcome of what would happen if he lost. He wanted to see the fear and hesitation in Max's eyes. To see the fear mix with the desperation was what this sick fiend lived for. "And that's where our deaths differ, don't they?" said Max. "I lose and die within seconds." "You lose, well, your death isn't quite as guaranteed, is it?" The gambler, who'd been good at keeping his emotions under check, visibly scowled at this. If they were playing a game of chess, Max felt like he had just checked the man's king. It wasn't checkmate. No, far from it. But it was a move that signaled that Max was in control of the battle. "I take your point," said the gambler. "You've told me your terms, now what would you like to play?" Max took a deep breath. If the man could recreate a game show, he should be able to materialize the game Max wanted. Or at least he hoped so. His whole plan did depend on that. "Have you ever heard of a game What's Behind the Door?" The man laughed at that, loud and obnoxiously. He grabbed his chest and wiped a tear from his eye. "I've killed many people while placing bets," said the man. "And if I were to guess which one was the most excruciating for those who lost, it would be What's Behind the Door." Max's stomach lurched. Every time he felt like he got a step ahead of the gambler, the man appeared 2 steps in front of him. How was it possible? The gambler snapped his fingers, and 3 doors appeared between the 2 climbers. "Just so we're clear that we're discussing the same game," said the gambler, "there are 3 doors. I'm going to select one to hold a blue orb of mana behind it. You get to choose which door you think the orb is behind." Max nodded. "After that," continued the gambler, "I open a door that doesn't hold the blue orb, and then you get to decide whether to stick with your original choice or switch doors. If in the end, the door you select has the blue orb behind it, you win. If it's empty, you lose." The man glared at Max with a serious intensity once finished. "That sounds right to me," said Max. "Okay then," said the gambler, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Are you ready to play, little mouse?" Nat was a foot soldier in the 53rd Regiment of the Old Elestrian Army. Never in all his days would he have predicted that New and Old Elestria would clash in such a direct, violent conflict. Nor would he have predicted that such a conflict would be interrupted by 2 young girls standing in the battlefield. He stood with his fellow soldiers who had halted at the strange appearance of the girls. They all had. The 2 girls had appeared out of the sky like angels. "Oi, what's going on?" shouted a soldier to the left of him. "Why ain't we moving?" Nat was in agreement with the nearby complaining warrior. Nat had a sister who had lived in a town near the border that New Elestria had burned to the ground. Those sons of bitches had murdered his sister, and he had been looking forward to making them pay. These 2 girls, one human, one Elestrian, had completely stalled the battle. They had halted Nat's opportunity for revenge. Some might call this interruption a miracle. Nat didn't see it that way. He saw it as a nuisance. He shuffled his feet as he stared across the empty battlefield, past the 2 girls, and to the army of people he hated on the other side. He didn't care if he died anymore. He was going to make the New Elestrians pay for what they did to his sister. In blood, Nat screamed as he rushed forward. A few other soldiers broke with him, tired of the standstill as well. A handful of soldiers on the New Elestrian side rushed forward too. They screamed a battle cry. Finally, Nat thought, my revenge can be had at last. "Stop it," yelled the human girl at the center of the battle, but Nat didn't stop running. In under a minute, he'd meet with the swordsman ahead of him, and Nat would stab him in the heart. A larger battle cry echoed behind him. He heard the shuffle of feet. The other soldiers were following in his footsteps. He was leading the way. "I said stop it. Why did the foolish girl keep saying that?" thought Nat. How could a pesky human think she could stop 2 whole armies from doing what they had come here to do? THWMP, a massive blast of wind knocked Nat back, and he found himself falling onto his butt on the muddy field. "What the?" he groaned. Nat looked across the battlefield, and all the soldiers had been pushed back. It was all coming from that human girl in the center of the battle. Her brown hair billowed in the wind around her as she gazed fiercely at the two massive armies that surrounded her. What power, what strength! Suddenly, the wind that had knocked the rest of them back disappeared and swirled back to the human girl, all within her control. The wind and energy formed the flickering silhouette of a long sword in her hand. A katana, the wind blade stretched out across the battlefield, and the girl made a circle. A collective gasp echoed across the battlefield as armor was scratched, clothing was slashed, skin was pricked with the long point of the girl's magical blade. "Listen to the princess," the human girl yelled. Nat crawled backwards. In the face of such bravery, let alone sheer power, he'd have to wait and hear these girls out. The human girl nodded to the black-haired Elestrian girl, her gestures saying, it was time for the princess to speak. The Elestrian girl did a circle around the battlefield. "My fellow Eliastins," she yelled at the top of her lungs. "Old and new, we must stop this war before there is any more bloodshed." Was this some kind of joke? Nat thought. After all the despicable actions from those new Elestrian slimeballs, were they really going to let them walk away unpunished? The human girl kept referring to the Elestrian as a princess, but Princess Violet was long dead, died of a plague, which many suspected was caused by a secret new Elestrian poison, which was just another good reason to murder those bastards waiting on the other side of the field. Who was this imposter screaming of peace? The rest of the soldiers seemed to be growing impatient as well. The army murmured and fidgeted at the words of this so-called princess. "We have been lied to," continued the girl, bellowing across the field. "Agents of an evil organization have FANNED the flames of war on our floor. We must unite to stop this." Nat clambered back onto his feet. What was this girl on about? Evil organizations? A plot to send us all to war? It sounded like madness, a conspiracy theory for fools. My family has died at the hands of new Elestrians' actions, Nat thought angrily. What was this princess saying? That it wasn't their fault that his sister was dead? Whose fault was it then? The soldiers all across the battlefield stood, listening to the girl's words. She took a breath and didn't say anything else. Was that it? Was that all she had to say? Nat clenched his fists. "Can I go kill those sons of bitches now?" Casey kept her back against Violet's as she held out her elongated wind katana. Violet addressed every corner of the battlefield, and as she circled so too did Casey, holding out her wind katana, making sure the soldiers didn't come any closer. "Tell me why we agreed to this plan again," muttered Casey under her breath to Violet. "I mean, Max has basically sent us to our deaths here. How many soldiers are we surrounded by?" "Hundreds, thousands. Max said we just need to stall the battle temporarily," said Violet. "Yeah, until when they kill us." "I don't know," hissed Violet. "He said there would be a signal. We just need to last until then." Easier said than done, thought Casey, looking at all the soldiers across the battlefield. The audacity of her and Violet's actions had certainly stunned the two armies, but they were still itching to fight, to murder each other. The fallen angels had been whipping them up into a frenzy of hatred and anger for months. Casey wasn't sure how much longer they had left, but then looking out to the field full of soldiers, she was shocked. They weren't moving, they weren't charging to kill each other. Of course, Casey was threatening them with her wind katana, but it was more than that. The soldiers on both sides were waiting to hear what Violet said next. The words had a hopefulness to them, an optimism, a feeling that none of these soldiers had felt in the most recent months. It was enough to stop them in their tracks, at least temporarily. "Come on," hissed Casey, "keep going." "I'm not sure what else to," Violet was interrupted. Stepping out from the crowds of soldiers was the imposter king riding on his white horse. He scowled as he looked across the battlefield at the two girls that were slowing down the slaughter and bloodshed he was so looking forward to. He pointed his finger at Violet in the middle of the battlefield. "She lies," bellowed the king. "Slay her at once." The gambler watched the red-haired boy. The young man was staring at him so intently, trying to see if a single nervous glance might give away the door the gambler had selected to place the mana orb behind. This boy was a fool like all the rest of them, the gambler thought to himself. I always win. I make sure I always win. And yet there the boy stood, trying to hide the grin on his foolish, arrogant face. Did the boy think he didn't recognize his false hesitation? The gambler saw right through it all. For some reason, the boy thought he was in control right now, that he had an ace up his sleeve that the gambler didn't know about. The gambler knew all, including his own victorious outcome in this match. But this was part of the pleasure, the gambler reminded himself. The spectacle of watching someone's face go from hopeful to despair within such a short period of time. The gambler stood composed, but oh how he wanted to squirm with delight. He couldn't wait to see such hopelessness fall over this young man's face, then for blood to leak out his eyes and to fall on the floor, a dead waste of space like all the other vermin he'd eradicated. Step into my trap, little mouse, thought the gambler eagerly. Right this way. Max stared intently at the 3 doors erected in front of him. The gambler had made each door a different color to differentiate them, a red door, a yellow door, and a green door. The gambler stood a few meters behind the magically constructed doors, smiling at Max. Which door do you choose, boy? Said the gambler. Write it down on that piece of paper in your hand so we can continue. Max held the paper in his hands. He concentrated on making his hand not tremble. He didn't want the gambler to see him struggling with his choice. He was also trying to catch the gambler's eye, or rather, catch him furtively glance at the door he put the blue mana orb behind. But whenever Max looked over to the man, he was met with a steely stare, suggesting the gambler was looking nowhere else but at him. The man was waiting calmly for Max's decision. Max held the paper firmly and clutched the pen. What am I waiting for? This was only stage 1 of the game. The hard choice was still yet to come. Max took in the doors once more. From left to right it went, red door, yellow door, and green door. Listen, kid, I don't want to influence your decision, said the man. But I can wait all day. You, on the other hand, aren't you trying to stop something from happening? Max narrowed his eyes at the man. The prick. He felt an anger bubble up inside him. This man standing in front of him was a mass murderer of the innocent, a creator of chaos and destruction. Max hated that he had to play this game with formal rules and boundaries and couldn't just slash him with his mana claws. He took a deep breath. Remember, the game works just as much in my favor as it does him. It was all part of the plan, but the gambler was also right. He shouldn't be wasting any time. Violet and Casey could only slow down the ensuing battle for so long. They were relying on him. All of Alestria was relying on him, even if they didn't realize it. Max gulped. He wrote down his selection on the piece of paper. I choose the red door, he thought to himself. Something flickered across the gambler's face, and he smirked. His trait must have given him a prompt of some sort to inform him that Max had made his move, and now it was his turn. My turn, said the gambler with a grin. What door shall I pick, This next part was out of Max's hands. He just had to wait and see what the gambler did. The gambler let out a whistle. You think you're so clever, boy, said the man, but have you considered this? I could hold off on making a decision, run down the clock until everyone in Alestria is dead. Did you ever think of that? Max tensed. Such behavior was bad sportsmanship, but how could Max have expected a sadistic intertower terrorist to play with any honor? The man smirked, enjoying Max's squirm. A rising heat of rage filled Max, but then he realized the gambler had given himself away. No, you won't stall, said Max confidently. You enjoy watching me suffer too much. You're too eager to see me lose as to wait. The man's eyebrows rose at that. Oh, how perceptive a little mouse you are, snarled the gambler. We've known each other for so little, and yet it feels like a long time, doesn't it? He sighed. I get to open one of the empty doors now, sighed the gambler. I guess I'll open, Max tensed. The yellow door. The yellow door swung open, revealing an empty frame. Now to the final bit, smiled the gambler. Do you stick with the first door or do you switch? This game was their fighting arena and the scene had just changed. Max took it all in. There were only 2 doors remaining. The red door on the left, the green door on the right. A blue mana orb hung behind one of them. Max had to decide. He grinned. It was all going to plan. The gambler stood on the opposite side of the doors, watching the boy. The red-haired young man was stifling a grin. The very sight forced the gambler himself to stay composed. He wanted to laugh in this arrogant young man's face. He wanted to say so eagerly, "You think I don't see what you're up to, young man? You think I don't know how this game works? Mark my words, fool," thought the gambler to himself, "I always win." The commander of the new Elestrian army stared at the strange situation on the battlefield. 2 girls had shown up and brought the battle to an odd standstill. "What are your orders, sir?" asked a young soldier at his side. The commander's eyes narrowed. The young girl was addressing both armies, but it seemed like she had a greater bone to pick with old Elestria than new Elestria. What the heck was going on? The commander lifted his arms. "Hold until further orders from me," said the commander. The young soldier nodded his head and saluted the high commander. The commander returned his gaze on the odd situation on the battlefield. What psychodrama is old Elestria playing out here? He wondered. Either way, we only benefit from letting this play out. Their side will be all the weaker due to this girl's hammering of their morale. The man snickered to himself. Stop the fighting. We've all been lied to. With words like that, the girl really was sending those soldiers to the slaughterhouse. Violet stared out at the 2 armies that surrounded her and Casey. The human girl nudged her in the ribs. "You gotta keep talking," hissed Casey. "You stop talking, and we're the very first casualties of this battle." Violet gulped. What more could she say that she hadn't already? She shook her head. No, that's the wrong way to think of it. She'd keep saying the same thing over and over until it hammered home that what she was saying was the truth. "We've been lied to," shouted Violet. "All of us, myself included." The crowd of soldiers began to murmur to themselves. They were beginning to ask questions about the war, about the king, about the circumstances that had led them here. The seed of doubt had been placed, and like a contagious virus, was spreading across the ranks of the soldiers rapidly. "I think you're getting through to them," cheered Casey. Violet's heart began to beat with greater excitement. Maybe they didn't even have to stall for Max. They'd succeed at stopping this battle with her words alone. The idea was a nice one, too nice. The imposter king scowled and yelled across the battlefield. "How many times must I tell you?" screamed the king. "She lies. It's all a deception. For all we know, this is a plot of the disgusting creatures known as the new Elestins." The murmurs spread once more across the ranks of the soldiers. They were getting angry and fidgety once again. "They've been conditioned to hate and be angry," sighed Violet. "I don't know if anything I'll say will get through to them." Casey looked uneasily around the battlefield. "Well, say something," said Casey. "Call him out for being an imposter, jerky jerk face. Remember what I just said. We're going to be the first casualties of this battle if it heats up." Violet looked frantically around. She could keep repeating what she said, but that seemed like a losing game. With the imposter king denying everything she said, she was slowly only irritating and losing the individual soldiers. What would her father do in her shoes? That was when an idea lit up in her head. There was a powerful advantage that Violet hadn't utilized. She knew her father better than this imposter, so too did the people of old Elestria. Violet straightened her shoulders and cleared her throat, ready to shout out once more. This time she felt more confident than ever before. "You say I tell lies," shouted Violet. "And yet here you are, letting your soldiers fight for you." The imposter king gawked at her. "And tell me," spat the king back, "what else is a king supposed to do with his men?" Violet smirked. "I don't know what any generic fake king is supposed to do, but I know what King Edward Tiuthsekr would do." The soldiers of the old Alestrian army stood in rapt attention. "Tell me, soldiers," Violet continued, "would King Edward Tiuthsekr really let you die for him? The king I knew would have fought in a duel for the fate of the nation, then let innocents on either side die on his behalf." A light murmur spread across the ranks of soldiers like a wildfire. Violet had finally hit the right note. She was really and truly convincing them now. Sure, the people of Alestria could accept that King Edward might have changed after the death of his family, but for him to stop loving and caring for his people so brashly was hard to reconcile with the man they all once knew and adored. "You're doing it, Violet," said Casey, excitedly. "You can do this, come on." Toto chirped on Casey's shoulder, also cheering Violet on. The imposter king stood upon his horse, scowling at the girls in the middle of the battlefield. He got off his horse and started walking towards them. The man's face was steely and determined. "Oh," hissed Casey. "What is he doing?" Violet gulped as she took in the approaching man who shared her father's face. But the way he looked, the way he carried himself, and the way he spoke was all so different from the father she had loved that in Violet's eyes there was zero resemblance between this man and her father. The imposter king did a circle as he moved forward, holding out his arms. He unsheathed his sword and lifted it above his head. "Fine," spat the king as he approached. "You want a duel, foolish girl? I'll give you a duel." Violet," said Casey, "what are we going to do now?" This was very much not part of the plan we laid out. Violet nodded her head with determination and turned to her. "But it is, Casey," said Violet. "Max asked us to stall, so we will stall." "But Violet," said Casey, her face growing pale with concern, "you're not a fighter." Violet mustered a weak smile. It was the kind of smile a parent gives to a child when telling them a white lie. A lie to comfort the child and make them feel safe, even when the parent is unsure or thinks the contrary. She kept smiling even as she spoke. "Don't worry, dear Casey," the princess said. "I'm not afraid." Priscilla gripped the hilt of the sword and raised it above her head. She glared at the foolish princess across from her. "You really are an idiot, aren't you?" spat the king. "Suicidal too. What do you gain from dying here on the battlefield? You should have stayed in whatever hole you were hiding in and never come back here." Priscilla's original plan was to watch the bloodshed first and then join in. Now she'd be the first one drawing blood. It wasn't quite the way she would have arranged today's mass slaughter, but she wasn't going to let this change of events spoil her day. In fact, she was going to enjoy cutting this girl up here on the battlefield. The girl unsheathed a small rapier of her own from her side. "I agree to your duel," said the princess. Priscilla smirked beneath the visage of the late King Edward Truthseeker, the girl's dead father. "This girl was going to fight me with that puny blade," she mused. What a ridiculous spectacle. It was like a gladiator fighting off against what? An innocent lamb? A puppy? "You're going to regret agreeing to this duel," said Priscilla, and then under her breath, so only the two girls ahead of her could hear. "I don't know why I'm so surprised, though. This country is comprised solely of idiots and fools." Casey trembled as she watched Violet step forward. The princess held her small thin rapier at her side, her hand clutched tightly around the hilt. "No matter what happens, Casey," said Violet, "don't interrupt this fight." "But no buts," said Violet. "Promise me, for the record, I think this is very dumb," sighed Casey, "but I promise." Casey watched Violet as she took another step forward. The sword in her hand did not match the frilly dress the princess wore, Casey thought. Violet was not a fighter. As they had climbed through the tower together, Violet had never taken part in any of the battles. Agreeing to duel a member of the Fallen Angels organization seemed as good as suicidal. Did Violet have a trick up her sleeve then? Casey couldn't figure it out. Being able to see the truth was not going to stop the imposter king's blade from slicing through her neck. Casey petted Toto, who was squealing and crying out as Violet took more and more steps closer to the imposter king. "Let us begin then," said Violet, raising her weapon in front of the man who looked identical to her father. "Let's," smiled the king. The king disappeared in a flash. He reappeared right behind Violet, sword raised, ready to decapitate her. "Violet," Casey screamed. So this guy was a shapeshifter and had a movement ability as well, thought Casey. No, that wasn't right. This was just the speed of a C-rank or higher climber. The king was moving so fast Violet had no time to prepare. The duel was going to end seconds after it started, with Violet's blood-soaked head laying separate from the rest of her body. Slash! The king swung his sword, aiming for Violet's neck. But by the time the sword had made the full arc of its swing, Violet was no longer there. Casey blinked in both surprise and relief. Violet had crouched down to dodge the king's swing of his sword. She had dodged the attack. Casey's heart raced as she watched the exchange. She was impressed. Violet just might be able to hold her own in this fight. Still, the imposter king was so much faster and stronger than her. How many more attacks would Violet be able to dodge? Violet leapt back away from the imposter king, creating more space between them. "You dodge and run," snickered the king. "I thought we were having a duel. I didn't realize I was simply chasing a weak little animal around." "What am I, pest control?" The king flickered away and reappeared right in front of Violet this time. Violet swerved to dodge the king's incoming attack. "Time to die," shouted the imposter king. "Come on, Violet," Casey thought. "Dodge the attack. You don't even have to win. Just keep dodging for as long as possible." Violet ducked her head and swerved in an attempt to dodge another sword slice. There was just one problem. The imposter king didn't slash his sword. He lifted up his knee and slammed his boot into the princess' stomach. Violet gagged, and blood-soaked spit came out of her mouth as she was knocked back through the air and tumbled onto the ground. "Violet," Casey screamed. The princess wasn't moving. She lay motionless in the mud. The imposter king snickered and turned to Casey. "Don't come any closer or I'll kill you both in a second," snarled the man. Casey blinked and looked to the ground. The man had said, "Kill you both." Did that mean then Violet was still alive? Casey looked back to the princess. Violet's body twitched. Then, like a miracle, she trembled, picking herself up. Her dress was ripped and torn, her face full of scratches and bruises. She lifted up her sword. It wobbled as her whole arm and hand trembled. "Is that the best you got, imposter?" Everything around Violet swayed. She was most definitely not seeing straight. Her eyes must have been swelling up from the imposter king's attacks. She focused on standing up straight. Her goal wasn't to win this battle, just to survive long enough for Max's plan to come to full fruition. "You should have stayed down, you stupid girl," hissed the king. The man sheathed his sword and marched towards her. Violet lifted up her sword to defend herself, but she was too slow and weak due to her injuries to dodge the imposter king's attacks. The man lifted up his fist as a fake-out and then ended up kneeing her in the gut. Her body toppled down into the mud again. The imposter king snickered above her and kicked her in the ribs, making her roll over and face him and the sky above. The king crouched down and smiled at Violet. "I'm going to kill you, foolish girl," snarled the imposter king. Then, whispering beneath his breath so no one else could hear, he said, "Look, how your people watch me and think you're the imposter. I'm going to enjoy killing you and then watching all of them sacrifice themselves to a man pretending to be their king." The man remained crouched over her and lifted up his hands and wrapped them around Violet's neck. Violet managed a gasp, but then began finding it difficult to breathe. He was choking her to death. Was this it? Was she going to die here on the battlefield? Violet's vision began to fade. "Max," she thought, "we need you now. We can't wait any longer." Max and the gambler stood tensely between the two remaining set of doors, the red door on the left and the green door on the right. "The momentous choice is finally here," smiled the gambler. "Do you stick with your door or do you switch?" Everything hung in the balance of Max's next decision. A whole floor full of innocent people was at stake, their lives resting on Max and what door he chose. The red door, the one he chose, or the green door, the one he could switch to. Tick-tock, smiled the gambler. What are you waiting for? Make your choice, your odds are 50-50. Max perked up at those words. The odds are 50-50. The gambler's words were proof that the man had stepped into his trap. Max looked at the man and grinned. That's the thing, said Max, his lips twitching upward in a grin. The odds aren't 50-50. The gambler stood across from the petulant red-haired boy. He scowled at the boy as he triumphantly explained how the odds of the game weren't 50-50. I see two choices, snarled the gambler. That sounds like 50-50 to me. The foolish, arrogant boy, thought the gambler to himself. Did he really think I didn't know the odds of the game we were playing? Part of the gambler wanted to say, sarcastically, please explain it to me, but he knew he'd be giving away his own position at that point. The red-haired boy shook his head. It's not 50-50, said Max. Right now, the odds are in your favor of winning. If I stick with the red door that I initially chose, my chances of winning are 33%. The gambler kept his faux ignorant scowl, furrowing his eyebrows in mock disbelief and shock. It's 33%, as I chose the door blindly from a choice of 3. However, when you chose to reveal an empty door, you made a choice between 2 doors. Now potentially those doors could both be empty, but one of them could be correct. The fact that you had to open a door from a limited pool makes the likelihood of the remaining door that you didn't choose more likely to be the correct door than the one that I chose. The gambler shrugged. So what are you getting at? I'm getting at 2 things, said Max. 1, I'm so glad I paid attention during grade 9 math class, and 2, my chances of winning the game jump from 33% to 66% if I switch doors. The gambler calmly nodded. If only the boy could see what I saw, thought the gambler to himself. The gambler looked at the 2 remaining doors and grinned. The blue orb was indeed behind the green door, as Max had predicted, but with a mere flicker of his thoughts, the gambler moved it behind the red door. This entire time, the boy thought he was a step or 2 ahead of him, but it had always been the other way around. There was a reason the gambler always won. His unique trait, chance proposal it was called, was incredibly malleable and could be manipulated in all sorts of ways. The key to it was setting down in stone what could be done and what couldn't be done. If you didn't specify a certain rule, well, then there was nothing stopping the gambler from applying it. They had never stated at the beginning that the gambler couldn't move the blue orb in the middle of the game, and because of that, he could. He sighed and shrugged at the boy. Well, from the way you've explained it, said the gambler, faking a disappointed tone to his voice. I know what choice I would make in your shoes. A silence hung between them. The gambler stared at the boy, waiting for him to make the call to switch the doors, and yet the boy didn't do anything. He just stared back at him. We didn't agree to a staring contest, did we? Asked the gambler. Why wasn't the boy seizing the moment? What was the kid waiting for? He was the one who wanted to stop an impending war from breaking out. Where was the eagerness, the desperation? What was this kid playing at? I figured you might agree with me about switching, the boy finally said. The only troubling thing is, you don't seem that worried though. The gambler's eyes narrowed. What strange stalling tactic is this? What can I say? Smiled the gambler calmly. I've grown used to the thrill of rolling the dice, putting my fate in the hands of chance. The boy nodded at those words, taking them in. Will he finally make the choice now? The gambler kept an easy and casual expression on his face, but internally the waiting was driving him mad. He was growing impatient with this game. He didn't like the way the foolish boy was looking at him now. The look reminded him of how he himself looked at those about to lose. Well, given that you've grown so used to the thrill of chance and fate, said the boy, why don't we amp the stakes then? A flicker of invisible energy reverberated across the room. The gambler looked around uneasily. What's happening? He asked. What have you done? The boy's smile grew even more. "Oh," said the boy. "I've just triggered your trait, chance proposal. I thought we could make another bet alongside this one." The casual look of indifference finally disappeared from the gambler's face. Max nodded his head as if replying to the man's shock. "Yes, this was happening, you demented psychopath," thought Max to himself. "How does this sound for our newest bet?" said Max. "If you're playing fairly, I lose. If you've moved the orb since the beginning of the game, I win." The gambler didn't even pause to think about it. "I refuse to take such a bet," he spat. Max shrugged, grinned, and spoke with ease. "I'll stick with my original door then." Max's trap was now complete. The red door swung open and revealed the blue orb of mana. "Nuo." The gambler fell to his knees in shock and disbelief. "I never lose," he said. "How did this happen?" "Easy," said Max. "Let me explain it to you. I picked the game because I knew the statistical probabilities to begin with. Again, thank you grade 9 math class. That said, even knowing what option gave me the best odds, I was still left with a serious issue. Would I really bet my life on 66% odds? Sure, you're more than likely to win, but would you really bet your whole life with such odds? Max shook his head and then answered his own question. No, I wouldn't. Plus, I was almost 90% sure you wouldn't play fairly. So as we deliberated on our choices during the game, I slyly experimented with your trait. I began to see how many loopholes it allowed for. The man squirmed on the ground in misery. By proposing the second bet, I was able to figure out with 100% certainty that you were cheating. So if we both knew the statistics of where the orb was, you'd change the orb to be behind the door I had initially chosen, knowing that I knew the statistical probabilities would lead me to switch. But since I knew you were cheating, I stuck with my original door, and now here we are. You bastard, cried the gambler, still on the ground, his face growing paler by the second from the loss. The doors of their game flickered away, and new multiple screens of mana energy formed around the gambler on the ground. The different screens showed cities, towns, rooms, and places all across Alestria. One of the screens showed a battlefield full of soldiers. Max figured that all of these screens across Alestria could see the gambler, pale-faced and on his knees. It's time, said Max, that you hold up your end of the bet. The new Alestrian commander stood with his army, watching the old Alestrian king slowly murder a courageous young teenaged girl that looked eerily similar to his own recently deceased daughter. The king had his hands wrapped around the girl's thin neck and looked to be strangling her to death. A bit brutal, no, murmured the commander's assistant. It sure wasn't a pretty sight, but this killing was all they needed to know that all the horrible rumors of the barbaric nature of old Alestrians was true. The sight of this brutal killing was going to help his soldiers fight harder and better on the battlefield, for they would know that morality was on their side. Suddenly, though the already odd day became even stranger, a giant square of mana formed across the sky. Then, as if a portal to another world appeared, the sight of a pale man with long black hair filled the square. He looked to be kneeling on the ground of a throne room. For a second, the commander even thought he saw the colors of the old Alestrian banners. What is happening? The figure in the screen began to speak. He was scowling at someone beyond the screen. I don't have to do shit, hissed the man. It was all a game. All it takes is to say, I'm not playing, and these foolish rules disappear. The man on the screen began to gurgle as if being choked by some invisible creature. The man let out a breath and then screamed with pain and agony. Okay, he gasped. I'll do as we agreed. My name is the Gambler. Along with my partner, Priscilla the Performer, we work for an organization known as the Fallen Angels. Our assignment was to manufacture and orchestrate a civil war across Alestria. A collective gasp echoed across the battlefield. Nat gripped his spear and stared upward at the giant screen in the sky. None of his army mates around him were rushing forward. Blimey, said one of them. Is that the truth? Have we all been tricked? Nat didn't know what to believe anymore. He started the day thinking he was going to die, but die honorably taking as many new Alestrians he could with him. Instead, he'd ended up standing around watching his king strangle a teenaged girl. It was all quite disconcerting. Worse, it was deflating, anticlimactic. He wasn't even sure if he wanted to fight anymore. Part of him just wanted to go home and curl up in bed and try and forget today's strange events. The man in the screen continued to talk. First, we bribed the already corrupted new Alestrian Council. That was easy, but to foment discontent, we needed to gain control of both sides of the floor. That was a bit of a problem. The Truthseeker family could not be bribed or manipulated. Worse, their plans to introduce the parliament was so popular with the people. If allowed to go through, it would create too much hope within the people of Alestria that positive change could be achieved peacefully. We couldn't have that, could we? In the end, it was inevitable. The Truthseekers had to be assassinated. The crowd of soldiers was growing angry now. Nat's ears burned as he listened to more. He shook his head. Lies, it had to be. This wasn't the truth. This was a new Alestrian plot to trick them before their big battle. Once the Truthseekers were killed, creating discontent across the floor became even easier. My partner, Priscilla the performer, took on the shape of King Edward Truthseeker and began making moves that would anger many across the floor. We played the two Alestrian societies off of each other with ease. Meanwhile, we hired mercenary clans on floors above and below this one to keep any foreign climbers from stumbling onto the chaos we were creating here. Obviously, such a move was only tenable for so long, but we only needed to do it for a few months. And who would notice? The races above Alestria don't care about the bottom floors and the humans. They had too much going on with chaos we had created for them to notice any similarities or patterns happening elsewhere. The man on the screen began to laugh. So there you have it, your own personal how-to guide on how to tear a floor apart. Do you really think this will make a difference? We didn't create the hatred here on Alestria. It was here already, waiting for us. What do you think they'll do out there when they see this? Half of them will have already killed one another. Anger is blinding. This won't stop anything. Mark my words. The Alestrians are fools, and we played them like a fiddle. Violet felt the pressure on her neck go away. She gasped for air and opened her eyes. Lies, screamed the imposter king. Violet blinked, trying to get her bearings. What's going on? She wondered, looking around. A giant screen glowed out in the sky above. Max, she thought, you did it. You've shown the truth to my people. Violet lifted herself up off the ground to see the imposter king pacing back and forth, yelling at the soldiers nearby. How do we know this screen is even telling the truth, huh? The imposter king barked at the soldiers. This could all be a lie. Violet looked across the battlefield with dismay. The soldiers weren't going to believe this imposter after what they'd just seen, were they? The king paced back and forth, yelling and screaming, all of which proved he was desperate. He turned to Violet and pointed an accusatory finger. You little tramp, seethed the imposter king. You've spoiled my whole day. You've left me no choice but to spoil yours. The man unsheathed his sword and began walking towards her. Violet felt an anger begin to bubble up inside her. You keep fighting with that sword, said Violet. My father had a much more powerful weapon than that. Proof that you're not him in the very fact that you don't wield it. Violet's hair fluttered upwards as energy swirled around her. Her whole body began to glow. What's happening to me? She looked down to her hands that began to glow with a bright blue energy. Casey lifted her hands to block her eyes from the bright light emanating off Violet. Toto scurried into Casey's hair and brought a strand up to his face to dampen the powerful light shining at him as well. Violet, Casey gasped. What's happening? The new Alestrian commander watched on in awe as the young girl stretched her left arm above her head and a sharp blue bar of mana formed in her hands. He heard the audible gasps of awe and wonder from the soldiers behind them. Incredible, said the commander. I'd heard of the power of the Truthseeker family, but it is much more magnificent to see for oneself. The light of the powerful mana emanating out of the girl shined across the entire battlefield, coating Nat's face and the old Elestrian soldiers around him with a blue hue. The girl held out her arm, and the blue bar of mana she held in her grip began to form a large pointed blade at the end of it. The bar of mana had taken on the shape of a spear. "It's just as King Edward had done so long ago," said a nearby soldier. Nat watched on with wonder. This magnificent display was proof that the girl had been telling the truth all along. This girl was the real Princess Violet. The imposter king took a step back from Violet as the energy swirled around her. His eyes bulged with shock and confusion. "What's happening?" he hissed. "I don't care how impressive your ability is." "It won't harm me, an A-ranker," Violet smirked and shook her head. "You're wrong," she answered. The spear in her hand kept growing, and to all those who watched on, it had the portent and magnificence of a lightning bolt. When the Truthseeker trait evolves, the user is able to manifest their weapon of truth, Violet explained. It is not just a high-rank ability that can be measured in terms of basic stats, it is more unique than that. It can only be conjured in the face of great falsehoods, and its power matches that of the lies spread. The imposter king's skin was turning a ghostly white. "Those who lie will face this weapon's wrath," shouted Violet. "I urge you once more, imposter king, reveal yourself for what you are." "There is nothing to admit, you crazy little girl," shouted the imposter king. "You should be locked up in an asylum." Violet nodded determinedly. "Your choice has been made. You must now face my Truthseeker trait's evolution, the Spear of Truth." Violet stretched her arm back and threw the gigantic spear of shining blue mana across the battlefield towards the imposter king. The king snickered and reached out his arms to grab the spear. "I'm not afraid," the imposter king shouted, grabbing hold of the spear as it flew through the air. The man gripped the powerful spear right as it came towards him. "Ugh," the man groaned. The spear ripped through the man's gloves and flesh, burning through him as the force and power of it pushed itself closer and closer to the man's throat. "What is happening?" hissed the imposter. "This is impossible. You are so much weaker than I am." Suddenly, the king standing before all of them began to morph. It transformed into the shape of a young girl. "Don't hurt me," it squealed. Everyone watched in horror. The shapeshifter then turned into a kitten with big beady eyes, all the while its paws still holding onto the spear of the truth as it burned through its grip, pushing closer and closer to their throat. The imposter morphed into a dozen different strange beings, children, animals, monsters, famous men and women, all while gripping the spear of truth with all his might. Stab! The spear broke through the imposter's grip, and then right through the false king's jugular. The imposter morphed into a long-haired woman with blood and drool dripping down her chin, her true form. The woman collapsed onto the ground of the battlefield, dead. The woman's body quickly disintegrated into black dust, leaving behind a single black feather. Nat stood in awe at the power of Princess Violet Truthseeker. She had defeated an evil scourge that had been haunting their country against all odds, when very few believed her, himself included. Nat found himself wiping a tear from his eye and planting his hand on his chest. When other soldiers began to kneel and swear their allegiance to the powerful princess, who was brave enough to stand between two massive armies, Nat followed suit gladly. After months of only angry, hateful thoughts, Nat smiled as a more optimistic one fluttered into his mind. "I'm happy you're back, princess." "They're all kneeling, sir," said the new Elestrian commander's assistant. The commander watched the moment with heart-struck compassion. "Shall we ready the troops to attack?" said the assistant. The commander ignored his assistant and marveled at the girl's bravery. She was an Elestrian they could all be proud of. The commander held his arm up to indicate he wanted the soldiers to remain still. He walked 3 meters ahead of the front lines so the majority of the army could see him. He thought about the words that evil man had spoken on the screen above the sky. He had spoken a truth he hadn't wanted to admit. A truth many in New Elestria had been running from. The New Elestrian Council was easy to bribe and corrupt, the man had said. Their country wasn't the bastion of hope they had once believed it to be. The commander slowly went down to his knees on the ground and placed his hand on his heart. He would swear fealty to this young princess. Even if the army behind him murdered him for it, he didn't care. The future didn't belong with New Elestria, the commander thought. It didn't belong with Old Elestria either. The future belonged to one united country under one flag and one banner. Elestria. Casey watched in shock as the New Elestrian commander bowed to Princess Violet. What happened next was even more shocking. All the New Elestrian soldiers behind the commander began to drop down and kneel for the Old Elestrian princess. Casey walked up to Violet, who was standing alone in the battlefield, panting for breath. She placed a hand on the shoulder of her friend. "Look, Violet," Casey said. "You did it." Violet smiled at Casey as she took in the soldiers of both Old and New Elestria bowing down around them. "I couldn't have done it without you and Max," she smiled. One by one, the bowing soldiers dropped their weapons onto the ground. The grey clouds lifted and the sun shone forth across the battlefield. The fighting was over. Elestria had been saved. A loud, triumphant cheer echoed from the battlefield outside, reaching all the way to the halls of power inside the palace. The gambler stayed motionless on the ground. "It's over," said the red-haired boy. "Face it, you're nothing without your games." The gambler began to chuckle and then laugh manically. "You fool," said the gambler, and then in a flash of a second grabbed 3 playing cards from his jacket and threw them at the boy. His playing cards were imbued with the mana of an A-ranker and would easily slice through this boy's flesh. The cards smacked into the wall behind the boy and fell to the floor. "What the?" hissed the gambler. The red-haired boy stood in front of him, still alive. His skin had gone transparent. "Thank you," said the boy. "Before we'd come up to Elestria, I'd added a new ability to my arsenal just in case. Up until now, it looked like I wasn't going to have an opportunity to use it." The gambler bristled at the boy's words. "Have you heard of invincible slimes?" said the boy. "They have a very cool phase-out ability. I made sure to add it to my arsenal attacks right before we came to Elestria." The bastard, the gambler thought, "I can no longer delay the inevitable. I must accept the loss." He reached into his hand and pulled out a small pill. Max's eyes bulged as he saw what his opponent was about to do. He instantly triggered Shadow Blink. Groaned the gambler. Max had reappeared right behind the man and grabbed his arms. "I'd kill you straight away for all you've done," Max hissed. "But I know there are more of you. Who are the other fallen angels? Why are you trying to harm so many people?" The man's body began to shake, the veins in his skin going black. "What's going on?" said Max. "I stopped you from swallowing that pill," the gambler laughed. "You foolish, foolish boy," said the gambler. "There's a reason those of us who work for my organization take this pill with ease, because the alternative is way." The man writhed in pain as the black lines on his veins grew thicker and thicker. Max shook the man. "Tell me what you were trying to accomplish here in Elestria," shouted Max at the dying man. The man chuckled, even as he was seconds away from death. "You're all fools. The coup in Zestiris, the civil war in Elestria, it's all a distraction as we prepare for our true purpose," hissed the gambler as his skin began to crack and disintegrate into black dust. Soon Max was looking at nothing but a black feather on the floor of the throne room. He stood up and walked over to the window and saw the battlefield, the soldiers all cheering triumphantly with happiness and glee. The battle was over. They had won. But something told Max the worst was still yet to come. The very next evening, Princess Violet held a celebratory feast in the palace of the newly united Elestrian capital. Max and Casey were given the royal treatment, and provided with tailors and seamstresses so that they could wear full royal garb at the dinner. Toto was even made a new bow tie. It was purple to represent the official colors of the newly united Elestria. The feast was held in the royal dining hall. They sat at a grand table where Violet was positioned at the very head of it. As honored guests, Max and Casey sat right next to the princess on her left. There were a few familiar faces at the table. The former commander of New Elestrian Army sat on one end. The man had been promoted to commander of the United Countries soldiers. Trenton, the guard, sat further along. The table was full of delicious-looking food: roast chickens, seasoned potatoes, yams, gravy, honeyed apples, and more. Casey was practically drooling at all the food and had lifted up her hand to have a bite, which Max had to swipe away. "We're not allowed to eat until the princess tells us to," said Max. Casey's stomach growled. "Why are they making us go through such torture?" she groaned. Violet giggled nearby and said, "Here, let me end the torture." She lifted up a glass of wine, and the murmuring across the table quieted down. "Honored guests, thank you so much for coming," smiled Violet. "I owe everyone in this room a great many thanks, and I hope to reward each and every one of you over the coming days. But tonight, I'd like to raise a glass for the two people who helped me most during these difficult times for our country. Max and Casey, human climbers of Zestiris. Elestria thanks you for your help and aid. I thank you for everything you have done for me and my people." Everyone at the table clapped heartily, and Max looked down to his shoes with embarrassment. Casey soaked in the accolades and then turned somewhat sinisterly to Violet. The princess smiled and declared that the feast could truly begin. As they filled their plates and then their stomachs, the trio of adventurers laughed over their time traveling in the tower together. "So, Violet," said Casey, chewing on a chicken wing, "I know you're going to be crowned queen in a few days. What are the rules you're going to have to follow after that?" Violet's eyes fluttered at the question. "Oh goodness," she said, "there'll be a great many rules I'll have to follow. I'm just concerned about one in particular," smiled Casey. "Will you be allowed to keep climbing with us?" Violet's cheeks blushed at Casey's question. Max was surprised by Casey's boldness, especially as the two of them had squabbled so much early on in their adventures. "You can't leave me by myself with this bozo," said Casey, pointing her thumb over at Max. "I swear you two have been getting all the glory from this last battle," Max complained jokingly. "You two were out on the battlefield while everything hinged on my fight with the gambler." Yeah, that's what they all say," teased Casey. "So what will it be, Queen Violet? Are you going to join us for more adventures?" Violet blushed and then gave a melancholic smile. "I'd love to," she said. "Part of me desperately wants to, but with Elestria newly united under the Truthseeker banner no less, my presence is needed here more than ever." Casey and Max both nodded. They were both sad, but they understood why it had to be this way. "How about you?" said Violet, changing the subject. "Where will you two go next?" "It seems crazy to think about after all we've gone through," said Max, "but we actually came to Elestria, or at least I did, because I wanted to visit the famous shop that sold truth paper." Violet smiled. "I know just the one. I'll make sure you get the address before the end of this evening." "Thank you," said Max. He then sighed. "After that, who knows, maybe back to Zestiris for a bit, then further up the tower." "The tower doesn't give you too many options," laughed Casey. "Up or down, really." "Speaking of Zestiris," said Max, "we haven't heard from them lately. Our phones haven't really been working. We really should go down and see how Sakura and everyone else is doing." "You're right," said Casey, "but if I had to guess, I'm sure everything is just fine." As Max and Casey enjoyed their royal banquet, Sakura paced back and forth in her office, staring out at the protesters in the street. Her face was red and frazzled with stress. She yelled at her assistant, "Everything is not fine." Sakura walked back and forth in her office. The protests had only grown over the last few days. Neither the protests in the outer rim nor the tower zone had abated. Now there was going to be a monster wave in an hour and thousands of citizens were out in the streets, unprotected. "What are we going to do?" she muttered to herself. "Well," said her assistant, "it really comes down to what you're going to do, seeing as you're the climber president." Sakura stopped pacing and glared at her assistant. "I know that, okay." Sakura let out a deep breath and went back to her pacing. This was not how she envisioned this job. She thought she was going to sit around, telling other people what to do while she sat at her desk sipping pina coladas and reading Tower Romance Volume 32. Was that so much to ask? She sighed and pulled out her Mana phone. Days had gone by since she had messaged Max and Casey. At first she had wanted their help. Now all she hoped for was to get a reply from one of them. "I hope they're okay," she thought as she glanced out the window. She shook her head. She didn't have time to get sentimental. She had work to do, climber president work to do. She strutted across her office and yanked her green leather jacket off the coat rack and marched out of the office. After a quick 10 minutes of racing through the throngs of protesters, she had made it onto the wall that divided the two cities. Sakura looked out to the throngs of protesters on either side of the city. Two different types of citizens, but they both had the same message. They didn't want to be lied to anymore. They didn't want to follow rules meant to protect them when they were clearly not working anymore. Sakura was sympathetic with their cause, but she didn't know what to do. If they didn't all go home, many of them would die in less than an hour. Sakura turned to a nearby climber guarding the wall and borrowed a large microphone from him to speak to the protesters. "Good evening, citizens of the Outer Rim and the Tower Zone," she said, her voice echoing across both sides of the wall. The crowds all booed as she began to speak. "I appreciate the sentiment of your protests," Sakura said, "but if you don't move and get somewhere safe, you're all going to be seriously hurt in the upcoming monster wave." The crowd continued to boo her and throw garbage in her direction. She handed the microphone back to the other climber. 45 minutes until the monster wave, the climber informed her. "Even if they started dispersing right now, there's no guarantee the crowd would clear quickly enough to safety." "Damn it." Sakura sighed and rubbed her forehead with her fingers. The protesters were angry. They didn't care what an authority figure like her had to say. She could hear them booing and yelling at her from down below. They wanted one thing and one thing only: change. She sighed, realizing there was one last thing she could try. She started walking further along the wall. "I really hadn't wanted it to come to this," she thought to herself. There had been numerous climber presidents before her who had kept the balance of their young fledgling city alive, with all of its rules and protections. She was now going to be the climber president who undid all of that. Within the throngs of protesters in the Outer Rim, Ernie was the first to point to the figure of the climber president running far along the wall that divided the city. Everyone watched with curiosity. "Where is she going?" murmured people around him. "What is she going to do?" Ernie watched the woman with awe. They all knew the Tower Zone had a president and its own political system, but it was still arcane and mysterious to them. Who was this woman? What had she done to be made leader of those in the Tower Zone? The woman ran to the far portion of the wall where there weren't any protesters. What was she about to do? Ernie had a feeling of trepidation in his heart, like something seismic was about to happen. The woman lifted up her arms, and a gigantic beam of light formed above her. Beam wasn't even an appropriate description of it. It was a bar of golden energy, the size of a city skyscraper turned horizontal. "Oh wow, will you look at that," said one of the climbers, who'd been sent to manage the crowds of protesters on the Outer Rim's side. The climber president hadn't revealed what slice at A rank looks like. "It's incredible." The woman lifted her hands above her head, seemingly controlling this massive bar of incredible energy, and then swung her arms down. "Kabom." The whole ground shook as the beam of energy cut through the wall that divided the city. Ernie looked on, dumbfounded. "Is that the power of a climber?" Believe it or not, kid, said the climber guard nearby, that ability you just witnessed has long been considered one of the weakest. Ernie wanted to argue and protest with the man in sheer disbelief. That gigantic attack was considered weak in climbers' terms. But he didn't have time to get into such a discussion as the climber president was speaking in the microphone once more. Though this time, no one on either side was booing her. They were all listening intently. "Citizens of the Outer Rim," she announced, her words echoing across the whole length of the wall. "Come forth into the tower zone and enter our defensive buildings." The woman then turned her back on the citizens of the Outer Rim and spoke to the people of the tower zone. "Citizens of the tower zone, show our newest citizens how to survive a monster wave." The crowd was stunned into silence and then quickly got to work. As Ernie and the crowd of Outer Rim citizens shuffled towards the destroyed section of the wall to enter the part of the city they'd always been forbidden from, a feeling of hope and optimism stirred across the crowd. Ernie thought about the giant blast of energy he'd witnessed from the climber president. It wasn't just a seismic event in terms of power. No, it was an incredible event for all of Zestiris. After the citizens were escorted safely into the different buildings, the monster wave was handled with ease and grace. It was dealing with the fallout from both sides of the city afterwards that turned out to be the real pain. Bureaucrats on both sides of the city were furious with the actions taken that day, but in the homes of Zestiris, the people whispered about the best climber president the city had ever had, and they said it was a woman named Sakura Sato. The next day was a sunny, beautiful, clear day. Sakura strutted into her office, feeling good. There was a lot of work to be done, but there was no way it could be as stressful as the last few days. This was made all the more alarming when Sakura stepped into her office and her assistant was waiting for her, pale-faced. "We have a new problem," she said. "A regiment of Elestrian soldiers are standing outside the tower." "Oh crap," said Sakura. That was bad. There were countless reasons why the Elestrians might be here, and Sakura could not think of a single good one. The first thing that came to her mind was Max and Casey. Had something happened to them? Had they failed their missions? How was it possible humanity was entering another major crisis in less than 24 hours? "Damn, what are we going to do?" said Sakura, pacing. "Well, really, it's what you're—" "Shut up, I know what you're going to say," said Sakura, continuing to pace. She lifted up a finger. "Okay, here's the plan," she said. "I'll go greet the regiment. I want the best climbers in the city with ranged traits stationed all along the nearby buildings. If the situation turns hostile, we'll be ready, but first let me greet them diplomatically and see what it is they want from us." They were able to organize everything within 30 minutes. "Please don't tell me you've come down here to declare war on humanity for my meddling into your affairs," Sakura thought to herself as she stepped out of the guild hall and walked towards the tower entrance where the Elestrian soldiers waited. The soldiers didn't move as she got closer. Their purple eyes shone out and glimmered majestically in the sunlight. Sakura cleared her throat. They remained so still and stoic. Why had they come down to their floor? They'd never been visited by the Elestrians in the past. Sakura had come to realize that many races in the tower didn't like to travel to the floors beneath their homes. She was only a few seconds away from standing right in front of the regiment's soldiers and would be obligated to greet them. A voice flickered in her ear. "Climber teams A and B are locked onto the target and ready for any hostile activity. Over." Sakura nodded her head. She was too close to the targets to say or do anything else. She stopped when she was 3 meters away from the regiment of Elestrian soldiers. "Welcome, climbers of Elestria," said Sakura. "What brings about this unexpected visit?" What happened next caught Sakura completely off guard. The soldiers all bent over, bowing to her. "You honor us, Climber President Sakura Sato," said the leader of the soldiers. "Elestria owes humanity and Zestiris a great deal for helping with issues plaguing our floor. We've been sent here as an envoy to thank you and all of Zestiris on behalf of Elestria. Sakura blinked in disbelief. Voices of the nearby climber squads flickered in her ear, asking her what was going on. She raised her hand gently in the air to signal that everything was going fine. Better than fine, actually, Sakura thought. "We were happy to help," said Sakura, smiling to the Elestrians. "You do us a great honor," said the Elestrian in return. "Beyond coming to simply thank you and your people, we've also brought money and people of our own down to your floor. We'd like to open an embassy in your city, if you'd let us." Sakura sniffed and wiped a tear from her eye. "Oh my, have we offended you?" said the Elestrian. "We are still learning human customs. Our new queen tells us of a special human delicacy called hot dogs, but that they are not actually dogs, but delicious meat." Sakura shook her head and smiled at them. "Casey, Max, you did it. Better than I ever could have hoped." A few days after the Great Elestrian War was averted, Max stepped into a small shop in a quiet street in Old Elestria. Max looked around in awe at the stationery store, full of interesting writing utensils and notepads. This was the only place in Elestria that sold truth paper, the very paper that his lost sister Elle had written the note to him on. The note that had been the spark that pushed him into this life as a climber. The note that had revealed to him that she hadn't died in the car crash that had killed their parents, but was in fact still alive. Alive and somewhere in the tower. That very note that had led him almost 2 years from when it first magically appeared in his locker in the outer rim to this shop on a quiet street in Elestria. An older lady stepped out from the back of the shop. "What can I do for you?" The lady looked up from the paperwork that had momentarily been occupying her attention and looked out at Max in surprised silence. He had been getting a lot of odd looks recently due to his known involvement in helping Queen Violet in saving the country. But this look was different. This woman wasn't looking at him as if he was some kind of celebrity or hero to be fawned over. She was looking at him with the wonder and subtle fear of someone witnessing a magic trick. "Something tells me you're not here to buy a set of scrolls, are you?" said the woman. Max shook his head. He didn't need to say more. He could sense the recognition in the woman's eyes, that for some reason or another, this woman had been waiting all this time for Max's arrival. "Give me 1 second," she said. The woman went to the back of the shop and returned with an envelope in her hand. "Max, is it?" Max nodded. His heart raced as he saw his name written on the envelope. "A young girl passed through here a few years back," the woman explained. "She bought some truth paper to send a message with. She paid me extra to do her a favor. She told me that a human boy who looked like her, red hair, blue eyes, might walk into this shop one day many years from now, and if that happened, I was to give that boy this envelope." She stretched out her hand, and Max took the envelope from her. His heart raced as he looked at it. His name was written across the envelope. His sister had written it, his sister who was still alive, lost perhaps, but alive nevertheless. His heart raced with excitement. What was in this envelope, he wondered? A letter, a location. He was about to open it there, and then when the door of the shop swung open and Casey held her hands on her hips. "Max, we have TOGO," said the girl. "The Queen is waiting for us." Max blinked in surprise. "I thought you didn't care about all that royalty stuff," he said. "It was different when we were dealing with an exiled princess," Casey explained. "Now Violet's a queen. She has real power. She could lock us up, execute us. We have to be on our best behavior." "Wow, has your attitude ever changed?" said Max, slipping the envelope into his climber's pouch. "What's your ulterior motive here? Are you hoping Violet might make you a noble lady or something?" "A girl can dream," said Casey, beaming a bright smile, choosing not to hide her mercenary reasons for being in a rush. "Come on, let's go." Max thanked the woman at the truth paper store and left. Violet and her newly promoted royal guard, Trenton, stood waiting for them at the great temple of arrival. Violet wore an elegant dress, and jeweled crown on her head. She looked slightly different from the scruffy barmaid that they had first met down in Portal Cove, but he could see that fierce young woman beneath all the pomp and jewelry. Still, they're just beneath the surface. "So you're going to go back home for a little while then?" smiled Violet. "Just a short rest," said Max, looking to Casey. "We got floors to climb, ranks to gain, missions to accomplish, regular climber stuff." Violet smiled. "As determined as ever, I see. Well, I'm going to miss you both very much. You promised to come back and visit." "Of course," said Casey. "You promised you'd have a special crepe banquet next time I came back, which means we're 100% coming back." They all laughed, and then Casey went to give Violet a hug and Trenton stretched out his arm to stop her. "Trenton," gasped Violet. "Oh, I'm sorry," said Casey. "Did I do something wrong?" "Do Elestrians not hug each other when they say goodbye?" "It's not that," said Trenton. "Queens do not hug people goodbye." Violet gave a stern look to her new royal guard. "But," he said, clearing his throat, "perhaps on this one circumstance we can let the rules slide." Violet pushed Trenton's arm aside and wrapped her arms around Casey. "I'm going to miss you," the Queen said. She then hugged Max next. "Thank you again for everything." With that, Max and Casey waved goodbye and started walking up the temple steps towards the arrival teleporter, which would take them back down the tower to their home in Zestiris. Violet stood with Trenton watching the two people who had in her whole entire life come the closest to being called her best friends, walk away to continue their adventures in the tower. She wiped a tear from her eye as Max and Casey got smaller and smaller as they walked up the temple steps. "They are so young," said Trenton. "I worry for them and what other dangers they'll face higher in the tower." Violet shook her head and wiped another tear from her eye and smiled up at her departing friends. "I don't think it's those two you have to worry about, Trenton," said Violet. "It's everyone else in the tower that better get ready." Max and Casey entered the Elestrian temple that housed the departure teleporter. They walked down the steps to the glowing light that would take them back home to Zestiris. "It feels weird to be going back to Zestiris after all of this," said Casey. "I agree," sighed Max, staring out at the light of the teleporter, beckoning them to descend down the tower to their home floor. "What happened at that shop in the end?" said Casey. "Did you find anything more about your sister?" "Oh yeah," thought Max. In the flurry of activity and the rush to say goodbye to Violet, Max had already forgotten about the envelope sitting in his pouch. He quickly materialized it and held it in both his hands. "Well," said Casey, "what does it say? Open it." Max shivered with excitement and slowly ripped open the seal of the envelope. He looked inside and his stomach instantly lurched like he'd been punched in the gut. His skin went pale. He thought he was going to be sick. "What is it?" asked Casey with concern. There wasn't a letter or note inside the envelope. Nothing but a single object. Max gulped as he looked down at it. Inside the envelope, his long-lost sister had left for him, was none other than a single black feather.